The Hound of the Baskerville family, Viker van Baskerville, seemed to be trapped somewhere. Two frightening scars marked his face, one running from his left eye down to the corner of his mouth, and another horizontal cut across his face. True to his name, he served the family and his father faithfully. It turned out he wasn't actually locked away. Instead, he was chained. His head was fixed to a wooden plank, flanked by two tall posts. Above him, parallel to the wood, was a sharp blade secured by thin steel wire. Standing on either side of the posts were two men facing him, both holding sabers, a type of sword used in fencing. The reason he found himself in this predicament was due to false accusations of colluding with demons, leading to a death sentence. As he stood before the guillotine, images of his family members flooded his mind. He vowed, "If I can live again, once I sink my teeth into my prey, I will never live the life of a hound again." Breaking free from his thoughts, he realized he truly felt like a hound. His mouth bared in a terrifying snarl, yet tears of blood streamed from his eyes as if he were mourning for himself. The blood tears flowed down in turns, but when they hit the ground, the space in front of him suddenly transformed. He was surprised to find himself in a room that felt both familiar and strange. It was as if he was lying in a wooden crib, surrounded by the sounds of other crying babies. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Where am I? It turned out he had gone from being a strong, rugged man with terrifying scars to being a baby in a crib. Not a wooden frame at all. His body felt stiff and his eyes widened in bewilderment as he thought to himself, "My body feels heavy and it's so noisy around me. No way. Is this hell?" Outside the room, he could see it was the estate of the Baskerville family, with houses built in European architectural style. From outside, he could clearly hear the agonizing cries of the babies gathered in a large room. Amidst the crying, a displeased voice suddenly cut through the noise. "Commoners!" That voice belonged to Hugo Baskerville, the head of the Baskerville family. In the room, besides the old man and the children, there were two women who seemed to be caretakers for the kids here. The old man walked out of the room with his hands in his pockets and said to the two women, "There aren't any special children here. I think it's just a bunch of throwaways." But as he walked past the cradle where I was, he suddenly stopped, surprised. He let out a sigh and quietly glanced at me for a moment. Then he ordered the two women, "This throwaway seems quieter. Take this child to the cradle of sword." I looked at him, and when I heard his words, my eyes widened. In my mind flashed the realization, the main culprit who accused and killed me, Hugo Baskerville. Confused, I raised my hand to look at it. I was astonished to see my large, rough hand had transformed into a tiny, smooth, white hand like that of a baby. And I thought, a descendant of Hugo is me? I, Viker van Baskerville, have now returned as a child. In the past, I lived like a hunting dog, a discarded child. I trained in the worst conditions. A dog has to do whatever it takes to complete missions like assassination, reconnaissance, ambush, and intimidation. A dog does all the dirty work to help the Baskerville clan become one of the 7 major families. The reason for my loyalty is simple. I wanted to be recognized by the clan and by Hugo. 10 years after the gate to the demon realm opened, the battle against the demon race ended with humanity's victory. The reward given to the dog who dedicated everything to the clan was betrayal. The reason for my execution was that this hunting dog knew too much. In the form of a child, I raised my tiny hand, clenched it tightly, vowing not to live a life like that again. Then I rolled back and forth in the crib, silently screaming inside. I want revenge right now, I thought, but with this newborn body, I can't do anything. When I turned over, my face suddenly appeared fearsome. I gripped the bed sheets tightly, thinking that being taken to the cradle of sword was an opportunity to gain strength. Now, what I need is to become stronger. The scene shifts to a place he just thought of, the cradle of sword, where the children born into the Baskerville family must face tough challenges and countless dangers. Only by overcoming these perilous trials can they be accepted by the Baskerville clan. The atmosphere at the cradle of sword is eerie. Thousands of swords stand in the ground, each marked with evidence of battles fought, bloodstains and scratches that testify to the brutality of the struggles that took place there. Each child born into the Baskerville family must confront this place all at once. The children are tossed into a labyrinth of swords, and once they navigate through it, they must reach the River Styx to test their abilities. The River Styx is a legendary river that can turn a child's body into steel. However, only a few children can endure that transformation. To reach the River Styx, one must first survive the thousands of sword blades. He finds himself currently in the first trial. His body is covered in blood, with wounds from cuts made by the swords. Yet his gaze is determined and he feels no pain. Gripping the sword before him tightly, he thinks, "In my past life, I failed against my siblings and couldn't reach my goal. This time will be different." The people present there witnessed him diving headfirst into a challenge. They all gasped when they saw him navigate the maze of swords. His body was covered in wounds and blood, yet he didn't shed a single tear. Hugo Le Baskerville was among the crowd, staring at him intently. Suddenly, they were jolted by a loud splash. He had jumped into the river Styx, leaving those on the shore in shock. As he leaped, he thought to himself, I will claim as many blessings from the river Styx as I can. As he sank into the water, he noticed his wounds and imagined the water seeping through his skin and bones, through the cuts, not realizing the power it held. He covered his nose and mouth with his hands, his face contorted in discomfort from not being able to breathe. He was determined to hold his breath as long as he could, no matter how painful it would be. He had to endure. On the bank, two people standing in front of Hugo Le Baskerville shouted in worry, Young master, you have to get out. You'll drown if you stay in the water any longer. We must pull you out. Hugo Le Baskerville stood there, his eyes glowing red. His terrifying face broke into a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. Stopping his laughter, he turned to speak to someone standing behind him. It was John Barrymore, the head butler of the Baskerville family. Hugo asked, Barrymore, how long has that kid been in the river? Barrymore replied, It's been 7 minutes, sir. Upon hearing this, Hugo said, 7 minutes? He's probably dead by now. One of the two men earlier shouted, calling for him, and nervously said, Master. Hugo then approached the riverbank, looked down, and called out, Son, you can come out now. The boy underwater was still struggling against drowning. Upon hearing Hugo's voice, he thought, You think I would give up that easily? Instead of surfacing, he opened his mouth to gulp down water, determined to absorb every last drop. But this act caused him to choke. His eyes glazed over, and slowly, he sank deeper to the bottom of the lake. His body had stiffened, but his mind still held onto the thought that he had to endure. Just when he thought he would drown in that river, a hand gripped his leg and pulled him out of the water. It was the hand of Hugo Le Baskerville. The old man held his leg up and said, Look at this little one. The waters of the river Styx aren't enough. He wants to drink more. Even has teeth now. Still gripping his leg, the old man asked the steward, What's this child's name? The steward replied, His name is Viker van Baskerville. With his frightening face, the old man sneered and repeated Viker's name. Then he happily said, Looks like I've got a decent offspring here. It turned out he was still conscious, and hearing the old man say this filled his mind with a strange joy at being connected to Hugo. He, in the form of a hunting dog, opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth as he thought, Right now, I need time to sharpen my fangs, and when the moment comes, I'll crush your head. He had the body of a child, but the soul of an adult from a past life. Inside and out, it blended as one, teeth clenched and eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. I will ensure that the Baskerville clan disappears from history by my own hand, Viker van Baskerville told himself, the bastard child of Hugo Le Baskerville. At 8 years old, he possessed a talent that deserved to be called genius, yet in his family it was merely seen as acceptable. By the age of 20, he was entrusted with tasks like assassination, espionage, and taking down adversaries. At 29, he began to lag behind the extraordinary talents of others and was approaching the limits of his swordsmanship skills. When he turned 30, the gateway to the demon realm opened, marking the beginning of an invasion by demons. By 35, he had survived an era of destruction and had killed countless demons, reaching the age of 39. After the long war finally ended with humanity's victory, and upon turning 40, he received an award for his loyalty, akin to that of a hunting dog. These rewards came at the cost of severing heads from their bodies, with slander following slander. Eventually, his own head would also find its place on the guillotine. The scene shifts to him. At this moment, he slowly opens his eyes, looks around, and thinks, this place is a nursery? That means I succeeded in absorbing the waters of the Styx. He immediately rolls over, his expression serious as he thinks, with this, I'll have a better starting point than before. Suddenly, a woman's voice rings out. She is holding a box and says, Oh my God, this is just outrageous. Why would she have me put this in the cradle of the young master? He is surprised by her voice and what she says. He thinks, the mistress? The woman places the box in his cradle before turning to leave the room. He looks at the box she placed in the cradle and wonders, why would someone go out of their way to give a gift to a bastard like me? After staring at the box for a while, he notices something moving inside. Then the lid slowly opens and 2 snakes crawl out. He was startled and fell back, thinking, is this really bloody number? As he thought this, the 2 snakes stared at him with their eerie eyes. One of them opened its mouth, drooling, revealing long, sharp fangs aimed at him. Once the surprise wore off, he knelt, bracing himself with one leg, and stared back at the 2 snakes with a serious expression. He thought, there's no way. These rare beasts are just here to assassinate me. Not many people in Baskerville held such a title as that woman. She must be trying to lessen the competition for her own child. The 2 snakes suddenly opened their mouths wide, hissing at him as they lunged forward. He remained still, unafraid, thinking that even the children in the other nursery rooms could be in danger. Then he quickly reached out with both hands and grabbed the two snakes tightly. Once he had a hold of the snakes, his youthful face twisted into a terrifying expression. His eyes widened, glowing with a menacing red light. He thought, just as expected from the Baskerville family, "I will end your lives with my own hands." After that, he struck down the two snakes, their blood splattering all over his bed sheets. The next morning, the Baskerville family was completely horrified to see a child peacefully sleeping next to the bodies of two bloody beasts. That day, the nanny was ordered to guard the child who had been tortured and executed. In the end, the reason for the existence of the bloody remains remained a mystery to everyone. After those people left the room, he opened his eyes, glaring at them with a deadly gaze. He thought that only he, alone with a young hunting dog, could truly see the truth. 8 years after that incident, he had grown taller. He was now sitting in a classroom with children his age. Above him, the teacher was instructing the students below. The teacher looked at the children and said, "Dear young masters, today we will learn about the stages of a swordsman. If a swordsman cannot infuse their mana into their sword, they are called a novice swordsman. Once they can infuse even a little bit of mana into their sword, they are referred to as a sword graduator. And finally, when that aura can be gathered and transformed according to the will of the swordsman, they are recognized as a sword master, the best of Baskerville. Lord Hugo is also a master swordsman. The children sitting below were amazed, or mounts to gape, wow. But he was different. He sat in silence thinking, at present, Hugo is already a sword master. I need to recover all my strength from before I was reset before the coming-of-age ceremony. The teacher up front noticed his lack of reaction, adjusted his glasses, and pondered. Young Master Viker suddenly remembered. With the enhanced body he gained from immersing himself in the river Styx for 7 minutes, along with his genius-level analytical mind that surpassed others, his talents were on a different level compared to the other heirs. The head of the family would be thrilled to hear about the achievements he had accomplished. He remained seated, lost in his thoughts. How many years will it take for me to defeat Hugo? Viker van Baskerville was now 8 years old. Despite his age, his face already showed a sharpness and maturity that set him apart. The scene shifts to another place where 3 kids share the same face. Even their eyes and smiles look identical. The only difference that sets them apart is the strand of hair on their foreheads. One has 1 strand, the next has 2, and the last one has 3. They're all wearing a very creepy smile. One of them shows a hand into the guy's chest and shouts, "Hey, you filthy bastard, you're nothing but trash, but there are some strange rumors about you. Do you know that?" This is the voice of the kid with 1 strand of hair. The other 2 immediately echo the last 2 words of his sentence. "Do you know? Do you know?" The kid with 1 strand speaks up again. "You soaked in the river Styx for 7 minutes straight and even killed 2 deadly bloody Nambas right after you were born." He stays silent, looking at them, thinking, "I know these little punks very well. They're the ones who falsely accused me and stabbed me while I was trying to escape. They go by the nickname the Trident of Hugo Baskerville." As he's lost in thought, the kid with 1 strand suddenly yells, "Stop your tricks." The other 2 chime in right after, "Stop it! Stop it!" The 3 kids are named Highbrow Baskerville, the one with 1 strand, Middlebrow Baskerville, the one with 2 strands, and Lowbrow Baskerville, the one with 3 strands. All 3 are a year older than him. They clenched their fists and moved closer to him. Highbrow Baskerville spoke up, "I don't think I have any fondness for you at all." The other 2 echoed, "Neither do I, neither do I." He stood there, thinking even in just 10 years, these will become incredibly annoying foes that I'll have to face. It's best to intimidate them now to prevent trouble later. Then Highbrow Baskerville aimed a knife at his face. He calmly stared at the blade. The guy pointed the knife at him and said, "After soaking in the waters of the river Styx, your body will become as hard as cold steel. You won't be harmed by swords or blades anymore. That's what I've heard, which means you won't die if I stab you right." The other 2 chimed in, right. With that, Highbrow Baskerville turned to call for Lowbrow. Lowbrow replied, "I understand, Highbrow." After that response, Lowbrow quickly moved behind him and covered his mouth with a hand. With a disdainful look, he said, "You think you can last a minute in the waters of the Styx? I'll eat my own hand if you manage to last even 3 minutes. With a determined gaze, he thought, "I guess they really are right. Kids can be even crueler than adults. I suppose I'll just play along with them for a while." The other 2 boys stood there, smirking as they watched him being silenced by Lowbrow, thinking, there's no way those rumors can be true. A minute passed, and Highbrow, with a slightly incredulous expression, said, "He's really holding on. He's lasting a long time." Middlebrow chimed in, "He really is holding on." 3 more minutes went by, and didn't stop at just 3 minutes. He had been held for a full 10 minutes. The 2 boys turned pale, sweating with fear. Even Lowbrow, who was covering his mouth, looked shocked. All three of them thought, could the rumors actually be true? Highbrow stuttered, it's not fun anymore. Let him go. Middlebrow added, yeah, let him go. Hearing that, Lowbrow said, fine, let him go. Then, he covered the man's mouth with his hand and was stunned to find that his index finger had been bitten off. It was only after that he felt the pain and screamed. Ah! The man stood there and immediately spat out the finger that he had bitten off. The Middlebrow guy was so scared that he stammered, What? What are you doing? With a face like a demon, eyes glowing with a terrifying red light, he wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at the man like a creature from hell. He grinned, showing his teeth, and said, Didn't you just say you would eat your own hand? The three men faced him, fear clearly written on their faces, yet they tried to act tough. One of the highbrow guys said, Even if you can do that, we're not afraid of you. Lowbrow, standing next to him, chimed in, not afraid. But then, unlike before when he would insist he wasn't scared, he clutched his hand, tears welling up in his eyes as he yelled, I'm scared. The other two looked at him with confused expressions. He then cried out, sniffing and whining, My hand is cut off. Highbrow hesitated and said, Calm down, little brother. Let's get the pastor to fix it. Middlebrow replied, Let's go. Lowbrow bowed his head in pain, tears welling up as he groaned, Oh! He stood there, listening to them talk, his head bowed in a somber mood as he said, Who gave you permission to leave? Highbrow, furious at this, gripped his knife tightly and lunged at him, shouting, You bastard! Did you forget that we're older than you? He plunged the blade into his stomach, but was surprised to find that it only tore a small hole in his shirt, revealing a bit of skin underneath with no harm done. The blade was just a millimeter away from his flesh. Above him, he heard his voice say, I think you've forgotten, brother. The reason Highbrow's knife didn't reach his skin was that he had grabbed the handle and twisted it back, making the knife drop from Highbrow's hand. He calmly said, This is Baskerville. If you have enough strength and skill, age doesn't matter. With his arm twisted painfully behind him, Highbrow cried out in agony, La. His calm and expressionless face turned into that of a demon. He leaned down, staring intently at him, and said, Let's play this game to the end, my brothers. Terrified, he screamed, Are the rumors true? Then he landed a powerful punch right to his face, causing all of his teeth to fly out. Blood spurted from his nose, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The two others stood frozen, panic setting in as they shouted, Big brother! The guy from Middlebrow, seeing this, was furious and got into a fighting stance, shouting, You bastard. But before he could do anything, the first guy kicked him hard in the face, making one side of his cheek cave in. Only the last guy was left. He was so scared he fell to the ground, screaming in terror. He stood there without looking at him and said, Don't be afraid. You will heal if treated in time, but I won't let you leave this room. At this rate, you'll be disabled for the rest of your life. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up Highbrow's knife. He held it up, examined it, and cheerfully said, So I'll generously let one of you leave. Lowbrow quickly asked, Really? One of us gets to leave. At that moment, the other two struggled to sit up. One clutched his bloodied mouth, while the other held his bloodied face, groaning, Oh, ah! Then he tossed the knife down in front of them and said, That's up to you to decide. With that, he turned to leave, saying, I won't wait long, so make your decision quickly. He looked back, his face grim, and said, At least one of you should live, right? They all stared down at the knife, then glanced at each other, and soon the sound of fighting broke out among them. He stood at the doorway, hands in his pockets, grinning maliciously. Meanwhile, Baskerville's trident shattered right in front of him. The scene shifts to a spacious room where the butler, John Barrymore, is reading an announcement. Chief, there's been another clash with the Morg family at the Ruby Mine. The Morg family is demanding the Ruby Mine is within their territory. As the butler finishes speaking, a voice comes from a man seated across from him. We will have the opportunity to discuss this with them as soon as possible. The Morg family will approach us first. Is there anything else you need to report? The butler stands there and replies regarding the recent midterm assessments at the children's castle. The young master achieved the top position in the writing exam. The man in the chair speaks up, Is that true? That's Hugo of Baskerville. He then asks, When will the practical exams take place? The butler answers, They will begin in 5 days. The castle's guardian knights are preparing for the trip, so the children's castle will be completely empty during that time. Then, with a scared expression, the butler, sweating, says, Master, there are some matters I must discuss regarding the children's castle. There was a major confrontation involving the young master recently. The old man asked, A major fight? Huh? How many died? The old master replied, Not a single person died, but the highbrow hair has completely damaged teeth, the middlebrow hair has a sunken jaw, and a lowbrow hair has lost its index finger. They've received treatment and have recovered, but they are deeply scarred emotionally. Hearing this, the old man said, Aren't they close to each other? I suspect they wouldn't attack one another like that. The steward responded to the old man's doubt. They fought against their other brothers. The one who put them in this state is their younger brother, who is just a year younger than them. The hare who ranked first in the competition I just mentioned is none other than Viker. The old man was taken aback by the steward's answer. In front of the room where the old man was sitting, a lavish hallway greeted his eyes, filled with expensive chandeliers and intricate carvings on the walls. He had been invited into the old man's room after what the steward had reported. He walked in and wearing a cheerful expression, standing straight, or perhaps looking back over his shoulder at the old man. The old man bowed his head and said with a gentle smile, "You've grown a lot, Viker." He smiled happily and greeted the old man. "Good afternoon, master," he said. The old man responded to his greeting. "Master, I suppose I am the head of a clan." Then he looked at him and asked, "I've heard you left the trio in the advanced class incapacitated." With an innocent expression, he placed a finger on his lips and replied, "I've heard they received special treatment." Hearing his response, the old man became serious and said, "I'm not talking about their physical condition. I'm referring to the way you've hurt their hearts. Since that day, they started eating separately and have stopped talking to each other. Their combined three-pronged attack was a work of art, but you've created a significant rift between them." He looked at the old man and smiled without saying a word. Then the old man asked him, "Don't you think you've done anything wrong?" He answered, "Wrong? Where did I go wrong?" The old man replied, "Haven't you turned your brothers into wrecks?" After that question, his gaze seemed to become hollow as he said, "But I'm stronger than they are. How could someone strong make a mistake?" The old man replied, "Your brothers came before you and generously forgave you. Do you still feel no guilt?" The steward next to him was so frightened that he started to sweat. He quickly replied, "Forgive you?" Then you recalled the past, the time before the reversion, and the last child of the family faced the end and went to meet the Baskerville family directly. You became a nun after all these years, he remembered. She had told him that she forgave him. After hearing that, Hugo replied, "When you come here, do not think in your head." He spoke out loud, his face twisted. "I believe that forgiveness is nothing more than a way for the weak to apologize when they cannot take revenge." Hearing this, the old man smiled with satisfaction on his terrifying face. He said, "Strength is justice and being weak is a sin. It seems that you understand the principles of the Baskerville family well." Then he called out to the steward, "Barrymore." The steward was a bit surprised that he was called and quickly responded, "Yes, sir." The old man reached out his hand towards him and said, "Go to the food storage and get this kid anything he wants to eat. But don't be greedy. Just give him things he can carry." His face broke into a smile as he asked, "Can I have chocolate?" "Thank you," added the family. Then he turned and left the room with the butler. As he was walking, the old man called him back. "Son, with the upcoming midterm evaluations, do your best and don't fall behind anyone in a main household." Hearing this, he slightly turned his head, his face darkening, eyes reflecting his annoyance as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, head of the family." He was led by the butler to a large storage room. Once there, the butler introduced, "This is the type of chocolate that the young ladies of the Morg family, known for their taste, enjoyed. This is the highest quality product we've managed to obtain this time." He replied, "I don't eat any processed types." The butler looked puzzled. "Huh?" He turned to the butler and said, "I want cocoa beans, a kind with a strong flavor." The puzzled butler asked, "Are you talking about unprocessed cocoa beans?" A bag of unprocessed cocoa beans was placed in front of him. The butler added, "This is blood bean, a type of cocoa with an incredibly appealing flavor. Just one bean can make 100 liters of chocolate." He picked one up and took a bite. As he tasted the bitter cocoa, he grimaced internally, scoffing at it. "I can't believe he actually eats these raw, bitter beans. He must really love chocolate." The butler watched him and thought, young Master Viker is trying to decipher the chief's words by making it enticing enough for him to admit it. He realized that Viker was coming up with a clever way to eat as much chocolate as possible within those limits. At that moment, a chef standing nearby asked, "Young Master, should we prepare these in the kitchen before bringing them to you?" He replied, "You don't need to prepare them, just bring them to me as they are." Upon hearing this, the butler adjusted his glasses in surprise. "Huh? Is he uniquely different?" Viker doesn't want chocolate because he wants to eat them raw. The purpose of these blood beans would reveal itself during the practical exam in 5 days. Finally, the day of the practical exam has arrived. On this day, an unprecedented event occurs. A major incident will take place within the Baskerville family. Known to the world as the family of madmen, the Baskervilles train their children meticulously. The children must climb a steep mountain to build basic endurance after learning how to walk, and they cannot take breaks outside of the scheduled times. When they sleep, they have to rest alongside the corpses of a demon or a minor devil to adapt to the harsh environment. Once this phase ends, they turn 8 years old. The young hounds will face evaluations filled with terrifying challenges. This is why the Baskerville family has earned the title of madmen. Returning to the practical exam, it is a real assessment, a survival test. Today, the young hounds gather at Le Rouge at Lenore Mountain, a place teeming with demonic creatures trapped at the border of their territory. At this moment, the children are lined up on one side, facing a group of individuals dressed in hooded robes, all wearing masks that obscure their faces. From a distance, they looked no different from wizards. At the top among them stood a person dressed like a leader. This person spoke. Gentlemen, the practical assessment's content is still quite simple. This is Pavia van Baskerville, the guide of the Baskerville family, also known as the Shadow Dog. He swept his hand to the side and announced loudly, "Survive here for a month and hunt powerful magical creatures. You just need to remember two things. You will receive 10 points for successfully saving someone's life. You will get 30 points if you save that person without sustaining serious injuries and 50 points for surviving by eliminating another hare. You will earn 70 points for hunting down a magical creature and surviving, and 90 points if you meet all the conditions mentioned earlier. Additionally, gaining a badge by stealing another person's badge will count towards your reward points. You will receive no points if you die. There is no way to achieve 100 points. I hope all of you remember the teachings of Hugo. Lowering your guard will lead to death. I advise you not to leave the Forbidden Zone, as the Le Rouge at Lenore Mountain has many dangerous areas that remain unexplored. Therefore, I suggest you stay within the territory where the demonic creatures we have tamed reside. The Shadow Dog, our guardian knight, will secretly score your performance during the competition." He was standing there, seriously listening to Flo van Baskerville, when he noticed two guys next to him whispering about him. The guy with the red eyes spoke up, "Is that the one who was submerged in the river Styx for 7 minutes?" The guy next to him, with hair styled to one side, replied, "I've heard the rumors. He managed to strangle 2 poisonous snakes in his cradle. I also heard he aced the written test. Let's see if he does well in the practical assessment." He wasn't paying attention to what they were saying about him. He was just standing there thinking, "Le Rouge at Lenore Mountain. I haven't been here for a while." Above him were the 3 triplet boys. They no longer seemed as close as before, and it looked like all 3 were sweating nervously because he was standing right behind them. Pavia van Baskerville took out the bell, raised it, and said, "This bell will signal the start of the evaluation. I pray for your success." As he finished speaking, he rang the bell, marking the beginning of the assessment. Just a second after the bell chimed, there were no kids in front of him anymore. The boy with red eyes was the first to speak, running quickly while thinking, "I need to secure a good spot first, so I'll head to the location that was focused on during last year's exam." 2 other boys followed him. One of them thought, "There's no rule saying we have to survive alone. We can just stick to him and steal points." Turning to the 3 triplet boys, they all dashed off like the other kids. Highbrow spoke up, "Secure that area first." Middlebrow shot him a glare and replied, "Don't boss me around." Lowbrow also glared at Highbrow and said, "I'll take care of myself. You should focus on your own game." Back where everyone had gathered, Pavia van Baskerville stood there smoking, wondering, has it started yet? Regarding this evaluation, the exam doesn't encourage killing others. It's not prohibited, but it's simply not encouraged. There will be point deductions for killing, so they'll try their hardest to avoid taking lives with their own hands. He spoke up saying, "Well, with Shadow Dog keeping watch, everything will likely keep death at bay." The scene shifted to where he was, where a masked figure stood behind Pavia van Baskerville. At first, he was hidden behind a tree, watching him closely. The figure thought, "This place is near unexplored territory. How far do you plan to go, young Master Viker?" He was a prodigy who had shown remarkable skills since childhood. I can't wait to see what he will reveal. While the Watcher observed him, he casually explored his surroundings. He muttered to himself, "Is it around here?" Then he picked up a long stick to probe the ground. As he searched, he said, "The ground should be soft enough. Now I'll decide where to settle for a while. Isn't it time I enjoyed my vacation?" The Watcher, hearing his words, was taken aback and thought, "A vacation." Looking over at him, he was holding a pile of small firewood. At the same time, the kids were fighting each other to score points for themselves. He was just wiping the sweat from his forehead after digging a hole for a while. 3 triplets were battling against a giant bear together. Meanwhile, he was leisurely resting in the wooden tent he made himself. One watching him felt completely helpless as he was genuinely enjoying his vacation instead of fighting or killing for points. From a distance, he thought, all this guy does is sleep and spend days digging a hole. Besides that, he just hunts for food to eat and collects firewood. Is he really planning to hide here and kill time? He wondered. I've heard some rumors. They say he's a genius, huh? Maybe I don't need to keep an eye on him since he doesn't seem to have any intention of escaping. Ending his thoughts, he turned away. The man was sitting by the fire waiting for the meat to cook when he casually glanced over and noticed that the Watcher had just left. He smirked and thought, finally, he's gone. It turned out he had known from the start that he was being watched. So, during that time, he really acted like he was on vacation to let the guy lower his guard. He mused, camping is a bit nostalgic. Then he remembered the past himself as a grown man. At that time, he was on La Rouge at Lenore Mountain. He recalled the words of a person with long hair that obscured their eyes. Hey, Lear, cocoa beans are the best for masking the smell of meat, especially when it's loaded with blood. Back in the present, he thought about what that person had said and took out the cocoa beans he had received when he met Hugo, then threw them into the fire before him. He watched the flames flare up and said, the obstacles have vanished and my preparations are complete. Should I start my hunt? Around him were holes he had dug over the past few days, each with sharpened stakes planted inside. A few days later, in an unexplored area, he was deepening his journey alone, looking around and thinking about what lay beyond, a territory he hadn't yet explored. However, all of this was his backyard when he used to be a scout. His backyard been a place where he could go freely, a place where he could come and go as he pleased. He looked straight ahead, thinking of a burning smell that made his nose sting. Could it be something burning? What was that? It was feces on fire. Then he noticed something, an object that was also being burned. He saw it and called out, I found it. There was only one creature around this burning mess producing such waste. I've been sick of these during my reconnaissance days, but now that I see one, I can't help but feel welcoming, he said, looking up the monster. Flames blazed brightly from its body. It was the hellhound. It opened its shark-toothed jaws wide at him. In its mouth, it seemed to hold a blazing fireball. Smoke rose from that fireball and escaped from its mouth. It looked terrifying. The hellhound had a danger level of B+ with a body size of 10 feet. It appeared in the La Rouge at Lenore Mountains on the second slope. A hellhound with fire in its mouth was a creature that brought disaster to anyone who encountered it. Even a single bite could lead to instant death. The sulphurous fire it spewed from its eyes and mouth came from the deepest depths of the burning hell and couldn't be extinguished until the life it targeted was completely consumed. He stood there looking at the hellhound and thought, these infernal creatures are covered in hellfire. They are the hellhounds. The dog was slowly moving toward him. As he watched it approach, he thought, before I regressed, I could only fight one when I was 18. So obviously, a direct confrontation would be too much for an 8-year-old like me. But I ain't no way for a child to defeat a hellhound. Then he ran quickly toward the hellhound. It also charged at him, no longer moving slowly. He flew toward it and thought, the first weakness of the hellhound is that it can only move in a straight line. It takes quite a while for it to change direction. And it was true. As it sprinted toward him, ready to deliver a deep wound, he quickly dodged its incoming attack, and it actually landed right where he had just stood. It took a moment for the hellhound to turn slowly and look at him. It seemed very angry at his move, furrowing its brow and glaring at him. He stood there, picked up a bottle of water, and said, the second weakness of hellhounds is that for some reason, these hellish creatures cannot cross water, no matter how small the amount. After finishing his sentence, he poured the water onto the ground in front of him and quickly ran away from it. As he ran, he glanced back at the creature chasing him, thinking, in this situation, the hellhound will slow down and try to reach me, exposing the fatal weakness of monsters like it. I'm counting on them opening their mouths while running. Sure enough, it managed to catch up and opened its mouth wide. He seemed to be waiting for this moment, flipped something into its mouth, and quickly dodged to the side. The hellhound dashed past him before stopping. It stood still for a moment, then suddenly made an expression of realization so intense that its eyes bulged and it collapsed onto the ground. Standing behind it, he laughed wickedly and said, for dogs, chocolate is a lethal poison, and if it's made from red cacao beans, which can produce 100 chocolates from just one bean, it's definitely even more effective against these dogs. It turned out that what he had just thrown into its mouth was a cocoa bean, and it suffocated and died from the cocoa lodged in its throat. He drew the sword at his side, his gaze terrifying as he stared at the hellhound, saying, indeed, these hellhounds can't handle chocolate. It probably affects their heart and stomach first. Those areas are protected by sturdy ribs, so I need to aim for the areas without ribs, that's their kidneys. With that, he thrust the sword hard into its kidney. The hellhound truly met a gruesome fate, choking on the chocolate while also being stabbed in the kidney. He could just stab it. He also sliced a line right where he had thrust. After pulling the sword out, a stream of blue energy suddenly wafted out from the wound. This energy appeared because when someone defeats a monster, the experience points are absorbed into their body, making them stronger. He stood there, absorbing all that energy into himself. He remarked, it seems the sword has become much lighter. At this rate, my strength will increase quickly. Before long, I'll be as powerful as I was in my previous life. He spoke while swinging his sword back and forth to test the newfound strength he had gained. Then he looked at the dead hellhound and said, I wonder what it would be like for an 8-year-old to take down a monster like Hugo. He chuckled wickedly, thinking that with what he had accomplished, he was sure to be at the top. It seemed like it was time to think about the reward, a reward that he couldn't even dream of in his previous life. No one here knew its true value yet. Then he spoke, "Now, let's just take its head." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was startled by some noise behind him. When he turned around, he found that other hellhounds had quietly gathered behind him. He just turned slightly to check out the source of the sound and then turned his back to them, calmly muttering to himself, "Looks like they heard the howl and came to avenge their fallen comrade. Such loyalty among pack members, isn't it?" Then he swiftly cut off the head of the first hellhound. He held it in his hand and turned to face the other hellhounds, smirking as he said, "Well, I'm not planning to kill just one of you. Come on over, I have plenty of cocoa beans." But the hellhounds suddenly felt fear, as if they sensed some terrifying presence. He was surprised by their reaction and thought, are they actually scared of an 8-year-old? Hellhounds never back down, even if it means death. Could it be because of? Thinking this, he turned to look behind him and saw another monster standing there. This creature looked similar to the hellhounds, but it had 3 heads. Moreover, it was surrounded by flames that resembled those of the hellhounds, but were a striking blue. Seeing it, he suddenly thought, the 3-headed Cerberus. The 3-headed Cerberus is a creature with a danger level of A+. Why is an entity meant to be on the 7th level appearing down here on the 1st? Viker looked closely at the creature's body and was startled to realize it's bleeding. As he examined it further, he saw the wounds from arrows covering its body. Is someone trying to hunt it? He remembered that on the other side of the mountain was the territory of the barbarian tribes. If the creature had been chased all the way here by them, this was indeed an opportunity. An A+ level creature, and had serious injuries. I have to take it down now. I'll use everything I have. Before we dive into the battle between him and the A+ monster, let's talk about Viker. He had kept all his skills hidden within the Baskerville clan. His swordsmanship was at an advanced level, and his mastery of the Baskerville trident had reached a point where other hunters could only dream of it in their prime. Back to the fight, he stood there, aimed his sword at the A+ monster, channeled his strength into the blade, and charged at the creature, swinging down hard at its center head. Without pausing, he quickly slashed at the 2 outer heads on either side. He eyed the situation with a dangerous gaze, his confident expression suggesting he believed he could handle it. All of that because he was like a wounded 3-headed dog, Cerberus. Before regressing to the battle against the monster, Viker's swordsmanship had been honed to perfection, with no wasted movements when it came to taking out his foes. Above all, he possessed a body enhanced by the river Styx. The weapon Viker wielded was more than enough to inflict damage on a 3-headed Cerberus. But no, that was just his misguided belief. He was caught off guard when the sword in his hand was crushed by the beast's bite. In a moment of carelessness, he provided an opportunity for Cerberus to strike with its claws, sending him flying. He crashed hard against the large tree right behind him. As he slammed into the tree trunk, he barely managed to let out a gasp of Q-Huck before spitting blood. Speaking of Cerberus, this beast was rated A+ in danger. It resided on the 7th level of the Le Rouge at Lenore Mountain, known as the Guardian of the Underworld. Cerberus had no interest in the souls that fell into hell. However, the moment a soul attempted to escape, it would tear that soul apart. It resided deep within the underworld, where all souls ultimately came to rest. Cerberus was the strongest monster among all canine-type creatures. Cerberus lunged at him, sending him crashing into a nearby tree, the impact knocking the breath out of him. Stunned, he bit down hard, feeling a sharp pain ripple through him, and he spat blood from the attack. Viker stood there, dazed and frozen. He gritted his teeth and widened his eyes at the 3-headed monster, thinking, I just lost consciousness after being struck by that little Cerberus as it approached the guy sitting under the tree. When a wave of numbness suddenly hit him, he thought my entire left arm is in excruciating pain. Did it break? Viker looked down at his left arm. There was a large tear in his uniform along with an open wound from its claws, but the flesh wound was just a normal injury. This led him to conclude, even if the Cerberus is hurt too, my injury is like this only because of the curse of the river Styx. Long live the river Styx. Thinking quickly, Viker dodged as the Barrow's vehicle lunged at the tree again. He frowned, realizing that if he kept taking hits, he wouldn't survive. It was a tough situation, but even in these circumstances, a seasoned hunter would find the best solution. Right now, the best thing he could do was, as Viker processed his thoughts, one of Cerberus's heads turned toward him in surprise, not because he was fighting back, but because he was running so fast. Viker thought to himself, running was definitely the best option at this moment. In an instant, Cerberus took off after him. As he ran, he muttered under his breath, if it weren't for its injury, I'd already be caught and torn to shreds. Maybe I should thank those forest warriors on the mountain. Viker's eyes caught sight of something ahead, a fence. He quickly formulated a plan. The other side of the fence was outside the boundaries. If he could get there, he might make it. With that thought, Viker leaped over the fence just as Cerberus was closing in. He reminded himself if he got caught before that, it would all be over. As he realized the threat was closing in, the three-headed Cerberus became even more aggressive. It was as if a switch had flipped, putting them into high gear. Viker sprinted past the trees, desperately searching for something. He kept asking himself, where is it? It has to be around here somewhere. Suddenly, beneath a canopy of leaves, Viker felt a surge of hope. There it is, he thought, pushing himself to run forward, encouraging himself, just a little more, just a bit further. At that moment, the Cerberus was very close, its lethal intent more palpable than ever. Without warning, he sprang up on his toes, whispering to himself that it was time. Viker then executed a roll, while the monsters frantically chased after him. Midway through, Viker caught sight of their jaws right in front of him. However, as their feet hit the ground, the earth beneath them began to sink. Even Cerberus realized it had stepped into a trap and quickly descended into panic. Finally, Viker landed on his back on the other side. He lay there staring up at the moon, letting out a long breath. At that moment, Cerberus fell into a trap made of sharp spears. It pierced through Cerberus's body, and his blood quickly stained the area around the spears red. Viker felt a surge of joy inside. Welcome to the Cradle of Swords, Sos. Sos sat up, excited to watch while thinking, who would have thought that the trap I set to deal with a pack of hellhounds would end up catching Cerberus? Just like those hunting dogs, Cerberus was still a dog. The blood essence sticking to the spearheads acted like a poison. As he thought this, the Cerberus began to weaken, its two heads slumping while blood oozed from its mouth. This made the central head furious. It growled in rage. From a distance, Viker held a wooden spear and slowly raised it high. He joked, I guess a high-level monster doesn't die from just one hit, huh? With that, Viker gathered all his strength and hurled the spear at Cerberus. The spear, coated with snake venom, flew swiftly toward the helpless Cerberus, pinning it to the ground. The creature howled in anger, and Viker stood there, beginning to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. At that moment, the Cerberus rose from the spear. Viker continued counting 5, 6, 7. When he reached 7, the Cerberus faced Viker and finally met the same fate as the other two heads. Viker simply watched without saying anything. He felt relieved and wiped the sweat from his forehead while staring at the Cerberus' body on the ground. He let out a breath, realizing he had been counting steps until the Cerberus fell. He spoke up, exactly 7 steps. The rumor is true. Viker glanced at the spear he had thrown earlier and said, the wooden spear I just threw was a bit different. One bite shouldn't have taken it down in just 7 steps. The spear was coated with the poison of the bloody Namba. Thankfully, I had kept it when I was younger. He looked at his palm, which was shielded by spiritual energy, and remarked, I can sense energy from the Cerberus. Seems like all 3 heads are dead now. Viker looked back at the body in front of him, wondering, how am I going to get it out of here? The cause of death is pretty clear. The night guards are likely to suspect me soon. Before that, there's something I need to do. He thought Cerberus is a guardian beast with a passion for protecting its territory, so there must be a dungeon around here somewhere. A dungeon, a strange place full of treasures, can also be home to powerful monsters. Viker pondered, it's possible the dungeon is empty if the guardian is gone. If I disguise myself with the scent of the Xus, I can avoid most monsters. Viker immediately smeared dirt on his body. He continued to think, rotten soil, dry leaves, broken branches, footprints, and leftover saliva. I'll follow these traces to find my way back. He slowly trudged forward until he stood before a cave emitting a magical light. Viker said, here it is, the dungeon that the Xus guards. As he stepped inside, looking around, he remembered, I've been here before I was reborn. I found it 10 years later, but back then it was empty. But now it's different. Amid the smell of decay, I can sense the scent of mana, indicating that no one has touched this place. Viker looked into the dark, deep cave ahead and said, the light can't reach the end of the tunnel. It seems deeper than I thought. But after a moment of reflection, Viker felt even more excited. His pupils quickly constricted, and he confidently continued into the pitch-black cave. Curiously, he wondered, I wonder what treasure is waiting for me in here. As Viker stepped further into the cave, he observed the 2 walls and guessed there were quite a few veins of rubies along them. It seemed this place was connected to Chayem Mountain, a branch of the Lueno Sun, the Red All Mountain. Suddenly, a brilliant light at the end of the tunnel caught Viker's attention. That light must be coming from the dungeon, he thought. After following the direction of the light for a while, he had to squint and raise his hand to shield his eyes because right in front of him was a massive ruby glowing a deep red, sitting in the center of the room. Viker approached to examine it. It radiated light within the dungeon. This must be an artifact that emits light by absorbing mana and channeling it into the ruby, he mused. Viker noticed something unusual and let out a small sound. As he looked at the decaying skeleton in the corner of the room, He wondered, has someone been here before me? He picked up the letter that the unfortunate person had written, placed it beside him, and assessed the condition of the corpse in front of him. The body showed injuries all over, as if it had been slashed multiple times by a knife, and the blood had long since dried. Viker concluded, it seems like it's been a while. He began to read the final letter of this ill-fated individual. At this moment, my name is no longer important, so it can be anything. I will call myself Cain. I see no reason to stain this clean paper with my real name. As he read on, Viker recognized the familiar writing style. This way of writing had been passed down through the Baskerville family for generations. Could this person also be a member of the Baskerville clan? The letter continued, I'm documenting this because I want those who come after me not to make the same mistakes I did. The truth of the story gradually unfolds with each word. The family legends have told that this place is an ancient dungeon, and my brother Aben stumbled upon it by chance. We attempted countless times to explore this dungeon. We have defeated numerous monsters and reached the chamber containing this stone where we encountered a supreme riddle. This riddle kept us occupied for a long time. For 3 whole years. Viker casually made a slightly mocking comment. 3 years, huh? They must be itching to get their hands on that treasure inside. That ultimate riddle is probably hiding somewhere in the dungeon. He looked at the stone pedestal, where the ruby had the winding words of doubt inscribed on it. Could this be it? Viker read aloud the tricky riddle. What is 1 when it enters but becomes 2 inside, and can only leave when it is 1? The letter continued stating, with our narrow-minded thinking about this riddle, my twin brother, I pondered for a long time and reached a conclusion. We are twins. When we were in our mother's womb, we were 1, but when we were born, we became 2. Only one of us can leave with the treasure we find, right? That person had come to a harsh conclusion, which also meant that after a long and brutal battle, I killed my brother. Now there's only 1 person left in this place, but even then, nothing has changed here. That person is almost driven mad with rage. We are now 1, but what have I gained from it? I killed my brother. I killed him. Every word written by this person reflects deep sorrow and unbearable torment. After immense regret, I decided to leave this place. If anyone is brave enough to come here, I want to tell you something. Get out of here immediately. Everything this place produces drives people insane with greed. There's nothing to be gained in this cursed cave. After reading the letter, Viker shrugged. In short, what he meant was that despite going through everything to get here, there's no reward at all. But I'm not a twin. Viker looked at the bright ruby stone, contemplating, but I'm not a twin. The riddle posed remains the same, meaning Cain and Abel must have misinterpreted it. What is 1 when it enters, but becomes 2 once inside, and can only leave when it is 1 again? What could that be about? Viker focused all his energy on piecing together the events and arranging the clues. He thought a dungeon that can't be discovered simply doesn't exist. Suddenly, when Viker let out a sound, it seemed he had uncovered the truth behind this puzzling riddle. He looked at the skeleton in front of him, smirked, and exclaimed, there's no way to overlook that brilliant fiery red ruby. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Viker continued. So it's this. Cain and Abel were just 2 unlucky brothers. Because there were 2 of them, they got stuck in their situation and couldn't solve the riddle. Viker reached out and touched the ruby. The dark tunnel contrasted sharply with the brightly lit chamber. The answer to the riddle was, in fact, the dungeon itself. He kept explaining his reasoning. When we first entered, we became 1 with the dark tunnel. But the moment we reached this place, we became 2 because of the light from the ruby. Viker decisively destroyed the large ruby because he was confident he had the correct answer. To make it dark again, the final area of the dungeon would be opened. The ruby shattered into countless pieces that scattered everywhere. Viker confidently concluded, the answer is my shadow. The broken ruby radiated a strange power, and soon it began to shine brightly, transferring its energy to unlock the mechanism of the final door. Viker felt an overwhelming excitement as he observed that he had successfully passed what seemed like the most challenging obstacle. So this is what those 2 brothers fought each other over? Inside the secret room stood a peculiar sword, exuding an intense and terrifying aura, firmly embedded on an ancient pedestal, etched with countless swirling characters. Viker wondered aloud, could this be the sacred artifact of the demon's lair? The sword before him felt alive, not only possessing immense power, but also radiating an imposing presence. The inscription below read, only the blood of the Baskerville clan can draw out Beelzebub. Viker couldn't help but be amazed by the origin of this sword. This is Beelzebub. This sacred artifact can really be found here. In his mind, Viker recalled information about this legendary sword. I remember seeing illustrations of this sword in a mythology book I read in my past life. He thought about the ancient myth that never mentioned the mighty demons that had overrun the land, totaling 7 calamities. To combat these 7 calamities, the leaders of the 7 clans rose to fight each demon individually. The scene of the Chosen One from the Baskerville clan fiercely battling the brutal Beelzebub unfolded in Viker's mind. Back then, the demon faced by the Baskerville clan was Rue, Gluttony Beelzebub. Since then, what remained of Beelzebub was sealed within the territory of the Baskerville clan, and the dark energy that Beelzebub emanated attracted monsters. At least that's what the legend said, but no one really believed it. The sword emanated a scent of death that truly suited its title as the Wicked Sword. However, that legend turned out to be true, and in the future, this sword would fall into the hands of a demon, bringing death to countless human warriors on the battlefield. Viker did not hesitate to grasp the sword. He boldly declared, "But in this lifetime, things like that won't happen again. After all, now it belongs to me." A tremendous surge of power erupted, shaking the entire cave. The sword seemed to be merging with Viker's arm, causing him some pain, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through the fusion. The black mark of Beelzebub etched deeply into the tendons of Viker's hand. The merging process was complete. The demon seal had fully integrated with Viker's body. It asserted its unrivaled position of brutal strength by summoning a sword that materialized from Viker's wrist. He gazed at the pitch-black sword featuring the three-eyed symbol of Beelzebub, a fierce aura radiating from it, revealing his excitement. This sword was forged from the remnants of Holy Scripture. A demon from hell, and achieving Beelzebub was truly beyond expectation. Viker's eyes now reflected pure exhilaration and an insatiable desire to conquer, like flames fueled by gasoline, blazing fiercely. I wonder how much stronger I will be in this lifetime. I can't wait for that moment. After acquiring Beelzebub, Viker decided it was time to withdraw. There's nothing left to take here. Should I go back? Suddenly, Viker's mind spun as if something was stirring his thoughts. He lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring off him. What's happening? I feel dizzy. It's not hunger. The cries of Beelzebub echoed loudly from Viker's own hands. Is it asking me to feed it? Viker clutched his stomach, staggering as he stumbled out of the cave. His face contorted in pain from the turmoil in both his body and mind. This wild craving makes it feel like my stomach is being ripped apart. My sense of smell seems sharper than ever because of this hunger. There's something that smells incredible. Suddenly, Beelzebub sprouted a feeding tentacle and compelled Viker to follow. It moved steadily forward. Viker, puzzled, tried to communicate. Are you saying there's something edible over there? After a while, it stopped in front of a pitch-black, motionless figure. Viker immediately recognized it, the corpse of the three-headed hellhound he had killed earlier. Beelzebub's hunger-sucking tendril shot out like lightning, burying itself into the body of the hellhound. Viker thought to himself, in a frenzy, Beelzebub was sucking away, satisfied and oblivious to anyone else. The gnawing hunger in Viker seemed to subside as well. The flow of blood through Beelzebub made him feel as if his stomach had come back to life. He guessed it had been starving for a long time. Yet, a sense of worry stirred within Viker. The trees were withered, and the land was barren. It couldn't all be due to Beelzebub's ravenous hunger. How much would he have to feed it to be satisfied? Once Beelzebub had its fill, it retracted its sucking tendril and let out a satisfied sound. A notification then appeared in the system. The hunger of Beelzebub, 1 blood point from the three-headed hellhound B+, positions 2 and 3 are empty. Viker was a bit surprised by the notification. Is this Beelzebub's unique skill? Viker began to understand the mechanism behind Beelzebub's absolutely divine skill worthy of the 7 calamities. He had heard that Beelzebub's hunger could convert the skills of opponents into its own. It could absorb skills indefinitely, and those who were absorbed would be completely wiped out. Viker didn't rush into judgment, but carefully assessed the situation. He suspected there was a limit to the skills he could absorb since this was a corpse. The blood of the three-headed dog was so potent that even the smallest scratch would cause a horrendous amount of bleeding. Suddenly, Viker realized, wait a minute, if I can harness this skill... Before he could finish his thought, Beelzebub, driven by hunger, lunged forward, eager to drain the blood from the corpse. Viker quickly exclaimed, hold on. Given Beelzebub's intense craving, Viker reluctantly gave in. You can't consume all of it. It'll be hard to explain later when they examine it, and the body will be completely damaged. Seeing that Beelzebub was ignoring his words and was frantically sucking away, Viker felt exasperated and knew he had to act. He slapped Beelzebub and commanded stop. It finally halted. Beelzebub whimpered in frustration. Meanwhile, its skills were enhanced from absorbing the blood. Burning Cerberus A+, Helldog Blood B+. Rapid regeneration, Rat F. Viker was stunned. Rapid regeneration, it had eaten the corpse of the brown rat beneath the Cerberus. Viker lifted the dead mouse to examine it. He was thrilled with the unexpected results, especially since he had managed to gain the Fireburn skill from Cerberus. With this skill he absorbed from the Hellhound, anyone struck by it would die instantly, a sensation even worse than being burned alive. Everything was ready. Viker felt relaxed as he thought, I prepared the monstrous creature for the practical exam. Now I just need to relax until the evaluation is over. A line of young swordsmen stood waiting for the results. These were the young hunters of Baskerville returning after completing their practical assessments. The evaluation continued, and the hues of the monster corpses caught by the young hunters formed shields, swords, and collars, which were returned as trophies. One of the monster carcasses brought in by a young hunter shocked the Baskervilles present so much that even the clan leader, Hugo Le Baskerville, was taken aback and asked again, "Who caught what?" Butler John Barryor reported that young master Viker van Baskerville, 8 years old, accidentally ventured into an unexplored area during the exam and managed to hunt a dangerous A+ level monster, a Cerberus. Hugo asked seriously, "Are you talking about the 3-headed Cerberus that our Knightly Guard Guild has faced before?" Butler John continued, "I was informed that it had been injured earlier by savage tribes and had been poisoned." Hugo pressed, "What kind of poison is strong enough to take down a Cerberus, and how did it get poisoned in the first place?" Butler John couldn't explain it all clearly, so he simply stated, "There's nothing recorded in the hunting logs. I tried to ask the young master about it, but he said he was tired and went back to the dormitory, so..." Hugo stroked his chin, showing his intrigue. "This kid is quite clever. Knowledge is power, and power is value." Butler John questioned, "Honestly, I'm surprised that such talent is coming from a Van rather than a Lay or Le." Hugo hinted, "You don't quite understand me." Butler John quickly replied, "My apologies." Hugo expressed his views honestly. "Unlike the homeowners of previous generations, I don't care about bloodlines when raising a hunting dog. It doesn't matter to me whether it comes from a royal family or from nothing. All I care about is talent and determination." Hugo continued confidently, "I'm telling you, even the weakest can come from a good lineage, and the strong can come from humble beginnings. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The Butler John quietly thought about the second son who was training in a secluded place. He politely replied to Hugo, "I apologize." Hugo, feeling lively, commanded, "No need to apologize, but I need something to lift my spirits. Bring that kid here." Butler John immediately complied, saying, "I will call young Master Viker." And just like that, Viker was called in to meet with Hugo. Without any small talk, Hugo got straight to the point. "I heard you killed a Cerberus during the practical exam. How did you manage that?" Viker confidently replied, "I fed it chocolate to kill it." Then came a continuous back and forth exchange between Hugo and Viker. Hugo asked, "Chocolate?" Viker explained, "Chocolate is actually deadly poison for hellhounds." Hugo said, "I see. That's why you requested chocolate." Viker confirmed, "Yes." Even John, the loyal butler who had served for a long time, found it a bit strange. He only keeps asking without even greeting, he thought. Is this really how we should have a conversation? Then Hugo seriously inquired, "I hear you didn't respond properly when he asked about the hunt. Why is that?" Viker clearly stated, "Because he is not my master." Hugo pressed, "Then who is?" Viker replied firmly, "I belong to the family, and the head of the family is my master. Who else could it be?" At that moment, Hugo smiled with satisfaction and praised him. "You've learned very well." Hugo then declared cheerfully, "As a reward, the body of the creature you caught will belong to you. Since you came in first, I'll grant you one wish." Viker excitedly clenched his fists, trying hard not to show his excitement. Inside, he thought, "I have waited for this moment. With it, I can achieve what I want." Viker's desire surprised both Hugo and the butler John. He wished to enter the 1,000 Library Holy Book. The scene was filled with an impressive treasure trove of deep knowledge, with towering bookshelves, illuminated by brilliant crystal lanterns. This was the 1,000 Library Holy Book, a colossal library located in the depths of the main stronghold of the Baskerville Society. It was one of the largest libraries in the Empire. Hugo spoke sternly, 1,000 Library Holy Book. Do you know that only the head of the household, the deputy, and core members are allowed in there? Viker, having already made up his mind, stood firm in his wish. If I can't be given permission, I will give up. He wondered, I guess I have no choice but to sneak in later. But surprisingly, everything went smoothly. Hugo granted permission for Viker to use the 1,000 Library Holy Book. He could enter. Hugo cheerfully gave Viker a command. In the deepest part of the library, I want you to read the 6th technique of Baskerville swordsmanship. It's located in the 6th restricted area. Upon hearing this, Viker was taken aback. The 6th technique of Baskerville swordsmanship. A fierce internal struggle ensued in his mind. Hugo allows a bastard like me to read that sword technique. There's no case of a bastard with the middle name Van ever having read beyond the 4th technique. I shouldn't get worked up. It's just the 6th technique after all. Deep down, Viker had a burning desire to surpass even Hugo. At present, Hugo had achieved the 7th technique, a remnant of Viker's past life. He could reach the 9th technique. Viker still remembered the insult he faced for being Hugo's illegitimate child. In this life, he was determined to surpass Hugo. Viker Yi Jing plan in place to achieve his goal, as he had the sacred text of the swordsmanship, which contained the pure essence of Baskerville. He discovered it later in his past life, written by the founding head of the family who had defeated the 7 disasters. You will give you the sacred text of swordsmanship. Viker looked at Hugo, who was clasping his hands together, his gaze revealing an unmistakable challenge as he said, "I'm really looking forward to it. Good luck." Viker felt more determined than ever. "Hugo of Baskerville, you will be the one to give it to me." Bowing respectfully, Viker said, "Thank you, sir. I will do my best to meet your expectations, and you will not realize the value of what you have offered." 2 serious bodyguards stood guard at the grand main entrance outside. Viker had been granted permission to use this place. He stood among the towering bookshelves, feeling incredibly small. The 1,000 library holy book, he thought. This was the first time he had ever seen this place in person. Viker ran his fingers along the titles of the books on the shelves, severing incisors, grinding molars, piercing canines, snaggletooth that embeds twice, wisdom teeth that lay down. Every sacred text contained the fighting techniques he wanted to learn before ruending. They were all right here. In his heart, Viker was contemplating. In the Baskerville family, no matter how much a bastard child might possess, they are not allowed to learn combat skills beyond the 4th fang. This is an internal policy of the family to ensure that the pawns intended to be hunting dogs cannot threaten the descendants of the family, those who hold Viker as their master. Suddenly, Viker noticed an ancient tome locked with a huge chain. He thought to himself, is this it? Holding the key in his hand, he was still in disbelief that Hugo had actually suggested a 9th fang technique for him. If it had been before the rewind, even in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't have imagined having this opportunity. The sound of the key clicking into the lock echoed. Viker paid no more mind to his doubts. Well, I'm sure Hugo has given me permission. He probably thinks it's impossible for an 8-year-old to memorize this in just a day. Determined, Viker opened the tome to read, reflecting, but before the rewind, I studied the theories and assumptions behind the techniques from the 1st to the 4th form like a madman. I even began to predict the theories behind the 5th fang, which I had never learned before. After mapping out the 4th fang, I had once disrupted the mana connection. That's why I wasn't able to use the 5th fang. Viker described the swordsmanship of the Baskerville clan like this. Every level is categorized by the number of fangs. Level 1 has 1 fang, level 2 has 2 fangs. This is uniquely characterized by a dark red aura running along the blade when the fangs appear. Viker quickly flipped through the pages of the book, excitedly saying, "I'm not interested in the 6th fang. I came here today with a different goal. What I want is a level even higher than that." Before long, Viker stepped outside and unexpectedly encountered 2 guards. "Oh, is that you, young Master Viker? Have you already left?" The 2 asked enthusiastically. There are still many holy texts about swordsmanship here. One of the guards added, "If you're planning to leave to grab something you forgot, please let us go get it for you." Viker simply replied, "I'm done here." One guard cheerfully remarked, "Done already? You could still read a bit more before leaving." Viker gently urged them to go back to their duties. "I plan to skim through a few more holy texts before I leave, so you can just ignore me and get back to work." As Viker turned his back and headed up the stairs, he could still hear the 2 of them whispering. There was nothing in that corner except a few random, dusty old scriptures. If it were me, I'd read the books tucked away deeper inside. Doesn't he realize their value because he's still so young? Viker didn't care and kept walking, thinking to himself, think what you want. In his mind, he scoffed at the 2 of them. There's no way you would know that among those dusty, random scriptures lies a treasure waiting to be uncovered. Viker walked along the bookshelves, his eyes scanning constantly. Suddenly, he stopped, startled. He had found what he was looking for. He exclaimed excitedly, "About it, lurking ambush." Viker was certain there was no mistake. Lurking ambush. That's it. I'm sure of it. He held the book in his hands, contemplating. This is a simple scripture about the 1st fang, one that even the children of the Baskerville family wouldn't bother to read. That's because all the pages in the middle have been torn out. No wonder it's considered lowly and irrelevant. Viker's expression quickly changed, and he became extremely excited. However, I discovered the true value of this book. Viker recalled an old story. Before the rewind, the hunting team I was part of found a strange artifact located on the border of the La Rouge at Lenore Mountain. Inside the box was a single sheet of paper from a book. It was a page about swordsmanship, torn from a holy script. The image of Hugo, demanding everyone search for this book, flashed in Viker's memory. That sheet came from a sacred text. The holy script was written in the handwriting of the Baskerville family. Sensing something was off, Hugo insisted that everyone find the book among the entire 1,000 library holy books. Viker was deeply engrossed in reading while simultaneously sorting through the events in his mind. That book is a sacred text on sword techniques called Lurking Ambush. This holy text was written by an ancestor of the Baskerville family, detailing how to achieve the 10th fang of the Baskerville clan. Obsessed with thoughts of the 10th fang, Hugo unleashed the hunting dogs of the family to track down the remaining 6 pages. Knowing that the remaining pages were carefully hidden among 7 other powerful clans, Hugo almost declared war on them, unleashing his hunting dogs to attack anyone who dared to resist. The image of Viker in his past life, battered from countless fierce battles, yet somehow surviving, filled Viker with rage. After sacrificing countless lives of those hunting dogs, we finally found the remaining pages and presented them to Hugo. And the reward for all of this was, as Hugo coldly acknowledged, an expression on his face that was completely unusual. Good. Viker cursed himself. What a foolish life it truly is. Because of this, Hugo moved past the 7th fang and reached the 9th, using the blood and flesh of the hunting dogs as his stepping stones. But in this life, that wouldn't happen. Viker, burning with anger, recalled, "It was me who hunted down and gathered all those pages. I still clearly remember the information on the lost pages. But the reason I couldn't advance beyond the 4th fang is that I have never touched the sacred book containing the original texts." The first step of the 10th fang is similar to the essence found within the 1st fang. At the moment someone shows their aggression by drawing their sword and creating a curve with the blade, every sword strike ends with the same limitation. Hugo clicked his tongue in surprise. No wonder most people treat this book like it's inferior, full of nonsense. Viker seemed to realize just how unique this technique was, but when the lost items were returned to their places, the information, which seemed just to be boastful fabrications, turned into a puzzle, each detail contributing to a beautiful masterpiece. Viker calmly considered, "I'm at the 4th fang level in swordsmanship, and I'm among the top graduates of Aura Swordsman. I'll become as strong as I was before I rewound time to when I was 15. The golden moonlight streamed through the vaulted window above. It was still the same frame, but the dawn had changed the color of the sky. Viker remained focused, reading Lurking Ambush all night long. Finally, he closed the book and told himself, "That's enough for now." Looking at the brightening sky, he confidently said, "I've concentrated all day, right? Thanks to that, I know this book so well I could read it backward." He stood up and glanced towards the front door. He felt no presence of the guards. Then he shut his eyes, determination surging within him. "I may not reach the 10th fang with this young body, but I can definitely achieve the 5th fang, something I couldn't touch in my past life." Viker sank into a quiet state, raising his right hand in a sword stance, imagining an enemy in front of him. Aura quickly flowed into his arm, transforming it into a sword. In a flash, Viker sliced through the 1st fang of the Baskerville clan. He smoothly executed the moves for the 2nd and 3rd fangs, his spirits soaring as he imagined his foe being completely shattered with every strike. The 4th fang. Viker gritted his teeth, the aura of intimidation rising intensely around him. Before the rewind, he had lived a shallow life. He could have earned the title of high-ranking swordmaster through hard work, but he was looked down upon by his own clan because he couldn't master the right sword techniques. The only reason he couldn't reach the 5th fang or rise to higher ranks was that he was a bastard. Viker's determination to change his fate surged with every lethal sword strike. He would not live that life again. The image of the enemy he had imagined for training now transformed into the face of Hugo de Baskerville, the greedy tyrant. Viker's strike shredded Hugo into unrecognizable pieces. With a powerful finish to his technique, Viker pulled back his aura and landed, catching his breath. Each gasping breath couldn't suppress his excitement. He had almost perfected the 5th fang. Viker smiled joyfully, celebrating his achievement. A warm feeling blossomed deep within him, a feeling of overwhelming emotion. Viker nearly cried, tears of joy streaming down his face as he reached the 5th fang. Viker looked around, puzzled. Is there really no sword nearby? Fate was slowly shifting, and the prejudices that had long existed were gradually being erased throughout the history of the Baskerville family. The fangs of a young wolf were growing faster than ever, and those very fangs were aimed at the throat of their own master. In past life, this young man had been the loyal hunting dog of the Baskerville family. However, the reward he received for faithfully completing his tasks was a death sentence ordered by the very master he served. In this life, he would take down everyone who would trample on him, especially the one who caused him all this suffering. Currently, Viker was just an 8-year-old boy standing in the most crucial secret library of the family. After a few minutes, Viker left the deepest part of the library, realizing that although it contained many advanced secrets, he didn't need to use them just yet. Instead, he chose to head to the side area, where books deemed chaotic and useless were kept. Standing in the aisle filled with high bookshelves, Viker reminded himself, I have successfully cultivated my 5th fang. If I can enhance my mana now, I will reach a milestone in strength before I rewind. Looking at his still immature hands, he thought to himself, my mana is steadily increasing. This time, through enlightenment, it will grow in multiple dimensions. The flow of liquefied aura is a sign of a swordsman. It seems that I have advanced from a high-level elite swordsman to a low-level swordsman, a rank I wouldn't have achieved until I was 30 in my previous life. Yet now I've reached it at just 8 years old. It's important to understand that being a swordsman is a completely different level compared to an elite swordsman. Thanks to the aura, intake a liquid form, increasing the density of the aura and allowing for fewer limitations in transformation. Viker also realizes in this life that his swordsmanship has improved compared to what he used before his reincarnation. This new sword technique won't stop at the 5th state. It can even reach the 10th fang. It holds limitless potential. He recalls his past combat experiences where he faced enemies head-on. The energy he accumulated from his previous training will make him stronger, but it limits his growth. In contrast, lurking ambush is a perfect sword technique that blends both offense and defense without any growth limits. If he focuses on learning it, he could even stand up against a mid-level swordsman. Viker gently placed the book on the windowsill. The sunlight streaming in illuminated the book just like a torch lighting his current path. He continued to immerse himself in thought. I will have a 100% chance of winning if I assassinate, 50% if I confront directly. The question is, how much should I reveal to Hugo? Remembering the cold, expressionless man sitting at the head of the table only fueled Viker's desire for revenge. He took out the magnifying glass he had prepared earlier and quickly positioned it just right, allowing the sun's rays to beam through and ignite the book beneath. Watching the pages gradually burn away in the heat of the flames, Viker couldn't help but smirk. With this, Hugo and his pack of hounds can forget about reaching the 10th year. Of course, except for me. Suddenly, he heard a noise from outside. 2 guards unexpectedly walked in and one of them asked, "What's that smell?" "Young Master Viker, what have you done?" At that moment, Viker feigned a look of innocence. He scratched his head with a hint of concern in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I accidentally burned the book because I carelessly left the magnifying glass on top. I'll go see the steward if I need to report this." The 2 guards felt relieved and smiled, trying to comfort him. "Oh, young master, you don't need to feel guilty about this. It's our fault for not paying enough attention to you, young master. Besides, luckily, only 1 book got burned." Viker agreed, right? There were too many disorganized books anyway. Then he quickly steered the conversation in a different direction. He asked, "Are the knights busy dealing with a conflict with the Morg family over at the gemstone mine? You guys probably don't have time to worry about something small like this. So let's just pretend this never happened." The 2 soldiers were very pleased to hear that. Noticing their reaction, Viker swiftly moved past them toward the door. "So let's keep this between us. I know you must be very busy. I apologize for wasting your time." Once Viker's figure disappeared around the corner, one of the guards exclaimed, "Young Master Viker really is a good person, isn't he?" The other person replied, "Yes, they even think about the feelings of servants like us. Truly, a master worth respecting." Viker walked down the long hallway of the mansion and returned to the private room of the homeowner. Hugo and the steward were waiting for him there. As soon as he entered, Hugo asked, "So, did you achieve some enlightenment?" Seeing his affirmative response, Hugo's face lit up with satisfaction. He continued to probe, "What did you sense and realize in the library?" Viker pretended to scratch his chin, his gaze recalling something. He answered accurately and sharply, yet softly like ocean waves. "I feel like there's something similar." His response startled both men. The steward couldn't help but exclaim, "Could it be aura?" You must understand that aura is proof that someone has truly stepped into the world of swordsmanship. Even the most talented individuals need to be at least 15 years old to reach the level of a skilled swordsman. Hugo was briefly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself, "What am I thinking? The boy is only 8 years old." To be more certain, Hugo suggested, "Can you show this father what you just said?" Receiving an immediate response from Viker without hesitation, a fighting arena was swiftly prepared. While the other young masters looked on in confusion, the butler beside Hugo couldn't stop worrying. This time it seemed like Hugo just wanted to test Viker's strength. He explained to Barrymore, "I'll just summon a monster that matches his level." Before the butler could fully grasp the situation, the arena's door swung open. A starred orc monster suddenly appeared, its eyes glowing red and drool dripping from its mouth. This was a C-rank beast, but it was enough to make the kids in the stands gasp in shock. Wasn't it a bit too much to let an 8-year-old fight a Morg? Usually, it took until around age 15 to be strong enough for this. "Father, if anything happens, I'm sure the knights will step in," Viker said confidently. At Hugo's command, the chains binding the monster were released. It instantly charged towards Viker, eager for a taste of the feast before it. Viker, on the other hand, remained incredibly calm. He assumed the standard fighting stance with his sword and, in an impressively quick motion, severed one of the orc's arms. The crowd watching was stunned by the scene. No one could quite grasp how he had acted so fast. The orc was in pain, but before it could recover, Viker unleashed a flurry of attacks, inflicting numerous wounds on the beast's body. Seeing the orc writhing in agony on the ground, Viker thought to himself, it's in shock from seeing its own blood for the first time. Orcs had a rare regeneration ability, but it wasn't activated, so there was no way a rank C creature could stand up to a rank B creature like Hemor's hellhound. While the kids were still buzzing with confusion, Viker noticed Hugo's contemplative expression. He thought, he's probably realizing I haven't shown him what I discovered in the library yet. Well, I'll show him what he wants. Suddenly, Hugo's gaze turned icy, and the butler beside him cried out in fear. So it's true. Viker in the arena successfully activated his aura. The creature had barely risen when, unexpectedly, a sword tore through its body. Viker's agility made it impossible for the creature to dodge, resulting in its immediate death. Hugo in the stands couldn't maintain his composure. Barrymore carefully adjusted his glasses and said to him, "That's the aura of a low-level elite warrior. Congratulations, master of the house. An extraordinary talent of this generation has emerged. Even if you searched through all the families in the Empire, you would never find a talent like this." Hugo was not quick to agree. He replied, "Look closely. There's something strange about that orc. Its special ability is super regeneration, but this orc keeps bleeding." The kid only won because that orc was already weakened. The butler beside him didn't argue, only thinking to himself, can't he just be happy for once? Suddenly, Viker in the arena spoke up. With a bright, innocent smile, he asked Hugo, "Dad, is there anything stronger than that orc?" After easily defeating the orc, Viker continued to engage with enthusiasm. He used his innocent face, flashing a bright smile as he said to Hugo, "Dad, is there a monster stronger than the orc?" He didn't mind the whispers from the crowd in the stands. He thought it would be best to show just enough of his power. If he was lucky, his achievements would be recognized, and he might get a chance to separate from Hugo. He could be sent to the wild or recruited into an academy, for example. Hugo heard his suggestion, and his eyes lit up with interest. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smirk. It seems the orcs we've had to go so far to capture still aren't enough to satisfy my son's hunger for battle. What Viker said makes sense. The boy still needs to experience real combat. The steward seemed to recall that they had captured something during their recent conquest of the savages for testing. Barrymore, standing beside him, slowly spoke up, "Yes, that's right. There's still one left. It seems quite sensitive since it hasn't been fed for a long time." At Hugo's command, someone quickly brought out a new monster. Its appearance immediately sent shockwaves through the crowd. Viker's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the massive creature before him. He said, "It's a troll." Although the troll was still shackled by heavy chains, it didn't hesitate to growl, exuding a powerful aura against its opponent. Viker felt a rush of enthusiasm. His gaze was glued to the monster. He turned to Hugo and asked, "Father, can I start right away?" Receiving permission, Viker leaped into the air and dashed straight toward the beast. The troll, refusing to remain passive, raised its enormous arm, ready to counterattack. However, Viker managed to evade the blow. Clutching his sword, a hint of frustration crossed his face as he quickly created some distance from the creature. The spectators in the stands were puzzled. Why didn't he attack when he had the chance? Only Hugo, with his keen eyes, understood Viker's strategy. He praised, "Good decision. The troll has remarkable healing abilities. If you can't deliver a fatal blow in one strike, you're just wasting energy. So if you want to hunt a troll, you need a solid strategy." Seeing his flexibility in action, the crowd murmured among themselves. He dodged every attack. Is he really trying to fight that troll? Can an 8-year-old have such judgment? So this is a true genius, huh? Viker, however, wasn't as comfortable in the arena as he had been in the previous match. His face was smeared with dirt and sweat poured down continuously. He thought to himself, "This thing is pretty slow, so I don't feel too pressured, but I need to put on a good show. I could easily take down a troll like this if I revealed my real strength, but that would just complicate things. I need to eliminate it as naturally as possible. The best way would be to use the troll's own force against it when it attacks." Thinking this when the beast made its next move, Viker quickly seized the opportunity and swung his sword, cutting off the monster's hand. The crowd began to murmur again. The troll got sliced, but it'll just heal right away unless that was a decisive blow. Just as I thought, you can't kill a troll with just the first slice in Baskerville's sword technique, but for an 8-year-old to pull this off is still impressive. Viker agreed with this statement. It was indeed impossible to cut through the thick skin of the troll with the first fang. If he continuously used Beelzebub's skill that drained health, the troll would die in no time, but that would feel pointless. Hugo, watching from the stands, suddenly spoke up, "You can stop now. If you keep going, it could get really dangerous, so..." Before the old man could finish, Viker interrupted him. "I'm almost there. I think if I fight a little longer, I'll realize something. If I can't defeat it in the next move, I'll give up the battle." Hugo saw the determination in Viker's eyes. For a moment, the old man seemed thoughtful, then he quickly nodded in agreement. Viker began to cast his spell. The aura sword covered half his face, radiating a blood-red aura that spread around him, and his eyes glinted with a thirst for battle. How much strength should I reveal? He wondered. The answer was already clear. He wanted others to see the vision of himself awakening and leveling up during the fight. He eagerly anticipated Hugo's reaction when he witnessed this death blow. Sure enough, he succeeded in defeating the troll in the next move, under the astonished gazes of everyone present. In the Baskerville swordsmanship clan, Crimson Iron Blade, a person's life typically follows a formula. Around the age of 15, they can channel mana into a sword. At that point, most hunters quickly learn the first strategy of the Baskerville technique. But for the first time in the history of the Baskerville clan, an 8-year-old child received what his siblings got when they were 18. A second fang, an extraordinary being, was born. Looking at Viker awkwardly, he said, "I accidentally won." Hugo's face suddenly stiffened. What did we just witness? A week later, in the shared dining hall, Viker sat with a bowl of terrible food in front of him. No matter how many times he ate it, he just couldn't get used to that random stew. He noticed the people around him, but wherever his gaze fell, they would instinctively back away. They had started to keep their distance from him since that day. I guess this is normal in Baskerville, where strength is everything, right? He recalled the chaotic scene from that day, unable to resist a slight grin. Watching Hugo in a panic was truly a sight to behold. Overall, the strength he displayed openly was only at the second year of Baskerville, which was just the power of a mid-ranking scholar. His real strength was at the 5th rank of Baskerville, pretty weak, roughly comparable to that of a lower-level sorcerer. If he included the skills of his familiar, he would definitely be stronger than a typical senior swordsman. While he was lost in thought, 3 figures suddenly approached from behind. Viker instinctively sensed their presence. It turned out to be the 3 brothers from the Boro family. This left him puzzled. Instinctively, he thought, what do these guys want now? He coldly asked them, "Have I gone too easy on you in the past?" As soon as he said this, the 3 of them showed a look of panic. Hybro quickly spoke up, No, that's not it. We just wanted to say you looked really cool when you took down that orc and troll." At that moment, he spat out all the food in his mouth. He couldn't believe that the 3 who had once bullied him were saying something so ridiculous. What's going on? Are they trying to play both sides here, or are they trying to trick me? Getting goosebumps isn't fun at all. Maybe I should just hit them first and think later. As Hugo was filled with rage, Baron Moore suddenly appeared. He informed him, "Mr. Viker, you need to meet with the head of the family right away." Night was falling over the Baskerville estate. A carriage with horses approached from an unknown direction. The Morgan family crest fluttered in the wind, signaling the identity of the guest. In the meeting room, a white-haired man dressed in the blue and white uniform typical of the Morgan family greeted him. "Hugo, long time no see. You still look the same, sir." It turned out he was the deputy of the Morgan family, Adolph Moore. The 2 powerful men from rival families began discussing business. Adolph started, "I hope this year's annual event won't end with too many issues." Hugo crossed his arms and replied casually, "Yeah, the joint training this time ended without too many incidents." "Is that so?" Adolph firmly disagreed. "Last year, both families had members seriously injured, didn't they? If that's not a problem, then what exactly is?" Hugo was immediately irritated and said, "It's just a small scratch, and you're calling it a grave injury. It seems like the Morger family is exaggerating a bit too much." Adolph shot back, "That's because the Morger family is prestigious and refined." The room fell silent. 2 auras, one green belonging to the mage and one red belonging to the swordsman, began to spread and flare up intensely. Initially, these 2 families didn't have such a serious conflict. Magic and swordsmanship were meant to complement each other, as stated by the Emperor 2 generations ago. According to the Emperor, the Baskerville and Morgan families had started joint training. Only children aged 8 to 10 could participate. The annual event for the 2 families had begun in a very good atmosphere. However, at some point, a dispute arose. A claim over a ruby mine in a territory between the Baskerville and Morgan families surfaced, causing tensions between the 2 family leaders. Nonetheless, due to the Emperor's orders, the joint training had to continue. So instead of the head of the Morger family, his younger brother began to meet with the Baskerville family, represented by Viker, the Vice clan leader. Adolph suddenly changed the subject, saying, "Oh, right, I hear there's a rising star in the Baskerville family. A once-in-a-century genius from the Baskervilles would be a tremendous blessing for the Empire." Hugo closed his eyes, ignoring him, and coldly replied, "This isn't something you should focus on." However, Hugo's reaction made Adolph pause and think, this guy actually reacted to praise about his kid? That's rare. Thinking this, Adolph continued, "We can call this a double fortune. There's also a genius emerging from my Morger family." After speaking, he glanced toward the door, his tone softening. "Come on in, Camus, and say hello." The heavy door creaked open, revealing a young woman stepping in. She walked with confidence, her back straight and her presence undeniable. When the young girl stepped further into the room, Hugo could clearly see her breathtaking beauty, marked by her crimson pupils and vibrant red hair tied back on either side. Though her eyes shared the same color as the Baskerville family, it was hard to say they resembled each other. Camus's red pupils gleamed with passion, radiating the brightness of sunlight, unlike the deep red associated with the stench of blood that characterized the Baskervilles. Adolphe affectionately placed his hand on her shoulder and introduced her, saying, "This is my niece Camus." After that, he turned to her and gently said, "You should greet our host, my dear." Camus seemed pensive for a moment, then spoke up. "Excuse me, are you the thief who stole our ruby ore?" With that, she boldly extended her hand toward Hugo. "Please return it to us, the ruby ore." Her expression gradually shifted to anger, the red of her pupils intensifying. The old man countered, "Thief. Me." Adolphe looked at his niece, startled, unable to stop her from speaking. The old man, flustered, asked, "What on earth is the girl talking about?" Camus calmly replied, "Well, uncle, you said that despicable ruffian stole our ruby ore like a common thief." The old man grew more and more puzzled. "When did I say that?" The girl continued, "In the carriage before I got out, about 1 hour and 42 minutes ago." Hugo's expression became increasingly grim. He clenched his teeth and asked again, "A pathetic guy like that, like a thief?" Adolphe quickly tried to clarify, "Wait a minute, it seems there's been some misunderstanding here." But Hugo, feeling bored, ignored Adolphe's words and coldly retorted, "What does a little wild puppy know? You don't need to try to defend the Morg family's teaching prowess to me." Suddenly, Camus shouted, "Give me back the ruby. I can't continue my research without it." Adolphe, wanting to calm down his granddaughter, fell helpless. In the end, Hugo could no longer hold back. He roared, "Enough already." After that, he looked at the two of them and said, "It seems the Morg family doesn't teach their kids anything about manners, huh?" Adolphe felt uncomfortable but still firmly defended his granddaughter. He pulled the little girl close to him and responded, "What are you talking to a child about?" He noticed the furious expression on Hugo's face and continued, "Is the holy sword of the Empire going to bully an 8-year-old girl?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "I guess the Morg family teaches their children not to be greedy for what belongs to others, right?" All three people in the room turned to see who had just arrived. It was Viker. The steward behind him calmly greeted and announced, "Sir, I have brought young Master Viker." Adolphe glanced at him, wondering, is this kid the rising star of the Baskerville family? Unexpectedly, he noticed the empty space beside him and realized Camus had slipped out of his grasp without him noticing. She quickly rushed over to Viker and asked, "Hey, what did you just say?" Viker jumped at her sudden movement, standing face to face with Camus, thinking to himself, "Camus, no way." Seeing him standing there in silence, Camus crossed her arms and shouted, "What's with that disgusting expression?" As Viker looked at the girl yelling at him, he found it hard to believe. The queen of the Morg family. Could this really be the young Camus Morg? He remembered his past life and how she appeared as an adult exuding a commanding presence. Even among countless powerful wizards from prestigious magical families, she was called a genius among geniuses. At the peak of her power, she single-handedly conquered all the monsters and barbarians of Mount Leru Eleno. The way she burned and reduced them to blood and dust had spread far and wide. His gaze became intrigued. Furthermore, her stunning beauty captivated the elite, allowing her to manipulate the royal family to the extent that she was regarded as a representative of the government. Watching the fiery girl questioning him about the ruby mine, Viker thought silently, but this is a far-off story of the future. Right now, she's just an 8-year-old child. His tone turned cold as he spoke. "You made quite the effort just to come here and cause a ruckus like a child, didn't you?" His words caught the attention of both Adolphe and Hugo. Camus was really irritated by Viker. Her whole body was engulfed in flames and her tone was fierce. "Did you just say I'm making a fuss?" Viker calmly replied, "That's right, you're making a fuss right now." The atmosphere around Camus suddenly changed. The burning heat of the flames shifted to the biting cold of ice and snow. She raised her hands, forming 2 magic circles, and said to Viker that I'll teach you why that ruby ore belongs to the Morg family in a way even someone as foolish as you can understand. Viker stood there relaxed, thinking, this looks interesting. A moment later, Camus had created an ice structure that delighted Adolphe. She confidently pointed at her creation and said, "Now I'll try to explain it so that an idiot like you can get it." Viker remained silent, thinking to himself, an ice model, huh? I thought we were going to fight or something. Camus began the explanation, pointing to a deep cave on the model. She said, "First, this is the border between the Morg family and the Baskerville family, also known as the shared security area. You must know that high-quality ruby is produced here, right? On the ice model, the territory between the two families was clearly defined. The issue was that the entrance to this mine was located on the Morg family's land, while the underground mine itself was within the Baskerville territory. Camus's voice was pleasant as she continued. As you can see, the structure of the mine prevents the Baskervilles from extracting the ruby themselves. That means the ruby should belong to us. The Adolf family listened to their niece's analysis with growing interest. Meanwhile, Hugo's expression darkened further. Camus continued her argument. However, your family believes that we have encroached on your territory and interfered with our mining operations. Furthermore, you also refused our request to lease the related territory. At this point, Viker nodded in agreement. The mineral known as ruby is often used as a magical ingredient, and the Baskervilles really don't need to rely on the ruby being mined. Hearing this, Camus responded with delight. But before she could enjoy her excitement for too long, Viker suddenly changed his attitude. He said, "Wait, are you renting the territory?" It seemed that the biggest tragedy for them was that no one in Baskerville was foolish enough to rent out their land just to get a little pocket money. Camus angrily shouted, "What? You said your family has no interest in the ruby." Viker replied casually, "That's right, we're only interested in the territory, and that's why we advised you not to trespass." Seeing Camus's furious expression, Viker became even more provocative. "Anyway, the ones who are upset about not having that pile of rubies are you, right?" At this point, Camus was determined to prove him wrong. She shouted back at Viker, "Fine, we'll show you exactly why we have a rightful claim to those rubies." With that, she pointed directly at the model and said, "This is your family's land, and this side is my family's land." Then she started to stretch her hand forward, her gaze becoming mocking. "So now, whose hand is this?" Viker chuckled softly at her actions. He said, "So you're asking whose hands you'll belong to when yours reach into our territory." After finishing his sentence, he grabbed Camus's hand and added, "Of course they'll belong to me." His action surprised her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Camus protested, "What are you talking about? How could I belong to you? You're being ridiculous." Viker coldly replied to Camus's words, "Who said you belong to me?" At the same time, he swiftly pulled a knife from his belt, despite Adolf and Hugo casting warning glances. Viker continued to stare coldly at Camus and said, "I said your hand belongs to me." In disbelief, Adolf and Barrymore exchanged looks, and Viker showed a sinister grin as he told Camus, "I'll cut off your hand, you know." Camus' expression changed, and she asked in disbelief, "What?" Just then, Viker quickly pulled out the knife, raising Camus's hand high with the blade dangerously close to her wrist. This was the first time Camus found herself in such a situation, and she could only scream in despair. She cried out, "Help me, uncle." Suddenly, Adolf appeared right behind the boy. His expression was dark as he said, "Fool, stay away from my granddaughter." Viker sensed the danger and loosened her grip on Camus. Seizing the moment, she dove into Adolf's arms and cried, "Uncle, he was going to chop my arm off." Seeing his beloved granddaughter scared, he turned and shouted at Hugo, "Marcus, what is going on here?" Hugo understood that Viker's actions were a bit too much this time. He spoke firmly to his son. "That's enough of that, son." Viker doesn't seem afraid at all. He smiled, playfully fiddling with the sword's blade as he said, "My bad." Slowly, he bent the blade with ease, explaining, "Me just play like this at home." Adolf realized what was happening. A fake knife? "What kind of toys do you let kids play with?" Viker immediately bowed her head at him, apologizing. "I just meant to tease him a little. I didn't expect him to cry. I'm sorry. Sir, children in the Baskerville family have played with toys like this since they were little." Adolf was surprised and repeated, "You can joke like that." Hugo, sitting beside him, commented, "They're just kids playing around. Don't you think you're overreacting a bit?" Chief Moore finished speaking and gestured for Adolf to sit down. "I have a few things to discuss with you about the ruby mine. I'm sure you want to sit down to talk about that, so let the kids sort it out themselves." Camus still tightly held her cousin, her eyes red and filled with tears, but she bravely told Viker, "You better watch out. I'm not going to let this go." Viker kept smiling, seemingly unconcerned by her threat. Meanwhile, at another location, numerous fighting arenas were lined up in a row. A crowd had gathered to watch and participate. The friendly match between the Baskerville family and the Morg family had begun. This was an occasion for children aged 8 to 10 to come together and compete. The 8-year-olds would engage in mana theory or mana sensing competitions, but most attention would be focused on the life or death matches among the 15-year-olds. However, the audience's gaze was fixed on one place during this year's exhibition match. The renowned Morg family of mages, specifically Camus Morg. She appeared with a confident demeanor, her intense gaze locked on her opponent. On the other side stood Crimson Iron Blade, the Baskerville clan, with Viker van Baskerville. Two 8-year-olds faced each other on the arena. At the request of the Morg clan members, the match between the two prodigies from rival families would follow real combat training rules. Camus focused her attention on Viker and said, "Get ready. When I'm set, I won't hold back." With that, she created a magic circle, her lips chanting ancient incantations. Seeing her technique, the Morg clan members in the stands gasped. Is this the four realms of magic? Adolf, observing from above, felt a sense of pride. He stroked his short beard and turned to Hugo, saying, "I thought you could only cast magic suited for a 15-year-old, but casting 4 spells simultaneously truly shows why she is the talented mage of the Morg family." Hugo sat there in silence, not bothering to respond. Below him, Camus couldn't hold back any longer and launched her attack. She waved her hand, and a series of spells from different elements raced toward Viker. However, with his quick reflexes, Viker easily dodged them without breaking a sweat. His hair flew in the wind as he said, "Your spells are pretty flashy. It would be better if you channeled your energy into one solid spell to attack, don't you think?" Hearing this, Camus grew angry. She continued casting spells, retorting, "Why should I take advice from you? You're just a fool who knows nothing about magic." With Viker approaching closer, Camus quickly raised a wall of sand to block him, but he shattered it effortlessly. He said, "A fool, huh? That's a bit hurtful to hear." Camus, startled at his words, thinking, he broke through that wall so easily. Is this the power of the Baskerville clan being immersed in the river Styx? Camus closed her eyes and told herself, "I was careless." Yet she didn't feel any pain in her body. When she couldn't hold back any longer and opened her eyes, she was shocked to see Viker's hand in front of her. He calmly snapped his fingers, hitting her right on the forehead, making her body fly backward. Adolf jumped and shouted, "A finger snap!" Hugo, beside him, remained quiet, but couldn't help a small smile creeping onto his lips. Camus glared angrily at Viker, one hand pressing against her sore forehead. She yelled back, "Why did you snap my forehead? Are you taking it easy on me just because I'm a girl? I won't let this go." Viker ruffled his hair, teasing her. "You've got a bump on your forehead now." He looked at her, tears welling in her eyes, and suggested, "Let's call it quits before anything unexpected happens." Camus's face showed her reluctance, and she quickly sprang into action, creating 2 layers of sand walls right next to each other. Standing on the other side of the sand barriers, Viker could still hear her cheerful laughter. "Ha ha, now there are 2 layers. Let's see how you get through this." Upon hearing this, he was at a loss for words and thought to himself, "What good does this do? I could just go around to get to her." However, out of respect for his opponent, Viker decided to break through both layers of Camus's defense. "All right then, if you like it, I'll indulge you," he thought. With a loud crash, Camus watched as his hand easily passed through 2 walls, heading straight for her. On the other side, Viker smirked at the girl who was startled and began to tease her, saying, "Now I have a question for you. Whose hand just went through the wall?" Camus was taken aback, not quite catching his meaning when suddenly Viker flicked her forehead, adding, "The answer is the hand of the stronger one." Camus stumbled and fell flat on the ground, screaming, "I'll kill you." Viker quickly dodged her attack, marveling to himself, "I can't believe it. She's still going at it. Kids nowadays are so stubborn." As he watched Camus fuming and attacking, Viker thought, "Even though I could easily break her neck in 0.1 seconds, doing that would cause trouble. I wonder what I should do to help her calm down." He glanced toward the arena behind him and came up with an idea. It would be better to let someone else handle it. In the adjacent arena, an intense battle was unfolding between members of the Morg and Baskerville clans. A member of the Baskerville clan scoffed, "What kind of weak magic is that? I'll slice through all of your spells." Viker also paid attention to the action in the arena. The foolish wizard kept casting spells repeatedly, while the warrior didn't seem much smarter, just hacking away at the spells. Viker thought, "I can take advantage of those 2 fools." Camus noticed that Viker was avoiding the fight and shouted, "Why do you keep dodging? Don't mess around, don't run away. Fight properly." Camus was so focused on chasing Viker that he missed what was happening next door in the arena. The wizard from the Morg clan was pushed to the edge and angrily said to his opponent, "If you're so good, try cutting through this move." Seeing that, Viker realized it was the perfect opportunity. He lured Camus closer to the edge of the arena. Then, when the wizard from the adjacent arena launched his attack, Viker quickly jumped aside to dodge it and teased, "Camus, better get ready with a defense spell." Camus jumped as she saw the bright flame of magic blazing behind Viker. Adolf and Hugo in the stands were equally shocked, not expecting this to happen. As they looked at the roaring fire beneath the arena, the crowd gathered around couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no, Camus!" Adolf yelled angrily, "Camus!" In the thick smoke, Camus Morg sat there calmly thinking, "Is that your voice? What should I do now?" She glanced down at her body, which was now lacking its protective gear, and reflected, I managed to avoid getting hurt with the defensive spell, but the magic has burned away all my clothes. Camus could only wrap her arms tightly around herself, her eyes burning with tears. It's just the smoke. They still don't know what's happening to me. If everyone sees me when the smoke clears, they'll laugh at me and make me die of embarrassment. While she silently pleaded, "Someone please help me." Suddenly, Viker appeared through the haze. He threw his jacket over her shoulders and said, "Put this on." Camus was surprised and asked, "Why are you defending your opponent?" Viker replied, "Well, I'm just going to take my jacket back." Camus tightened her grip on the jacket. "That's not what I meant, but then you won't have a jacket." Viker shrugged, not caring much, and said, "I don't really mind stuff like that." Camus' eyes widened in surprise, thinking, "Why does this idiot care about me?" Then she suddenly pointed out, "Hey, your hand is bleeding." Seeing this, Viker thought a scratch from the river Styx, that jerk of a swordsman, must have added some aura to it. As the smoke cleared, everyone around could see the scene inside more clearly. Adolf let out a sigh of relief, saying, "It's still safe, thank God." The group of onlookers began to discuss. Lady Morg is sitting on the floor, but it's the Baskerville kid who's bleeding. Another person chimed in, "It's hard to figure out who the winner is." They looked at Viker's muscular build in awe, but just look at his physique, he must owe it to the river Styx. Just by looking at those muscles, it was clear how hard he must train. An 8-year-old genius, huh? On this side, Camus was being hugged tightly by his uncle, despite the fact that the person he cherished was on the verge of tears. Her gaze was still fixed on Viker, deep in thought. Inside the Baskerville castle, Hugo and Viker had changed into formal attire and were walking together. Hugo asked, "So how was the battle with the lady from the Morg clan?" Hugo didn't look at him, but he would guess Viker's indifferent expression. It was quite interesting. I understood the significance of this event once again. Hearing this, Hugo continued, "A fight with a sorcerer is very different from a fight with a swordsman." Looking at his 8-year-old son, Hugo couldn't help but ask, "So why didn't you finish it?" Viker responded casually, "I felt a bit confused facing a lady." His eyes turned cold as he heard that. He said, "Lowering your guard in a battle will leave you injured. Take that injury as a lesson for the future." Viker, startled by this, thought to himself, "Is Hugo worried about me?" He remembered the cold, bloodthirsty look on that man's face from the past. When he was younger, he didn't remember much about Hugo. The man was always indifferent, irritable, and very violent. People often said that his terrible personality was because he had lost his wife and eldest daughter. Still, that wasn't his business. The two of them continued walking side by side down the long hallway. Hugo spoke up again and asked him, "What do you think we should do about our ruby mine?" Viker expressed his thoughts directly. "I think we should get rid of it." Hugo asked, "Get rid of our control over the ruby mine? Why do you think that?" At this point, Viker slowly explained himself. The main goal of the Baskerville family is to establish a large territory. Our ruby mine is located at the base of the La Rouge at Lenoir Mountain. The monsters and barbarians there are a major obstacle for us. He continued, "If we skillfully mobilize the Ma family, we can minimize the damage in our efforts to develop that land." Hugo agreed, saying, "That's true." Not stopping there, he continued to share his thoughts and painted a vision of what could likely happen in the future. Once the Morg family takes control of the ruby mine, they will leave people in that area. All we need to do is push the monsters and barbarians to attack that region, and then we just need to. Hugo's expression turned enigmatic. He stroked his chin and thought, "Ruby will be bathed in the blood of our enemies. If that happens, the Morg family will think twice before daring to step into our territory." After saying this, he ran his hand through Viker's thick hair and complimented him. "Your thoughts align with mine about 90%. Viker allowed him to play with his hair, secretly thinking, "Of course, that's how it will turn out since it was your idea from the start. I'm the one responsible for pushing those monsters and barbarians to attack them." While thinking this, he still said, "Well, we should be careful with the Morg family." However, Hugo replied, "No need. I need people around this area." Suddenly, at a turn in the path, the two encountered a member of the Morg family. Adolf remarked, "Here you are, Chief." Behind him, Camus was still sniffling, hiding behind his cousin in tattered clothes from the battle. Hugo and Viker felt puzzled when they heard Adolf's proposal. "Can we talk before I head back?" For some reason, when she heard her uncle say that, Camus's expression showed some confusion, and her cheeks flushed unusually. In the meeting room, Hugo sat back in his chair, arms crossed, and asked the old man, "Do you have something to say?" The elder replied politely, "I have something to discuss with you." He began, "We've been considering how we should resolve the ruby mine issue peacefully, as utilizing it might be one solution." Hugo looked a bit confused. "What? Because you've crossed into our territory." Adolf then spoke directly, "What do you think about a marriage alliance?" "A marriage alliance?" Adolf confirmed. "Yes, a marriage union between the Morg and Baskerville families." While the two old men discussed this, Camus couldn't help but glance at Viker. However, it seemed he didn't notice. Hugo then asked, Who is Adolf suggesting? At that moment, Adolf rubbed his granddaughter's head and suggested, "What do you think about the eldest son of the Baskerville family and the daughter of the Morg family, my dear?" He began to praise her, saying, "My granddaughter is a talented child. She has both looks and intelligence. She lacks nothing. I'm sure this child would be a perfect match for the genius of the Baskerville family." Hugo replied, "My eldest son is 25 this year, so I don't think age will be an issue, right? After all, listening to what Adolf says, 20 years is only 17 years apart, which isn't that different after all. It's really not a problem." Suddenly, Camus spoke up, "I won't accept anyone weaker than my mother." Adolf quickly tried to console her, saying, "Camus, if you plan to marry someone stronger than your mother, you might end up single for life." Camus wouldn't listen to her uncle. She turned her head sharply, her demeanor firm, and said, "That's my condition, and I don't like big age gaps. I want someone around my age or a little younger." Hugo, sitting on the other side, couldn't help but speak up. "Kid, this isn't a buffet where people can just pick and choose." Camus, hearing this, immediately replied. Her gaze was steady, and as her hand touched her heart, she spoke solemnly, "I know, and I don't intend to play games here." After saying this, her eyes subtly glanced toward Viker, who had been quietly standing in the corner. Viker, noticing her look, felt a bit confused. Adolf beside her also looked taken aback. "Don't tell me." He quickly whispered into his granddaughter's ear, "This can't happen. That kid was an illegitimate child of the clan leader. No matter what happened, in the end, she would just be a small fish in a big pond." With his keen hearing, Hugo could easily catch what the old man said. His expression darkened. "I'm getting fed up with this guy." At that moment, Hugo spoke up. "The engagement is an important matter, and it's up to those involved to decide. Son, what are you thinking?" Upon hearing Hugo's question, both Viker and Camus couldn't help but look at him with hopeful eyes. Viker hesitated for a moment, but then replied, "I agree." His answer stunned both Adolf and Camus. Adolf's face darkened. "What is this, you clever little rascal?" Hugo said, "Isn't it the thoughts of the people involved that matter most in a betrothal? What do you think, son?" At that moment, Camus looked at Viker with hopeful eyes. He paused for a moment, then spoke up. "Do you agree?" His quick approval surprised both Camus and Adolf. The old man widened his eyes, thinking, "What is this little mouse saying? He's saying he would agree if the conditions are what that gentleman requires. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of the only direct daughter of his family?" On the other hand, Camus was thrilled, thinking, "Wait, does that mean he actually likes me? Is he the shy type?" Hugo then chimed in, "Direct lineage and collateral branches mean nothing in Baskerville. Sometimes Liv produces inferior children, while Van can have truly remarkable ones." Adolf still couldn't believe it and asked, "The clan leader thinks highly of him. Is he really that talented?" "Sure, here's the translation." Then the old man stood in front of Viker, pondering for a moment. Viker thought to himself, "Adolf Morg, the sixth in line of the Morg family, is exceptionally powerful among the Morg clan leaders, a prestigious and renowned family known for their magic. He is also known as an uncle who always teases his niece in a foolish way." The old man leaned in closer and said in a warning tone, "Kid, I don't tell you this every time, but just having talent isn't enough to be Camus's husband." Then he placed his hand on Viker. Viker thought silently, "This arranged marriage is the clan's proposal, not my choice. Personally, I can't see any Baskerville child being suitable for Camus." However, Adolf had a different inclination in his mind. "Why does this kid seem so mature?" The old man chuckled and asked, "Why aren't you answering me? Are you even listening?" Viker replied with a serious expression, "I'm not listening because you said you weren't talking to me." The response caught the old man off guard. Camus looked over at him, equally surprised. She thought to herself, how can he be so bold in front of his uncle? Meanwhile, Hugo, sitting across from them, quietly laughed with pride. Adolf chuckled, then turned to Hugo. "If you don't mind, Mr. Baskerville, may I have a private word with this child?" Hugo responded with a hint of indifference. "The great wizard of the Empire plans to interrogate an 8-year-old, does he?" Upon hearing this, Adolf replied, "Oh no, this child will one day become my niece's husband." He continued, "I make this request not as a representative of the Morg family, but as my niece's uncle." Camus quickly made a sign to object. "Uncle, that's not how it is." Adolf turned to smile wickedly at his niece, saying, "Trust me, my dear, just stay quiet. Sometimes discussions like this are necessary." He then returned to the conversation. "So what do you say, Mr. Baskerville?" Hugo replied, "Fine then, if you're so insistent." In the arena, just outside the Grand Hall, Camus and Hugo stood rigidly, both watching the fighting platform. Adolf challenged, "Oh, child of Baskerville, I will test your abilities, so show me everything you've got." Viker replied, "Yes, I understand." In his heart, he thought, "You'll fail if I show everything." The old man extended his hand and began to cast a spell. "I will grant you a chance." A surge of earth erupted from below, and with a union of earth, fire, and water, a ceramic vase quickly took shape. At that moment, Camus was stunned. He's creating a vase, just as I expected from my uncle. He's skilled in fire, earth, and water magic. Then the ceramic vase filled with water was placed on Adolph's head. He laughed, pointing upward, and said, "I will face you with a vase full of water on my head. If you can make even a drop fall, then you win." Viker took his sword and stood opposite him, quietly contemplating. Adolph Morg is a very strong man. I can't even hope to match him in this rewind. This is an opportunity to experience a part of his power. He turned to Hugo again, thinking that Hugo would allow him to think the same way. What were his chances of winning if he faced him with all of his strength before kneeling? An assassination through an ambush would have a 50% chance, maybe only 10% in a direct confrontation. Adolph confidently called out, "Come here to me." Immediately, Viker sprang forward, not needing to fight with all of his strength. I just need to show enough to satisfy Hugo. It's time to test the skills of a great sorcerer. With his eyes flashing red, Viker lunged at Adolph with his sword. Camus suddenly let out a frustrated sound, her eyes and mouth wide open as she exclaimed, "You can't just charge in directly at my uncle." Her words surprised Viker, and he was instantly thrown back by a water shield. Adolph, behind the magical shield, laughed and said, "Why did you tell them that, my dear? That magic shield is the best counter against a swordsman." He continued, "This shield will be hard to break without a special aura." At that, Viker clicked his tongue. Adolph then switched to fire magic. He created meteor-like projectiles in the sky and exclaimed, "Now is the time for my attack." Instantly, the fiery projectile shot forth, and Viker quickly dodged to the side. Camus outside scolded him, "Uncle, that's a bit too much. You never used magic like that when you fought me." Adolph looked over and asked, "Camus, which side are you on right now?" Quickly feeling betrayed by his granddaughter, he turned and shouted, "You scoundrel, I will not forgive you." Meanwhile, Hugo thought to himself, his attacks are coming at an incredible speed, hard to dodge. Looks like I don't need to intervene. Let's see what this young hound will reveal against a great magician. Viker gazed up through the thick smoke and considered, is this the level of skill he possesses? In reality, I've rewound to the form of a 6-year-old, but I can use my combat experience from before the rewind. I might be able to lure him into dropping his guard. Viker whispered to himself, his face as cold as ice. I could even kill him. He quickly lunged forward, swinging his sword at Adolph's shield. Viker struck several times, while Adolph stood confidently, boldly stating it wouldn't change anything if he did that 100 times. Your sword can't break my shield. Ignoring him, Viker kept attacking relentlessly. Eventually, he focused all of his strength into the hilt of his sword and thrust the blade into the center of the shield, cracking a large section right in the middle. Adolph noticed and was surprised, thinking, is he really attacking the same spot over and over? He's like a precise machine. His focus and swordsmanship deserve recognition. However, Viker's sword also suffered damage from this. When he struck the gap in the shield once more, the sword immediately broke in two. Adolph smugly remarked, this is no different than trying to break a stone wall by throwing an egg at it. You should have assessed the strength of my wall and the durability of your sword before trying something like that. He continued, while there's something commendable about being stubborn and attempting to break it, you really need to consider your opponent carefully before using a strategy like that. Outside, both Camus and Hugo were stunned. Adolph smiled with satisfaction and began to evaluate. You've got talent, but you're still lacking a lot to engage to my granddaughter. Suddenly, he stopped, shocked, and gasped. Water from the ceramic vase poured down his head after being pierced by a shard of a sword. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Then, in a flurry, he added, a piece of the sword has shattered my vase. Viker turned on his heel, seriously stating, I think that's enough. He shot a playful glance at Adolph and continued, or should I make the drip pot smaller? Viker's flashy demeanor stirred something in Camus's heart. She shyly raised her voice, saying, that's just a coincidence, but he defeated my uncle, which means the marriage. Hugo nearby fell silent for a moment. Then he too felt a thrill and cracked a smile, plotting in his mind. A coincidence, really? Did the sword's piece accidentally break the vase? At that moment, Viker and Adolph locked eyes, while Hugo thought to himself, Viker van Baskerville, I may have raised a more cunning hunting dog than I realized. 7 years later, at the Baskerville clan's training camp, a fierce bear-like creature lifted its head. It growled, then expanded its massive body, thundering towards the knights of the Baskerville clan. With expressionless faces, they prepared their swords to confront it. The beast charged forward, looking ravenous. Immediately, the swordsmen leaped up, raising their swords to strike down. Viker stepped in, hitting the creature on its horn. It retaliated by swinging its enormous hand towards him. The other swordsmen moved in one after another. Outside, a man stood observing. He was the trainer, one of the staff members of the Baskerville clan. He shouted instructions. If you have to fight a stronger opponent, the best thing to do is find an opportunity to run far away. Don't be greedy trying to kill them. It's more effective to aim for their legs. Suddenly, from behind the swordsman, someone shot forward with incredible speed. They were the triplet brothers of the Baskerville clan, ready to take on the monster together. Finally, they looked at the creature and introduced themselves one by one. We are highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. Loving the bear had left it drained from the magical blow. The trainer observed and reflected just as expected from the young masters, highbrow, mid-pro, and lowbrow. Their auras have matured. The dark red hue surrounded the beast as it lowered its head. Seeing it thoroughly disheartened, the knights rushed in to deliver the final blow. In the end, the beast's blood splattered across the floor. The trainer clapped his hands and praised. Well done, everyone. After the training, the swordsman lined up in front of the trainer. He began to speak. With the achievement just reached, all of you have become elite swordsmen. After 100 rounds of practice, you have mastered the first technique of the Baskerville blade. From this moment on, your 7 years of training has come to an end. Behind the coach was the cold corpse of the bear. He continued, unlike the oxbear trapped in this cage, the oxbears on Mount Liru Eleno are much stronger than the ones here. Even I'm not sure if I can handle them. I want everyone here to deeply remember the encounter with that undead creature today. It's no different from what you'll face on your upcoming journey. Death is always closer to us than you think. With your talent and enthusiasm, I'm sure you'll overcome the challenges ahead, or you can gather experience and strive to survive with everything you have. Then the coach raised his hand in salute and added, now I congratulate all of you on successfully graduating. The young knights below also raised their hands in salute. He concluded, I wish everyone good luck in the battles ahead. During the break, everyone paired off to chat. 2 young knights sat nearby. One of them started, hey, which knight team are you planning to join? He continued, I have 3 choices. The first is Doberman, the second is Pimple, and my third choice is Rottweiler. The other person replied, well, it looks like we won't be on the same path. I want to join the Wolfhound Knights of my own. There are a total of 7 missions for the Knights of the Baskerville family. Each mission will train our minds. Right now, the missions we can take are investigation, protection, assassination, suppression, and direct confrontation. The first person asked again, furthermore, where do you think he's going? The other person was surprised. He immediately looked back and said, it's pretty obvious. That was Viker, sitting on top of another monster, the one the first knight had mentioned, Viker van Baskerville. When he heard his name, he turned with a curious grunt. All of his teammates were below, discussing. He was handling a giant oxbear, larger than the one we just took down, and I bet he's a high-level swordsman, one person said. I heard he has achieved the 3rd fang, another chimed in. The first person was instantly surprised, a 3rd fang? That means he's at the same level as those hunting dogs from the guild. Viker heard the whispers around him, but stayed silent. He thought to himself, time is passing more slowly than I expected. In reality, he was currently a mid-level swordsman, 5th fang. It had taken him a full 7 years to level up from a low-level swordsman to a mid-level one. While he had truly surpassed his previous level in swordsmanship, this progress was still slower than he had planned. As Viker sat lost in thought, he heard his butler call from behind, young Master Butcher. He turned and replied, Barrymore. The butler continued, the master of the house is looking for you. It seems your position has been decided, young master. Viker fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand. In Hugo's office, he approached the old man's desk. It's been a while, sir. How have you been? The master of the house, Hugo, grunted in response. Viker observed him closely and noticed something, so he asked, what happened to the scar on your nose? Hugo heard him and touched the scar, then replied, when I faced the savage tribes in the Liru Eleno Mountains, I was attacked by someone wielding a knife. Viker asked, did you catch them? The old man replied, no. However, I left a scar on that witch's face. Anyway, congratulations on completing your training. Viker responded, thank you. Hugo added, it's going to get even tougher from now on. In his mind, he thought, he's talking about my deployment. At this time in my past life, I became a squire for the Pipple Knights and was sent to the Liru Eleno Mountains for 21 months. Facing countless life and death situations, I was thrown into actual battlefields just like a piece of rotten meat discarded carelessly. The Baskerville children would be split into elite groups or mercenaries after turning 15. When mercenaries died on the battlefield, the elites would learn about political roles and governance. After accumulating vast battlefield experience, mercenaries would begin serving the elites, helping them advance in politics and rule. The skill that bridges the gap between elites and mercenaries is the Baskerville swordsmanship, the 5th fang. This is why my swordsmanship only reached the 4th fang in my past life. There's no way Hugo would let a talented kid like me waste my gift in the elite course. Ending his thoughts, Hugo spoke up, "Father, I want to try to become a senator." Hearing this, Viker was taken aback. He wondered, "A legislator?" The old man replied, "A legislator who oversees the laws in the Baskerville territory. You will uphold justice and attract businesses to this area. In simpler terms, you will be responsible for everything big and small in our family." Viker wasn't quite ready for this. He thought to himself, Hugo really wants to make someone as talented as me into an elite. Then the old man laughed and continued, "What you achieve will put you ahead of other talents, at least for the next decade, right? That's why I'm giving you a fitting opportunity. You will serve as the deputy consul for a city called Underdog, also known as the City for the Weak. Right now, both the consul and deputy consul positions are vacant. Do you agree with this proposal?" Viker responded, "I will do as you wish, but first I want to say a few things." The old man asked, "What is it?" Anne explained, "It's about a dispute over a gem mine with the Morg family." When Hugo heard this, he pondered and replied, "Do you have a problem with the Morg family? I won't say I'll give you a reward. Are you asking about a reward?" At that moment, Viker boldly stated, "I want to borrow from them." The butler, John, looked surprised. Viker continued, "If this request is too difficult, you don't need to worry about it." Without hesitation, Hugo stamped his approval on the document, saying, "It's not a problem at all." Hugo smiled and added, "I trust you won't do anything foolish, my son." Viker responded, "I won't do anything to trouble you. No matter how many times it happens, I still can't get used to the way this jerk calls me my son." Hugo mentioned he would provide me with a support fund for my past life. I never imagined something like this would happen. Viker left the hallway with John. As they walked, John called out, "Young master." Viker turned to him, and John smiled warmly, saying, "The head of the family values you, young master." As John walked and talked, he said, "He didn't immediately throw you into real combat, and even gave you a consular position. Isn't that the path of a future ruler? I'm sure he values you highly." Viker replied with a gloomy expression, "Only if I perform well as a deputy consul." John paused at this, but Viker continued walking. "Better yet, if I can effectively use the authority of a deputy consul, I can safely elevate my skills to a new level." Suddenly, memories flooded back, the image of an adult Viker facing execution by beheading. He recalled his thoughts, "I don't care about my current job. It can't erase my memories." At that moment, standing in front of Viker was the adult version of himself, Hugo. He still remembered the sensation of his head detaching from his neck on the execution platform. Viker walked away, leaving John, the bewildered butler, behind. He muttered to himself with a cold determination, "I'll make you feel that sensation too, just like I did, Hugo Le Baskerville." A vast city spread out before the screen. This was the territory of Baskerville, home to the city of Underdog. At the consulate, the elderly manager stood outside, rambling, "Oh wow, the new deputy consul will arrive tomorrow. You all need to clean this place up thoroughly. He's coming from the main castle, so pay extra attention." Two workers swept in the courtyard. One responded, "Yes, sir." Then he returned to this task, not forgetting to chat with the other worker. "What do you think the new deputy consul will be like? I hope he has some experience in business." The other worker raised an eyebrow. "Hey, haven't you heard?" Suddenly, someone entered with assertive footsteps, but the two workers continued their conversation. "I heard he's only 15 years old." Upon hearing this, the other worker gasped, "What? Just 15. The first worker added, "What can we possibly expect from a 15-year-old? The other sighed, "We're in trouble this time." But when the other person looked up, he saw a figure glide by about the same age as the teenagers. Immediately, another staff member approached, thinking to himself, "Who is this kid? Has another employee brought him here?" He placed a hand on the kid's shoulder and said, "Hey, this isn't a place you're allowed to be." The kid turned, and it was Viker. He commanded with a warning tone, "Let go of me right now." This left the two staff members stunned. "This is," one of them started to say. Then they awkwardly laughed and replied, "I see you came early, Consul." Another one whispered, "Why is he here a day early?" At that moment, Viker pointed at one of the men and said, "You, get some drinks and women ready right away." He turned on his heel and walked up the stairs with his suitcase and cane, not forgetting to add, "I need to throw a party." This left the staff members staring in disbelief. A party? Inside the hall, they set up a variety of foods, and outside, the noble class arrived to enjoy the gathering. The only person standing in the lobby was Chihuahua Baskerville. He was the manager at the Underdog office and was feeling quite frustrated. Through the window, he silently watched the partiers. He thought bitterly, "I can't believe it. He's throwing a party on his very first day in charge. What a ridiculous choice. Everyone has had a tough time with the previous consul, who was demoted for bribery. But throwing a drunken party at a sacred workplace is just..." Chihuahua turned his thoughts into words. How could that guy be such a jerk? Right, let him ruin everything. I bet the whole city will be destroyed before he wakes up. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. It was the new deputy consul, Viker, who asked in a menacing tone, "Are you the manager?" Chihuahua jumped. He quickly turned to face the consul, thinking to himself, "When did he get here?" Viker introduced himself then. "I'm the newly appointed deputy consul, Viker van Baskerville." He heard this and stammered, introducing himself again. "My name is Chihuahua Baskerville." Viker murmured his name, Chihuahua Baskerville. "Don't you have a middle name?" Chihuahua clenched his hands. He thought to himself, "Another one? If someone doesn't have a middle name, it means they're from outside the clan. Simply put, they're not family, they're just employees. I can't believe these jerks come in and treat me like this just because of that." Viker placed a hand on Chihuahua's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Me." This made him widen his eyes in surprise. "Huh?" Viker turned away. Chihuahua was still frozen. "What?" He then opened a book and started asking basic questions. "I looked over your personal information before I got here. You're from this city, right?" Chihuahua replied, "Yes, I was born and raised here." Viker continued, "So you know the situation here very well, Tokyo. I know a lot about the challenges that people working in the field have been facing. I don't intend to interfere with your work, so I hope you keep doing a great job." Chihuahua felt a bit awkward and replied, "Ah, yes." He wondered, what is this all about? Is this some new way to bother someone? Why is he here after the party? After reading for a while, Viker closed the book and said, "There's nothing wrong with federal law. There are a few strange things in the justice system." Hearing this, the man was surprised. "You finished reading that already? In such a short time?" Viker continued, "The issue with these weaklings is that there are quite a few underground market businesses operating, and that economy exists on the foundation of the law. The problem will be solved just by shutting them down. We'll need to take out each key leader of those underground markets." Chihuahua fell silent, looking out the window before adding, "The role of the vice consul is to create laws and enforce them. I also have to respect the laws that were established previously, but I will add a new law to the existing ones." He was surprised. "You're going to enact a new law?" Viker replied, "It will completely drain that underground market within a week, but if I want to create a new law and enforce it, I need a reason." Chihuahua wondered, why do you need a reason when they're doing something illegal? He responded, "I'm still young and new to this role, and I'll only officially take over tomorrow. To convince them, I need to put on a show." Viker smiled excitedly and said, "So I'll set up some bait to attract the flies." Chihuahua thought to himself, "Oh my, is he actually coming up with a plan?" In the main square of Underdog on Port Smile Street, a crowd bustled with people. They gathered to discuss something. At a public notice board, a figure stood with authority before the crowd. Chihuahua and his aides watched from the outside. Two aides behind him began to speculate. "What's the deputy consul's plan?" The other replied, "How would I know? He's been standing there since early morning, but look at how many people have gathered." At that moment, Viker spoke up. "Listen carefully. I am the newly appointed deputy consul." People below were chatting. "He looked so young back then, so cute." A dissenting voice responded negatively about Viker. "What could a kid like that possibly do?" He interjected, "I'm sure all of you have read the public notices posted here. Even though the deputy consul has changed, the self-governing laws of the Baskerville family are still in effect." Viker added, "The Baskerville Self-Governing Constitution, Section 20, will remain unchanged." On the notice board, Section 20 of the Constitution included laws with corresponding penalties. Article I-1, gambling, punishment, hand chopping. Article I-2, illegal money lending, punishment, eye extraction. Article I-3, illegal adult entertainment, punishment, face tattoo. Article I-4, lobbying, punishment, exile. Article I-5, tax evasion, punishment, breaking the ankle. Article I-6, illegal immigration, punishment, water stabbing. Article I-7, illegal drugs, punishment, tongue removal. Article I-8, embezzling military supplies, punishment unknown. A group of 3 young men started to mutter scornfully, "I doubt they'll keep all that." The guy in the gray shirt replied, "Those in power always do that." The one in the white shirt smirked and said, "I suspect it will take quite a while for him to lobby to maintain control over the territory." Chihuahua, who had been lurking in the shadows, quickly interjected with concern, "You fool, have you forgotten who is responsible for your safety?" He then spoke to everyone. "He comes from the main castle of the Baskerville family. Should I draw my sword, keep you all calm?" Upon hearing this, the villagers settled down. The person who had attacked Viker fell silent, saying, "If Chihuahua says so, we should stop." Another added, "If Chihuahua were the vice consul, it would be better. How would such a kid enforce the law?" Viker, listening from above, paused for a moment before gripping his staff tightly. He raised it high, leaving everyone in astonishment. He then forcefully jabbed the staff into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and creating deep cracks that sent rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The onlookers were left speechless by the power of the new console. Both Chihuahua and the two bodyguards were equally astonished. Viker let go of the staff and stepped back, announcing, "With my authority as consul, I hereby declare a new special law." He looked up, his face set with seriousness, and declared special law of the Butcher family, Clause 1. Anyone who can pull this stake out will receive 100 million gold. Upon hearing this, Chihuahua was stunned, and everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. They shouted in surprise, "Wow, what did he say?" Everyone glanced at the staff while quietly calculating 100 million gold. The first clause of the special law of the Butcher family states that whoever pulls this stake out will instantly receive 100 million gold as stipulated by Butcher Van Baskerville, the consul. This law stirred murmurs among the crowd filled with skepticism. 100 million? That's the equivalent of 4 years of hard work for someone. Who would just give away 100 million to someone who can pull out a wooden stake? Chihuahua and the aftermath of his situation left everyone stunned. Viker didn't notice any movement and asked, "Is no one here? Is there nobody willing to take the money?" After a few seconds of silence, he continued, "Well then, I have no other choice." Immediately, the substitute clause by Butcher was announced. Whoever can pull this stake will instantly receive 1 billion gold as stipulated by Butcher Van Baskerville, the deputy consul. Seeing that everyone still seemed hesitant, Viker spoke up again. Whoever can pull it out will receive 1 billion. Still no one? Suddenly, an elderly villager spoke up with a laugh that surprised him. The old man said, "What a joke. Are you making fun of us?" Immediately, those present began to echo the old man's objections to Viker's proposal. "That's right. Stop making a fool of us and just go home to sleep. It's 1 billion, not chicken feed." At that moment, Viker simply looked at everyone and fell silent. The people's anger was weighing heavily on Chihuahua. He whispered, "Why is it us who should feel embarrassed?" Suddenly, Viker responded, "So, you mean no one will step up?" Everyone was taken aback by his retort. Viker called out that according to Article 3 of the Butcher Special Rules, whoever pulls this stick out will immediately receive 10 billion gold coins as stated by Butcher Van Baskerville, the deputy consul. At that moment, Viker seriously said, "Whoever can pull it out will be rewarded 10 billion. The silence from the crowd made him uncomfortable, prompting him to threaten still no one. The tension made the villagers below tremble. They stammered, "What's going on? Is he really serious?" People started to reconsider their choices. Should I try it? One pondered. Some hesitated and advised against it, saying, "Are you crazy? Who knows what might happen to you?" They shifted their attention to the sword hanging at his side, debating, "Look at the sore on his hip. What if he punishes you for being greedy?" The chatter grew louder. That thing might be super heavy. Plus, it seems a bit tilted compared to earlier. I'm sure he has something else in mind. It's best not to go up there. Viker was feeling discouraged and intended to raise the amount of money once again. He said, "So, it seems like there's still no one." Chihuahua, who was aware of Viker's plan, quickly stepped in to advise him quietly, "Consul, in this city, that amount of money." Suddenly, a small hand shot up. It belonged to a little girl selling flowers known as Judy. Boldly, she said, "Can I give it a try?" An old man recognized her and rushed to ask, "Hey kid, are you Judy, the flower girl? Do you really think this is the right place for that?" Judy firmly replied, "My mom is sick, so I have to do something." The old man shot back, "You're too naive. You'll get hurt if you step up in situations like this." But Judy didn't show any fear. With a cheerful smile, she answered honestly, "If that happens, please take care of my mom for me." Hearing that, the old man was speechless. The little girl stood in front of the stick firmly planted in the ground. Inside, fear surged within her. She began to think, will he really kill me? I'll become the laughingstock for everyone. Surely, he'll at least give me a few coins, right? Judy looked up, continuing to think, I hope I can get the most from this basket of flowers. Seeing the girl hesitate, Viker pointed at the stick and said, "Give it a try and pull it up." Judy followed his instruction. She sat down, grabbed the stick, and pulled it with all her strength. Contrary to her expectations, the stick easily lifted, surprising Judy. The onlookers widened their eyes in unison, astonished, thinking she did it. The little one really did it. Judy nervously looked up, still holding the stick in her hands. She quietly wondered, why was it so easy to pull? It can't be true. At that moment, Viker, with a menacing look in his eyes, reached for the hilt of his sword, causing Judy to gasp silently. She shut her eyes tightly, thinking in fear. This is it. I'm going to be executed. In the dark of night, with her eyes closed, Judy thought to herself, is this the reason people oppose the nobles? A sin that can't be forgiven? Or am I just being too greedy? If I die, who will take care of my mom? Mom, I'm sorry. But then, Viker presented a bag of money in front of the trembling girl. He said, "Here, let's start with 100 million gold." Judy opened her eyes, surprised by what was in front of her. She took the bag of money and responded with a soft yes. The villagers below were all left speechless. Viker kindly asked her, "Where do you live? 10 billion gold will be heavy, so I'll arrange to have it delivered to your home." He also mentioned that he would send guards to escort her home with the reward. Then Viker turned to Chihuahua and snapped his fingers to give a command. He gently ruffled Judy's hair in a warm gesture. Viker cheerfully said, "This is the law. Laws must be followed." Chihuahua's eyes went wide and he was left speechless. Meanwhile, the villagers watching from below were in shock, thinking, "That's a bag full of gold coins, something so hard to come by." The following examples serve as an opportunity for the Butcher family's special law to gain more recognition than the Baskerville family's order. If someone breaks the law, they face punishment, but if they comply, they are rewarded. This straightforward approach resonated with the people. Gradually, every city under Underdog grew friendlier and trusted Viker. The deputy consul became a topic of local conversation. "Have you heard about the deputy consul? He's really different." Another would add, "I've heard that deputy consul Butcher always carries a sword with him." That's the social norm. Since the Butcher special law was enacted, criminal activities have significantly decreased, with crime rates howling in the consulate's central area. A large sign was installed in the office engraved with the names of the consulate staff. Chihuahua wiped his forehead in relief after finishing the sign. Viker, sitting at his desk, praised him, saying, "That's a true mark of Eastern culture. You really did a fantastic job." Chihuahua turned his head and replied, "I don't consider this a trivial task. In my 20 years of work, I've never gotten the chance to take part in it." Viker replied, "We can't get angry at those who don't trust us and look down on the law. I'm trying to figure out how to attract attention and make a strong impression." Chihuahua started crying out of emotion. He kept saying, "I, Chihuahua, will follow you for the rest of my life. Now I realize that the hardships I faced after meeting you, the vice consul, weren't in vain." Viker felt a bit uneasy and reassured him, "Calm down." Then he began to reason, everything is a result of what Camus Morg did in her past life before she became the queen. The crime rates are nearly zero. Of course, it's because she forced politicians using violence, so she wasn't loved by everyone. Suddenly, Viker spontaneously laid out a map around the Underdog area. He smiled and said, "The problem has begun. Since we've given away 10 billion gold, we need to think of a way to get it back, right?" Without hesitation, Viker quickly picked up a pen and marked a 10 on the neighboring areas, saying, "This is where illegal organizations usually hide. I will clean up and seize their dirty money." Chihuahua held a map in his hands, looking astonished as he asked, "How did you know it was there?" Viker pointed to his nose and replied, "I can smell it." He thought to himself, "Of course I know, because that area is where I investigated and went crazy before I rewound time." The man listened, half aware, and couldn't help but wonder, just how much has he investigated? He always seems to know what's going on. Suddenly, the main door swung open and a guard rushed in, calling out, "Vice Consul." That made both Chihuahua and Viker turn to him as he continued, "There's a request from the youth council of the municipality." Upon hearing this, Chihuahua, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Just as I suspected." Viker chuckled and said, "So those nobles who just like to boast in the council want to see me, huh?" Chihuahua turned to him and explained, "The Youth Autonomy Council includes members from the Hoffman, Peer, Windsor, Morgan, Farragher, Rothschild, and Prada families. They are second and third generation descendants of the native families from the Baskerville territory. Although it's called the Youth Autonomy Council, it's actually a social organization. It seems the young gentlemen have something to say about the Viker special law." Hearing this, Viker quietly scoffed. He said, "So the flies are starting to smell the dung, huh?" His words made both Chihuahua and his bodyguard jump in surprise. Viker smirked as he intertwined his fingers thoughtfully and spoke with amusement. "Then it's time to get rid of the pests that are gnawing at the dignity of the city, isn't it?" In the luxurious Underdog City Hotel Club, there's no shortage of extravagance. Deep within the club, there's a VIP room that costs 10 million gold for 6 hours. A party is being held there, attended by 7 key members of the town's youth council. Pile high, the bottles of wine are being filled with red wine as someone shouts, "Let's build a tower. Bring everything you have over here, or go to the party all night long." They are the esteemed heirs of 7 local families in this Baskerville territory. A man in a sharp suit, distinguished by his golden hair, is raising a bottle of wine in his hand, looking thoroughly delighted. The people below are joining in with enthusiasm. With that, the pyramid named Don Quixote Perignon 666 has been completed. And each young man here is worth 10 million gold. The golden-haired man says to the server, "You can drink whatever spills onto the table." The servers are ecstatic. One even sticks out his tongue to lick up the spilled liquid, exclaiming, "Oh my, thank you, sir. Because of you, we get to taste this incredibly valuable drink. We will serve you with all our dedication. Calmly, the golden-haired man sits down, saying, no matter how I spend, my wealth won't diminish. Person next to him smiles ingratiatingly. All thanks to Baskerville, we get to live like this. Another man raises his wine glass and remarks, the slave trade is still thriving. Capturing those savages as slaves is going quite smoothly. It's all due to Baskerville's relentless focus on expanding the borders. And since there are no royal spies around here, it truly is a perfect playground. Even the clubbed here waste more than those in the capital. The others hearing this smiled with delight and replied, not to mention the Baskerville clan is protecting us. How safe does that sound? Honestly, doesn't this just make the Baskervilles our hunting dogs? The blonde guy grinned with a devilish expression and said, Baskerville only takes out a bunch of reckless fools. Just look at what happened to Victor Hoffman. They didn't even realize they were set up by us. Baskerville personally wiped out the Victor Hoffman clan, the most loyal of the 8 clans. At that moment, a bloody massacre scene flashed vividly in the mansion of the Victor Hoffman family. The person sitting next to him cheerfully responded, thanks to that, there are now only 7 clans left. The blonde leaned back in his chair, responding calmly and casually, that's because they got in the way of our fun. By the way, you heard about the new vice consul. I asked someone in the audience, and it's clear he's an illegal obstacle. I think his name is Viker. Have you heard of him? The person next to him replied, no, it's the first time I'm hearing about him. The blonde guy continued, he's only 15. I've heard he threw a huge party as soon as he got here. What a real fool. I bet we'll get along just fine. Why don't we mess with him a little and assert our dominance? We'll throw a big party with the most expensive drinks and plenty of women. But when the party's over, we'll leave the bill for him to pay. The blonde said this with an excited gleam in his eyes. The others, hearing this, responded happily, sounds great. He went on, how much money can a 15-year-old bureaucrat possibly have? I bet he wouldn't even dare to send a report back to his family for fear of getting chewed out. Then we'll just say it was all a joke and pay the bill ourselves. He'll never go against us again. At this point, he suddenly flashed a mischievous, thrilled smile. Just then, the waiter came in, followed by 3 stunning girls, and announced, gentlemen, the ladies are here. They looked at the beautiful girls and couldn't help but chime in. You're still coming back after everything we've done. Get her out of here. She just ruins the vibe. Hey you, why don't you sit down with us this time? Suddenly, one of them noticed a young man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Curious, the person asked the waiter, so, who is this guy? Did someone call for a male waiter? The waiter replied, isn't he someone you know? I have no idea who he is. Hearing that from the young aristocrat, the waiter put on an annoyed face and said to the young man, I wouldn't think anything strange of it since you walked in so boldly. Hey kid, do you think this is some kind of joke? However, the young man ignored the comments and confidently walked past them. His red eyes suddenly showed a coldness. Moments later, the actions of the young man left the aristocrats utterly stunned. One of the waiter's arms was twisted at such an angle that it looked deformed, causing him to scream in agony. One aristocrat, seeing this, felt a wave of unease and confusion wash over him and exclaimed, what the hell? The young man advanced toward them and coldly said, Bicker Van Baskerville is my name. The men seemed a bit taken aback upon hearing this. One of them replied, Bicker, you mean the vice consul? What are you doing here? Bicker calmly responded, you called for me. Suddenly, the blonde guy became polite. He feigned a smile and said, oh, vice consul, you were fast. I didn't expect you to arrive here so soon. Then he turned to whisper to the person next to him, should we train the new guy now? The person beside it replied, yeah, let him pay the bar tab. The blonde guy continued, we'll bring him over to join us. After the party ends, we'll make him settle the bill. Pitcher abruptly slammed his hand on the table and said, stop this nonsense right here. As he spoke, the glasses of wine on the table suddenly flew into the air and shattered into pieces. Wine then spilled from the fragments. The people sitting there couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock at this scene. The blonde guy was no exception. In fact, even when droplets of spilled wine landed on his face and clothes, he didn't mind and thought to himself, did he just destroy the champagne tower with mana resonance just by touching the table? Does that mean he's a genius? Powerful streams of mana still shimmered under Bitcher's palm as he placed his hand on the table. His eyes suddenly glowed a terrifying red. The young nobleman sitting next to him, irritated, turned to the blonde guy and said, damn it, I thought you said he was just a 15-year-old kid. The blonde guy was equally angry and gritted his teeth as he replied, you're a skilled intermediate swordsman, aren't you? Do something. Be quiet. If I fight with him, I won't last even a second. As soon as he finished speaking, Bitcher suddenly stepped up and touched the nobleman's shoulder, saying coldly, hey, you. This caught the nobleman off guard, and he exclaimed in surprise. Then, feeling somewhat awkward, he responded, "I swear we'll pay for our drinks ourselves." Victor leaned in, threateningly glaring at the nobleman, and said, "Of course you should pay for the drinks you consumed. Do you expect me to clean up after you all enjoy the party?" The young hare felt uneasy as he heard the man speak, a cold sweat trickling down his back. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I have accidentally given myself away." The others who witnessed this scene quickly chimed in to help ease the tension. Who would do something so despicable? We would never dare treat a member of the Baskerville family that way. We just wanted to verify your qualifications as vice consul. One of them explained, his golden hair making him look particularly anxious. "As you know, the city of Underdog is struggling right now. We need to know if you can resist temptation." Another man sitting nearby nodded in agreement. "Exactly. You truly deserve to lead us and we will follow you." Hearing this, Victor replied, "A master can examine his dogs whenever he wants." As soon as he said this, he swiftly attacked the young hare who had just spoken, causing him to double over in pain, blood pouring from his wounds. Victor remained cold and held tightly onto the stomach of the nobleman's son. However, the opposite isn't true. No matter the situation, a dog should never challenge its master. It seems you all have no idea what fear is, just because you have a little money and power, right? That's only because you've never truly experienced real fear. His actions made the beaten nobleman cry out in distress. With Butcher's terrifying appearance and ruthless behavior, the others in the room couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces showing clear signs of fear. After finishing his threat, Butcher coldly removed his hand from the nobleman's son. Blood splattered from his hand as he let go. The nobleman hit the ground painfully, completely devoid of strength to resist. Then Butcher stepped on the nobleman's face and turned to the others, saying, "Do you know why he ended up like this? If you still don't understand, then you deserve the same fate." The others began to sweat nervously, fear evident on their faces. One of them quickly replied, "I get it now. I think I understand why." Butcher stepped on the young noble's face and asked, "Is that really true? If you know now, then you definitely need a good lesson." The young noble was terrified, blood pooling beneath him as tears streamed down his cheeks. However, Butcher didn't pay any attention to that. He coldly stared with bloodshot eyes and decisively stomped down hard. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. The others watching grew furious and stood up, shouting curses at him. "You bastard, do you think you can escape because of this?" But before they could react, Butcher swiftly closed in on them. He grinned maliciously, his eyes still red, and said, "See, you have no idea. Kidnapping and trafficking slaves illegally, disrespecting the Baskerville family. You've committed too many filthy acts. You can't tame a beast without teaching it a lesson first." This made the young noble's faces show clear signs of panic and fear. Not giving them a chance to act, Butcher quickly attacked, and their screams filled the air. Now even his own face bore blood from the fight. With bloodshot eyes and a pleased smile, Butcher declared, "It's time to punish these filthy creatures who don't know what fear is." In the dark dungeon, where prisoners were held lit only by flickering torches, two pairs of legs appeared, those of Butcher and Chihuahua Baskerville. Chihuahua Baskerville looked around in surprise, sweating. A man's hand gripped the iron bars of his cell, and he shouted, "Hey, you dog. Do you think you can escape like this? I'll tell my father. Just wait until I get out of here. I'll kill you. I'll never forgive you. Let me out now." That statement came from the blonde guy who had been beaten up badly. He had lost a few teeth, and his whole body was a mess. Because he was in pain, he couldn't express himself clearly. Chihuahua Baskerville, seeing the blonde guy in such a state, couldn't help but say, "Oh my, what were you thinking? How did it come to this?" Butcher asked, "Do you think I went a bit overboard?" Chihuahua Baskerville quickly replied, "Of course you did. You should take it easy. Just look at what you've done to those guys. You turned them into a pile of meat." However, Butcher wasn't flustered at all and calmly said, "Don't panic. I haven't even lifted a finger yet." This left Chihuahua Baskerville a bit confused, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Butcher calmly walked away, then replied, "Those mayors wanted to stop corruption in certain areas and improve life there. But now they're tarnished to the point that they're eyeing the power of the Baskerville family. Just look at how they're fighting among themselves. It shows they still haven't learned their lesson. At sunset, I will personally execute all of these scum. I will also eliminate anyone related to them." As he spoke, he approached the blonde who was imprisoned, displaying a face full of resentment and anger. Chihuahua Baskerville responded in panic. "You're not joking, are you?" Butcher replied with a completely indifferent demeanor. "Of course." The young nobles, locked up in the dungeon, their faces battered and swollen, kept approaching the barred door, crying and pleading, "I'm sorry, please spare me. I'll give you everything I have. Please don't kill me." Chihuahua Baskerville stood watching the scene, seeing many hands reaching out, pleading for forgiveness. Feeling a bit uneasy, he questioned, "Will the families behind this just sit back and watch? They may often be cowardly and cautious, but if necessary, they can be quite bold." They won't support the businesses and you that they are controlling anymore, and they'll seek revenge one way or another. However, Viker seemed unafraid. He waved away the outstretched hands of the crowd, smiled back at Chihuahua Baskerville, and replied, "Don't worry, their families won't be able to complain. All these people are connected to low-level criminal organizations in the city's underground." Chihuahua Baskerville asked, "But do we have any evidence, sir?" He responded, "We have our ways. Don't be too concerned." At this response, Chihuahua Baskerville felt even more confused. Following Bicher's train of thought, if there's no evidence to be found, we might as well create it. After all, I don't really care much about the consequences. Soon enough, the era of chaos will arrive. I will prepare for the battles in the near future. Even if that's not the case, I will still get into the academy and continue to survive. Then he spoke up, his expression cold. "I will tell you the crimes of your group, kidnapping and illegal trafficking of women. On top of that, you are involved in bribery, intimidation, committing crimes, and even attacking and assassinating officials." The blonde guy, hearing this, panicked. He gripped the bars of the cell tightly and said, "I didn't do any of those things. If you can provide evidence, I will accept the punishment." Vi, hearing this, turned around and asked, "You would accept the punishment if there's evidence? You're speaking as if you've committed a crime, but are just saying there's no proof of it." As he spoke, he grinned in a strange way. His eyes suddenly shone, filled with menace, making the blonde guy tremble in fear. Then he lowered his head, not daring to meet Bicher's gaze, and said, "About that thing." Seeing that he didn't offer any further explanation, Bicher thought to himself, it seemed he doesn't want to tarnish his family's reputation, even if it means facing death. Suddenly, a thin, frail figure entered, calling out, "Deputy Consul." Bicher turned to look at the person and smiled, saying, "You finally arrived." Chihuahua Baskerville, confused, looked back with a puzzled expression. "Huh?" The man Bicher was speaking with held a large package in his hands, stained with blood. Sharp weapons were protruding from the outside of the package. Though the man was skinny and covered in a variety of wounds, he smiled and said, "I have completed the task you assigned me, sir." Bicher responded right on cue, "Well done." Pleased with the praise, the thin man chuckled joyfully and rubbed his bald head. Then, Bicher took out his horrifying torture tools from the bag. Each item was old and stained with blood. The man spoke respectfully. "I've been torturing for 30 years, but this is the first time I've seen such intriguing toys. How could you come up with such interesting tools?" Bicher calmly held a sharp torture instrument and replied, "I didn't invent it. These things are quite common where I used to be." The man asked further, "Were you in hell or a place like that?" Bicher looked at him and answered, "Something like that. Would you like me to teach you some fun tricks?" Upon hearing this, the thin man quickly averted his gaze and said, "Ah, no thanks. The way you handle those tools makes me feel nauseous." Bicher looked at the blood-stained torture tools and thought to himself, it's quite nostalgic with these instruments. Even political prisoners will have to spill their military secrets in this era of destruction. The techniques of torture are evolving in the face of demons. Then he took off his outer jacket and said, "Now then," before he could finish his sentence, the blonde guy in the cell became extremely anxious and shouted, "Oh my God!" Seeing their bewildered and frightened expressions, Bicher said, "What do you think will happen if you all keep quiet? Please don't say anything, as it will give me time to reminisce about the old days." At that point, he suddenly smiled in a chilling manner. His bloodshot eyes added to his devilish appearance. The blonde guy was so terrified that he couldn't utter a word, only able to weep pitifully in despair. The rumor spread quickly that the 7 scoundrels living in wealth and crime had been caught. That was the only topic those groups in the city of Underdog could discuss. At a restaurant somewhere, people were engaged in lively conversation about this matter. With the temperament of the deputy consul, I don't think they will be able to get out on bail anytime soon. However, there was a contrasting opinion. They are children of powerful families. I think at most they'll just face some humiliation for a few days before being released. Someone else chimed in, but according to the law, the punishment for their crimes is supposed to be the death penalty. The other person replied, "There's no way he would execute the children of those 7 major families. You fool, don't you know what the new deputy consul is really like? He spent 10 billion just to pull some stakes out of the ground." Even though he heard this, the silver-haired man stubbornly disagreed. "Still, the consequences of killing those people are too great to predict. I bet it won't go as far as execution." A whole city was in debate. This is a power game between the new politician and the local families. Everything will only end when these local families bow down to him. As the people expected, the Hoffman, Peer, Windsor, Morgan, Farragher, Rothschild, and even the Prada family sent several small gifts to apologize to the new deputy consul. Local tycoons decided to provide an enormous amount of gold, saying those worthless individuals would be released on bail and would only face some scolding from their families, the heads of their clans, or at least That's what everyone thought would happen. Somewhere, the golden hair had been completely cut off, leaving only a few strands. The eyes seemed to be destroyed, hidden beneath a white cloth. But it wasn't just the cloth. When he turned around, all that was visible was blood, a dampness so filthy that flies buzzed around him. Then in a town square, 7 heads were displayed on a table. The heads belonged to 7 young heirs from wealthy families. Next to this table fluttered a long paper notification carried by the wind. The heads were preserved in salt, twisted into expressions of agony. It was clear how much they had suffered before meeting their end. The notifications hung on the heads detailed the charges that led to their death sentences. It clearly displays the laws of the Baskerville family. Rule 10, Section I, prohibits illegal adult entertainment. The punishment is a tattoo on the face with the word pervert. The Baskerville family law, Rule 10, Section I, also forbids illegal gambling. The punishment is the amputation of hands, with offenders losing both hands for each violation. They can face a total of 72 amputations over time. According to the Baskerville family law, Rule 10, Section I, charging excessive interest is illegal. The punishment is a tattoo on the face based on the damages suffered by victims. The highest level of damage determines the penalty. Rule 20, Section I, prohibits lobbying. The punishment is exile. Since the criminals no longer show any signs of life, their bodies, except for the head, have been expelled from the city walls. Everyone who read these laws felt a mix of shock and fear. In the office, Viker spoke up. There's no denying that these laws are established, but in reality, the criminals are the local aristocrats with a reputation. So the laws need a little adjustment. Once we issued this declaration of war, they will definitely start planning. Once this battle begins, it will only end when one side is wiped out. This city of Underdog will turn into a bloodbath. You better brace yourself, Manager Chihuahua. You'll be part of the next plan. As he spoke, he turned to look at Chihuahua Baskerville. The man seemed confused and pointed to his own face, asking, "What do you mean?" Shortly after, he had put on a mask. Chihuahua Baskerville walked through the streets, glancing behind him and whispering, "Are you telling me? Consul, is this really a plan?" Picture, bare-chested, with long hair cascading down, laughed and replied, "You don't trust me, do you, Chihuahua?" Chihuahua Baskerville hurried to explain, "It's not that, sir." Then he anxiously thought to himself, "But is this really a good idea, Consul?" As he thought, he looked at the cage holding the prisoner behind him. Everyone around wore luxurious, extravagant clothing. Groups of people lined up to enter a large tent. The slaves were chained at their wrists, their bodies covered in countless wounds. In contrast, the wealthy nobles, dressed in elegant attire, moved gracefully along the path. Those individuals also wore masks and brought a child along with them. Inside the cage for the slaves, Viker sat calmly with a smile. His eyes glowed red in the dark prison. His hands were shackled, and his clothes were tattered and worn as he played the role of a slave. It turned out that Viker and the Chihuahua's handler were standing outside the city of Underdog. The tent was set up outside the city walls. As dusk fell, several large torches were lit around the area. Nobles could come from either the city or distant places outside it, so we could see many impressive carriages arriving. These were high-end carts owned by members of the nobility. They gathered here because today was the slave auction. Normally, this was a secret auction that the Baskerville family did not participate in. That was why Vi and the Chihuahua's handler had to disguise themselves to blend in. The slaves being exchanged could include captured wildlings. Nobles and even ordinary citizens could be sold off illegally. Another special and strange point was that everyone at the auction wore masks. Perhaps they wanted to hide their identities in case they were discovered. Even the host wore a clown mask. He also controlled the entrance for the event. He stood at the door, enthusiastically shouting, "Welcome everyone. We are thrilled to have our esteemed guests here at the circus today." The manager, Chihuahua, and Viker stepped forward. He handed the business card to the masked man. The man took it, read it, and exclaimed, "Oh, you're from the Morgan family, right? His signature and lovely handwriting here represent only the Morgan family. Your certificate suggests you have something to sell here." Manager Chihuahua stammered, "That's right, we're here to sell." And that item was Viker sitting in the wooden cage. The masked man, intrigued, wanted to see what the item was like. "The Morgan family has always been a valuable customer, providing you with many slaves. I'm only asking in case you were disappointed with your last purchase." Manager Chihuahua replied awkwardly, "Not at all. We are always satisfied with the slaves here." Then the jester in the mask leaned forward to peek into the wooden cage. Seeing Viker sitting there, he had to exclaim, "You've brought a rare item. I assure you it will fetch a good price. I hope you have a wonderful time at the circus, Mr. Chihuahua Morgan." The night was getting late. The atmosphere outside the city walls was incredibly peaceful. Inside the theater, however, it was a completely different story. A large number of nobles were seated around, intently watching the masked host in the center, who was passionately speaking. I've heard about the trend of showcasing strange slaves. I'm not interested in this trend. Slaves need to be beautiful. Haha, I really enjoy the historical slaves from Grimm. I remember the best one was bought by a noble. I found a great item here. Alright, the first item is a knight caught by the Baskerville family. This is a level of monstrosity, rumored to have 19 hearts. Its name is Murcielago. As the host finished speaking, the massive corpse of the beast was brought out. It was a hell bull, also known as Murcielago. Its danger level is A, and it stands about 10 feet tall. You can easily find them in the Liru Eleno Mountains. At the second peak, there's a type of bull that lives deep in hell. It's rumored to have 19 hearts and will relentlessly pursue its prey until dead. The host continued to promote the first item, saying every bit of flesh, bone, and organ is valuable. Now it's time to auction this off. The opening bid is 100 million gold. The bidding climbed 100 million, 140 million, 200 million, 250 million. Even though the price for a quartz reached several hundred million, many people were still willing to spend the money. Once no one raised the bid higher, the auctioneer knocked down the gavel to finalize the price. We have 200 million and 50 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Ultimately, it sold for 250 million. However, not every item commands such sky-high prices. So start with very high opening bids, but if no one bids more, the seller has to lower the price. From 200 million down to 100 million, then down to 60 million until someone finally buys. Next, the auctioneer introduced a new item, but while he was speaking, he suddenly froze. Well, everyone, the next item is... An assistant rushed over to whisper something in his ear, making the auctioneer look flustered. Is this item also for sale? I'll do my best to sell it, but don't expect much. The auctioneer, along with the host, turned his gaze back to the audience and said, Ladies and gentlemen, a special item has come up for bidding. Brought by slave traders deep from the dense jungle from a warring tribe in the Liru Eleno Mountains, presenting a barbarian Balak. This wild woman seems to have long ears and tangled hair. Her whole body is scratched and filthy, wearing a tattered fringed dress. Her limbs are bent from the shackles, and a chunk of wood is stuck in her mouth. Her face and eyes are always full of anger, growling incessantly. The auctioneer continued to promote the wild woman, saying, Isn't it intriguing to train a slave who won't listen? This is a chance for everyone to showcase their training skills. He sighed at the aggressive figure before him, thinking, Why are they trying to sell this? Finally, he decided to start the bidding at a very low price. Alright, our starting bid is 5 million. It was an incredibly low price, but the audience remained silent. He had to lower the price. No one? Then we will reduce the starting bid to 3 million, just 3 million. The atmosphere remained silent, leaving him feeling awkward. He lowered his bid to just 1 million, but he couldn't manipulate the emotions of the aristocrats. Some were yawning and started chatting casually, clearly losing interest in the auction. Realizing the situation was ultimately hopeless, the auctioneer whispered and gestured to the bodyguard, signaling that they needed to take the item away. It's over. This item isn't going to sell. I've told you we should only bring things here that can actually be sold. Let's discard it and use it as bait for next time. Suddenly, the female savage screamed loudly, her voice piercing the air. The hooded bodyguard immediately rushed over and delivered a violent punch to her stomach. The blow was so forceful that she coughed up blood and lost consciousness. With that, the bodyguard hoisted her over his shoulder and carried her out. After the incident, the auctioneer chuckled nervously and continued the program, saying, "Ha, it seems we had a slight disturbance. To show our sincerity, we'll now start the bidding for today's best item." It turns out the amazing item he was talking about is Butcher. As soon as he stepped out, he caught the attention of a classy lady. Maybe it was his handsome face and muscular body, every muscle defined, that drew her in. The host excitedly introduced this item. This is a special catch with black hair and red eyes. Clearly, it doesn't need much training. The quality is outstanding. I can't wait for this. Just as he finished speaking, the elegant lady immediately raised her bidding paddle. 600 million. Seeing the high bid, the host was thrilled and cheerfully said, "Ha, we haven't even started and we already have a bid of 600 million. But that number wasn't the highest. Shortly after, another man shouted a bid even higher, 800 million. The lady who bid 600 million felt that this delicious item was slipping away and angrily shouted, "What? But you're a man." The other man didn't hesitate to respond loudly, "What does being a man have to do with 800 million? The lady bluntly asked, "What can a man do with him? Are you suggesting you have other intentions for him?" Putting that aside, the man refused to back down. He continued, "It's none of your business. I intend to use him as a warrior slave." While the two of them argued and debated over who would take Viker, another man shouted a bid higher than 900 million. But none of that could compare to the guest number 99. This guest suddenly announced a staggering 6 billion, leaving the host momentarily speechless. After a moment, he shouted, "We have 6 billion. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" A nearby guest looked up at the person who had just placed the bid and recognized him immediately as Baron Gambino from the Granary territory. 6 billion for a single bid. What a waste, the guest thought to himself. I've heard he has defeated all the underground forces and quickly expanded his influence. His finances are no joke. Next to Baron Gambino stood a female manager. When she saw her boss bidding so high, she interjected, "My lord Baron, it doesn't seem wise to spend like this. It's a bit too much." However, the Baron had already planned for his future. He replied, "For such a beautiful slave, it would still be a good deal if I sell him in the capital. I will make a large profit if I sell him later." Yet the female manager continued, "Even so, I feel that 6 billion is a bit too much, and it's not like we have to sell him first." At that moment, he really lost his temper and shouted at her, "How dare she, a mere assistant, speak back like that? Shut up, Cinda Wendy. I took you in when you had nowhere else to go. How dare you talk back to your boss?" Down below, when it became clear that no one could outbid the Count's 6 billion, the host called out loudly, "If there are no other bids, this item will be sold to guest number 99. Pitcher was led to the Count's seat. He let out a sound of surprise and thought, "Now that I look closely, it's not as bad as I thought." Then he turned to Butcher and said, "Now you belong to me. I'm not a bad guy, don't worry." Not only that, the Count even put on a twisted smile and added, "I'm thinking of so many ways to have fun with you. I can't wait." Suddenly, Pitcher said nothing, raising his cupped hands in front of the Count. The Count looked confused and asked, "Are you asking me to take those cuffs off?" But Pitcher was far from weak. He pulled the chain taut and yanked it apart, breaking it into several pieces, much to the astonishment of the female manager. Meanwhile, Pitcher casually remarked, "No, there's no need for that. Is this a game? Sounds fun." Then he stepped forward and stomped down hard, shaking the ground and sending a hefty Baron tumbling. He fell flat on his stomach, and before he could get back up, Butcher was right beside him. Pitcher bent down, grasped the Baron's neck, and coldly said, "How about this game? The theme is spear and shield. I'll be the spear, and you'll be the shield. If you can survive, you win." Pitcher's gaze and expression grew increasingly menacing, and his grip tightened, making the overweight Baron wince in pain, tears streaming down his face. He quickly called out to the manager, "Sin, hurry, call the guards, I'm going to die." In the end, he couldn't escape Butcher's grip, who held him tight until blood began to spill. The Baron fainted, his eyes rolling back and froth forming in his mouth. Butcher exclaimed with excitement, "Baron Gambino, you're out cold. I guess I win this round." With that, Butcher slowly removed his weight, leaving the female manager stunned as she uttered, "You're Butcher Van Baskerville." Butcher grinned mischievously and asked, "Oh, wait, has he kicked the bucket yet?" As the guests below heard the mention of the Baskerville family, chatter started to swell. "Oh, if it's Butcher, isn't he the vice consul of this city? What is the Baskerville Hound doing here?" The Chihuahua manager began to sweat, thinking to himself, "Vice consul, you've really stirred up trouble now." All the guests shifted their gaze to Butcher, even the stage lights now shone directly on him. With an air of authority, Butcher announced, "A circus, huh? That's quite a fitting name for tonight. Everyone here shouldn't assume they can leave safely." Looking into his deathly serious eyes and seeing his sinister smile, it was clear that things weren't going to end well for those present. Butcher stood still, gripping his hands tightly and smiling gently. The host noticed this and couldn't hide his anxious expression. Just a moment later, he ordered his muscle-bound henchman in the circus to charge. Who cares if he's the vice consul? He's not unarmed, kill him. The 3 henchmen, all covered in scars and brimming with muscle, rushed forward, jumping simultaneously to attack Butcher. However, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear and remained perfectly still. His hands suddenly transformed. Powerful energy radiated around him, and a sharp weapon appeared. With just his hands, he quickly and decisively took down all 3 henchmen. The host was left stunned and thought, that blazing red aura, no way. At that moment, Viker continued to fight, using his fists to counter a massive masked man wielding a spiked mace. Facing the impending attack of the weapon, Viker showed no fear. In fact, he even smiled with delight. This reaction puzzled the masked man. In the next moment, with just one arm, he sliced through both the flail and the muscular man. Blood splattered everywhere. As he fought, the host thought to himself, a prodigy? Even if he's a Baskerville, how can he be considered a prodigy at this age? A prodigy represents the strength of a nation. At this rate, we're going to lose. The host was incredibly worried, gritting his teeth as he calculated. Suddenly, the Chihuahua Baskerville spoke up. Who expected the vice consul's real sword to be this terrifying? With that, he turned to the side, his face showing a hint of astonishment. While Butcher was focused on battling the henchman, a loud voice interrupted, "Look here, vice consul. Put down your weapon and surrender if you don't want your teammates to die." The voice caught his attention. The host was now threatening to press his sharp blade against Chihuahua Baskerville's neck, making him cry out. Bitcher stood calmly, watching him. Seeing he wasn't moving, the host spoke again. Hurry up, can't you hear what I'm saying? The sharp dagger was pressed closer to Chihuahua Baskerville's neck. However, he showed no fear and said, Consul, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Upon hearing this, the host shouted angrily, Old dog, what are you doing? Stop squirming. The dagger was now so close to his neck that blood was starting to flow. Yet he managed to speak. Things like injustice and compromise are not in my vocabulary. I'd rather die than harm my master. Looking at his expression, the host responded, Your words and your face don't match at all. At that moment, Butcher suddenly laughed heartily. Chihuahua's office manager, I appreciate your loyalty. Don't worry, when I left the Baskerville territory, I received a gift from the patriarch. On Butcher's calf was a white flute. His feet were stained with dirt from fighting. Seeing this, the host felt confused and asked, A flute? What are you planning to do with that? Chihuahua Baskerville noticed the object Butcher was holding and thought to himself that it was just a whistle. He immediately took the flute and started to blow into it. He tried with all his might to create louder sounds. The noise affected everyone around, making them cover their ears and shout in discomfort. Even Chihuahua Baskerville and the host stood frozen in place. After a while, Butcher finally stopped blowing. Lying around him were the defeated henchmen of the circus. They were beaten and blood stained the ground. Once the noise ceased, Butcher focused intently on the two people in front of him. The host, still puzzled, spoke up, Is that all? What's going on? Was that whistle just for scare tactics? Just as I thought, even a graduator is stumped here. Even the Chihuahua Baskerville looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. While the host was speaking, a sharp weapon suddenly pierced his throat, catching him off guard. He managed to say, Huh? Just as he looked down, his head was severed from his body, and he slowly collapsed. Even in death, he couldn't grasp why he had died so quickly. The killer was a man in a tight-fitting outfit, his hood covering half his face. Seeing the host fall unexpectedly, Chihuahua Baskerville was shocked and exclaimed. The killer, however, calmly sheathed his sword, his expression cold and emotionless. Other henchmen witnessing this charged forward with weapons drawn, shouting, What? Who are you? The figure remained still despite their close proximity. With a swift and decisive motion, he struck, and the first henchman fell immediately. Others looked on in horror as blood splattered everywhere and a brutal scene of slaughter unfolded before them. Their faces showed pure fear. But Butcher felt nothing but joy. He smiled with delight. Then, not just one, but many others, similar to the one who had just killed the host, appeared. They approached and lined up neatly around the circus tent. Bright red blood covered the entire camp. They each had bright red eyes like Butcher's, appearing both cold and cruel. On their chests was an emblem of sharp teeth. The circus minions grew increasingly anxious at the sight. One of them spoke up, Don't tell me they are. Another replied, No way, right? Please say it's not true. Cindy Wendy, faced with this situation, thought to herself, The teeth emblem on their chests. I heard about that. It's from the most ruthless knight army of the Empire. Known as the Destruction Machine, they were all graduators, the pimple army of the Baskerville clan. As she lost herself in thought, Cindy Wendy did not notice that someone had appeared right behind her, ready to draw their sword to finish her off. After looking back at Cindy, Wendy suddenly felt darkness envelop her. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she thought, I can't die here. Suddenly, Butcher appeared, standing in front of her, and said, Let this person live. This left Cindy Wendy in shock. At his words, the knights immediately stepped back and knelt, awaiting orders. He coldly announced, Take care of the rest, but don't kill anyone who has fully surrendered. However, if they show any resistance, don't hold back. The knights swiftly vanished, responding, Yes, my lord. After saving Cindy Wendy, Butcher recalled Hugo's earlier words, I trust you won't act recklessly, my son. He then thought to himself, Hugo is very astute about military matters. Thankfully, I managed to secure Pimple without any issues. Now a bloody massacre erupted, filled with the cries of the nobles, Save me! But the knights paid no attention, relentlessly continuing their violent attack. A nobleman lay on the ground, clutching his head in fear, thinking to himself, I'll just stay here for now. Once everything settles down, I'll look for a chance to escape. However, in the next moment, a knight appeared right in front of him. The nobleman, terrified, spoke up, Hey, I'll wear handcuffs. The knight, with his bloodshot eyes, coldly replied, We don't bring those. Well then, before the nobleman could finish his sentence, the knight swiftly swung his sword, chopping off both of his legs. The nobleman cried out in anguish, My legs. The knight remarked, Those about to be executed don't need legs. Baskerville stood beside him, puffing on a cigarette, and smiled as he said, Nephew, how does it feel to wield a pipple? Satisfying. Butcher put on his coat and responded, I'm quite satisfied. Baskerville lifted one side of his glasses, grinning as he said, Just let me know if you need anything else. The tall, muscular man smoking a cigarette is none other than the commander of the Pimple team, Boston Terrier Baskerville. His face bears several scars, and his eyes share a distinctive color similar to Butcher's. Boston Terrier silently thinks, "So this is Viker. I understand now why Hugo is interested in this kid. He is far more decisive and ruthless than a typical 15-year-old. With that thought, he rubs Butcher's head and says, "You should join the Pimple team. I'm sure I can guide you well." Butcher, looking somewhat uninterested, replies, "I'll consider it." Then he turns to leave, adding, "I have something urgent to take care of, so I must go." Boston Terrier feels a twinge of surprise, stroking his chin with delight as he thinks, "He cares to refuse me, which makes me want him even more." Butcher senses that vibe and grumbles inwardly. He's so annoying. He continues walking, surrounded by large cages that once held slaves. As he walks, Butcher ponders, "I'm sure the money is somewhere around here. Is this where the nobility hides their cash?" He glances at the safe in front of him and says, "Everything will be taken to the town hall, and that will settle this year's taxes." Afterward, he glanced around and said, "I feel bad because the Baskerville clan has provided funding, but that's not what's important right now." Standing in front of the covered cage, Viker pulled the cover down and said, "We're here for a different reason." Suddenly, he felt something. It was the sound of someone trembling and calling out. It came from the wild man who had been auctioned off before. His body was covered in wounds, and in his pain, tears streamed down his face. Butcher sat down and looked at the wild man trapped in the cage. Then he spoke. It seemed she was punished for trying to escape from here. The more he looked at her wounded body, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth in frustration. Then Butcher pulled out a small bottle of red liquid from behind his back and said, "You're lucky. I'm giving you this because I got it from the conference member." In the next moment, he poured the red liquid into her mouth for her to drink. The figure of the Beastman suddenly changed. A red energy radiated outwards. After a moment, the Beastman opened his eyes wide and sat up immediately. His face was filled with panic as he backed away. Butcher asked, "Why so startled?" At this point, the Beastman appeared a bit calmer, but he still did not understand what was happening. Seeming to grasp this, he spoke in a different language, which meant, "Go away." He then opened the cage door. The Beastman slowly stepped outside, his face still full of caution. Butcher pointed in a direction and said, "Run." Butcher couldn't help but think, maybe because I've fought many beastmen in my past life, I can say a few words of their language. Suddenly, the Beastman spoke in an incomprehensible tongue. He quickly adjusted his earlier thought and said, "Allah, not very fluent." The Beastman then left. Before going, he said something to Butcher. Although he didn't understand, he could roughly guess. "Well, I guess that was a thank you. All right, back to work now." The scars were gradually taken off by him. After a while of searching, Butcher happily exclaimed, "I found it. The body of Murcielago. Fortunately, they haven't decomposed it yet. So it turns out what you've been wanting all along is this." That large body was still placed on a long table, and the monstrous creature lay motionless. Immediately, a powerful energy radiated from his hand. It resembled a dark red lightning-like energy. In an instant, a sharp weapon appeared. He smiled and said, "This is the first level of monster, Beelzebub. I'm going to let you feast, so calm down. The Pimple team will be here soon, so eat quickly." The sharp weapon in his hand seemed to understand, responding enthusiastically. The new deputy consulate swiftly dealt with the crime organization. By the end of the day, rumors began to spread that nobles were involved in illegal slave auction activities, and those who organized the events were sent to prison with their hands and feet cut off. On that day, the largest demon hideout in the city of Underdog was set ablaze along with its members, completely disappearing. The hands of the VIP guests were displayed as a warning, serving as an example for any criminal actions. The 7 families, not seeing their children return, brought complaints to the consulate, but the response was already prepared. Butcher coldly stated, "For those criminals involved in the illegal slave trade, the death penalty is the only fitting outcome." The testimonies of the 7 criminals were recorded. Their accounts and statements about the assets were noted. The Baskerville family investigated the matter and would soon report back to the palace. Soon after, the objections from the 7 families ceased. The arrogant family heads had to go to the consulate and humbly beg the person who had killed their children. However, Butcher's answer was very straightforward. He stood tall in front of them and said, "We have uncovered the hidden ledger in the Inferno. You have violated the Baskerville autonomy laws, so your assets will be confiscated. And to pay for your crime of treachery, all members within 3 degrees of your family will be executed." As he spoke, he looked at them with bright red eyes, filled with coldness. The homeowners couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and confusion upon hearing that. Under the new deputy consul's rules, blood had continuously spilled on the execution floor for days. The blood of the parasites had been cleansed from the city. As a result, the city administration was always short-staffed, causing unemployment rates in Underdog to drop. The money collected from punishing illegal activities helped restore the city's welfare. The public support for Butcher among the Underdog residents was steadily increasing. Chihuahua Baskerville cheerfully spoke up, "Deputy Consul, I brought you some coffee." Butcher remained focused on his work and replied, "You should concentrate on managing the office. There's no need to bring me coffee." However, Chihuahua insisted, "This is my way of thanking you. You saved me from losing my head that day." He cheerfully replied, "A cup of coffee for a life. That seems a bit cheap, doesn't it?" Chihuahua responded, "Not at all. 2 sugar cubes, 2 spoons of cream, and just a dash of water. So, how's your writing practice going?" Butcher said, "Can you check it for me?" The Chihuahua held up the paper he had just written on and said, "You've only just started learning to write, but you've already reached this level." Hearing Chihuahua's compliment, he replied, "I still have a long way to go to reach your level." Chihuahua thought to himself, he truly amazes others with the new highly effective laws he has created, using just a few things he learned back then. He understands how the law operates. If the Vice Consul continues to maintain this level of performance, perhaps the city of Underdog can develop even further. The night had completely enveloped the sky. The moonlight shone down, illuminating the space around. Through the window of the dimly lit room, the moonlight crept in. A hand bound in cuffs belonged to none other than Cindy Wendy. Butcher stood in front of Cindy Wendy and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't meet you sooner. I've been very busy during this time." She had introduced herself as Cindy Wendy Senjosa. With her eyes covered, Cindy Wendy didn't respond right away. Instead, she asked, "Why did you let me live?" He removed the blindfold from her eyes and replied, "It's simple. I have a few questions for you." Cindy Wendy, surprised by the sudden removal of her blindfold, grimaced and let out a few sounds of discomfort. She looked at him with a cold, hate-filled gaze and said, "Is that question what's keeping me alive?" Butcher suddenly turned away and answered, "The reason Baron Gambino, who came from some filthy place, could gain power so quickly is because of you." At this question, Cindy Wendy fell silent, not saying a word. Seeing her reaction, he continued, "The investigation results show that you're very skilled at making money. If you channel that talent elsewhere, you could become a successful merchant or investor. I promise if you answer my question, I'll let you go. But if you refuse, you'll regret today for the rest of your life." He sat down in a chair directly across from Cindy Wendy, his voice calm but firm. Cindy Wendy clenched her teeth, clearly struggling with her decision. After a moment, she spoke through gritted teeth, "Fine, I'll tell you what I know." Butcher, clearly pleased with her response, smiled warmly. "Good. So what do you think? Am I doing well so far?" Cindy Wendy let out a mocking laugh, her eyes narrowing. "I think you're doing an outstanding job right now." His smile faded slightly. "I will keep my promise if you keep playing games like that." Realizing she'd been caught, Cindy Wendy's expression hardened. She bit her lip in frustration before finally replying, "I think you're going in the wrong direction." Butcher froze for a brief moment, surprised by her honesty. Then, to her shock, he broke into a wide, amused smile. "Interesting." Cindy Wendy Sen rose, looked up at the person standing in front of her. Suddenly, the man reached out his hand. Viker Van Baskerville leaned down and lifted her chin to get a closer look at her face. In a deep voice, he asked, "And the reason is..." His gaze was so intense that it made Cindy Wendy Sen Rose involuntarily shiver with fear. Then, unexpectedly, Viker released his grip, catching Cindy off guard. He turned away and calmly said, "Let's hear it. Tell me where I went wrong." Cindy Wendy gritted her teeth. Viker now sat down, listening to her story with interest. Cindy Wendy began, "Some time ago for a consul, one of the main reasons behind crucial decisions is etiquette." She seriously detailed everything, explaining how he created laws to handle crime while building his own reputation. Many people will suffer and even lose their lives because of those laws. In the long run, you will earn nothing but hatred and resentment from everyone. She analyzed thoroughly. Moreover, the Baskerville family won't welcome you if you hold more power than the patriarch and Underdog. In the end, you'll be despised by the people and seen as a threat by the Baskervilles. Viker calmly smirked and asked, "So what do you think I should do from now on?" Cindy Wendy looked directly at Viker and replied firmly, "You should return all the privileges you've gotten from the Baskerville family, including the honor you've received from this situation. You should give it back to the Patriarch. I suggest you either head to Liru, Eleno Mountain, or the Imperial Central Academy. Those are places where your age and background are more common, allowing you to hide your strength and identity. When the time comes, Patriarch Baskerville will take responsibility for you." Viker was silent, not responding. Then suddenly he emitted a powerful presence that startled Cindy Wendy. Viker spoke each word slowly, but with the weight of a mountain. "So you're saying you want the hunting dog to bite its master?" Viker's fierce energy was palpable, and he looked at her coldly. Yet Cindy Wendy stood her ground, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. As a hunting dog, that's the only way for you to avoid conflict with the patriarch. Viker scoffed, I'll remember that. He then stood up and pulled out the handcuff key, his expression relaxing a bit. That's a good piece of advice. It seems we share some thoughts. He inserted the key into the handcuffs to unlock Cindy Wendy. He followed through on his promise, saying, You're free now. Cindy Wendy rubbed her wrists and asked warily, Are you really letting me go? Viker emphasized, I'm a man of my word. She confidently walked toward the open door and replied, Then I hope you never regret this decision. Suddenly, she paused when she heard Viker say, Do you know about the family called Mesomanonaro? There used to be many powerful families, not just the 6 great ones in Underdog City. Among them was a strong merchant family, the 8th one, the Mesomanonaro family. Viker noticed that Cindy Wendy's fist had tightened. However, he continued, this family disappeared after an unfortunate event. He went on to tell her about the youngest member of the Mesomanonaro family. On his birthday, he showcased some newly learned sword techniques. Many guests at the event were astonished. The demonstration began, and even the Baskerville family couldn't believe what they were witnessing. The brave boy showcased his sword skills. However, the swordsmanship he displayed was a secret technique of the Baskerville family, known only to its members. Details gradually unfolded as Viker recounted the story, and the news reached Patriarch Baskerville. They realized that a military secret had been exposed, prompting the Baskerville family to unleash their hunting dogs, leading to the destruction of the Mesomanonaro family. Viker revealed the cunning plot behind it all. The truth is, someone has been pulling the strings in this situation. The wicked members of the 7 great families stole the Baskerville sword techniques and allowed the youngest child of the Mesomanonaro family to learn them. Cindy Wendy awkwardly asked, Is this about the 8th family? What does this story have to do with me? Viker continued the story seriously. In reality, there was a survivor from the Mesomanonaro family after the massacre. Those 7 fools managed to sneak out a 1-year-old girl from the devastation. Cindy Wendy clenched her teeth tightly as she heard Viker continue, and because of the child's beauty, it had to endure torture and torment. The things they did are beyond description. It seemed like Cindy Wendy had reached her breaking point. She firmly turned her back and started to leave, saying, I don't want to hear any more. Viker calmly laid out the truth. However, the story doesn't end there. Over time, a new deputy consul arrived in the city, and this deputy consul uncovered the issues and punished those responsible. The ones who caused all of this were 7 despicable men. Each word seemed to pierce Cindy Wendy's heart, leaving her frozen in place. The newly appointed deputy consul tortured those scoundrels and made them face the consequences of their crimes until they died. And that's when they spoke their last words. Her eyes filled with angry tears as she listened to the recounting, I'm sorry for the terrible crimes I've committed, or something like that. Cindy Wendy yelled out in frustration. Sorry to whom exactly? Viker laid it all out, no longer holding back. To whom else? To the girl who used the fake name Cindy Wendy Senrose and the only survivor of the Mesomanonaro family. At this point, all of Cindy Wendy's emotions exploded, and she could no longer hold back. Cindy Wendy demanded angrily, How can I trust you? You capture them. Torture them. How am I supposed to believe their apologies are genuine? Viker grabbed a torch from the wall and replied calmly, Then how about trusting me? Without waiting for her response, he led the way down a dim corridor. I think it will be easier for you to see it for yourself, he added. When they reached a cell, Viker stopped and gestured toward the door. Look inside, he said. The sight before her froze Cindy Wendy in place. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and lifeless bodies were scattered across the floor. The walls and ground were smeared with desperate messages, written in blood. We are responsible for the downfall of the Mesomanonaro family. Forgive us for our sins. I'm terrified. I don't want to die. I'm so scared. Her stomach churned. Overcome by horror, she covered her mouth with trembling hands, but the nausea hit her hard. She dropped to her knees, retching uncontrollably. Viker's voice remained cold and steady. No matter how painfully they died, the Mesomanonaro family's vengeance is far from over. He turned toward her, his gaze sharp and unrelenting. There's still one more family that needs to be dealt with. Once again, an overwhelming presence filled the air, and a suffocating aura of danger surrounded them. Viker voiced his plan for revenge. It's the Baskerville family. Cindy Wendy said Mesomanonaro. You still have a lot to do. Cindy Wendy wiped her mouth and asked, You're a member of the Baskerville family, so why are you helping me? Viker didn't answer her question. Instead, a mocking expression crossed his face as he replied, You asked the wrong question. Cindy Wendy pushed herself up and said, I understand what you mean. Though her eyes were still red, she regained her composure and spoke seriously to Viker van Baskerville. I will repay this debt. She turned to leave the prison cell, adding, From now on, no matter what you do, I promise you won't ever have to worry about money again. Viker had achieved his goal and smiled with satisfaction. I will definitely remember this promise. Outside, sunlight streamed into Viker's private room. Chihuahua Baskerville, the manager, cheerfully opened the door, waking Viker. Vice Consul, the sun has risen. Before he could finish his sentence, the scene in the room left him completely stunned. It's time to get to work. Viker, still groggy, woke up. Blood was splattered everywhere, covering his clothes and the room. In a nonchalant tone, he greeted the manager. Good morning. Chihuahua, panicking, asked, What's with all these bodies? Viker calmly replied, I'm not sure. It seems like I killed them while I was asleep. The manager, still shaken, asked for clarification. Really? Viker honestly responded, Of course not. Just kidding. After changing his clothes, the two of them walked side by side. Chihuahua, looking worried, asked, Was your childhood really that intense? Viker, with a hint of emotion, replied, What's wrong with that? Isn't it fun? The manager still seemed uneasy, saying, No, it's not about being fun or not. Viker stroked his chin thoughtfully. Looks like there are a lot of things getting in my way. He began to list the attempts on his life. 2 poison arrows, 4 poisonings, acid attacks, snipers, a fire, getting hit by a car, and more. So much has happened. Despite the serious threats to his life, Viker appeared remarkably relaxed as he casually cleaned his ears, commenting, Looks like I've really caught some attention. Chihuahua said seriously, I think you might be losing it. In his mind, Viker thought to himself, the skill from that illegal auction. Endurance of Hellish Buffalo may be a bit risky, but it's better than I expected. The blood seal on Viker's hand held several skills. Slot 1, Burn Injury Cerberus, a plus. Slot 2, Endurance of Hellish Buffalo, A. Slot 3, Hamarish Hellbound, B+. Viker recalled the moment when the assassin froze in shock as his dagger shattered after striking Viker's body. Thanks to the rear sticks of protection and his enhanced endurance, even a graduator-level assassin couldn't pierce his skin. With a serious expression, Viker made a firm decision. But these nuisances are starting to become a real problem. I need to take care of them. The Chihuahua manager quickly nodded in agreement. A wise decision. Suddenly, Viker froze in place, startled by the sight of a horse-drawn carriage parked by the roadside. His gaze locked on the triangular flag flying from the carriage, bearing the emblem of a hound and 2 red swords crossed beneath it. Viker's eyes narrowed as he murmured, That flag, is the Baskerville family here? Viker frowned and said, Looks like they come from the main family. From the spacious carriage, a figure stepped out and opened the door. Chihuahua's eyes widened in shock. Immediately, he stood in a formal stance to greet the person, feeling an overwhelming surprise. That's the manager, he thought. Tense and barely daring to breathe, he stood beside Viker, who had his hands casually in his pockets. A man dressed in a light gray suit with a black bow tie stepped down from the carriage. He carried himself with dignity and respectfully bowed to Viker. It's been a while, young master. Recognizing the familiar face, Viker greeted him warmly. Butler, you look healthy. The butler approached Viker, smiling. Do I really? The butler continued in a calm, composed manner. I believe you'll do well, even after leaving the estate. Viker humbly responded, It's just luck, while Chihuahua, still tense, asked, He is. The old man looked at the butler standing so imposing and admired him silently, thinking to himself, the head butler of the Barrymore family, the finest butler in the family, who has held this position for 4 generations. In a family like the Baskervilles, even the smallest mistake can lead to death. Head butler John Barrymore. The old man's eyes sparkled, shining bright as if you could see a halo. I never expected to meet him. Viker asked directly, So your presence here means? Before Viker could finish his sentence, the man quickly responded, Yes, that's right. Butler John relayed the message to Viker. The patriarch appreciates your work and has ordered you to return to the estate. He seemed very pleased. Both Viker and Chihuahua immediately thought of Hugo LeBasker's face. Viker questioned, Pleased? Hugo. Meanwhile, Patriarch Hugo was seriously reading a newspaper article about Viker. The content praised him as the most respected figure on the Underdog residence. The article also included several titles: most trusted by merchants, the most trusted by farmers, the most respected by children, the most esteemed by scholars, and the most wanted by assassins. With the newspaper in hand, Hugo finished reading and praised the Baskerville family, calling them a bunch of muscle-headed fools. We can finally shed that image, he said. Viker placed his hand on his chest, solemnly accepting Hugo's praise. Well done, my son. He replied calmly on the outside, but inside, doubt still lingered. I just did my job, father. Is that a happy face? Hugo clasped his hands together and in a formal tone addressed Viker. That's right. Rewards and punishments must be given appropriately. Viker widened his eyes, secretly pleased when he heard Hugo say, You will go to the academy this year. As expected, the image of the grand and prestigious Colossal Academy appeared in Viker's mind. It was where the upper class of the empire gathered to study, where the children of nobles and royalty were educated. For security, students were required to stay in the dormitories. This was his chance to grow stronger while staying out of Hugo's watchful eye. Hugo asked Viker for his opinion. I plan to send some people with you, but I haven't decided who yet. Do you have any siblings you'd like to bring along? Without hesitation, Viker immediately responded, having already made up his mind. I'm close to highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. I'll use them as sandbags. Hugo didn't argue and immediately agreed, saying, then we'll send that trio with you. Do you remember the plan from when you were 8? Viker quickly brought up the topic. You mean during the training with the Morg family? The plan was to let the Morg family borrow the ruby mine and use them to confront the barbarians. Hugo's expression was filled with a cunning yet profound look as he replied, that plan was successful. Viker asked, you mean? Hugo explained, the Morg family has proposed a raid. They're actually quite eager for it. Now Hugo revealed his main purpose for calling Viker here. So why don't you scout the territory before you start school? You should check how the laws you revised have turned out. It will be a good experience for you. Viker bowed his head in obedience. Yes, father. The manager, Chihuahua, saw Viker off at the gate, waving goodbye with tears in his eyes as he said farewell to Viker, the vice-consul. Watching the entourage with Viker leading it, he said with a heavy heart, take care. I'll do my best while you're gone. Viker glanced back at him with a hint of regret, thinking to himself, I'll be saying goodbye to manager Chihuahua soon enough. Viker's entourage rode forward on horseback, the sound of hooves echoing in the air. Suddenly, Viker's expression changed. He spoke in a low voice, you can show yourselves now. Instantly, numerous hidden assassins, all dressed in black cloaks that covered their faces, revealed themselves and landed on the ground. Viker remained unfazed and coldly addressed them. I apologize for making you wait. I didn't want our farewell to turn chaotic. One man removed his hood and replied, it's no problem, young master. We will ensure your safety on the way to the Morg family estate. This man was the trainer of Pimple, Staffordshire Baskerville. Viker calmly inquired, is Uncle Boston-Tier doing well? Staffordshire replied steadily, the Count is fine. After the slave auction incident, he is very eager for you to join Team Pitbull. Viker thought to himself, he's such a bother. By the time they reached the meeting point, dusk had fallen. The area was surrounded by sharp, towering rock formations. Viker took in the scene and asked, is this the place we're lending to the Morg family? As Viker watched everyone diligently planting rice, he remarked, it seems like no one is breaking the rules. Staffordshire rode up behind him and reported the scouting team has already investigated the area, but Viker interrupted Staffordshire, saying, I know, that's the issue with the barbarians. Staffordshire continued, from what I've heard, the Morg clan has organized a team that includes 3 major clans, 30 members from smaller clans, and hundreds of mages from various unknown clans. Viker listened and commented, it looks like the Morg clan is taking this very seriously. In his mind, Viker assessed the situation. In other words, the Baskerville clan only sent a group of knights and me, a member of a smaller clan, while those from the upper class are on the other side of the mountain. He acknowledged that Hugo's orders made sense. As Hugo said, considering the lives of the barbarians wasn't a bad idea. As everyone moved forward, they came across a deadly field of sharp stakes rising from the ground, exuding a strong smell of death. On the stakes were countless human skeletons impaled and mangled beyond recognition. Staffordshire said to Viker, a mage did this. Viker speculated, this might be a message from the barbarians to the Morg family. Staffordshire agreed with Viker's thoughts, saying, that's a serious warning. Viker's mind wandered to Camus Moore. It makes me think of her. She must be really strong by now. Suddenly, 3 women appeared from above. They called out loudly, causing Viker and Staffordshire to look up. Who's there? The women showed no hesitation and boldly threatened them. In terms of appearance, they seemed like triplets. No one is allowed to pass without permission. No one. No one. Viker seemed to recognize them. I know who they are. Their identities were revealed. The 3 flowers of the Morg family, Hysis, Middlesis, and Losis. Viker felt uneasy about the reputation of the trio before him, but maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. One of them is crazy enough on her own. When they're together, the level of craziness reaches a whole new height. Viker politely explained why they were there. We are a team sent from the Baskerville family. We've come to survey the territory and maintain friendly relations. Please open the fortress gate. Unexpectedly, Hysis waved his hand dismissively and said, we're not reporting to the authorities just yet, so just wait. I'm sure we'll get an answer by tomorrow. Viker shifted to a threatening tone. Are you trying to block me from entering my own land? The trio remained arrogant, showing no signs of backing down. Oh, come on, are you looking down on us just because we're borrowing this place? Hysis shot back at Viker, making him sigh in frustration. Do you know about the tenant protection laws? That's your family's law. Viker, full of arrogance and indifference, replied, I'm going to change that law now so I can kick out any tenant I don't like. He lost all patience and said firmly, I'll say this one last time. The trio seemed to waver slightly, sensing Viker's intense energy and the sharpness in his gaze as he commanded, open the door. They immediately felt the weight of his authority. Their previously smug expressions turned pale and sweat began to bead on their foreheads from fear. Lausis gritted his teeth, his hands starting to gather magical energy, ready to challenge. I've heard there's a crazy kid running the Underdog city. She raised her voice and unleashed her attack. But we've faced plenty of crazies like you before. The powerful strike came straight down in front of the horse that Viker was riding, causing it to rear back in surprise and panic. With a proud gesture, she pointed directly at Viker and declared, If I tell you to wait, you have to wait. How dare a foolish swordsman like you think otherwise? You cannot enter the lands of the Morg family without permission. Or maybe you should show us what talent the Baskerville family has to offer. Staffordshire drew his sword and said to Viker, I don't think we can settle this just by talking. Viker quickly agreed with Staffordshire's assessment. Suddenly from behind, 3 familiar voices echoed, catching Viker completely off guard. You foolish girls don't know your place. Stupid, stupid. Viker turned toward the sound of the voices. That voice. The 3 Morg sisters, who had been insulted, quickly erupted in anger, no longer caring to hold back. You're just followers. If you really think you're better than us, you don't even know your own position. The owners of those voices stepped forward together, blocking the way. They took off their hoods, revealing themselves to be the 3 Baskerville brothers, the spearheads of Patriarch Hugo the Baskerville. The 3 of them pointed at Viker with determination and said, He is the symbol of Baskerville. The brothers wore expressions that suggested they were ready to handle everything, completely ignoring Viker, who was already overwhelmed. Viker's face twisted in frustration, his blood boiling. Inside, he helplessly thought, this is just getting more complicated. Viker looked at the enthusiastic trio, feeling a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Why are they acting like this? He wondered. Hybro seemed to sense Viker's thoughts and spoke up. We are repaying the favor for recommending us to the Academy. Just leave this to us. Viker coldly thought, so this is about the Academy? I was planning to use you as sandbags. In truth, Viker had some predictions about these 3 brothers. In the future, they will become ruthless soldiers. They may not be smart enough to make their own decisions, but they can still follow orders. With training, they could become very useful. Thinking it over, Viker decided to maintain a friendly relationship with the 3 Morg brothers to gain their trust. With a bright smile, he said, I'm counting on you guys. The 3 roses of the Morg family huddled together, whispering among themselves, idiots, total idiots. But the Morg brothers weren't the type to stay quiet. Grinning mischievously, they raised their thumbs, each giving a playful jab back. No, you're the idiots, 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 idiots. The 3 roses bristled at the mockery, their tempers flaring. You little brats. We'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Viker stood off to the side, calmly observing the scene. His mind wandered back to the time before he had rewound the timeline. The Morg trio were well known for being skilled mages, each specializing in a different elemental magic: water, earth, and nature. Their magic abilities were as follows. High Sis wielded water magic. Middle Sis controlled earth magic. Lowbrow mastered nature magic. What made them especially dangerous was how their elements complemented each other perfectly, multiplying their combined magical power tenfold. From a tiny little sprout infused with their strength, a massive tree soon emerged powerfully from the ground. Witnessing their mutual support, Viker silently acknowledged their impressive abilities. That's why they were called the 3 flowers of the Morg family. After finishing their spell, the 3 sisters laughed proudly and teased. So, what do you think? Can't you guys from the Baskerville family get past this? On the other side, Hybro scoffed and drew his sword, ready to attack. They're just a bunch of trees. What can you do with them? He boldly showcased the combat skills of the Baskerville family. His first move cleanly sliced through the thick roots in front of him. The swordplay was so perfect that Staffordshire couldn't help but compliment, wow, that first move was flawless. But suddenly, Hybro looked surprised. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to block a tricky strike from the roots. He quickly jumped back to avoid it, causing his 2 siblings to shout in surprise, Hybro! The 3 roses stood confidently on the sturdy roots, continuing to taunt the Baskerville family. There's no way your pathetic swords can reach us. The Baskerville brothers were filled with rage at that moment. Their eyes were bloodshot as if they wanted to devour their opponents whole. On one side, a fierce battle was unfolding, while on the other, things were completely different. Staffordshire and Viker were deep in conversation. Staffordshire asked, Isn't this interesting? Viker, not quite grasping Staffordshire's point, replied, What's interesting? Staffordshire calmly explained, It's about magic and swordsmanship. The debate over which is stronger has been going on for a long time. Magic uses the mana around us to mimic elemental power and amplify it many times over. In contrast, swordsmanship uses the mana within a person as energy to create explosive strength. They watched as the three Baskerville brothers fought against the three more Roses. Both sides were fiercely engaged. Neither was willing to back down, trading blows in a thrilling display. Staffordshire, witnessing this impressive spectacle, exclaimed, "The clan of mages and swordsmen will lead in the future. With their talent and potential, isn't it fascinating?" Viker replied nonchalantly, "I'm one of them." Staffordshire confidently asserted, "The young master has already surpassed them all." Viker lost his patience and thought to himself, "Why don't they just all die? This is such a waste of time. We need to get through here quickly. As the supervisor, I have a ton of work to do." Suddenly, a figure appeared looking annoyed and asking, "What's going on here?" Without bothering to find out the reason, the person unleashed fire magic, ready to take control of the situation. "What are you doing in my territory?" they demanded. At that moment, Hybero rushed toward Hysis, feeling triumphant as he said, "Got you." But unexpectedly, the fire magic user launched an attack, forcing Hybero to stop just in time. A swirling vortex of fire, incredibly powerful, was about to engulf both of them, causing Hybero to shout in panic. Then came the terrifying explosion as the fire vortex detonated. Those who didn't manage to escape in time would likely be reduced to ashes. Seeing such a powerful fire attack, Viker didn't worry at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief, thinking, "Are they all dead yet?" To his surprise, Hybero and Middlebrow had narrowly avoided disaster, their hair slightly singed and frizzed. Breathing heavily, Hybero asked, "What was that? Where did that fire magic come from?" Still, he stubbornly yelled toward the three Roses, "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone?" Little did they know they had also managed to dodge the attack just in time. Their hair was a mess, their clothes burned and tattered, and they were crying out, "I almost died. If you hadn't dodged, I would have been a goner. Oh no, I'm so scared." The person who ended the commotion spoke coldly, "What is all this?" Viker noticed right away, his expression shifting to one of amusement as he gazed at the figure standing atop the high wall. So it was Camus Morg, wielding that terrifying fire magic. Her voice was calm but stern as she reprimanded them. "I will not forgive anyone who causes disorder in the territory under my watch." The three sisters of the Red Roses hurried to explain themselves. "Camus, we were just trying to stop the intruders. They attacked first." Hearing their disrespectful tone, Camus shot them a sharp glare. "Camus, are you seriously addressing me that way, eldest sister?" Hysis immediately panicked and corrected herself. "Of course not, Commander." Camus pointed to a grim sight, a blurred-out image of something gruesome pinned to a stake, clearly meant as a warning. "You'd better be careful, unless you want to end up like that." It worked instantly. The three of them straightened up and became much more obedient. "Ack, I'm really sorry." Camus looked over at the Baskerville house. It seemed she recognized someone, her eyes widening in surprise. Viker was also staring directly at her. Unlike her earlier strong demeanor, Camus now appeared shy, brushing her hair back as she greeted Viker. "It's been a while, Viker Baskerville. 7 years, right?" Viker smiled, secretly thinking, has it really been that long? Camus Morg has grown up. She looks even more amazing now. Seeing Camus Morg in person truly opened Viker's eyes. This was the beauty of Camus Morg, the one who captured the hearts of countless wealthy men. Even some of Viker's followers were left speechless and captivated. Many men, even those who were married, found themselves drawn to her. There were whispers everywhere. Well, why hadn't anything happened in this lifetime? Before she could ponder further, Viker decided to focus on the main issue. "Well, never mind that. Open the door. This trio isn't listening to me." Seeing Viker's indifference, Camus got angry. "What? It's been so long since we last met, and that's all you have to say." Viker feigned innocence and asked directly, "What else should I say?" This only made Camus frown in frustration. "What do you mean?" Staffordshire stood beside Camus, watching him fume with anger. He thought to himself, is this a battle between the stars of two families after the trio's showdown? Camus pointed directly at Viker and bluntly declared 0 points. Frustrated, Viker tossed aside his earlier brave demeanor and responded, "What's with the attitude toward your future wife? Seriously, negative points for you." It's safe to say that everyone present was completely bewildered and silent. Neither the two families nor Viker and Staffordshire understood what was happening. Camus pouted, letting out a heavy sigh filled with rage, his face flushed red. Viker couldn't help but smile hearing the term wife for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around them was still bustling with the busy work everyone was doing. At that moment, Camus and Viker were riding side by side, engaged in conversation. Camus spoke first. "It seems the Baskerville family doesn't know much about barbarians." Viker confidently replied, "Of course we do. We've been facing them for quite some time. We know more than you think. Camus sharply questioned, then why did you bring these idiots along? Are they all too young and stupid? Viker responded bluntly, we've already discussed this with the Morg family, and the main force will be on the other side of the mountain. Why are you asking when you already know this? Camus grinned mischievously and replied, I thought you didn't know. Viker coldly corrected her, I'm the representative, of course I know. Still playful, Camus half joked, you seem like someone who's about to be abandoned by their family. But somehow, they still trust you, huh? Seemingly in a good mood, Camus didn't stop there. So what's the most annoying thing in the barbarian tribe? Viker sighed quietly. She just kept asking. Yet, Viker patiently explained in detail. The warrior tribe, Black, and the sorcerer tribe, Rococo. The archery strength of Black is significantly higher than that of the Empire at certain levels, and the origin of this still isn't fully understood. Camus playfully scored him, saying, since you know so much about the barbarian tribe's culture, I'll give you an 8 firsts. Okay. Viker was a little disappointed and responded with frustration. I answered well, so why are the points so low? She waved her hand dismissively and said, what should I do with someone as smart as you? I really dislike smart men. A man would be much more interesting if he were a bit dumb. Viker sighed, accepting Camus's playful grading of him. Riding a horse 6 points? You're shorter than me, right? You're riding a horse way too big for you. Fashion, 4 points. Your clothes are not stylish, and that arrogance of yours, 1 point. I thought it was bad, but then Camus sincerely said, your face gets 99 points. You grew up handsome, but your expression isn't great, so I'm deducting 1 point. Viker coldly snapped, cut the nonsense. But Camus stubbornly argued, how is it nonsense? I'm grading my future husband. Viker asked, confused, why would I be your future husband? Camus responded as if it were obvious. What do you mean, why? You passed my test, didn't you? Suddenly, Viker remembered something from the past. Wait, is she talking about something that happened 7 years ago? That was when he was training with Adolf Morg and won in front of Camus and Viker's father. I'll fight you with a bucket of water on your head. If you manage to spill even a drop, you win. Focusing on a single point can help, but it all depends on who your opponent is. Camus was furious, expressing her frustration. How dare Uncle decide who my husband is based on a silly little test like that? It's so maddening. Because of your decision, my love life is basically over. It's ridiculous. I had already made a promise. It felt like we were technically married. But what else can I do? I made a promise, so I have to stick to it. Ugh. No matter how much I dislike it, I still have to follow through. I have to accept it. Viker quietly admitted to himself that she really was a talented fire magic user. Then, out of nowhere, Viker assured her, I completely forgot about that day. I promise it won't happen again. Camus blushed and pressed her lips together. Frustrated, she threw something like a rag right at his face and exclaimed, how can you change what's already happened? You idiot. Still fuming, she urged her horse ahead, loudly declaring, I'm a genius. Once I make a promise, I never forget it. Meanwhile, Viker stood there, still in shock. What did she just throw? He wondered. Looking closer, he realized it was the shirt he had given Camus when they were kids, meant for her to wear as a makeshift cover. Here, take it, he said. Camus blushed again and replied instinctively, oh, it's nothing. Viker fell silent, surprised that Camus still had that shirt. She's returning it without even washing it. Camus continued the conversation. The barbarians attacked the ruby mine and stole slaves and crops. They take slaves because they can sell them for a good price elsewhere. The two of them walked together toward the front of the fortress. Camus explained, this wall was built by the sorcerers in just a month. Viker marveled. Those really are the sorcerers of the Morg family. In 1 month, they can accomplish what hundreds of ordinary people would take a year to do. Camus proudly affirmed, exactly. Viker glanced at the massive holes scattered across the wall and asked Camus, are those marks from the arrows shot by the Black tribe? Camus nodded and explained in detail. Yes, their arrows carry incredibly strong aura. At night, countless people have died after being hit by them. These arrows can pierce through walls that are 2 to 3 meters thick. Their power is not something to be taken lightly. She continued, her tone growing more animated as she spoke. The arrows can even shatter magical shields. My uncle was injured because of that. Luckily, he survived, but his pride took a serious hit. Viker agreed and added with a hint of sympathy. Come to think of it, our patriarch went through something similar. I heard his nose got broken. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Viker speculated, it looks like there are some formidable people on the barbarian side. Do you have any idea who it might be? Camus wasn't entirely sure, so she used aloud, I think it's a woman. But since they paint their faces black, it's really hard to tell their gender. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, Deputy Leader, you need to get over here quickly. The scouting team had captured someone from the barbarians. Camus was taken by surprise when he heard the news. He instinctively asked, "What?" In the interrogation tent, there was a man tied up, with both his arms and legs bound. He was bald and covered in strange tattoos. Viker noted he's from the witch tribe. Camus turned to his men and asked, "Did you manage to get any information?" However, his troops responded with disappointing news. He hasn't said a word. Camus firmly said, "What about mind control magic?" His men hesitantly replied, "That didn't work. They are powerful witches. Reading their minds is impossible." Camus then personally confronted the apparent leader, asking, "A few days ago, you attacked the stronghold of the Morg family. Do you remember how many people you captured?" With a fierce tone, Camus continued, "Among the victims is a girl from the Morg family named Rose. She is my sixth cousin. What have you done to her?" Unexpectedly, the man stubbornly and arrogantly responded in the barbarian language. I'm not sure what he said, but the three captured barbarians burst into savage laughter. Camus felt impatient and commanded, "Translate." What are these barbarians saying? One of Camus's men tried to catch a few words. "I only understood a little. When they attacked, everyone was killed and taken away. That's all. Deputy leader." Camus felt helpless because the language barrier made it impossible to interrogate them clearly, so no one can translate what he's saying. Even my men can't help. At that moment, Viker stepped forward to assist. "I know a bit of the Rococo tribe's language." Camus skeptically asked, "You do? Is there anything you don't know?" Viker humbly replied, "I'm not very fluent. I just know a few basic words." Camus had no choice but to explain to Viker what he wanted to ask so he could translate. "Can you ask where my cousin is? He was captured during the raid. He's only 12 years old with red eyes, red hair, and very pale skin." Viker then used the language of the barbarians to repeat Camus's question. The barbarian sneered, grinning maliciously, and excitedly replied in his tribal tongue. Viker listened, closed his eyes in discomfort, and spoke in a low voice, "She's dead." Camus seemed to reach the peak of her rage. She declared angrily, "The head of the court isn't here. The leader of the temple is across the territory for an inspection, so all decisions will be made by me. I am Camus Morg, a member of the clan and the deputy leader of this fortress." With a cold demeanor, Camus announced, "I sentence him to immediate execution." As soon as she finished speaking, she thrust her magic into the chest of the barbarian. A spike of earth shot up, surrounded by roaring flames. He screamed in agony in his tribal language. Camus watched his suffering with indifference and said, "Go ahead, keep talking." She firmly declared, "After this battle is over, your language will only be spoken in hell." The three remaining warriors looked at the charred remains of their leader, panic and fear washing over them. Camus decisively turned away and said, "Let's go." Viker watched her leave, feeling a mix of emotions. Once outside the tent, he was struck by a stark contrast to the coldness she had shown during the interrogation. Camus was now crying, her body trembling with sobs. Viker stepped closer, offering comfort. Despite her tough demeanor, she was only 10 years old. It was clear she shared a close bond with her sibling. Camus hadn't stopped crying, her heart weighed down by memories of her younger sister. Her voice was steady, yet filled with sorrow as she said, "Yeah, she always followed me around. She was just a naive kid. She never belonged to this cold-blooded family." Viker sympathized, gently trying to console her. "Don't be too heartbroken. I'm sure she passed away peacefully." But Camus had known the harsh truth all along. "You think I'm a fool?" she thought bitterly. "I'm a genius. Even if I don't speak their language, I've picked up enough to understand. So tell me, is what I heard true?" Viker was taken aback. She noticed already. Camus's fury burned deep as she recalled those hateful words. "We ate her." Her emotions, bottled up for too long, finally broke free. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, trying in vain to hold it all in, but the pain was too much. Her sobs grew louder until she collapsed into uncontrollable, childlike weeping, shattered by despair. Viker stood quietly beside Camus, listening as she blamed herself. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you," she said. He reached out to touch her shoulder, but hesitated, probably worried that she might feel uncomfortable. Instead, Viker chose to stay close to Camus, allowing her to cry and release her emotions. He patiently waited for her to finish. Camus wiped away the remaining tears. It seemed like she had gathered herself, her voice now firm. "It's not that big of a deal. If someone is cruel and brutal, I'll just take them out." Although her eyes were still glistening with tears, her gaze was more determined. "Now is not the time to mourn. I need to pull myself together quickly so I can get my revenge." Viker smiled and reached out his hand to help Camus stand up. "You truly are a hero and no doubt about it." Camus hesitated, unsure about taking his hand. Just as their hands were about to touch, a loud bell rang out urgently. Viker asked, "What's that bell for?" Camus quickly got to her feet, speaking hurriedly. "That's the signal that the barbarians are attacking." Viker responded firmly. The time for her revenge had come swiftly. The stronghold of the Morg family seemed to be ambushed from outside the palisade. A shadow flickered, hiding behind the bushes. Suddenly, a sharp-clawed foot appeared, riding on a white wolf were the warriors of the Black Tribe. That person drew a bow, aiming straight at the family stronghold. She focused all of her energy into the arrow, making it radiate with a powerful force. She released it, and the arrow shot forward at incredible speed, leaving behind a streak of green light that cut through the air with overwhelming intensity. It aimed directly at the upper part of the wall, where 2 guards were stationed. By the time they realized what was happening, the arrow was already too close to avoid. The 2 of them gasped in shock, and just moments later, the arrow struck, blasting a large section of the wall and sending the guards flying. With the attack initiated, the girl commanded everyone to advance in the Black tribal language. The people inside the stronghold were caught off guard by a wave of black warriors riding wolves, fiercely attacking and tearing into them. The sounds of screams echoed everywhere. The wolf-riding girls threw lariats made of rope around the necks of the young men in the stronghold, pulling them up and dragging them along the ground. At that moment, Viker arrived and witnessed the chaos around him. Some people were being captured, others had lost their lives, and some lay unconscious next to piles of bodies. He wondered to himself, did I arrive a bit too early? Suddenly, a noose flew toward Viker. Both black girls expertly caught him by the neck with their ropes. Viker stood there, unfazed as the ropes tightened from the girl's pull, his body remaining steady and unshaken. Feeling pleased with themselves, they spoke to each other in black, saying, "We caught a good one. The hunt for husbands is going well." Viker overheard them and thought, hunting for husbands? Are they trying to capture men to create a new race that's superior to the locals? It was clear what was happening, and there was no need for further investigation. Viker swiftly grabbed the ropes they were using as weapons and said, "Sorry, but I'm not interested in being your husband." He confidently added, "I might already be engaged." The 2 men standing nearby were stunned for a few seconds as they watched their companions being taken down. Then they quickly raised their bows, ready to fight back. They exchanged glances and asked each other, "Is he an enemy?" 4 arrows shot straight toward Viker. Though he had drawn his sword, Viker hesitated, thinking, Hugo asked me not to rush into things. I can't start a fight before I regroup with the main forces. He felt the tension rise as he considered, should I wait for the main troops to arrive? With a swift move, Viker sliced through the 4 arrows, breaking them in half without a scratch on him. The 2 attackers stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way." Camus was also in action, unleashing a fireball that incinerated everything in its path with a wild fury. She scolded Viker for holding back, saying, "What are you doing? Why aren't you killing them?" The 2 men who had shot arrows at Viker perished in the flames, screaming in agony in the language of the Black Tribe. Camus charged into the battle with fierce determination, showing no mercy and no hesitation. Her anger fueled her as she unleashed her top-notch fire magic, shouting, "Die, you barbarian scum." Viker couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Camus. He thought to himself, as she really turned this place into a sea of flames. After observing the move Viker had used, Camus asked, "You just used liquid aura, didn't you?" She spoke plainly, "So, you were a graduator? I know you're the only man who could make me acknowledge you." Viker seriously explained why he wasn't engaging the barbarians directly. "I've received orders from the family head to avoid initiating a fight until we meet up with the main forces." Camus had no intention of backing down. She fully focused on casting the 4 flames formation, her determination to wipe out the barbarians clear. That's an order from the Baskerville family head, right? Well, a Baskerville clan member shouldn't interfere in this. The infernal fire formation erupted, burning everything in its path with deadly intent, fueled by Camus's fierce desire for vengeance. "Because I will eliminate all of them myself." The deafening sound of explosions followed in rapid succession. The overwhelming force made Viker hesitant to intervene. That fire, it's 4 flames. She's increased the destructive power. Camus continued gathering fireballs. "I will avenge my sister." Suddenly, a member of the Black Tribe ambushed Camus with a blowpipe, hitting her right in the neck. She barely had time to exclaim, "Ah, is this a dart?" The attacker stood back, watching as Camus collapsed on the ground. Feeling helpless, she said, "It seems I've been poisoned, I'm paralyzed, I can't move my body anymore." This situation left Viker at a loss for words, unable to react quickly. All he could do was sigh, "I really don't know what to say to her anymore." The attacker threw a lasso at Camus, who lay motionless, but Viker managed to intercept it. Camus could still speak, and she quickly praised Viker, saying, "You did well catching that." Holding tight to the lasso, Viker turned to Camus and suggested, "I think it's better for us to retreat." Of course, Camus disagreed. But what about the farm and the people who have been captured? Viker patiently explained it's better not to engage in any more battles until the main forces from Baskerville arrive. But Camus stood firm, insisting, "No, I need to avenge my sister, who was taken by those barbarians." Viker remained adamant, urging, make a more reasonable decision. Suddenly, Viker sensed something, an overwhelming, terrifying power, closing in on him. He barely dodged in time, narrowly escaping death. He quickly turned to the direction the arrow had come from. As he pondered, could that destructive force be the person Camus once mentioned? Lost in thought, Viker failed to notice a member of the barbarians sneaking up behind him. The attacker moved swiftly, grabbing Camus, who lay motionless on the ground, and ordered his massive wolf to retreat at full speed. Viker couldn't react in time. He could only watch helplessly as Camus was taken away. Her voice echoed faintly, calling out his name. His heart sank as a chilling thought crossed his mind. Is everything really falling apart now? In the past, when Camus Morg was still a young girl, she had been captured once before. But it didn't last long. She single-handedly wiped out the barbarian squad and returned safely. After that incident, she earned the title Queen of Leru Eleno. Even so, Viker knew he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But this hesitation cost him. While he was still weighing his options, Camus suddenly launched an attack on him. After delivering a powerful, threatening blow, Viker stepped back. He quickly braced himself, ready to block her second fierce strike. She's attacking with a bow, he wondered. She kicked him hard in the stomach, forcing him to stagger backward, his guard still up. Viker noticed her movement was different from others. Do I need to go all out? Suddenly, Viker froze, thinking he had misheard. But no, she was speaking in normal language, not barbarian. The two of them stood facing each other, each wary of the other. She continued, you and I, we've met again. She seemed excited, her thoughts cursing Viker silently. Standing in front of him, she spoke slowly, word by word, I told you before, we'd meet again. With that, a sleek grin curled at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes seemed to glow with a fierce determination as she locked eyes with him. Viker was stunned. At that moment, he realized the image of a shy, bashful girl from before flashed in his mind. Then he remembered the person he had met at the slave auction. Remembering everything, Viker furrowed his brow and asked, are you repaying kindness with hatred? She replied calmly in her imperfect language, I, a slave, seek revenge. The kidnapper is the Morg tribe, not you. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped onto the back of her white wolf. She declared coolly, I will take revenge the way I was once treated. We will capture the woman in charge. Follow me if you want. At her invitation, Viker hesitated, wondering if he should show his strength. While he was deep in thought, a group of people ran toward them, shouting, Camus. Just as Viker was trying to wrap his head around who was coming, Adolf Moore arrived, having rushed over after hearing about the attack. Without wasting any time, he summoned magic and angrily shouted, how dare you give my grandchild back? With Adolf's shout, the ground beneath them cracked open, chasing after the girl and her white wolf. But she was unfazed. Along with her tribe, she skillfully rode her wolf, dodging all obstacles and escaping. Once the last silhouette of the girl had disappeared into the distance, Adolf came to a stop. Frustrated, he couldn't help but mutter, damn it. Viker, standing behind him, felt a mix of tension and worry as he surveyed the chaotic scene that resembled a battlefield. He thought, wow, I never expected they could finish the ambush in just 3 minutes after the alarm went off. Things became more complicated due to Camus's carelessness and lack of experience. Suddenly, Viker noticed someone speaking near where Adolf was arguing. The person said, I think they ran toward the restricted area in the Leru Eleno Mountains. Hearing this, Adolf's heart sank. The restricted area of Leru Eleno, he exclaimed, feeling a wave of fear. He couldn't believe it. The restricted area was still uncharted and filled with danger. Going there at night was like signing a death warrant. His granddaughter had been captured, but what could he do? As Adolf sat in despair, unsure of what to do next, a voice broke through the gloom. We can go after them. Surprised, Adolf turned around. Viker raised his hand calmly and explained, I've been in the forest before. In his mind, he thought, before I rewound, using reconnaissance and pursuit, I had already passed through that place. Adolf hurriedly grabbed Viker and asked again, are you serious? One of his subordinates spoke up to remind him, sir, heading towards Mount Leru Eleno right now is suicide. Before the man could finish, Adolf interrupted him, stubbornly saying, whoever doesn't want to go can stay behind. I won't punish anyone for it. He observed the young man in front of him and silently thought, I know this kid is not ordinary. I have no choice but to trust him. Adolf sincerely pleaded, everything depends on you. Please save my granddaughter. The mystical moonlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating everything below. The scene before them unfolded, a fence with a warning sign blocking outsiders from entering. This was the Law Eleno Forest in the Baskerville territory. It was home to bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous, silent spiders, and many other dangerous creatures. Ordinary people wouldn't survive here. That's why it was known as the flesh-eating forest. A chilling, eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire forest. However, a figure suddenly jumped up onto a tree trunk. It turned out to be Viker's group leading the way. With their exceptional speed, the others had to push themselves to keep up. Adolphe, slightly surprised, asked, "Can all the children from the Baskerville family do that?" Staffordshire immediately replied, "Of course not." Out of nowhere, two giant bees with red eyes appeared. Only the young master is a special case. True to his words, Viker rushed forward, drawing his sword from his waist. With a smooth swing, he effortlessly cut down the bees. The three Boro brothers, witnessing this, displayed expressions of admiration, their eyes shining brightly as they simultaneously reflected on it. A while later, Viker crouched behind a tree, keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop, leaving them confused about what was happening. In front of them, a flickering red light filled the air. Viker assessed the situation and said, "Looks like they haven't run too far." He then gave a serious order. "I've heard that black hunters crush dry leaves around them to listen for anyone tailing them. We need to be extra cautious from here on." Adolphe raised his hand and cast a silence spell on Viker's feet. Noticing Viker looked confused, he smiled gently and explained, "This spell helps you move without making any noise. From now on, I'll rely on you, and I won't forget this favor, nephew-in-law." Viker didn't truly understand what the old man meant and thought, nephew-in-law? The flickering light from the fire illuminated the gathering of the Black Clan members around them. Meanwhile, Camus was tied to a tree, yelling nonstop, "You barbarian bastards. Once I get free, I'll burn you all to ashes. You'll see my magic. Just wait for it." She kept shouting to herself, but no one paid her any mind. Some women from the clan were busy chatting with one another. One of them said, "I like that guy from earlier." The other sighed and replied, "I think the husband hunt has failed." Camus huffed in frustration, annoyed that they weren't listening to her. She recalled overhearing them talk about hunting for husbands and wives before. While she was lost in thought, perhaps realizing this was why they ambushed her a footstep forward. A man with a scruffy beard watched her closely. He spoke in a creepy tone, saying, "Now that we captured this woman, every man in the tribe will want her." Camus shouted back angrily, "You crazy bastard, what are you planning to do with me? Just kill me already." The man scratched his ear, looking innocent as he replied, "I don't understand what she's saying, but just looking into her eyes, it's clear she's a rebellious one." As he spoke, he squeezed her cheek tightly. He picked up an arrow, his expression turning sinister as he licked the tip and threatened, "I think this proud little slave needs to be taught a lesson." Just then, a girl approached coolly and said, "Ahun, stay away from my slave." Ahun, clearly annoyed, replied, "What do you mean, Commander Ayan? I captured her." Ayan, unfazed, shot back, "You fool." After clearing his throat, he grew furious and asked, "What do you mean by that? I was the one who shot the arrow and set the trap." Ayan remained calm and responded, "Then who delivered the results? If I hadn't stopped that kid with the sword, you would be dead right now." Ahun, clearly unwilling to back down, asked again, "So, you're saying this woman is your prize?" Ayan crossed her arms with an air of arrogance and replied, "Of course." On the side, Camus, still confused by the situation, tried to make sense of what was happening. Is this some kind of internal conflict? I'm sure she's their leader. Her name is Ayan, but no one here seems to care about my opinion. Ahun continued to question his leader, "But you're a woman." The commander remained calm and asked back, "And so?" Camus, observing the interaction, analyzed the situation seriously. "Ayan, she's fighting on equal footing with Viker, a graduator. If I want to escape, I'll have to get past her." Meanwhile, Ahun, still pointing his finger at Ayan, continued his challenge. "I won't let you do whatever you want just because you're in charge." Finally, Ayan lost her patience. Anger flared in her eyes as she raised her hand, now glowing with magical energy. Her voice was sharp and threatening. "If you've got a problem, come face me anytime, Ahun. I'll show you what happens when you cross me." Ahun immediately felt the weight of her threat. Sweat trickled down his face as fear gripped him, his confidence shattered by the sheer power radiating from her. Ahun quickly raised his hand to apologize, saying, "I don't object." Ayan looked at him with wide, cold eyes and asked, "Really? It's fine." Ahun immediately replied, "Yes, I give up. Do whatever you want, Commander." After saying this, he hurriedly walked away. Camus watched the whole exchange and concluded that it seemed like she had won. Suddenly, Ayan spoke up, "Your eyes are as good as your abilities. You truly come from a good lineage, the next patriarch of the Morg family." Before Camus could process what was happening, Ayan kicked her hard in the shoulder and said, "I was captured by your Morg family and sold into slavery. However, I was lucky enough to have someone help me escape that life." Ayan recalled the moment Viker saved her that day. He had stood there looking at her and said in the black language, "Go ahead, but you won't be as lucky as I was." As she spoke, Ayan's gaze was icy, as if she were delivering a judgment rather than just making a statement. It becomes even clearer. Ayan continued, "When I say this, I will teach you a lesson that you will remember deeply. Your daily task will be to kneel and lick my feet. Camus heard this and frowned, feeling alert. Suddenly, an explosion went off right behind Ayan. She turned around in shock and shouted, "An explosion!" One of the tribe members was engulfed in flames. The others quickly went on the defensive, shouting loudly, "It's an ambush." Light footsteps approached. A figure stood amidst the fire, shouting, "Cruel barbarians, I come to make you pay for what you've done." Camus felt a rush of joy as he recognized the voice, Uncle. Adolphe and his group moved forward, and he raised his hand, using magic to demand, "Return my granddaughter immediately." The black tribe members immediately became wary, eyeing them with caution. Adolphe's group charged in to attack the tribe members. Meanwhile, our main character, Viker, was perched on a branch, observing everything. He sensed something was off and thought, "Something feels strange. Why are the black hunters, who ambushed so skillfully, now in such chaos?" Viker watched as the black tribe members were easily killed and scattered in panic, filled with doubt. Some members of the tribe climbed onto the wolves' backs, cursing, "You bastards, how dare you cause trouble in the forest in the middle of the night?" Seeing someone preparing to leave, Adolphe immediately gave the order, "They're running away. Don't let anyone live." Camus, feeling proud, said, "Are you scared now, you barbarians?" Suddenly, a noise behind her startled Camus, making her straighten up. She cautiously looked behind, only to see Viker signaling for her to remain silent. But before she could stop herself, Camus shouted his name, Viker. Viker calmly cut the rope, tying her hands with his sword. He gently caught Camus and asked, "Were you coming to save me?" And knowing Viker replied, "Didn't you know that gesture means stay quiet?" As expected, a figure appeared in front of them, blocking their path. The person spoke calmly, "You were good with that sword. I knew you'd come." The person rested a hand on their waist and continued praising Viker. "Your physical strength helped you find your way here quickly. Your sharp mind let you see clearly in the darkness of the forest. And your strong love made you risk everything for the girl." It turned out the person was Ayan, and she confidently declared, "I won't ask about your past. You passed." Viker was confused. "Past? What did I pass?" He watched as Ayan and Camus exchanged looks, their gazes locking like a battle of lightning. Without thinking much, Viker allowed Camus to lean closer to him. He thought to himself, "Even though it's impossible right now, I cannot remember anyone like her from my past life." Viker observed Ayan, her face flushed with anger and wonder. Could she be someone who managed to avoid Hugo's scrutiny? The Black Knight Hunter? But as he thought about it more, something didn't add up. She's too young and inexperienced to be that person. Or maybe she's related to the Night Hunter by blood. While Viker was lost in thought, he didn't realize that a weapon was aimed at him from a distance. A dart flew toward him, but luckily Viker quickly raised his arm to shield Camus. Behind the bushes, Ahun, who was holding the weapon, was stunned. What? How did he know? Viker calmly picked up Camus as if she were a princess, causing her to flinch. He coolly said, "Things are getting more complicated. Just hold on a bit. I'll take you to your uncle." Camus blushed and replied, "Okay." The young girl's heart raced. She thought to herself, "He's speaking so normally. Maybe he's just worried about the poison." The two quickly moved away, leaving her standing there alone. She helplessly scratched her head and sighed, "Oh man, I just want him to come home with me." Meanwhile, Viker carried Camus and asked her if she felt seriously poisoned. Camus blushed again and said, "I think so." Suddenly, two figures appeared ahead, aiming arrows at them. Viker swiftly drew his sword to block the incoming arrows. Another bowstring was drawn. Ayan took aim and even added a layer of magic to the arrowhead. Her eyes gleamed with intent as she said, "Should we deal with that girl more?" She released the arrow, which shot forth with great power, narrowly grazing behind Viker. Sensing danger, Viker quickly turned around, but at that moment, the arrow was just inches away. It was aimed at Camus, who was puzzled as to why he had stopped. Just as the arrow was about to strike her eye, several chunks of ice appeared. The arrow pierced through the ice and halted right in front of Camus's face. It turned out that Adolphe had been nearby, using his magic to save his granddaughter. In a hurry, he asked, "Are you okay, my dear?" Camus shouted, "Uncle." Adolphe cast a spell to neutralize the poison affecting her. Worried, he supported his only granddaughter, saying, "This is serious. You're heavily poisoned. I can't remove it all. When we get back, we should stop by Divine Quo Vadis." Suddenly, Camus pushed him away gently and said politely, "Excuse me for a moment, Uncle." Before Adolphe could understand what was happening, Camus dashed over and hugged Viker, exclaiming, "You saved me again, Viker." Adolphe could only stand there, mouth agape, calling out to Camus. He was misty-eyed as he said, "Your uncle did his best too." But Camus shot back coldly, "Why did you show up so late?" "I'm telling Mom." Suddenly, a rope fell on Viker's head. Ayan, who had been behind him for who knows how long, pulled the rope tightly around Viker's neck, trying to drag him toward her. But he didn't move an inch. She thought to herself, He's not backing down at all. How is he so strong? Worry, Ian shouted, "You better just give in and let yourself be caught. I don't have time for this." Camus frowned and irritably replied, "It's you again." Viker calmly snapped the rope, ignoring the annoyed girl behind him and focusing instead on Ian's words. "No time? Is there a reason the block are in such a hurry?" Then a face that looked neither human nor demonic appeared. A dark shadow enveloped the entire forest, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Ian, frightened, looked up at the sky and slowly backed away, saying, "Shit, did it finally notice?" Viker noticed the signs of Beelzebub spreading down his arm. He observed that it showed no signs of stopping and thought to himself, "The Beelzebub in my veins is warning me that something is coming." With a fearful tone, Ian spoke up, "She's coming." This only deepened Viker's suspicion. She. He noticed the visible tension and fear on Ian's face. Then she shouted, "Madam Eight Legs." As soon as she spoke, something appeared, shooting straight up into the sky. The Black Tribe members were equally alarmed. "Is it Madame? Is she really here?" Camus, staring at the object now standing upright, asked, "A pillar?" Viker immediately dismissed it. No way. The strange object emitted an eerie purple light. Then, from one central point, it branched out in multiple directions. These branches shot down into the ground. Adolf stepped in front of the two, shielding them, while Viker, horrified, said, "This is insane. Can a monster this big really hide in the forest?" Viker became alert, instinctively preparing for battle as he thought, "I can't believe I'm facing this monster here." Indeed, this creature was an S-class disaster. Madam Eight Legs. The creature's appearance was just as its name suggested. It had the form of a spider with eyes and a mouth glowing an ominous red, creating a terrifying sight. It walked right up to the group of Viker and let out a roar to show its strength. The sound was terrifying, shaking everything around them. Adolf quickly stepped in front of the two people nearby, and Viker gasped, "No way. There's actually a monster like that hiding in this forest." Viker stayed alert, ready for anything, as thoughts raced through his mind. "I can't believe I'm facing a creature like this right now. If I remember correctly, its danger level is S, Madam Eight Legs." The monster revealed itself as its name suggested. It looked like a giant spider with glowing red eyes and an unsettling mouth, creating a horrifying image. It moved closer to Viker's group and roared again, showcasing its immense power. The sound echoed menacingly, causing a tremor in the surroundings. Everyone in the group eyed the enormous creature with caution. Camus, maintaining her innocence from earlier, was about to exclaim loudly, "What is that?" "Move." Thankfully, Viker quickly covered her mouth and softly reminded her, "Don't speak too loudly." Viker added, "Even though its eyesight is poor, its hearing is incredibly sharp." At this moment, Madam Eight Legs began to move, searching for its prey. Memories of an old man flashed through Viker's mind. He recalled a native elder telling him before the rewind about accidents he had heard and seen on Leru Eleno Mountain. The frightening image of the monster's legs was vividly etched in his memory. Viker thought back to a legend that sounded like a horror story. It spoke of something called Madam Eight Legs dwelling deep in the damp forest. In the Monster Dictionary of the Empire, this tale had been republished and revised several times. It still preserved the accounts of Madam Eight Legs' terrifying exploits. With these thoughts in mind, Viker earnestly looked at the creature. He watched as Madam Eight Legs opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth and an enormous maw. It let out a tremendous roar. Countless droplets shot out from its mouth. Viker remembered what he had read. A danger level of S indicated a monster capable of destroying an entire nation in a single day, with a threat level approaching disaster. The droplet flying from Madam Eight Legs' mouth turned out to be a highly potent poison. Any branch that came into contact with it melted away instantly. Then, Madam Eight Legs continuously sprayed her poison towards the crowd. Viker used his quick reflexes to dodge. Meanwhile, Adolf held his granddaughter tightly and cast a magic shield to protect them both. The Black Tribe members stood frozen in fear, mouths agape. Unfortunately, An wasn't so lucky and got hit. He panicked and shouted for help. My hair is covered in Madam's poison." In an instant, his hair was cut off. An, holding a knife, scolded him, "You fool! How could you scream in front of Madame?" The man fell to the ground, panting heavily. An, frustrated, clenched her teeth and muttered, "Damn it, if you weren't Shaman's grandson, I would have killed you a long time ago." She glanced at Madam Eight Legs, who had heard a Hun scream and located their position. An quickly ordered her people, "We need to retreat now." Adolf also quickly gathered his group and said, "We need to head back too." As he spoke, he hugged his granddaughter and began to run. Madam Eight Legs was not easy to get past. It made a horrifying sound as one of its limbs slithered out. The current map was divided into two factions. The blue represented the Black Tribe, while the red symbolized Adolf's group. The Black members were retreating in small groups, while the Baskerville and Morg families were fleeing together. These two brutes had slight differences in their retreat strategies, but those differences would determine whom the creature would chase. The monster lifted its legs in pursuit of a group of people. As expected, the main character's group was in danger. Adolf, holding Camus in his arms, thought to himself, "Damn it, why is it chasing us?" One of his confident subordinates began to use his magic. He conjured a fireball and said, "Lord Adolf, just leave it to me. The weakness of all these bugs has to be fire." With that, he launched the fireball ahead. The flames exploded upon hitting Madame Eight Legs. While he was celebrating, saying, "It worked," he quickly boasted, "Adolf, did you see that?" Suddenly, Madame Eight Legs moved its limb through the guy next to him, just as he stood there bewildered by the blood splattering from his teammate. Tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing Madame Eight Legs completely intact without a single scratch terrified him, and he screamed, but it had no effect on it. Adolf gritted his teeth and used all his strength to run forward. Frustrated, he muttered, "What the hell is that thing?" Viker ran right beside him, silent and focused. Suddenly, he shouted, "Right now." Without paying any mind to the others, Viker turned around and faced Madame Eight Legs directly. Staffordshire was alarmed and quickly called out to him, "Young master, what are you planning to do?" Viker calmly explained, "If we keep going like this, we're all just going to end up dead. Someone has to step up and act as bait." Hearing this, Staffordshire immediately suggested, "Let me do it." But Viker quickly countered, "Do you really think with your skills you can hold that eight-legged monster back? We can't let it chase us all the way back to our territory. Among everyone here, you're the least suited to be the bait." Viker calmly shared his thoughts, leaving the crowd astonished. He grasped the hilt of his sword, turned, and prepared to face the creature directly. With a cold voice, he declared, "It's me." He then addressed Adolf, saying, "Lord Adolf, there's no more time. The decision is in your hands." Camus, still in shock, called out his name. "Viker." Adolf quickly shouted, "Run. Hurry. Don't let my nephew's sacrifice be in vain." With that, he picked up his granddaughter and fled with the rest of the group. Camus wasn't ready to give up. She reached out, trying to hold on to Viker as she screamed. She yelled at him to come back, but Adolf told Camus, "You stay put." Viker's hand gripping the sword's hilt froze. Then, all of a sudden, he let go, dropping the sword. With a steadfast face facing the storm, he thought, it's not about worrying that the Baskerville territory will be destroyed. The real concern is that the Allied forces can't possibly stand against that monster, especially since it hasn't shown its full power yet. Viker recalled the cold face of the homeowner, Hugo, and told himself, "However, this is a good opportunity for me. If I pretend to be dead, I can escape Hugo's surveillance and have more time to study and memorize the 10th ultimate skill. Once I have enough ability to break free from Hugo's control, or when I finish mastering the skills to hide and manage them, I will return to my family." With that thought, he summoned Beelzebub into his hand, transforming it into a sharp sword. He stood still, waiting for Madame Eight Legs to come closer, reminding himself, "If I don't use everything I have, I will definitely die." Viker felt the surge of energy coursing through his body and thought, "I've received a significant amount of mana thanks to the blessing of the River Styx. I will use all my aura along with the advanced swordsmanship of the Baskerville family, especially the demonic sword Beelzebub, to attack it." Having made his decision, he opened his eyes wide, ready for battle. Viker leaped from tree to tree, moving with a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. A shockwave erupted as he jumped high into the air, facing the monster directly. Madame Eight Legs let out a growl, revealing its sharp, menacing teeth. Viker coldly raised his hand. The blood-red blade followed suit. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the sword, enveloping Viker before he quickly shot towards the monster. Viker unleashed the 5th technique of the Baskerville clan, landing a decisive blow to Madame Eight Legs' head. He gritted his teeth, enduring the force of the attack. The monster's legs shook as it struggled to withstand his strike, but unfortunately, the power behind the technique was too strong. Madame Eight Legs' body sank deep, leaving only a glimmer of red light. The crimson light spread around, shooting straight up into the sky. Adolf and the others, who had run ahead, could only suppress their tears and keep moving. Camus stood frozen, unable to believe her eyes as she witnessed the scene. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice trembled as she called out, "No, Viker." Camus screamed his name in despair. The pillar of light slowly faded away. The scene from a past life flashed before Viker's eyes. That day, he knelt on the ground, flanked by guards with their swords drawn. He waited, expecting to lose his head. Viker's face darkened. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing his fiery red gaze. The night sky was softly illuminated by the moonlight. An old man stood calmly nearby, followed by a mighty army. It was none other than Hugo. The old man raised his hand, his eyes glowing red, just like Viker's. Coldly, decisively, he lowered his hand to signal the execution. Viker's vision immediately began to whirl. The images became hazy. the red hue gradually clouding his sight. He watched as Hugo turned away, showing no concern for his own son. Following the old man's retreating figure, Viker silently thought, "So, this is it, Hugo." Viker slowly opened his eyes, breaking free from that dream. The rough straw thatch of the ceiling came into view. He lay on the floor, his body covered in wounds, with his neck tightly bound by ropes. Confused, he asked, "Where am I?" Then he recalled the memories before he fainted and wondered, wait, how many days have passed? Did I survive the battle with Madame Eight Legs? Images of himself battling the monster flashed through Viker's mind. He thought to himself, if she hadn't suddenly stopped because of the blinding explosion, I would have been dead. Viker struggled to sit up. He rubbed his aching shoulder and mused, bones, muscles, and even blood vessels. There's not a single part of me that doesn't hurt. One blow, and I'm this wounded. I really underestimated her. Damn it. At that moment, Viker realized the rope tightly wrapped around his neck. He felt a twinge of confusion, thinking, is this why my neck hurts? Did this thing save my life? He recalled the three people, Adolf, and reassured himself, everything is going according to my plan, right? First, I escaped Hugo's watchful eyes, besides Adolf and Camus, and there were many witnesses, so I don't need to worry about my death. Viker pushed aside the curtain and stepped out of the tent. Seeing the Black Tribe members going about their daily lives, he wondered, is this the Black Camp? Am I being held hostage here? This thought crossed his mind as he observed the black people around him. Viker felt a rush of concern. He was standing right in the middle of the enemy camp of the Baskerville clan. This was bad. There was no way he could escape in his current weakened state. Suddenly, a group of people shouted from behind him, "Hurry up!" A girl named Black was tying up several strong men with ropes, and she was angrily yelling, "If you don't want to get eaten by wolves, move it." Recognizing those familiar faces, Viker quickly realized they were soldiers from Baskerville and other clans who had been captured. How do I know them? Viker wondered. And why am I not being executed like the others? Out of the blue, a voice rang out, "Awake, are you?" A Hun, having cut his hair, now appeared more handsome in a certain way. He asked Viker, "Do you understand Black?" Viker felt a pang of suspicion. This guy reminds me of the one who tried to ambush me last time. An, with an air of arrogance, said, "You should be grateful that you're not like them." He leaned in closer to Viker and taunted, "How does it feel to watch your teammates die while you stand there helpless in that sorry state?" An's eyes revealed a twisted smile, and his words were no different. "If you weren't Chai Hui's obedient dog, I would have killed you by now." Viker only focused on the phrase obedient dog. He recalled how Hugo had chained him up much like a dog. Ahun sensed something was off and wondered, what's wrong with his eyes? At that moment, Viker's eyes blazed red, filled with years of accumulated killing intent. This made Ahun look down on him. Without hesitation, he punched Viker in the face and cursed, "You arrogant bastard." Annoyed, Ahun walked away, leaving Viker trembling on the ground with his injury. He muttered, "Don't just stand there. Go find your owner at the end of the leash." Indeed, Viker was harboring a grudge. He glared at Un's retreating figure and reminded himself, "I'll remember your face. When I recover, you'll pay." The atmosphere in the Black Tribe was very calm. Viker followed the long leash as he left the village. He wondered, why is this leash so long? Viker was getting a bit impatient, wondering, we've been walking for a while now, but where's my master at the end of this line? Suddenly, the rope went taut. Viker looked on in surprise. The rope was connected to the girl lying in the water across from him. Aya remained calm and silent as she floated in the pond. The two exchanged glances without saying a word. Then Ayan suddenly smiled and commanded him, "Lie down." When Viker didn't immediately comply, Ayan quickly pulled on the rope. Fortunately, Viker grabbed onto the rope, avoiding getting soaked like a drenched rat, though he did bend down a bit. Just then, an arrow whizzed past where he had been standing and lodged into a nearby tree. Feeling helpless, Viker lay on the ground, listening to Ayan scolding the kids from her tribe for their reckless behavior, saying, "You boys go practice somewhere else." Once that was settled, Ayan turned to him and said, "Thank you for letting me go at the slave auction." With confidence, she declared, "We always repay double and settle scores tenfold. Since you saved me once, I'll save you twice." Viker was confused and asked, "Twice, huh?" Ayan proudly explained, "I'm back. If I hadn't come, you would have been done for. You should be grateful for my stubbornness." Viker didn't seem to care. He held up the rope around his neck and asked, "Did you tie this?" When Viker questioned, "Why keep me alive?" Ayan just smiled. She tugged gently on the rope and said, "Looks like you have a pretty important position with those guys. I wonder how much they pay to get you back." Ayan casually threw that out there. Viker felt a knot of tension in his stomach. He thought, if they want to negotiate a ransom with the Baskerville family, then my plan to escape Hugo's watch will probably be in trouble. What should I do now? As Viker was deep in thought, Ayan let out a light laugh. She slyly asked, "Hey, what are you thinking?" Do you see a glimmer of hope? Too bad, you won't be going back there. With that, she pulled out a knife and cut the rope from around his neck, calmly declaring, "You're going to be my slave now." At this, Viker let out a quiet sigh of relief. The energetic girl stood confidently in the sunlight and said, "How about we decide what to call each other first? You can call me Master." Viker remained silent and cold. Aeon seemed to have anticipated this and laughed, saying, "Ha ha, I like that defiant look in your eyes. I will tame you." After saying this, she turned around and added, "But first, we have a place to go. Let's go." Viker, curious, asked, "Where to?" Aeon smiled and replied, "What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? When entering someone else's territory, you should greet them first." A hut appeared before them, with an arrow embedded in the head of a fearsome monster. Aeon continued, "We are going to visit the village chief." As she spoke, the figure of a really cool woman appeared. She was surrounded by countless monster corpses. Viker, with his upper body bandaged and battered, walked alongside Aeon, observing their surroundings. She said, "If we can't find a place to sleep, we can crash on a friend's hammock." The scene was truly peaceful. Some people were resting, while others were happily playing with friends, enjoying fruits in their hands. She continued, "And if you get hungry, you can take food from those who are wealthier. That's how we, the black people, live together." Aeon smiled brightly at him, her eyes wide with surprise as she said, "To outsiders, it may not seem like much, but to us, this place is our simple, unadorned home. If you can get used to life here, that would be great." Viker focused ahead and remarked, "It seems like the black people don't have the concept of private property, do they?" She looked ahead happily and replied, "We've arrived." He turned to look and was amazed as Aeon introduced, "This is the tent of the Lady Chief." Ahead, they saw a large tent surrounded by wooden poles. 2 skulls hung from wooden poles near the entrance, looking quite eerie. They stepped into the tent. Aeon led the way, cheerfully calling out, "Mom, we're here." Viker lifted the flap and thought in surprise, "Mom." A woman gradually stood up and asked, "You're here already?" She continued, "You bring the young man you always talk about." Aeon clasped her hands together and, feeling embarrassed, exclaimed, "Ma, I never said that." Viker stayed silent, looking at the mother and daughter confused. Viker thought to himself, so she's the daughter of the chiefess of the Black Tribe, so she is the Night Fox. He stared in astonishment at Aeon's mother. Her long hair covered half her face, and her fit body only added to her allure and authority. Her features were even more exaggerated. The Black Warrior had left a scar on Hugo's nose. I couldn't get past the scenery of Leru Eleno because of her. I wonder what it would be like if my past self faced her. Viker envisioned himself wielding a sword against her, but in a direct confrontation, his chances were 0. She would kick him in the face, sending his sword flying. If he tried to assassinate her, his chances were still 0. The Night Fox would shoot hidden weapons straight in with her bow. These were the images Viker had been mulling over in silence. He pictured the Night Fox, her anger blazing and her sharp eyes scanning him, and couldn't help but think, what if I ran? That would give me only a 20% chance of survival. The Night Fox looked at him in surprise, stroking her chin as she said, "I've seen that face before." Viker worriedly observed and thought, could she really instinctively recognize that he shares blood with Hugo? She closed her eyes, filled with disdain, and said, "Well, what nobleman doesn't look similar to others?" Aquila put her hands on her hips, turned to her daughter, and asked, "What are you planning to do with this guy? He looks no different from a cripple." Aeon pointed towards him, excitedly replying, "Once this guy recovers, he'll be useful. After all, he's the one who defeated Madame Eight Legs." Aquila still seemed skeptical about his abilities, so she reminded her daughter, "Acting without considering your own status can lead to trouble for you." Aquila then seemed to have a different thought and casually looked at him, saying, "Well, whether he's disabled or not doesn't really matter as long as he's a good seed." Aeon waved her hand, panicking, and replied, "Oh no, Mom, that's not what I meant. I was planning to make him a slave." Ignoring the discussion they were having about him, Viker focused intently on the tree in front of him. Aquila responded in surprise, "Huh, you didn't say that last time." Aeon shyly shouted, "It's only reasonable to have a slave assist me while hunting." Her mother gently patted her daughter's head and replied, "All right, then it's up to you how to handle the slave." Aeon looked down, embarrassed, and then glanced at Viker, who was observing the tree by touching its trunk. Outside, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, making the atmosphere here wonderfully peaceful. As the two of them stepped out of the tent, someone suddenly spoke up. "I want to ask you something." He looked at her and asked, "What's your name?" Aeon was taken aback and snapped. "How rude! A slave daring to ask that." Viker replied with disdain, "I'm not going to call you mistress, so just tell me your name." Feeling shy, she rubbed her neck and said, "It's Aeon." He looked at her and said, "My name is Viker, so what do you want me to do from now on, Aeon?" She gasped in surprise and angrily said, "How can a slave be so bold as to call their mistress by name?" And then gave him a sly look and declared, "Fine, I'll give you your first task." She stood before him, pointed at his face, and commanded, "Build a house. Build a house for yourself to live in from now on." Aeon stroked her chin, smiling with satisfaction as she thought, "Humph, just an ordinary slave daring to act so arrogantly. Noblemen probably don't even know how to build a house." She silently decided, "Commanding a slave is part of a master's skill. I need to take this opportunity to show them the clear class divide between us." Viker rubbed his chin, mumbling, "Building a house, huh?" Suddenly, he grinned and said, "This will be interesting." Anne looked at him in surprise. In front of her, Viker stood next to a newly erected tent. He pointed at it and said, "I've completed your command." Anne gazed at the tent, secretly amazed. How did this guy build a tent so well? I thought he'd struggle since he's injured. She glanced behind her at the bag she held containing supplies for setting up the tent and thought, "It looks like all this stuff I brought won't even be needed now." He smiled, thinking, it's been a long time. During the era of destruction, swordsmen who only knew how to wield their swords certainly had a tough time surviving. Am reflected on the image of himself in a black cloak, sitting by a fire to keep warm. To survive in such harsh conditions, it was obvious that learning many survival skills was essential. Aya knelt down on one leg. She reached toward the freshly dug earth, admiring it, and said, "The drainage ditch looks perfect too." Viker suddenly leaned over and replied, "Oh, that reminds me, I saw that the queen's tent doesn't seem very stable." Aeon slowly stood up, shocked, and asked, "Huh, you mean my mother's?" He nodded and said, "Yeah, with the rainy season coming soon, the breaks around the central pole of the tent could easily crack or rot. Water will leak inside. If you allow it, I'll mix in some crushed rocks, clay, and gravel from the other side of the hill to make bricks. I'll also reinforce the tent poles by applying tree resin and heating it over a fire to set." Aeon was astonished and couldn't believe it, hesitating before responding, "Okay, I was thinking the same thing." She hid behind a tree trunk, watching Viker get to work. He poured the materials into a basin to mix the bricks. As dusk began to fall, the two sat next to each other, focused on the fire that was hardening the bricks. After finishing their project, Viker loaded a cart full of bricks and returned with Aeon. She happily approached her mother to show off their work. After a while of putting effort into fixing the hut, Aquila looked up in amazement. The three of them gazed at the tree trunk that Viker had recently worked on, which was now reinforced with a sturdy brick frame. The beams of the hut were also covered with tree sap, making them appear very solid. Aquila looked at the tree trunk and said, "I've been struggling with this problem for ages. No matter how many times I've fixed it, the roof kept leaking. So the issue was with the beams, huh?" She smiled at him and praised, "Well done. It seems my daughter has brought home quite a useful young man." They both fell silent as she commanded, "From now on, you should walk around the camp and take care of chores like this." The next day, while he was bent over washing clothes by the stream, someone called out, "Hey!" He looked up in surprise and asked, "What?" The person approaching was Aeon. She stood with her hands on her hips and asked him, "Aren't you tired from all this hard work? Don't you want to become an official member of our tribe?" Viker held his shirt to dry and replied, "Not really. Labor isn't that bad." He thought to himself, this is still more peaceful than living in the Baskerville house or in Underdog City. Aeon looked surprised and said, "With the way you speak, it seems you've been well educated. Well, I guess it makes sense that a slave wouldn't dare complain." Viker quickly clarified, "No, I genuinely don't think it's that bad." She didn't believe him and shot back, "There's no way being ordered around and doing all the hard work isn't exhausting." As he carried a basin of items away, she hurried after him, urging, "Don't be like that. Come with me, and I'll help you. I'll help you get used to life and survive in the tribe." Viker turned to her and said, "If you do a good job, I might even take that robe off you. Sounds tempting, doesn't it?" He asked, "So what do I need to do?" Aeon got the answer she wanted, rubbed her chin, and grinned, saying, "Being honest like that is definitely better, right?" They walked toward a large tree standing in the middle of the path, its trunk covered with animal bones. She said, "You should go hunt and bring back a big animal." Viker was surprised and asked, "Hunting?" She immediately explained, "Lately, the warriors of the tribe haven't been able to catch large game often, so the kids in our clan haven't had much meat to eat." A picture of a rabbit hanging as bait among countless arms flashed in her mind. The two walked and talked. Aeon, with her hands behind her head, replied enthusiastically, "In other words, if you can bring back a big animal, then getting rid of your slave label won't be such a distant dream anymore." Excited, she playfully slapped his back and said, "And it seems like you can carry light things now, right? So you just need to help me." And Viker, because of that sudden hit, gritted his teeth against the pain. He pouted, clearly unhappy with her comment. You should feel grateful to be a slave of the tribe's hunting chief, he said awkwardly. All right then, let's go. Anne looked at him in surprise. Huh? Then she smiled so widely that her cheeks turned pink, revealing her fangs. The two continued walking toward the supplies. She waved her hand, suggesting, let's set off tomorrow. Viker, holding a basket of supplies, replied, sure, but why are you so cheerful? Anne bashfully shouted, I'm not. Two people were happily chatting, unaware that someone was hiding behind a tree, listening to them. He clenched his teeth in anger and glanced at the two of them. He looked at the two who were joking around and muttered through gritted teeth, disgusting bastards. A hand reached into a jar and slowly lifted something that looked like paper mixed with ash. It turned out to be the shaman, a human. He raised his ash-covered hand and said, Aure, hunters, gather round. It's time for the welcoming ceremony. Everyone lined up in front of him. A human sat at the front and pointed ahead, saying, receive my blessing or you won't find any peace. Anne explained to him, black hunters feel guilty after killing their prey, so before they make the kill, they apply this to their faces to hide from death. Viker stood behind, amazed, thinking, so even the black warrior tribe has a shaman. She, with her bow and arrows, disdainfully remarked, he's talking nonsense again. The awkward guy standing beside them replied, just ignore him. The teacher has to show a little authority too. The girl questioned, but hasn't his blessing failed many times? They watched as he happily smeared mud on each person's face and said, that's why we only come to receive his blessings occasionally. Viker, overhearing the conversation, thought, is she saying he's useless? This place doesn't seem much different from others. A while later, Anne received her blessing. He smeared a circle around her mouth, added 3 lines on her forehead like a worm, and darkened her eyelids, making her look lifeless. Viker pointed at her and said, looks good. Anne got so angry she could almost steam, wiping the marks on her face and retorted, shut up, he and I don't get along. Feeling a bit shy, she held out a collar in front of him, saying, you should wear this. He took the collar, confused, and asked, a dog collar? Anne, putting on another collar herself, replied, we wear this so the prey won't bite our necks. Viker touched the collar he was wearing, pondering, since I'm here, I might as well blend in. A gray wolf appeared in front of them, its tongue lolling out. Anne and he were sitting on its back. She turned her head and said, I told you to hold on to me. Are you sure you'll be okay? Viker replied confidently, I'll be fine. Anne said, then let's go. With a swift motion, the gray wolf took off running. He leaned back, dazed, feeling the rush of the ride. Suddenly, Anne looked back at him, grinning triumphantly. It turned out Viker had fallen to the ground. She laughed mockingly, saying, you were supposed to hold on to me. Serves you right. He lay on the ground, feeling embarrassed, thinking, I'm so sore. Should I get up? Just then, a shadow passed overhead, blocking the sun. Viker looked up in surprise. It was another member of the tribe, a muscular man marked with swirling tattoos on his arms. He was probably out hunting too, as he wore a necklace and carried a bow, along with another wolf. Anne touched her mount and looked at the newcomer, saying, on. He frowned and replied, you're quite the idle one. Playing around with a slave again, huh? Viker sat on the ground, watching Alvin swagger over to her and say, this time I'm going to catch a bigger prey. So for our next hunt together, I'll be the team leader. I'll make him proud. Anne seemed too familiar with his personality. She scoffed and asked, how can you act so important when your grandfather is a teacher too? Suddenly someone approached him. It was On, who, out of anger, kicked Viker right in the side. Anne looked at him in shock. She shouted, you bastard, what are you doing? Seeing Viker curled up on the ground in pain, Avon sneered and said, you're actually letting this injured guy be your sidekick. Anne's eyes widened in surprise as she heard him. She challenged him, why would you let a guy like that be your assistant? Think about it, Commander. He's only going to drag you down. She taunted him back. Well, maybe you should check your own belt before you start talking. An looked down in disbelief. What? His belt is tied up tight with a golden cord. Viker spat out blood and emitted some mocking sounds. Sitting on the ground, clutching his quiver, he smugly remarked, you have to handle your weapons with care, just like you, your loved one. Alvin opened his eyes wide in fear, unable to speak. He teased, watch out, you might get robbed. Alvin grit his teeth in anger and turned his head back to him. He covered his mouth, acting surprised. Without hesitation, Ahan swung his fist and charged at him, shouting, you insolent slave. Suddenly, a bough struck against his hand and a voice said, that's enough. Ayan held the bough, frowning as she asked, do you really think you're causing trouble for someone else's slave? Ahan shouted back in anger, he's just a slave. How dare he insult a black warrior? Ayan frowned and replied, you were the one being rude first. He wouldn't back down and growl, he's still a slave. Why are you protecting him? Then he looked at her and guessed, don't tell me you have feelings for him. Ayan stayed silent, not answering. She slapped her hand, her forehead, and sighed. All right, a slave is a slave, and if he messes up, he gets punished. Ava nodded in satisfaction, saying, yeah, that's right. Viker sat on the ground, quietly listening as Ayan defended him. But you don't have the right to punish him. He's my slave. Without a word, she rushed in and punched Viker in the face, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. Ahan stared in shock. Ayan walked over to where he had fallen and turned to ask, are you satisfied now? She tightly gripped his bloody hand and said, I know you're unhappy because you didn't catch any girls. Ayan radiated an overpowering aura. Her face was filled with a threatening intensity as she warned, but if you pull any dirty tricks with my slave, I will kill you. Do you understand? Ahan widened his eyes in fear as he looked at the exhausted man lying on the ground and replied, yeah. After a moment, sunlight streamed into the forest. Ayan walked ahead, glancing over with concern while Viker remained blank and expressionless. The two mounted the wolf and headed towards the hunting area. She asked from the front, doesn't hurt? Are you angry? He remained silent, not responding. Guilt washed over her as she turned to explain, I had to do it. Ahan is really petty and stubborn. I had to do this to keep him from causing trouble. But he still seemed lost in thought. Ayan worriedly asked, why won't you answer me? She opened her eyes wide, astonished to hear him say, it hurts so much. Suddenly, Ayan flipped upside down and jumped up. She cupped his cheeks, leaning in close to ask, are you about to die? Ayan was still tightly holding Viker's cheeks, and he struggled to reply, talking is really painful. Out of nowhere, she leaned in and kissed his cheek, saying, I've been hurt so much already. Viker was taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. After a moment, the sunlight flooded through the forest. Ayan returned to her original position on the wolf's back. Feeling embarrassed, she touched her lips, lost in thought. Noticing that he had climbed onto the wolf's back, she felt her cheeks flush. Ayan complimented herself, her ears burning red with embarrassment, saying, I knew I was right. You have a lot of potential, even coming from an empire. Viker squinted and wiped the spot she had just kissed, wondering silently, do they always lick each other's wounds? That's really risky. What if it gets infected? Blushing, she turned to ask, is there anything you want from me? Just tell me if I can do it, I will. He responded, can I ask for this? She jumped slightly, stuttering her response. Of course, the Black Warrior never goes back on their word. He held his chin deep in thought. Ayan in front felt embarrassed, her face turning red. She worriedly wondered, what is he thinking so hard about? It can't be. After a moment of contemplation, he said, if it's anything, then I guess this would be good. Ayan turned to look at him, and Viker seriously said, teach me how to shoot a bow. She replied, a bit bored, sure, shooting arrows is fine. The two of them rode their mount deeper into the forest. She happily laughed, ha ha, then from tomorrow, we'll have special training. He answered, sure. The next day, both of them entered the woods to practice. An arrow embedded itself into the trunk of a tree, joining many others already stuck there. A voice called out, oh dear, my slave doesn't know how to shoot a bow. Didn't I tell you to aim at the arrow that's already there? Viker looked over, gritting his teeth, and nervously asked, do we really have to do this standing position? It turned out she was hugging one side of his body to give instructions. She responded with a cheerful smile. Didn't you ask me to teach you how to shoot? Kids in black are all taught like this. Ayan adjusted his back and said, you won't be able to use a sword because your body is too weak for a long time, so you should learn to shoot a bow. You need to catch a large prey to restore your honor. Bend a little more. Viker raised the bow, gritted his teeth, and thought, my bones have reached their limit. Suddenly, a wolf appeared behind them. Ayan noticed it and turned her head to look at it. She tightened her grip around him. Viker felt as if his bones were shattering under this pressure. Ignoring his trembling back, she approached the wolf and asked, Bakira, have you found it? The wolf howled, which served as an answer. Seeing him gritting his teeth until his face turned pale, she said, stand up. She was smiling from above and added, from now on, we're going to move quickly. They walked to a spot where a stream flowed gently through the forest. She observed the area and explained, this is where the river meets the sea, so it's full of seawater and marine life. She told me this, salmon believe that if they swim upstream, they can transform into giant monsters. Images of fish swimming frantically filled her mind. They leaped and played on the surface of the water, but most of them failed and fell onto the jagged rocks below. This image kept replaying in her thoughts. Sharp stones pierced the delicate skin of these small creatures. When they died, they wouldn't even be able to close their eyes. They would become a meal for the ox bear, a massive beast with two fierce horns on its head. Two people were hidden behind the bushes watching. Viker was confused and asked, is that an ox bear? It doesn't look like anything we've seen before. She replied, that's not an ordinary ox bear. Ayan recalled its savage face, distinct from others of its kind, and explained, That's a superior specimen that has survived through much chaos. He looked at her skeptically and asked, "So, do you want us to catch it?" Ayan answered, "No way. I didn't ask Bakira to find such a strong female for us to catch." Suddenly, a large foot from a creature approached. She said, "Our target is the males trying to mate with this female." In front of them were ox bears intensely watching. Their gazes were unusually sharp. Another one, marked with a stain on its head, was breathing heavily, full of spirit, staring ahead. Opposite it was another ox bear brimming with energy. The two immediately charged at each other to attack. Viker was amazed to see the female using her claws to slap the other one on the head. She continued to attack, leaving her opponent unable to counter. The two observers had been watching when Viker, astonished, asked, "Why doesn't that female accept it? How strong does she want her mate to be?" Ayan smirked and replied, "You're thinking about it the wrong way. It's the opposite." Viker looked confused. They continued to watch the fight, and she explained, "The female isn't looking for a strong male. She was just nuzzling with another ox bear." Viker, puzzled, asked her, "So she's choosing the weakest one?" Ayan watched them with excitement and answered, "She's looking for a partner she can dominate." She thought of it like human love, where the man often holds more power. When strong males get excited, they even harm their partners, so they aren't very welcomed. That's why females prefer to find a mate that is smaller and weaker. She turned to him, smiling as she said, "It's just like the way a black warrior chooses a mate. Do you even know what type of person is usually picked?" She continued, "A young one with good genes. It's even better if they're weakened by an injury." Viker sat on the ground, pouting, thinking that jealousy was the only important factor. The two ox bears, which had just bumped noses, moved further into the forest. Ayan spoke with an air of mystery. "Now we need to wait. The females will completely dominate the strength of the males." The next day, deep in the woods, the sounds of roaring echoed everywhere. Viker, feeling drained, wandered around. He paused in front of a cave where the roars continued to resonate from deep within. "I've been standing here listening to these bears groan for 4 days now, and I have no idea what I'm doing anymore." There was a spot filled with delicious food, including fish and fruits. Ayan, full of energy, put her hands on her hips and asked, "Have you left any food for them?" Viker turned and replied he realized he had been providing food for those bears for the past 4 days so they could continue mating. Ayan held a tiny purple fruit in his hand. He said, "This fruit can temporarily enhance strength, but it's not good because it will affect longevity. Smarter offspring will understand our intentions. The males will also get it, but they have no choice but to eat it to satisfy the females." In his mind, he pictured a girl who always had to be cautious around the strength of men. He understood why she chose a very strong female. It was to reduce the male's power as much as possible. On the ground, 2 steaming bowls of soup appeared. She said, "Here." Watching Viker hold the bowl, she cheerfully urged, "Eat up so your wounds heal quickly." He sighed, "Anyways, they really are mating like crazy." Aiden casually replied, "Isn't that normal?" At her question, he managed to take a sip of soup, but ended up coughing it all out. Aiden laughed mischievously, covering her mouth as she asked, "Are all the black men like that? How about the men from the Empire? Coming from such a boring place, I bet you can't handle it. Can you do it?" Viker wiped his mouth and listened quietly as she asked. She knelt on the ground, striking a provocative pose as she asked, "Ready?" Suddenly, as if sensing something approaching, Ayan's eyes widened in surprise. She cautiously glanced behind her, her hand gripping her bow and arrow as she said, "Get ready." Viker, completely confused, stared at her with wide eyes. He looked at the sight of the red-pink ox bear collapse on the ground while the brown one seemed full of energy. He guessed that the female must be pregnant. The brown one suddenly became angry and let out a fierce growl. The red ox bear emerged from its den. The two of them had climbed up a tree at some point and were watching from above. He asked in confusion, "Why is it chasing a male away?" Ayan replied, "A male ox bear that has just mated is like an intruder in its territory. It's warning that one never return again." He glanced at her and remarked, "Probably sleepy after using all its energy and hasn't slept in 4 days." Ayan met his gaze and said, "It will hide somewhere safe and far away. From here, we will quietly follow its trail." Viker remained silent, watching Ayan smile triumphantly as she said, "When it sleeps, that's when we'll start our hunt." In the chilling, snowy mountains, a creature with fur as white as snow is moving. It's carrying a person on its back, slowly making its way through a snowy canyon. It turns out to be Viker and Ayan. He sits behind her, complaining wearily, "We've come too far." She tilts her head and replies, "It's looking for the safest path. It's really cold here, so mosquitoes can't survive." He asked in surprise, "Didn't know that's why it came here?" Ayan closes her eyes and smiles as she answers, "Ox bear's intelligence is actually quite high. Its knowledge goes beyond just animal instincts." He sits behind her, shivering and hugging himself, muttering, "Man, I'm really cold." Ayan feels him trembling and leans her head to ask, "Cold? If you're cold, come closer to me." Viker gently declines, "No, I'm fine." She puts on a serious face and says, "If your body temperature drops, you'll stiffen up. If you stiffen up, it'll affect me when I'm hunting. Do you want to affect me?" He pauses thoughtfully. That's a solid reason. She could come up with such a logical argument. After considering it for a moment, Viker finally replies, "All right, fine." He then moved closer, wrapping his arms around Ayan in a warm embrace. She was so surprised that her face turned red. Embarrassed, she justified her feelings to herself, thinking, "I'm just worried about the slave's health. As a master, I have to take care of my slave." Suddenly, the beast seemed to sense something. Its face slowly twisted into a snarl, and its bright eyes glowed with anger. It growled ferociously. Ayan gasped and shouted, "Bakira!" In front of them lay the fading tracks of a creature, slowly disappearing as they continued on. Ayan shouted in astonishment. The tracks have vanished. She looked around, asking, "Where did it go?" But no one realized that what they were looking for was hiding in a small crevice of the snowy mountain, watching their every move with piercing eyes. Out of nowhere, the creature in the crevice started to move closer to Ayan. She felt its footsteps and in shock glanced at the massive ox bear with two horns, its mouth open, eagerly charging toward her. Onlookers gathered around, excitedly watching the scene unfold. They cheered with delight at the sight of a wild boar covered in arrows lying on a cart, exclaiming, "Wow, look at that wild boar." Two people in front chatted happily. "With this much meat, our whole tribe could feast heartily." The girl said, "I only caught 3 rabbits." The guy next to her praised, "That wild boar is the best catch around here, right, Ahun?" It turned out the one who had caught that big beast was the arrogant guy who had shown disdain for Viker. He stood with his hands on his hips, grinning proudly at everyone. The girl next to him asked, "So from now on, will Ahun be the leader of the hunting party?" The guy replied, "Yeah, according to the rules. That's how it works. Even if Ayan is talented, there are some things she can't manage." Ahun, encouraged by this praise, puffed his chest out, laughing mockingly as he said, "Ha! Isn't she bringing a slave along? Humph! That guy is just a burden, not helpful at all. What? Is she going to come back empty-handed?" An enraged ox bear charged forward, its mouth wide open, ready to attack. Ayan stared in shock, and suddenly she felt a strong arm wrap around her. The fierce creature swung its claws to strike. Viker, putting all his strength into it, gritted his teeth and pulled Ayan aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. Suddenly, Ayan stared in shock at what had just appeared before her. It turned out to be a gray wolf. The two of them had fallen to the ground, and he was still holding Ayan tightly. The wolf's eyes glimmered fiercely as it growled aggressively at its opponent. Then it opened its mouth wide and lunged at the ox bear. Viker looked down at Ayan, still lying on him, and asked, "Are you okay?" Ayan replied coolly, "Thanks to you, I just escaped death, so I appreciate it." Watching the ox bear and the gray wolf continuously growling and attacking each other, Viker wondered aloud, "Is it trying to lure us into something?" He then answered his own question. "It's smarter than the others. Now I see why the females choose it." Viker stood up, glanced at the chaos, and said, "I think we might be in for a fierce battle." Ayan, still behind him, rubbed her chin and thought, "Did I just get helped by a slave, and I'm supposed to be his master? Isn't that ironic?" Suddenly she shocked him with her words, "My slave, step back and rest behind me." Ayan, full of energy, said, "I will show you the dignity of a true master." He responded, confused, "Are you telling me to rest?" Viker hid behind a rock, watching as the wolf kept jumping up towards her and said, "The servant rests, but the master works." He sighed. This tribe is really something special. Ayan rode the wolf, having just chased after a fierce ox bear. She drew her bow and aimed carefully. A flurry of arrows pierced its skin. Furious, Ayan shouted, "How dare you act defiantly in front of my servant? You'll pay for this." The ox bear suddenly moved, hiding behind a rock. Sitting on the wolf, Ayan aimed her bow at it. She frowned and said, "Do you think hiding behind that rock will protect you from my arrows?" Her whole body radiated a formidable power. Filled with determination, Ayan declared, "A good arrow, when it's needed, can pierce through steel. But when it's not the right moment, even a small leaf won't cause harm." Whoosh! An arrow flew towards the rock, hitting its target squarely, piercing the back of the ox bear. It cried out in pain, its eyes blood red with fury. Viker was amazed as he thought that ox bear hiding behind the rock was hit by an arrow. He watched in astonishment as the arrow seemed to shift on its own. The aura from the arrow pierced through the rock and struck the target precisely. He observed Ayan's silhouette and silently admired. Her archery technique could be called a penetrating attack. That hunting skill could take down anyone without an hint of error. Ayan grinned proudly, showing her teeth, and thought, "See that, slave. Viker mentally compared in terms of skill. She's far better than Camus Morg. Blood from the ox bear dripped onto the ground. The fierce ox bear that had been so ferocious earlier now had its mouth covered in blood and was panting heavily. It seemed to regain its strength and charged out from behind the rock to attack her again. Aen, perched on her wolf, quickly fired 2 arrows at it. "You think you can withstand my arrows?" she said. With an air of menace, Aen drew back her bow and added, "These arrows carry my very spirit." As if turning into another person, her whole body along with the bow and arrow radiated vibrant blue energy. She said, "And break down the walls of that castle." Then she released the arrow, sending it flying toward the target. The ox bear, with only one bloodshot eye, panted heavily as it stared at her. Suddenly, its gaze sharpened. Swiftly, the arrow zipped past its body, striking a rock behind it and sending fragments flying. Aen watched in astonishment. The ox bear charged right at the wolf. The impact was so strong that she lost her balance and fell to the ground, tumbling away from the force. After rolling for a while, she ended up face down on the ground. Aen squinted in thought, remembering her mother's words. When a monster is close to death, all its hatred focuses on one person. She realized I was careless. I cornered it and thought shooting the final arrow was the right choice. Grinding her teeth, Aen pushed herself up to stand. When did the ox bear get so close to her, it opened its mouth wide and roared. Aen gritted her teeth and narrowed her eyes, cursing, "Damn it." Suddenly a voice echoed, "Have you shown me your master's dignity yet?" Aen froze, astonished by the voice. Her eyes were still glistening with tears, thinking this would be her last moment. Then she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist. Viker stood proudly before her, ready to fight the fierce beast. His eyes were fiery and intense as he declared, "Now it's my turn." With that, Viker launched a powerful strike straight at the mouth of the ox bear in front of him. He moved with agility, performing intricate moves, then jumped up and unleashed a forceful blow to the creature, causing it to explode. Aen, sitting on the ground, watched in awe, fire. The once ferocious beast was now charred and defeated. It let out a few final growls as flames consumed the bandages on Viker, setting them fluttering in the wind. At that moment, Viker looked like a true hero. Aen blushed as she gazed at him. "I knew you could do it." Suddenly, his body wobbled, swaying unsteadily, and his gaze began to blur. He struggled to speak, realizing that using that skill had pushed his body beyond its limits. After that, he fell face first into the ground. Aen panicked and reached out to call for Viker. The ox bear had also sunk deep into sleep, its body charred black. That evening, inside the forest, lights twinkled in the tribal area. Everyone was busy preparing a grand feast to celebrate the big victory of the day. Some were carrying dishes of food, while others gathered around the fire, dancing and cheering. They exchanged the best bowls of food with great respect. A voice announced, "The hunter who catches the biggest prey will earn the respect and admiration of the villagers." It turned out to be Aen's voice. 2 people wearing masks on their heads looked quite funny. She pointed at him and asked, "How does it feel to be a hero?" Viker replied casually, "It's pretty normal." She criticized him, saying, "You're so lackluster, slave. That's your problem." She explained the ox bear isn't just strong, it's also very smart, so catching it is a big honor. That's why we were chosen to represent our tribe during this pillaging ceremony. Its head was hanging from a tree trunk ready to be roasted, and Aen laughed, saying, "Unlike a slow, scared wild pig that just runs away squealing." She smirked at the person in front of her and asked, "Right, Ahun?" He gritted his teeth in anger and shot her an annoyed look, mumbling just to acknowledge her. Aen handed over a steaming bowl of soup and said, "This one's yours, slave." Viker looked at her with disgust and asked, "What's this?" Ahun, furious, raised his fist and demanded, "What do you mean by that, you slave?" Viker asked, "Why don't I get more meat?" He seemed really angry and replied, "Because you're only worth that much." As Ahun stormed off, grumbling, Aen, pleased with herself, laughed and said, "It's a tradition of the Black Tribe. The one who contributes the most to the hunt gets the least meat, but gains the most honor." Ahun walked away muttering, "Damn it, I wish I could give you more meat." Viker pondered over his bowl of soup, thinking, so less meat equals more honor, huh? But meat is definitely worth more than that useless honor. Aen chuckled, looking at him and said, "Hey, that jerk Ahun must be really mad with that face of his." Viker still felt resentful about his soup portion. He finally accepted in his heart, "Well, getting meat isn't the goal of this hunt for me." He remembered his goal, which was the 600 kilograms weight he would receive from Beelzebub after capturing the ox bear. Viker's hands showed red lines and annotations appeared above them. Position 1. Burn injury Cerberus, a plus, fire damage, hurting to inflict harm. Position 2. Kilogram hammer oxbear A as strong as an ox bear. Position 3. Kilogram hammer oxbear A. He thought in amazement, will my body get 600 kilograms heavier if I hold my breath? Viker was sipping a bowl of soup while calculating in his mind. Not only that, but Beelzebub also absorbed the ox bear and healed himself. Suddenly, someone approached him holding a bowl of food. Hey, slave. He looked over in surprise. It was Aeon. She cleared her throat awkwardly and asked, aren't you still hungry? I stole this from the priest and brought it for you. Hunters have the right to eat more. Viker hesitated and replied, I already got a portion of meat, a bowl of blood, and a portion of intestines. Aeon stood up angrily, handed him the bowl of food, and said, that's true, but you have to eat this too. She shouted loudly about its benefits, saying eating eyes is good for eyesight, eating hearts strengthens the heart, and eating feet is good for the feet. Holding a bowl of food in his hand, he looked at it and guessed, is this long thing intestines? Do you think my intestines are weak? Suddenly, 3 other girls appeared. They made funny faces and shouted, boo, Chai Huai, you're being so biased. Why are you giving that part to a slave? It's so obvious to see your motive. Aeon, feeling embarrassed, yelled, shut up. Viker chewed while thinking tough. As he swallowed his food, Aeon showed a joyful expression. She smiled brightly and said, now you can fulfill your duty. His cheeks were stuffed with food, making them round. He chewed and thought, I've already completed the hunting mission. What more does she want? The next day, when the sunlight had softened, a person was busy standing among the small stones. It turned out to be Viker. He was standing in front of a gigantic tree. There was a deep, smoky hollow in the trunk. He gazed at it, silently thinking what she said yesterday is true. He recalled the scene from the day before, a pile of meat stacked on the tree trunk. He asked, why did you leave all this good meat here? The 2 of them stood in front of the tree that had been cut off, now covered in meat. Aeon replied, didn't I tell you that our village is short on food? So we are going to make a sacrifice here. She looked up thoughtfully and said, for Madame Eight Legs to ask for her permission to let us live in this jungle. He remembered the horrifying scene and thought to himself, Madame Eight Legs, if you encountered this in the jungle, there would be no way to survive. Looking at the villagers of Black and their attitude towards it made him realize how reckless he had been. The sun was rising higher, casting light into the forest. Viker grimaced and said, what a bothersome creature. After returning to the tribe, he stood there, staring at the poles tied with ropes. In front of him was a long line of girls doing something. He asked in surprise, what's going on? He silently speculated, is there another ceremony? The girls were chatting and getting to know each other. I've been standing here since dawn. At least my turn is coming soon. I haven't slept all night. One cheerful girl said, based on the results of yesterday's ceremony, I bet we could become normal people, right? The girl next to her guessed that maybe one of the girls in the village would become his wife. If he managed to hunt an ox bear, he must be really strong. Suddenly, someone approached them and scolded, you bunch of idiots. The girl who had just been speaking fell silent in surprise. It turned out to be Aeon. She carried a deer on Viker as she came over to warn them, saying, I was the one who gave him the bowl of soup yesterday. How dare you take what belongs to me? She dropped the deer on the ground and frowned at them. The group of girls seemed unfazed and continued, well, then you should use it first and share it with us, right? You're being too greedy, leader. Aeon frowned in disgust and said, you're not satisfied. Go set your own traps and catch one yourself. They wailed in complaint, we've been out hunting so much already. The girls didn't seem to grasp the seriousness of the issue and piped up again. We've even been to the borders of the Empire, and there's nobody like him there. Aeon glared at them in anger, grinding her teeth as she replied, really? Then maybe there's someone in hell. The group of girls immediately panicked and ran away. Aeon placed her hand on her forehead, worried as she said, by the time he recovers, these guys will probably steal him away. Since I made him eat that thing from the ox bear, I have to order him to fulfill his manly duty. The protagonist they had been talking about had been standing behind the barrier, watching the whole time. As if realizing something, Aeon suddenly turned around. She saw the furious expression on his face, darkening by the second, and stammered, huh? You weren't everything? Ah, well, yeah. Viker felt like he had turned to stone. He silently reflected on what he had eaten the previous day. Aeon hurried in front of him, forcing a smile as she said, last night, I heard my mother summon the elders for a meeting. You can ask her for something. It's part of the honor of being a hunter. Suddenly, her face flushed, and she hesitated before saying, when your mother calls for you, I thought of something you should ask for. Viker's eyes widened as he leaned in to hear what she had to say. You should ask for. The next morning in the main tent, the elders and others had gathered. They looked at Viker, who was wearing tribal clothes, kneeling as he performed the ritual. He looked at Aquila and said, greetings, chief. She crossed her legs and casually asked, you caught the ox bear, didn't you? Thanks to you. I had a delicious meal. He placed his hands behind his back and replied, I just did what I had to do. The chief looked at him and said with a smile, no need to be modest. You did really well. She continued, It seems your wound is healing pretty well. Your recovery speed is impressive. He was surprised and answered, thank you for your concern. Inside, he thought, this is interesting. Night Fox Aquila, a legendary archer feared by the Empire, only leads the Black Tribe of fewer than 300 people. She looked at him and asked with a smile, did you also save Ayan? Viker quietly admired. She has the same commanding presence as Hugo, yet she is also warm and gentle. He raised his head to look at Aquila, who then said, I should reward you. To honor your accomplishments yesterday, I will change your status. You will no longer be a slave. You will become part of the family. A human, hearing this, rested his chin on his hand and cleared his throat. He stared at the old man, recalling how the elders were unhappy with the change in his status. The old man had applied face paint on the hunters and shamans of the Black Tribe. He remembered the arrogant face of that man and thought to himself, so he's Mr. A Human, huh? Noticing him staring, the old man gritted his teeth and asked, what are you looking at? Pushing himself up, the old man said, now that you're a member of the Black Tribe, tell me what you want. An older woman approached him, extending her hand with a smile. Even though I didn't give birth to you or raise you, now that you're one of us, I will accept your request. She continued, if you want a beautiful girl from the village, I will bless the two of you. If you don't want a partner, you can also choose a slave. On this side, people were dancing and signaling. You haven't forgotten what I said, have you? He glanced over, then closed his eyes, calmly stating, I have a request. Aquila laughed and replied, go ahead. I've noticed two individuals you've been eyeing. Seeing her daughter's reaction, the woman was surprised and thought, that little Ayan is waving and dancing so much. Does she want him that badly? Ayan looked at Viker and slowly said, if you agree. He placed his hand on his chest and seriously declared, then I want to bathe in the pool of heroes. A human gasped in shock. What? The other elders, along with Ahan, stared wide-eyed, astonished by his request. Ayan smiled with satisfaction. Aquila's expression changed instantly. She was furious and gritted her teeth, asking, do you even know what you're asking for when you mention the pool of heroes? The atmosphere in the tent grew extremely tense. The elders stared at him, shocked that he was boldly confronting the chief. A human, angry, shouted, you fool! Do you even know who you're standing in front of to be so arrogant? He stood up, glaring as he said, Chief, only high-ranking black warriors are allowed to bathe in the pool of heroes. Please don't listen to this worthless guy. Alvin seized the opportunity to agree. That's right. Only true heroes who have proven their strength can enter the pool of heroes. How dare this guy even ask for such a thing? Ayan, dissatisfied, shot a glare at him and explained, Viker has already proven his strength. He was the one who captured the ox bear, wasn't he? The village chief squinted and asked him, do you even know what the hero's spring is? Viker responded seriously, I know. He went on to paint a picture with his words, describing the clear, jewel-toned blue water. The hero's spring was a sacred shrine, accessible only to the strongest warriors of the Black Tribe. The spring was surrounded by sharp stones, and just dipping into that hot water would heal all wounds, both internal and external. As Viker finished his explanation, he couldn't help but think about it. But Ayan pointed out that filling that spring took a long time, and only warriors who had made significant contributions were allowed to use it. Aquila looked at him in astonishment. The elders listened to his fluent description and couldn't help but soften. One of them replied, we can't just let an outsider, who has only recently become a commoner, go to the shrine. Another countered, but this child shows great potential. Letting him visit once could be encouraging. The group began to debate the issue. Some argued, do you think the hero's spring is a public swimming pool that anyone can enter? Others recalled the impressive feats of the boy and quickly remarked, he's injured, and now that we see him as family, we should treat him well. Aquila looked at them, contemplating, I want to agree, but it really doesn't seem reasonable. The shaman and the guards strongly opposed the idea. Suddenly, a bell rang out, and Aquila's eyes widened in surprise. Outside the tent, the wind was rising, signaling that a battle was about to begin. Inside the tent, Viker asked, is the bell signaling a fight is coming? Ayan moved closer to him, stretching his limbs, and replied, it's just visitors. No fool would dare to challenge the Black Tribe right here in the woods. The tribe leader turned around, ready to leave, and said, let's discuss this later. Everyone returned to their positions. A human glanced disapprovingly at her, his eyes gleaming with resentment. Ayan and Viker stepped outside the tent. In front of them, a large crowd had gathered, forming a circle to watch. Viker asked, is that the visitors? Ayan cheerfully replied, yep. In the front, numerous horse-drawn wagons appeared, carrying goods on board. Soldiers took turns unloading wooden crates onto the ground. Ayan looked at him and explained, those merchants bring things that aren't found in the forest. We all look forward to the day they arrive here. Viker furrowed his brow and observed closely. He pondered the symbol in his mind. One of the 7 trading clans, the Bourgeois family, represented by a symbol with 2 scales and intertwined patterns. He frowned thoughtfully and wondered, to get here from the capital of the empire, it must pass through the lands of the Baskerville or Morg families. How do they manage to come here? Those 2 clans wouldn't let them through. Could it be? He glanced at the strange man who smiled and whispered his guess, are they smuggling? The man stepped forward, spreading his arms in greeting. Hello everyone, the 5-day market is here, he said excitedly. If you want to exchange anything, bring it up here. Immediately, 2 young men approached with items to trade. They smiled at him and said, hello, we've been looking forward to this day. The market was bustling with activity. Tribe members rushed in to exchange goods. One young man kept advertising. This is a crystal ball that helps you have sweet dreams when placed by the bed. No one wanted to back down. Another person chimed in, we even have cosmetics over here, and we have rice too. Viker cautiously observed them. He thought to himself, these merchants have brought food and essential goods commonly found throughout the empire. A tribal man, carrying a bow on his back, approached with items to trade. Here is the hide of a magical beast. The merchant happily responded, I will trade you a bag of rice for that. Viker found it hard to believe. They are willing to trade such rare items from the jungle for these ordinary things. The tribal man then presented the hide. Viker firmly thought, these merchants can't be unaware of the value of these things. Are they taking advantage of the black tribe? Well, they will have to figure this out for themselves. If I get involved and they recognize me, it could lead to trouble. He turned to leave. Suddenly, Ayan, holding an ear of corn, frowned and shouted, wait, this doesn't make any sense. She angrily looked at the merchant and yelled, trading a diamond for an ear of corn? What's that about? The merchant looked frightened and quickly waved his hands to calm her down. Viker turned to look at her and felt pleased. Thank goodness there's at least one rational person around. Ayan made an annoyed face and grinned at her teeth. I should at least get 2 ears of corn for that. As expected, the girl held 2 corn cobs in her hands, sticking out her tongue and posing for Viker. He sighed in frustration and turned away, thinking to himself, this girl is just like everyone else, jumping on a trend. Everyone was upset about the disparity between what they gave and what they received. One person shouted in anger, how can a pearl be worth the same as a cabbage? A balding guy complained, at least it should be 2 cabbages. The guy with the lion's mane was surprised and asked, only 1 cabbage? They all replied angrily, we're not giving you the other antler. 1 is enough. The old man at the head of the trading clan glared at them in anger, his teeth grinding together at the scene. The vendor helplessly said, I can't compete with the Black Warriors, I'll give you more. The 3 people from before, holding their spoils, kept posing and celebrating their victory. The smuggler, Tuongnan, looked at them and silently cursed. These foolish blacks don't even realize the true value of what they're trading. Suddenly, a little girl approached him and raised her hand, saying, Mister, can I have a glass or 2? He replied, I have plenty. What do you want to trade? The girl cheerfully held up the item she wanted to trade, a rare, delicious, and very nutritious beetle larvae. The old man raised an eyebrow in disdain. Bleh. Then he swatted the larvae out of the girl's hand. Angrily, he asked, why would I eat something like that? The girl looked at him in surprise. She sadly sat down on the ground, mourning the lost larvae. The old man, feeling irritated, turned to leave, muttering, that barbarian girl isn't half bad-looking. Observing the child crying softly, he had a wicked thought. I could probably sell her to slavery for a good price. Just then, someone touched the girl's hairpin. A voice called out, Hey, merchant. The old man widened his eyes in shock. It was Viker. He knelt beside the girl, looking sternly at the old man, and said, This deal doesn't make sense. Ayan turned around in surprise and thought, Viker, what is he saying? He immediately pretended to smile and flatter, saying, Oh, you know the Imperial language. It's just a misunderstanding. The man responded, It's about your plan to sell that black child into slavery. That doesn't matter now. You need to cancel all the unfair transactions today. The old man, annoyed, raised his hand and asked, Unfair? What do you mean unfair? Ayan stood up, facing him directly, and said, You're selling these items at prices completely out of line with the market. Viker leaned in close to his face. He secretly thought, it seems he's the only one who knows the Imperial language. Then he hesitantly explained, You're talking as if you know the market value. This is a sacred transaction approved by Puppy Black, the representative of the forest god. He looked down on Ayan and said, A worthless, poor guy like you shouldn't interfere. Suddenly, Ayan raised his hand and pointed at some barrels filled with corn, saying, The corn you brought costs 100 gold coins each, but the diamond you receive is worth about 2 million gold coins. He looked at him in shock. Viker grinned triumphantly and continued, If you grind the horns of an ox bear into a sphere, it can sell for 1 million, just like the goblin butt mushroom, which is a new medicine. The cunning merchant stared wide-eyed in fear. Worry coursed through him as he thought, how does he know the market price so accurately? Holding a bright green spear in his hand, he said, "And this glass sphere for sweet dreams. If you keep this by your side, you'll be drugged and only dream beautiful things. There are small holes in the sphere to release the drug. The substance inside is cheap but harmful to the body if used in excess, and I know for sure it's banned in the Empire." He calmly pointed out to the merchant, "You seem to be selling it for a much higher price." With a firm grip, he crushed the sphere, and under the merchant's astonished gaze, it shattered into pieces from his strength. Another man inquired in Imperial language, "What's going on?" The merchant gritted his teeth and replied, "Someone has discovered it." Aen, hearing a few words in a daze, realized the seriousness of the exchange. She approached him, furrowing her brow, and asked, "Did you just say the drug is harmful to the body?" He replied, "Yeah." Aen suddenly remembered something. Her expression changed, and she angrily gritted her teeth, saying, "Don't tell me the reason so many people here have suddenly fallen ill is because of." Seeing that the situation was not looking good, the man thought to himself, "I should get out of here." The cunning old merchant clasped his hands together and forced a smile, saying, "It seems there's been a misunderstanding." Suddenly, a green arrow shot into his shoulder. He gritted his teeth and glared at it. The arrow had been fired by Aen. She scowled in anger at the old man. In pain, he was helped down to the ground by his subordinates, clutching the spot where he'd been hit, cursing, "You filthy scum." Aen shouted angrily, "How dare you lie to our black tribe?" The people in the tribe, who were holding the items they had just traded, were left in shock and worried. "Lie? There's no way these items." The merchant spat, "Damn it," then ordered his men to quickly mount their horses and leave, saying, "Grab your belongings and run." Viker, confused, turned to Aen and asked, "Why are you letting them go? Merchants never return home without a profit." Aen replied, "I would never let them go. Injuring and releasing animals when hunting is a tactic to ensure they linger and reveal their location later." The old cunning merchant sat behind his subordinates, clutching his wound where the arrow had pierced him, and cursed, "Those damn blacks." Aen skillfully responded, "They tend to return to their den when injured." After a long chase, they finally reached their gathering point. They slowed their horses and approached the cooking area. He was still furious, cursing, "Damn it, those blacks took everything from me." Everyone dismounted to rest, each carrying weapons and expressions filled with hatred. He ordered, "Get ready for a fight." That night, from a high vantage point, one could easily see the most distinctive sight, the resting place of the bourgeois. They had set a fire, creating a thick plume of smoke. Two birds flew toward that direction to scout. After gathering enough information, the white bird landed on its owner's hand. Viker glanced at Aen, who was fuming, and said, "They dared to provoke the black tribe. They will face only one outcome." Her eyes sparkled fiercely, and the presence of the bird on her hand only intensified the deadly aura surrounding her. Coldly, she declared, "They will be annihilated." In the darkness, a group of mercenaries was slowly moving forward. The one-eyed mercenary turned to the smuggler from the bourgeois family and said, "You seem quite surprised that those blacks stole your goods. Didn't I tell you? You can't trust those savages. You should eliminate them and turn the rest into slaves." The smuggler, sweating, replied, "Since this is your first time in the jungle, you might not know, but defeating those blacks isn't easy." The mercenary reached in his pocket and disdainfully pulled out a matchbox. "If you're scared, then why did you bring us along? Isn't it your goal for us to take care of them if the deal goes south?" He struck a match to light it. "Just remember, our protection fees are part of your overall profit." Lighting a cigarette, he held the matchbox in front of the smuggler, offering him one while handing a match to another mercenary. With a greedy look, he added, "So it's only fair that we take everything from this haste." The smuggler from the bourgeois family silently regarded the mercenary before closing his eyes again and said, "Do whatever you want." The mercenary laughed and said, "Are they really that tough? We just need to ambush them at night and burn them to the ground." While the mercenary was talking to the smuggler, two other mercenaries nearby were arguing about a matchstick. "Don't put it out yet. Let me light my cigarette first." The mercenary with a scar on his cheek replied, "A match can only light the cigarettes of two people. Haven't you ever heard of the battlefield rules?" The mercenary with a scar on his nose stubbornly insisted on lighting his cigarette. "I'm not superstitious like that." A darting arrow pierced the head of the mercenary with the nose scar. Next, another arrow shot through the brain of the mercenary with the scar on his cheek. An arrow was on its way toward the mercenary, who was still chatting with the smuggler, saying, "I used to capture forest people and sell them as slaves." The smuggler, bourgeois, watched in shock as blood splattered across his face. A flurry of arrows flew through the air, sending the mercenaries into a panic. The smuggler yelled in alarm, "It's the black tribe! Put out that cigarette!" Aen and many black warriors raised their bows, getting ready to shoot. She fiercely declared, "I won't allow any of you to hit anything other than their heads. Show them the terror of the black." Viker looked at the black warriors and thought every black warrior can shoot an arrow to any spot they want. Just looking at the glow of smoke from the opponent's cigarette is enough. A tall, muscular guy by the wooden barricade said to Viker, "Hey, slave, what you asked for is being prepared." Viker glanced at him and replied, "I've been set free, so I'm not a slave anymore." He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, don't be so petty." The arrows from the Black Warriors struck the mercenaries' shields, creating cracks and breaks. The captain shouted, "Mages in formation, use your shields to block their arrows." Mages get ready to counterattack. Arrows tied with ropes flew towards them. 2 arrows carried wooden barrels attached to their shafts. Then 4 or 5 more barrels were shot over. The captain looked up in astonishment. "They're firing barrels at us." Wait a moment. Thick black liquid oozed from the small cracks in the barrels. Flaming arrows shot toward wooden barrels filled with thick black liquid. When they collided, a massive explosion erupted. The mercenaries caught in the fire groaned in pain, shouting, "Fire! They're setting us ablaze!" And the smuggler from the Borgias family is hiding behind a tree. He surveyed the scene, grinding his teeth and thinking, did they shoot the oil barrels with arrows tied to ropes? When did these guys get so smart? From the shadows, someone approached him slowly. The man stopped, and the smuggler jerked around in surprise, saying, You filthy bastard, you ruined my plan." Viker stepped forward with a fierce glare. Fearful, the smuggler stammered, "If you kill me, you'll regret it." The smuggler produced a document. Though scared, he tried to sound brave, saying, "This is an exploration permit I received from the city of Underdog. It has the seal of the new consul. If you kill me, the Baskerville family will hunt you down." Viker's voice grew ominous as he asked, "Is the consul you mentioned Butcher?" He replied loudly, "Yes, it's Butcher. That's right." Viker, filled with menace, stated, "That's strange. I don't recall giving any permission for this." The merchant, looking weary and frightened, said, "Huh? Your skin color is different from before." "That can't be." He started to say, "I," but before he could finish his sentence, an arrow shot straight into his brain. Viker stated, "A punishment for forging the Baskerville seal is death." Aeon, the white wolf, rushed over and said, "Slave, we have to run." Viker glanced at her and replied, "I am not a slave." Everything fell silent. The mercenary behind them, surprised, asked, "Why can't I hear the arrow anymore?" The crowd began to chatter. "Those black are running away. The fact they use fire means they lack confidence in their fighting skills. Let's chase after them." Suddenly, something terrifying rose into the air behind the mercenary. He excitedly declared, "Those damn barbarians, I'll kill every last one of you." Long legs, numerous like a spider, stabbed straight down into the ground. Viker looked at the mercenaries, groaning in fear, and said, "It's a monster." Aeon turned back, laughing, and said to Viker, "You actually thought the lady would show up and attack with fire? You truly become a black now." Viker replied, "Every time I see her, it feels like that." Viker looked at the rebellious lady with quiet fear. It truly was a disaster. When they returned to the home of Black, Aquila said to Viker, "I will allow you to enter the Spring of Heroes." Aquila listed the solutions for the food shortage after catching the ox bear and winning the last battle without any casualties by using oil barrels. She discovered that the sickness affecting the Black Warriors was due to counterfeit medicine. Aquila praised Viker in front of the tribe's elders, saying, "You truly are a brave warrior." Aquila then addressed Aeon, saying, "And tonight is the full moon, so Aeon, take Viker to the Spring of Heroes." Aeon stood up and replied, "Yes, mother." Aeon wrapped an arm around Viker and joked, "Serves you right." Viker looked at Aeon with curiosity. Aeon glanced over at a human who was trembling with anger and said to Viker, "Just look at a human's furious face. He claims that the warriors are sick because they are cursed, but thanks to you, his words carry no weight now." Viker recalled the words of the smuggler from the Borgias family. "This is a matter sanctified by the sacred disease permitted by teacher Puppet Black, the messenger of the forest god." He remarked flatly, "A curse, huh?" Later that night, when the moon was high in the sky, Viker was soaking in a stream. Feeling heroic, he let out a relaxed breath. There were rabbits and ducks swimming in the water in front of him. As he watched the water flow through his hands, he thought his mana was becoming purer. He could sense his broken bones healing, saying to himself, "That old man won't stir up trouble again. With his self-righteousness, he'll come here on his own." Though not as effective as the river strikes back in Baskerville, the lack of age limits here seemed much better. Veer said darkly, "And wouldn't it be less effective if she joined in too? I'm sure the chief would advise me to go in alone." Aeon, who was also soaking in the stream and idly twirling her bangs, replied, "Does it really matter? The true Black won't be so petty about it." Aeon looked at Viker and said, "It's all thanks to Lord Adonis for discovering this hot spring." Viker asked, "Adonis?" Aeon recalled the image of the legendary warrior of the Black tribe. He was a strong man with a sturdy bow. He was the only one who could fight with the lady reigning deep in the forest, the best warrior in the tribe. Ayan said to Viker, now that you are a black, remember to respect him. Viker replied calmly, if he truly fought that monster, then he is indeed worthy of respect. Ayan responded fiercely, he really is. Crossing her arms and turning away, Ayan said, oh man, talking to outsiders is really difficult. Suddenly, Ayan blushed as she remembered her mother's words. Now he is just a commoner and has a good reputation in the village. When he recovers thanks to the hero's spring and returns to normal, he will surely make a decent husband. Ayan blushed again, glancing at Viker, who was combing his hair and looking quite handsome. She thought to herself, today I will make Viker mine. Viker and Ayan were still soaking in the pond. Ayan smiled at Viker and said, actually, I know those merchants are making a huge profit. I suspected them for a while, so taking this opportunity to get back at them sounds good. Ayan said, if you don't do it, then I will. Viker closed his eyes and replied, I understand. Ayan blushed and looked away. Don't smile like that, I really know. Diamonds are more expensive than corn in the Empire. Viker smirked and asked, how expensive? Ayan hesitated and replied, about 2 years of corn. Ayan anxiously guessed 30? Viker answered, wrong. The amount of corn you could buy with 1 diamond is. Viker finished saying the number of corn that could be bought. Ayan gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, what? You can buy that much? Realizing she might have overreacted, Ayan stood up, covering her mouth with her hand and said, oh, slave, of course I knew that. You Empire folks are just so foolish. What good is that stone anyway? Viker replied, it doesn't matter. Viker continued, do you want to call me by my name or do you want to call me slave? What do you want to call me now? I don't like things that aren't clear. Ayan suddenly asked, do I really want to call you anything? Ayan bit her lip. Ayan walked up to Viker and asked, you don't like unclear things, do you? Ayan took hold of Viker's chin and said, then I'll be clear. Viker raised an eyebrow at Ayan's actions, curious. Ayan blushed and said, I don't want to call you a slave or Viker. Ayan leaned closer to Viker's lips and whispered, I want to call you. But then, a group of children suddenly jumped into the hero's spring. Their laughter and splashing water interrupted Ayan's moment. The kids giggled as they ran over to Ayan, saying, wow, big sister, look, it's brother Viker. Ayan looked surprised and asked, how did you all get in here? The kids were excited, splashing around as they said, big sister, come play with us. Viker watched Ayan and thought, if she doesn't want to call me by name or a slave, what does she want to call me? Frustrated, Ayan splashed the water and complained, you little brats, if you're here, it's going to ruin everything. 2 of the kids got scared and hid behind Viker. He spoke up for them, saying, didn't you say you wouldn't really mind if they played here? Hearing that, the kids chimed in, right, we're being too stingy. Ayan could only glare at them while gritting her teeth. Allen held 2 girls and said, it's the chief's order. Because of the side effects for the medicine the traders brought, he said the sick children should bathe in the heroic spring. Ayan imagined Aquila smirking at her and grinding her teeth, thinking, Mom, don't tell me you want to embarrass us. Ahan looked at Viker nervously and cleared his throat. Viker looked at Ahan, puzzled. Ahan awkwardly scratched his neck, glanced away, and said, thank you for helping my sister. The girl beamed and said, thank you, big brother. Ahan added, and I'm sorry for misunderstanding you all this time. Viker looked at Ahan and simply replied, yeah. Ahan fell silent, clenching his fists. Frustrated, Ahan shouted, I already apologized, why are you acting like that? Viker, with an empty stare, said, Ahan, you're being too hot-headed. Ayan witnessed everything and, forgetting her anger, sighed, thinking, oh boy, oh well, there's still plenty of time. Ayan called out to Viker. She put her hands on her hips, grinning wide, and said, congratulations, you officially become a real black. Some time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years went by, and Ahan was struck in the face, leaving him disfigured. He fell to the ground, letting out a cry. Puke. The black warriors and Ayan were taken aback. Viker raised his fist and said, you're weaker than I thought, Ahan. Now, Viker van Baskerville was 17 years old. Ahan covered his mouth and pleaded, one more time. But Viker turned away and replied, that's it for today. Ahan looked at Viker and yelled, are you running away? Yet Viker dismissed him and kept walking, saying, I'm just taking a stroll. 2 black warriors helped Ahan to his feet. With a helpless expression, he said, annoying guy, once he's fully healed, he'll be even stronger. A long-haired warrior nodded in agreement, saying, I've heard his archery skills are already on par with the commander. But a brown-haired warrior objected, but how can you compare him to the commander? The brown-haired warrior said, I can make Ahan's nose bleed too. Ahan, wiping his nose of blood, replied, I wasn't hit. He responded, ha. Ahan explained, his punch didn't even touch me. It just stopped right in front of my face. The blonde warrior was shocked and said, So you're telling me he made you bleed just from the pressure of his punch. Meanwhile, Viker was soaked in sweat, panting heavily. Viker looked up and said, I can do it perfectly now. He glanced at the large round dents on the rocky slope and happily remarked, I can handle the sixth technique. From his right hand, Beelzebub materialized as his sword. Viker looked down and said, even though I still have a long way to go to reach the 10th technique, achieving the 6th technique at just 17 years old is impressive. Viker thought to himself, I also have 6 mana circles. With this, I can be a high-rank graduate. He sheathed Beelzebub and reflected, with a blessing from the river Styx, the demonic sword Beelzebub, and the combat skills I learned from the Black Tribe, I can take on a high-rank graduate now. Hearing the soft whisper of the wind, Viker reminisced, I've been in the jungle for 2 years now. I guess I'll say goodbye to the Black Tribe once I'm ready. But Kiro was playfully chasing a colorful butterfly. Viker knelt down to touch the ground and said, there are tracks from Mushushu, a large jungle snake. Ian, holding her bow and arrow, stood behind Viker, deep in thought. Oh, really? Viker replied, if we catch it, the village will have enough food for 4 days. Ian exclaimed, is that so? Viker remained silent, studying Ian, and asked, what are you thinking about while hunting, Ian? Viker hit a nerve, and Ian blushed and yelled, I'm not thinking of anything. She turned to the side, rummaging through a pouch next to Bakira, saying, all right, the other hunting group told me to ask you about this. Viker eyed Ian suspiciously, thinking she's hiding something. Ian pulled out a dagger engraved with a symbol from her pouch. She asked Viker, the group bought this dagger from an imperial intruder in the jungle. Do you recognize this symbol? Viker looked at the symbol on the dagger and replied, oh, it's really famous. It belongs to a very well-known family, the Leviathan, an important clan among the 7 great families of the Empire, along with the Baskerville and the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan. Ian seriously recounted, we thought it was the dagger belonging to the mercenaries we killed 2 years ago, but thankfully, it's not. There's one thing that continues to bother me, though. They poured a red liquid in several places upstream before retreating. That hunting group also caught someone, but he bit down on a poison capsule and died. The only thing left is that dagger. Ian said something that made Viker look up and pay attention. And I want to ask you this. Don't you want to go home? Viker put his hand behind his neck and replied, what made you ask that out of the blue, and with that expression too? Ian couldn't bring herself to look directly into Viker's eyes. Feeling anxious, she said, I don't like secrets or lies, so please just tell me. She continued, actually, there's another person from the Empire who's entered the forest. Viker was surprised when he heard Ian say, I think she's targeting you. Ian's gaze fell heavily as she looked at Viker. She recalled the image of the red-haired girl walking confidently. She said, she's entered the jungle. Ian wrapped her arms around herself, looking down at the ground with a hint of sadness. Actually, 2 years ago, when you fought the lady, she went into the jungle with a rescue team to investigate. I think she was trying to find traces of you. Ian turned her eyes away and asked, are you going to go with her? She felt anxious, her mind racing with questions. Does he hate me for hiding this? If he says he's going with her, what should I do? Should I use the tribe's laws to stop him? Would that even work? Viker spoke up calmly, saying, I won't be going back. Ian seemed unable to believe what she had just heard. She asked again, really? Vi replied, yeah. Ian felt a weight lift off her heart, clearly brightening up. She was as joyful as a child receiving candy, throwing her arms around Buria and saying, Viker isn't leaving. Meanwhile, Viker was deep in thought, wondering, I thought the Empire knew I was still alive, but it seems that that's not the case. Viker contemplated, I can go back once I've completely hidden my powers from Hugo without being discovered. Is the person Ian mentioned Camus Morg? Has she not forgotten that I saved her? Or is this trip some sort of diplomatic event? If the Baskerville family allowed the Morg rescue team into the forest, it means their alliance is very strong. Did the two families unite because of my death? I need to investigate what's happening outside the forest. Just then, from the lake beside where they stood, a large fish leaped out, breaking Viker's train of thought. Ian and Viker both stared wide-eyed as the big fish jumped out of the water and fell onto the shore. From its mouth, a thick, cloudy white substance flowed out. Viker asked, a lungfish? Ian looked at the fish and said, it jumped out of the river, so it must be almost rainy season. Given its size, this year's rainy season is probably going to be long. Viker noticed something. Wait a minute. Ian replied, what's up? Viker saw a sprout growing from the fish's body. He and Ian approached it. Viker took his sword and cut into the spot where the sprout was growing. Inside was a white skeleton, with just a few scraps of fabric and a necklace with large beads around the neck. This spear belongs to him, Viker said. He was lying on his back, and the spear had pierced through the fish's flesh. Ian examined the bones and said, judging by the clothes, he looks like a dreg for Rococo. He must have been speared by it, and there are signs of a struggle too. He must have been completely caught off guard when he was eaten. Ayan turned to look at Viker. Lungfish are pretty dumb fish that eat dead things. This is really strange. Viker jumped down from the fish and replied, he must have been so weak that the fish thought he was dead. Viker asked mysteriously, Ayan, how could someone so weak go hunting? What if the state of their tribe is that bad? Something must be going on in the forest. We might need to investigate. As twilight gradually descended upon the forest, Viker walked slowly, taking his time. Ayan covered his nose and exclaimed, ugh. Looking at the bodies sprawled before them, Ayan inquired, these bodies look like they've been dead for quite some time. Ayan confirmed again, so the Rococo warriors are all dead, huh? Viker touched one of the bodies, contemplating the signs of vomiting and diarrhea along with the red rashes. Don't tell me. Ayan interrupted his thoughts, shouting, Viker, look over there. Ayan pointed out, it's way past mealtime, but there are signs of a fire leading to the Rococo village. As night fell, skulls and skeletons hung from ropes dangling in the trees. The houses and fences lay in ruin. The entire village was devoid of any sign of life. That was what Viker and Ayan saw as they stepped into the home of the Rococo tribe. Viker looked around and said, it's strange. There isn't a trace of life anywhere. Viker looked down at the ground and remarked, it's been a while since anyone has cleaned up around here. You can tell just by looking at this grass. Ayan lifted a curtain and asked in confusion, so where did the Roco people move to? A swarm of insects flew out from inside the tent, surprising Ayan. She was shocked to find a corpse inside. Covering her nose, she screamed, Viker, there's a dead body here. Viker replied, there's one over here too. As Viker stood up and examined the bodies, he quickly noticed something common among them and the red rashes on their skin. I just remember in my past life there was an epidemic in the jungle around this time. It was called the Red Death, a highly contagious disease that nearly wiped out the entire tribe and its creatures. Their bodies were covered in red rashes and they experienced vomiting and diarrhea. Then they fell into a coma, suffering in pain until they died slowly. This disease spread so fast that it crossed the borders of the empire. Ayan urged, we need to leave here quickly. This is a curse of the god. Viker calmly responded, don't worry, it's just an infectious disease. Ayan replied, huh? That makes it even more serious. Viker reassured, calm down, it's not that bad. Ayan asked, are you sure it's not a curse? Viker helplessly replied, if you're scared, you can head back. Ayan worriedly questioned, what if you die from the curse? Viker gently answered, then I'll just die. Ayan exclaimed, who said you can die? Viker looked away, thinking I did. He began to walk away, but turned back to Ayan, saying, counting the bodies, it seems they haven't all been wiped out. Maybe they moved somewhere else and left behind the sick and dead. I'm going to their camp to grab a few things. You should find somewhere to rest. Ayan crossed her arms in frustration, stubbornly sticking to her thoughts. They used soul-summoning magic. That's why this happened. She watched as Viker walked away, thinking, this guy really has no sensitivity at all. Suddenly, Ayan felt a chill run down her spine. She slowly turned around. Viker heard Ayan scream. He rubbed the back of his neck and approached her, asking, what's going on? Ayan, terrified, fell to the ground and stammered, it's the curse. Ayan pointed straight ahead with determination, shouting, it's a cursed child. Viker noticed a girl with messy, long hair covering her face, wearing a torn dress. The sound of Ayan's screams echoed around them. We have to run, Viker. You go ahead, I'll follow right after. Ayan clutched her ankle, groaning in pain. Ugh, my leg is cramping. Viker moved past Ayan and knelt before the girl, causing her to gasp in surprise. He looked at her and thought that she didn't appear to be from the Rococo tribe. She looks about 5 years old, he mused. Viker glanced at a mound of dirt piled up nearby, with a flower sprouting beneath it. He realized it must be a grave for someone. He asked the girl, who are you? She responded with broken phrases, Rococo, slave, kitchen helper. Viker replied, so you are a slave of the Rococo tribe. He continued, what is your name? The girl answered, Pomerian. Viker thought about the girl's name, an imperial name. Could she be a child kidnapped by the Rococo? Suddenly, the girl spoke again, La Baskerville. Viker felt like he had just woken up from a nightmare upon hearing that. He couldn't believe it and asked her again, what did you just say? The girl pointed at herself and said, Pomerian. Then she lifted her face to reveal her characteristic red eyes, La Baskerville. The Baskerville family had 3 types of middle names. Offspring from the paternal line were given the name Van, while males from the direct line were named Lee. And although it was rarely used because the Baskerville family mostly had males, there was also a special middle name for direct line females, La. The girl looked up, her red eyes shining, Pomerian La Baskerville. Viker was surprised, thinking, what? I'm pretty sure there are very few people in the family with his middle name. Ayan pointed and said, Viker, look. Ayan was pointing at the pendant on Pomerian's neck. Isn't that your family's emblem? Pomerian jumped when Viker suddenly grabbed the pendant. He said, can I borrow this for a moment? Viker was astonished. He opened the locket, amazed, thinking it couldn't be. Inside the locket was a picture of a family of 3. Viker was shocked to recognize the man, Hugo le Baskerville. Viker grabbed the locket forcefully, wondering how that old man could be in the photo. Pomerian desperately held onto the locket, ignoring how her body was shaking. Viker spoke with an edge in his voice. Who are the people in this picture? What's their connection to you? Pomerian fearfully took a step back. Ayan, feeling helpless, said, you can't just interrogate a kid like that. Be a little gentle. Viker bit his lip, realizing he was letting his surprise get the better of him. This child is innocent. He asked softly, can you tell me who the people in the picture are, sweetie? Viker tried to put on a friendly smile, which came off as sincere despite his turmoil inside. Ayan leaned down and whispered to Viker, well, you know how to put on that kind of smile too, don't you? Viker fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Pomerian opened her mouth, pointing at the locket. Mom, Grandma, Grandpa. Viker broke out in a sweat, thinking, Grandpa. So what the Butlerberry said might actually be true. As they walked, Viker curiously asked, what do you mean? The kind-hearted Butlerberry replied, you might not believe it, but the patriarch used to be a very gentle and caring person. Viker seemed to be skeptical. The patriarch. Not many people in the Baskerville family would believe what you're saying. With a warm expression, Butlerberry continued, in fact, the patriarch deeply loved his first wife, Lady Rosanna, and cared for her immensely. However, her passing due to illness wasn't the reason for the patriarch's change. It all began when their only child, Miss Penelope, was kidnapped by the barbarians. The turning point started there. The patriarch hurriedly sent people to search for Miss Penelope. Because of this, he sought permission from the king to go to the border area. The Baskerville family, originally from the islands, had moved to the Leru Ileto Mountains, where the barbarians made their home. He sent out many people in search of her. There was still no sign of his daughter. As time passed and the pain of Miss Penelope's disappearance grew, with no clear sign of whether she was alive or dead, the patriarch. Back in the present, Viker was still astonished as he recalled that story. He thought, after that incident, Hugo's hatred for the barbarians became almost insane, turning him into a cold-blooded killing machine. His only goal in life was to kill the beasts and the barbarians. This sounds completely absurd, but the living proof is right here. Penelope, the daughter of Rosanna, the only woman Hugo ever loved, and Penelope's daughter, Pomerian. If my assumption is correct, this little girl is actually Hugo's biological granddaughter. If a man despises the barbarians and views his own child as a tool were to see his granddaughter, a child with half the bloodline of these barbarians, I wonder what expression would cross his face. Viker gently ruffled Pomerian's hair, saying, looks like you've been treated pretty badly in the Rococo tribe, huh? Why don't you come with me? Pomerian stared at Viker in surprise. Viker tried to put on a friendly smile, silently questioning himself. I hope this smile looks okay. Pomerian looked at Viker and said, Mom, hair, eyes, similar. Viker gently explained, yes, the Baskerville family members do look very similar. You can call me Uncle. Pomerian quietly called out, Uncle. She turned to look at the grave she had tried so hard to make. She remembered her mother's words from the past. Pomerian, if you meet someone with red eyes, follow that person. Pomerian gazed at the pile of stones and said, Mom. Viker was surprised. Pomerian grabbed the hem of Viker's pants. Bowing her head, she said, Uncle, I'll go with you. That was the moment fate brought together 2 lonely souls from the iron-blooded sword family. After taking Pomerian back to the Black Clan on a beautiful day, Pomerian wore clean clothes and had her hair tied up neatly. She peeked through the curtain and asked, Uncle, where are you going? Viker replied, I have to go to class for a bit. The clan leader has called for me. Pomerian pouted and ran after him, saying, Uncle, can I go with you? Viker held Pomerian on his arm. He thought, is the little one afraid of being left alone? It's good that she's opening up to me, but taking care of a child is more exhausting than I expected. As Viker walked, he looked at the girl comfortably resting behind him and helplessly thought, I guess I just have to deal with it. He continued to ponder, she can't grow up here in a place far from Hugo's sight, and she needs to be exposed to at least some of the Empire's culture. Viker glanced at the peacefully sleeping Pomerian behind him and thought, maybe I should ask the chief for help. I have to leave the forest and get down to the city at least once. At the tent where everyone gathered for a meeting, Aquila asked seriously, so there's an outbreak? Aquila continued, the rainy season is approaching and this is certainly a big issue. If the disease keeps spreading during the rains, the damage will be even worse. A human disagreed, saying, Chief, this isn't a disease. It's just a curse. Aquila looked at a human who was still trying to convince him. We just need to break this curse. We must offer a great sacrifice. Ayan argued, it's not a curse. We just need to leave the village and move somewhere else. Hearing Ayan, the village elders rejected her idea. This is a sacred place where our ancestors have been laid to rest for generations. How can you say we can just leave? We have lived here for 200 years. The younger generation, who held more modern views, pushed back as well. What if the disease spreads here and kills our children? What then? We won't have anyone to carry on the future of our tribe. These young lives could disappear if we cling too tightly to our ancestors' land. The elders remained stubborn in their beliefs and responded, this is definitely a curse. Eating a poisonous mushroom could cause this kind of condition. The spirits of our ancestors are furious at your disregard for their land. Surely insects have spread the toxins. Then a voice spoke up, Chief, please make a decision. Aquila was still unsure of what to do, and she fell silent, deep in thought. Viker sat in the back, watching the meeting. Pomerian was asleep, resting his head on Viker's thigh. He thought to himself, the Red Death. The Red Death is just as dangerous as the Black Death, and it has caused immense damage to the Empire in the past. This terrifying plague spreads at a breakneck speed and has even crossed the Empire's borders. The reason the Empire remains safe is that Camus from the Morg family has created a firewall to prevent the spread. The Holy Maiden of the Quovitus clan uses her powerful divine energy to eliminate the plague, but her protection only extends within the Empire's territory. The vast majority of the barbarians living in the forest and the Liru Eleno mountain have perished. He realized this is advantageous for the Baskerville family. As soon as the barbarian threat in the deep woods disappears, countless low-level monsters will emerge, leading to a wave of creatures that cause casualties among the civilians. The Empire requested the Baskerville family, who are guarding the borders, to deal with the monsters. Ultimately, the Baskerville family successfully protected the borders, and as a result, Hugo's political influence grew rapidly. Back in reality, Aquila looked at Viker in confusion as he raised his hand. Viker also raised his hand, expressing his opinion. I know how to stop the Red Death. Viker resolved himself. This time, not you, Hugo. The goblin was hung upside down with a rope. It was then lowered into a bucket of water, and someone pulled it back up. The Black Tribe members, who were watching, wore cloths over their mouths and noses. After a while, the goblin went from being fine to having a sickness, covered in red spots. They exclaimed, he's really got the Red Death. A warrior from the Black Tribe immediately threw it into a fire nearby. Ayan cheerfully removed his cloth and said to Viker, the goblins we pushed into the contaminated water all ended up with the Red Death, just like you said. So it really spreads through water, right? Viker replied, yeah, contaminated water is the biggest cause of the disease, but if you boil the water, it won't be a problem anymore. Ayan looked at the goblins and said, so boiling water is safe. The goblins were startled and scared. One goblin was tied with a rope and dipped into a pot of boiling water. It screamed in pain, keek. When it was pulled up, its spirit seemed to have vanished. Ayan stammered, it just died instantly. Viker responded, put it into cold water. Ayan agreed, all right. They submerged the goblins in cold water and then pulled them out. The members of the Black Tribe who witnessed this were delighted, saying, that's right, they've been in there for a while and aren't infected. We found a way to beat the Red Death. It's boiling water. If we boil water, will that stop the disease from spreading? Aquila praised Viker, saying, well done. Thanks to you, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm very grateful. Viker replied, we can't let our guard down yet. They can't spread through our eyes or skin, but they can through the respiratory system, so be careful in the fog during dawn. Ayan scoffed. Oh, someone said that was a curse sprite. A human gritted his teeth and said, huff. A human brought up the tribal challenge, saying, so we have to avoid water. The rainy season is coming. How can we avoid water? Everyone else agreed, that's true. When it rains, the river will overflow and the air will become humid. Boiling water and keeping clean will be hard. One person suggested, so we have to move the village. A human's face went stiff as he asked, what could you say? A human shouted in anger, didn't I say we can't abandon the land where our ancestors fell? Are you ignoring my elder's words? Viker stepped forward and said, there's a way for us to stay within the Black territory. In the blink of an eye, time passed. The rainy season quickly arrived in the forest. The floodwaters rose high, turning what was once a plain into a deep marsh in the woods. This flooding was something even the elders had never witnessed, and it submerged everything in the forest. Except for the Black village, the warriors shouted, pull and tie it tight. Their loud cries drowned out the sound of the rain. Raise it up, tie it tight, don't let it fall. The Black tribe had built their homes high up in tall trees. They traveled between houses using ladders that connect to each home, creating a system of tree houses. The rising water couldn't touch them. A Black warrior said with satisfaction, even with this rain, the village is still dry. Another person, filled with admiration, said, it's all thanks to him. Two people shouted from below, praising Viker. Viker, thanks to you, our village isn't flooded. Thank you so much. We're glad we listened to you. Viker stood in the rain, thinking, fortunately, there are many tall trees in the Black Territory, so we can get through this rainy season. Pomerian snuggled in the tent, whined, Uncle, I want to go out with you. Viker was startled when he saw a dark shape beneath the water. He warned the two soldiers who had just praised him. Hey, be careful. That's dangerous. The dark shape surfaced, revealing a monster that opened its mouth wide, showcasing its 4 sharp fangs. The two soldiers were taken aback and couldn't react in time. Ayan pulled an arrow from her quiver and shot it straight at the monster. With a serious expression, she said, Get lost, you filthy catfish. Veer asked, Is that Washushu? Ayan replied, That used to be the king of this land for 1,000 years. We call it Ka. Ka, enraged, used its massive tail to destroy the tent that the soldiers had worked so hard to set up. Viker jumped down and shouted, How dare you destroy the home we struggled to build? Viker activated Beelzebub and said, I will put you in line. Viker used the 6th ultimate technique of the Baskerville clan, causing the creature to cry out before falling into the water. Its body floated bloated on the surface, a patch of blood spreading through the water. The two warriors who were lucky enough not to fall and clung to the trees in fear. The members of the Black Tribe who witnessed this cheered, Wow. Viker chased Ka away. How many times has he saved us? Viker, you are the hero of Black. Viker landed and retrieved Beelzebub. A human clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Ahan stood silently beside him. Ayan watched Viker with sparkling eyes, giving him a thumbs up in silent approval. As night fell, the tent of Viker and Pomerian was still lit. A delicious plate of steamed snails was giving off steam. Pomerian took a bite, and Ayan followed suit, both of them holding their cheeks, savoring the indescribable taste. Pomerian gave a thumbs up and said, So good, Uncle. Ayan laughed along, adding, You're right, Uncle. You really are a great cook. Viker helplessly replied, I didn't invite you to my house. Ayan laughed. You smell something delicious. We have to go eat it, right? Veer replied, I can cook any for you. Ayan responded, The food of a servant is also the food of the master. What's yours is also mine. Viker asked, How many times do I have to say I'm not your servant? Ayan replied, I've told you not to be so petty. Pomerian remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, You and Ayan are just like a married couple. Ayan blushed and laughed. She walked over, hugged Pomerian, and rubbed her cheek against the girl's, saying, Is that so? You're just too adorable. Viker watched the two as they laughed and playfully rubbed cheeks, thinking, When did they get so close? A gust of wind caught Viker's attention, making him notice a large figure standing outside the curtain. Ayan frowned and asked, Why are you here? Ahan stood tall in the rain in front of Viker's tent. Then he called out to Viker. The three inside looked out, surprised. Ahan was crying as he said, I came here because you saved my village many times, so I'm begging you, Viker. Please help my sister. The girl was still at home, lying there, gasping for breath. Her body had some red spots on it. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. Inside Ahan's tent, the girl continued to gasp for air with a few red bumps on her skin. Viker and Ayan stood observing her. Viker asked, When did the illness start? Ahan replied, It started yesterday. I think she waded into the swamp while we were cutting wood. Ayan said, Ahol is a child who always wants to help others. Viker, have you figured out a way yet? Viker answered, Yeah. A human with wet feet stepped in. He held an umbrella as he walked in, saying, She got what she deserved, going off and not listening to her grandfather. A human coldly remarked, It's just bad karma. Listening to that miserable imperial spy caused this. Ahan's heart ached as he said, You're going too far. A human slapped Ahan hard across the face, shouting, Shut your mouth. Ayan and Viker were both wide-eyed at the scene. He barked, You useless boy, you're just like your parents. Ahan could only hold his cheek in silence. A human opened the door, turned his back, and said, I already said it many times, this is a curse from the gods. We must perform the ancient ritual to extinguish it. Don't shame the black people by listening to an imperial fool. Even as a human walked away, he kept muttering, Now that things are like this, the chieftain will surely allow it. Ayan gritted her teeth and said, That old man. Ahan had a red mark on one cheek and could only lower his head and cry. Viker, over there, said, There's a way to heal him. Ayan and Alan both paid attention to Viker after those words. Viker instructed, Alan, boil some water to disinfect the items that Ahol has used, then burn some charcoal to drive away any pests around the house. We need to create the best environment for Ahol to fight this illness and buy him a little more time. Ahan stopped crying as he listened to Viker. He asked, Can you do that? Wiping his tears, Ahan replied firmly, I can. Ayan, anxious, asked Viker, Viker, can you really save a hole? Viker replied, yes. He added, but to do that, I need your help. Ayan suspiciously asked, me? I can do anything. Viker responded directly, making Ayan freeze, get me out of this forest. Viker looked at Ayan seriously, so I can get the medicine. Ayan shouted, startling Alan outside, don't say that. Ayan firmly refused. Even if you are considered part of the Black, there are rules about entering other territories. My mother would never allow it. Viker said, right, the chief probably won't abandon a hole. Viker proposed, if everyone keeps it a secret, I could sneak out and return without being caught. Would you let me go, Ayan? Ayan hesitated. Aye. Outside, the rain poured heavily, showing no signs of letting up. Everything became quiet as they felt a force brushing against the branches in the water. Viker, carrying Pomerian, jumped over logs to escape. As Viker was moving, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked, why are you following me? Didn't you say, you let me go? Ayan stopped, breath coming out in a mist. Let's go together. Viker bluntly replied, you'll be a burden to me. Ayan insisted, then tell me where you plan to go. Viker answered, no. Ayan pressed on, then why are you bringing me along? She fell silent, saying, when you drew your sword and when you learned about the Red Death, I didn't ask anything. The rain mingled with her tears. Ayan spoke again, you knew from the start that I would always be powerless before you. I didn't ask anything because you would disappear as soon as you answered. Ayan said sadly, if you just answer one question, you would come back, right? She closed her eyes tightly, pressing her lips together, afraid that she might hear an answer that would disappoint her. Viker said, I will, and lifted his head, standing there watching Viker walk away. You promised. The scene shifted to the Underdog office, where the manager, Chihuahua, sighed wearily. He looked out at the darkening sky and said, it's completely dark now, and no matter how many papers I sort, the pile never seems to shrink. The moonlight streamed into the room through the window. Chihuahua stood by the window feeling lonely and isolated. He started to confide in the moonlight, saying everything was so wonderful back then. When the vice consul was still here, it was tiring, but so much fun. I still can't believe he's gone. His eyes glistened with tears as he quietly murmured, I miss him. Suddenly from above, Viker popped his head down and asked, did you call for me? Chihuahua jumped in surprise, fear coursing through him as sweat trickled down his forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief as if he couldn't trust what he was seeing. Viker's unexpected appearance seemed to take a decade off his life. Viker gracefully jumped down from the windowsill. One hand cradled the Pomeranian who stood behind him, while the other propped against the ledge. He looked up and smiled, asking, how are you? Chihuahua sat down in a chair, still trembling but eager to listen to the brief story Viker had to share. After he finished, Chihuahua stared in astonishment, exclaiming, so you confronted that monster in the forest, got seriously hurt, and lived with those barbarians? Viker replied frankly, yeah. He leisurely took a sip of tea, keeping a calm expression. That was what he wanted everyone to believe. On his lap, the little Pomeranian slept soundly, breathing steadily. Chihuahua, still in disbelief, tried to confirm once more, so, Sumu, you're really not a ghost? Viker smiled calmly and replied, you're shocked because you thought I was a ghost. The old manager complimented him softly, you're just like before, managing Chihuahua. The elderly manager stood in shock for a moment, then burst into tears. I'm so glad you're still alive. Chihuahua hugged his face and trembled, sobbing. Viker smiled. You're still as honest as ever. Chihuahua suddenly noticed the child on Viker's lap and asked curiously, but who is this child that looks like you? Is he your son with a barbarian? Viker glanced at Pomerian and answered without any expression, we share the same blood, but it's not exactly like you think. Chihuahua wiped his tears and thought to himself, same blood, but not how I imagined. Now I'm really curious. Ignoring the old man's curiosity, Viker continued, while I was gone, if you look after him, his name is Pomerian. He cradled the sleeping child and added, since we're in this situation, it wouldn't hurt for you to teach him a few basic things. Chihuahua immediately perked up, saying, it's been a while since I've received an order from you like this, just leave it to me. Viker glanced at the pile of paperwork and books scattered across Chihuahua's desk and asked, but don't you think it's a bit much for you to handle everything in Underdog City alone? If you need help, you can always find Cindy Wendy Sen Mezumadonaro. Chihuahua was startled and remembered questioning, isn't Cindy Wendy the criminal you let go 2 years ago? How am I supposed to find her? He looked confused. Viker calmly replied, do you remember when I was still in office and I gave her 10 billion? Chihuahua answered, yes, you gave it to Judy, the girl who pulled out the metal rod in the square that day. Viker explained, she didn't have anyone backing her, so she's easy to reach. She's probably been traveling with that kid. He continued advising, if Cindy Wendy doesn't cooperate, Just tell her I'm still alive. She owes me, so she'll definitely help. Chihuahua smiled happily and said, got it. I understand now. The morning sunshine streamed through the consulate window. Chihuahua hurriedly asked, but Deputy Consul, when will you return? Viker smiled and calmly took a final sip of tea, replying, I will return when I finish what I need to do. I must fulfill a promise first. In Viker's mind was the image of Aeon, drenched in rain, holding on to the hope that he would come back to save the Black Tribe. Viker stood up, preparing to leave. His thoughts turned to the illness plaguing the tribe. Aeon's disease could be easily cured with a drop of holy water from that clan, so I know what I need to do. Viker walked toward the window, leaving the child with the old manager. Pomerian had woken up and joyfully tugged on Chihuahua's mustache. This beard, the old man held the girl close, crying out, save me. Viker looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with determination. The sun had risen, the sky was clear and peaceful. A flock of doves flew leisurely in the morning light. Viker decided, I'm going to the religious and holy Quo Vadis clan. At the entrance to the city of St. Mecca, two soldiers stood guard with strict expressions. They noticed a delivery truck approaching, hoping to pass through the gate. Immediately, the soldiers raised their spears to block the way. They commanded, we will conduct a quick inspection of the truck. Inside the truck, there was just one driver and dozens of barrels of oil in the back. One soldier checked the identification and confirmed, you are Joseph, the wealthy shopkeeper from the first floor. What are you carrying? Manager Joseph smiled nervously and replied, it's oil, all properly listed in my shipping permit. One soldier stepped closer, tapped on each barrel with his spear, and asked, can we check inside? Joseph, feeling uneasy, responded, I come here often. Is it really necessary to check so thoroughly? The soldier remained stern and said, our superiors take the rules very seriously. Joseph felt a wave of panic. The soldier approached, scanning the barrels with his eyes, pondering which one to open. He randomly picked a barrel, muttering, this one. Then he shook it vigorously. Joseph flinched, anxiously watching, and thought to himself, of all the barrels, he had to choose that one. The soldier opened the oil drum. He stared into it, his face expressionless. Nothing unusual here, just thick black oil inside. The soldier walked past Joseph and said with a laugh, you can go through now. Old Joseph breathed a sigh of relief. The two soldiers stepped aside, widening the path for Joseph's cart, saying, welcome to St. Mecca. Joseph drove into a dark, secluded path, looking around to make sure no one else was around. Once he was certain, Joseph glanced back at the oil drums and whispered anxiously, you can come out now. Now, Joseph wasn't sure which drum it was anymore. Suddenly, from one of the drums, a hand shot straight up, forcefully knocking off the tightly sealed lid. Joseph watched in horror, his face going pale. The heavy iron lid fell to the ground with a thud, becoming misshapen. From inside, a young man in a full mask stood up, his body covered in oil. In the eyes of the masked figure, there was a spark. He stepped outside, oil spilling all around him. Joseph felt a bit panicked as this strange young man approached him. Flustered, he said, I got you into St. Mecca, so I'll be on my way now. The mysterious figure replied, wait a moment. He pulled a small pouch from his coat pocket and said to Joseph, here is the oxbear canine as I promised. Joseph raised both hands to receive it, eagerly thanking him. The old man watched the mysterious young man walk away, disappearing into the shadows of the alley in a daze. He had actually sat in oil for 2 whole hours. Joseph muttered, I can't believe what I just witnessed. How could he possibly be human? The masked young man stood atop the bell tower, looking down at the holy city of St. Mecca, bathed in golden light of the setting sun. Finally, he removed his mask, letting out a sigh of relief. Viker held the mask in its hands and murmured, this is the longest I've ever stayed underwater. Since that time, I managed 7 minutes in the Styx River. He exclaimed, emotionless, I've successfully infiltrated Quo Vadis territory. St. Mecca, the central city of the Quo Vadis clan, has a population of 160,000. Here, sexual desires and greed are completely banned due to the influence of the church. Even with gold lying underground, the people walk right past it. The citizens are acutely aware of order and peace, consistently adhering to the rules. The bells rang from the clock tower. Viker looked up, thinking to himself, I just remembered, when the clock chimes, they stop to pray. It's so strange. Indeed, the people on the streets came to a simultaneous halt, bowing their heads humbly in their white cloaks and praying. Viker casually stepped down. He walked through the crowd, yet no one noticed him. He pondered, how can anyone live in such suffocating conditions? Before long, night fell. Darkness engulfed the streets of St. Mecca, with no light source except the faint glow of the street lamps. Viker stood beside a well, bowing his head to pull out an item from his jacket. It was a small glass vial containing a light purple liquid. He opened the cap and, without hesitation, poured the liquid directly into the well. This solution is actually water contaminated with the infectious bacteria of the Red Death found in Owl's blood, sweat, and tears. It's highly contagious, so if this is poured into the well, everyone will become infected right away. Although this seems extreme, the situation is urgent. Every second counts. This is a deeply religious area, so people will prioritize saving lives before any casualties occur. Viker stood silently by the well, lost in thought. Unfortunately, a group of kids returning from playing soccer at night spotted him. They immediately asked, "Who are you?" The children whispered among themselves, intrigued and frightened by Viker's strange and scary appearance. They said, "There's someone suspicious by the well. Let's just go. He looks too dangerous." Under the dim, ominous night sky, Viker loomed in a large black cloak with a raven-shaped mask covering his face. Just standing there, he emanated an eerie aura that made others hesitate. Suddenly, he turned his head and addressed the children in a harsh tone. The atmosphere darkened with a threatening presence. "Listen closely, kids. This well is cursed. Anyone who drinks from it will die." The children trembled in fear at his words. His eyes shone with a deadly red light. He growled, "Listen closely to what I'm saying." The kids were terrified. They all screamed and ran away in a panic, yelling, "It's a ghost! The ghost cursed the well. I'll never drink from that water." Viker watched them flee, so frightened they even left their ball behind. He thought to himself, "Good, that means the kids won't drink from this well." Viker dropped the knife he had taken from the Leviathan family, plunging it firmly into the ground beside the well. He muttered, "A dagger from the Leviathan family, famous for their deadly poisons." Anyone looking into this situation will see that the one spreading the deadly curse in the woods can only be from the Leviathan family. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. The family of poisons and the religious family had maintained a good relationship for a long time. This would definitely spark a significant conflict. He was all set. Viker casually remarked, "It's almost time to pour the holy water. I should go meet the priestess Dolores." At that same time, the entire population of the city was rushing toward the sanctuary. They all hoped to meet the holy maiden Dolores, the saint of the Quo Vadis family. Inside the sanctuary, a girl quietly sat on a bench, looking down at the crowd in the distance. At the sanctuary in the city of St. Mecca, masses gathered in the square. Even though it was dark, the bright moonlight shone down on them. The people were anxious and murmured, "We heard the holy maiden is resting here. We want to send our greetings to her. Please open the door." Another person tried to shout through the large iron door that was closed, "Holy maiden, please look at my illness. Please, we want to see your face." From inside the sanctuary, a gentle, fragile voice rose up. "Is it really so late that you still come to see me?" The crowd outside buzzed with excitement as they recognized the holy maiden's voice. Suddenly, a noble stepped forward. He proudly introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Lord of the Dortsmile territory. I am also the eldest son of the Jonathan family. Our family has sent many soldiers to fight for the kingdom, and I am the son-in-law of the Alphonse family as well." Another notable stepped forward, proudly declaring, "I am the manager of the Ipsen community, overseeing the import and export activities of the Bourgeois family. I am also an honorary knight serving Count Boston-Tretier Le Baskerville, acting as his guard for the next 2 years." Then an older nobleman interrupted, speaking vigorously, "If you can cure me, I will reward you with all the rich grain you could imagine. I will also offer you a beautiful seaside villa on the warm southern coast and exclusive, magnificent horse-drawn carriages." However, a soft voice like mist emanated from within the temple, cutting off their chatter. "Please stop. Surely your identities and wealth are not enough to persuade me to open the door at this late hour." Her words left the crowd of nobles feeling disheartened. She continued, "Please, everyone, go home." Hearing this, both the common people and the nobles had no choice but to leave, each heading home. Amid the bustling crowd leaving, Viker remained standing still, motionless. He pondered, Before rewinding, I often saw the saintess on the front lines of the battlefield. I saw her covered in blood, desperately tending to the wounded. Her pristine white outfit was stained with blood, and the holy light from her kept shining brightly. The saintess, I know, despises money and power." Viker stepped closer to the door of the sanctuary, staring intently at it. The saintess spoke again. "Who are you that comes to seek me?" Suddenly, Viker knelt, bowing his head to reply, "Oh, just a lost little bird." The bright moonlight shone down. Alone, Viker remained quiet for a while as the door showed no sign of opening. He continued to kneel, waiting, with no one else around. Finally, the door of the sanctuary creaked open and the holy light illuminated his form. "Please come in," the saintess said, and Viker succeeded. The sanctuary was magnificent, bathed in the light of God, featuring only a statue in the middle of the hall without a soul in sight. Viker moved straight ahead, approaching the statue in the middle of the holy water. The sweet voice of the saintess echoed from within the statue. How did you lose your way, young lamb? Viker thought to himself, is she not going to meet me in person? Sucks, she has no reason to meet someone dressed so suspiciously. He placed a tightly sealed jar on the stone ledge by the lake and explained, I'm here to report that there's an outbreak spreading through the slums. I've brought water from their well. If you have magical powers, I'm sure you can detect the dark energy in this water. The statue remained silent. The priestess stayed quiet for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, you're lying to me. Immediately, heavy footsteps echoed from behind Viker as a group of guards rushed out the gilded door. They stood on the second floor balcony, looking down at Viker. They formed a straight line, blocking the entire corridor. Viker stayed still, not moving an inch. From above, the commanding officer glared down at him and said, you're like a lost bird, but your words are quite bold. The officer sharply asked, who are you? Viker quietly looked up at him, as if recognizing an old acquaintance, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen that face. The commander spoke up, Pietro Quo Vadis. Before the rewind, he was a soldier I trusted on the battlefield. He never compromised when it came to injustice, even in the name of righteousness. He was a merciful man, but he could also be more ruthless than the devil. The interrogation methods I once used on the young master in Underdog City came from him. Viker decided to speak. Meeting you here is quite interesting. Pietro was surprised but did not respond. He kept a serious tone. I hear you've come here to report on an outbreak, but your attire is quite suspicious. Unless you remove your mask and show proper respect, you cannot see the saintess. Pietro threatened, but Viker remained unfazed. He calmly replied, I wear this gas mask for a reason, so I cannot take it off. Since I've already submitted my report, I asked for permission to leave. However, Pietro was determined not to let him go. He threw a holy page straight at Viker. It whizzed past his face and stuck into the wall. Pietro held his holy weapon book glaring at Viker. I can't let a suspicious person leave here. Viker glanced at the paper on the wall, now devoid of its glowing aura and fluttering like an ordinary piece of paper. He thought to himself, he just tossed that paper after channeling his spirit energy. Ah, he always uses those interesting weapons. Pietro jumped down in front of Viker, shaking the ground beneath him. He growled, I can sense a dark energy coming from the water pouch you brought. If there truly is a plague, you're the one spreading it. Viker replied calmly, if I were the culprit, why would I come here to report it? Pietro quickly retorted, I don't know, maybe it's a trick to lure the saintess out. Viker was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, he's right about everything. Pietro opened the holy book and channeled his spirit energy, causing the pages to glow and transform into sharp, gleaming blades. He shouted, I'll listen to your confession after you're locked up in a cell. Viker turned and flew up, easily dodging all of Pietro's attacks. Even so, Viker couldn't shake the thought that if he used magic, they might discover he belonged to the Baskerville clan. However, Viker didn't need to use magic to take on an ordinary opponent like Pietro. He soared up to the balcony where the soldiers were stationed and jumped off with a powerful kick. The enchanted books that followed him shot straight into the balcony. As he smoothly turned in the air, he dived down towards Pietro, ignoring the rain of attacks coming his way. Viker activated his skill and used his foot to stomp down on the book in Pietro's hands. Pietro quickly lowered his head to shield himself. Although he blocked Viker's kick with both hands, Pietro was still astonished as he exclaimed, It's so heavy. It feels like a boulder is weighing down on me. How can someone so small have such incredible strength? Pietro used his strength to swing his arms, pushing Viker back. Viker quickly gripped the mask on his head tightly. Viker thought to himself, the skills I gained after taking down the ox bear 2 years ago, which weighed 600 kilograms, are coming in handy now. This is the first time I'm using them, but they're not bad. As soon as he touched the ground, Viker immediately sprinted forward. He targeted Pietro, who was just recovering from Viker's surprise kick and was about to use the holy book as a shield. Pietro gritted his teeth and let out a frustrated gasp. Viker activated another skill. His hand lit up, flickering with tiny sparks. Burn injury Cerberus, a plus skill. Flames erupted from Viker's hand as he threw a straight punch at the holy book before Pietro could react. To Pietro's shock, the book ignited in flames as it made contact. He quickly dropped the burning book, yelling in disbelief. His hand was also slightly burned. He hurried to retreat near the holy water pool, holding his hand under the cool stream flowing from the statue to heal himself. Looking at Viker with caution and a hint of disbelief, Viker asked, Do you want to continue? Refusing to give up, Pietro shouted, clenching his fists together. Using magic, huh? I knew right away you weren't a true believer. Pietro summoned his divine strength and charged at Viker, yelling in fury, I won't let you escape. Quickly, Viker kicked the burning holy book lying at his feet. The book flew toward Pietro, distracting him for a moment. Huh? Pietro exclaimed as the blazing book obscured his vision. Seizing the opportunity, Viker rushed in and delivered a powerful punch right to Pietro's stomach. The punch was energized with his skill, ensuring it would knock Pietro out instantly. Pietro was sent flying into a statue, crashing into it and shattering it in two. He coughed up black blood and slumped down. The soldiers on the balcony were instantly thrown into a panic, looking at each other in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Did Lord Pietro actually lose? No way, how could this happen? Immediately, they rushed to surround the holy water pool and Pietro, raising their shields and swords, shouting in unison, "Protect Lord Pietro." Viker sighed, rubbing his head in frustration. With all these things going on, how can they not see and give it up? He mumbled, if he wants to know the whole story. Before Viker could finish his sentence, a gentle feminine voice floated down from the upper floor. Stop. It was Saintess Dollars, a girl with a pure and radiant beauty like the morning sun stepping out. The Saintess of the Quo Vadis family had appeared. She looked at Viker and asked, "Are you that lost little bird?" Viker was taken aback, thinking, Saintess Dollars. He instantly bowed his head and replied, yes. Dollars showed no fear. Despite having witnessed Viker's frightening strength, she softly responded, "You look more like a puppy than a bird, a puppy covered in wounds." Below, the soldiers shouted in panic, Saintess, that's not just a useless little puppy. He's a bloodthirsty wolf. Yet, Dollars remained calm and composed. She calmly instructed, "Please bring us some tea." The soldiers were astonished and replied, yes. Viker stayed silent, realizing he had made a breakthrough. Dollars glanced at Viker, turned away, and said, "I need to talk to that person." Tea and snacks were neatly arranged on the table. Dollars slowly took a sip of her tea. She sat across from Viker with Commander Knight Pietro behind her. Although Pietro was extremely tense, alert, and uncomfortable with Viker's presence, Dollars remained completely calm. Viker quietly observed Dollars, thinking to himself, is she really 16 now? Saint Dollars Lun Quo Vadis, she looks so young and innocent compared to the adult version I met in my past life. He recalled the future during the war against demons when she treated the wounded soldiers on the front lines, saving countless lives. She truly was a living example of compassion. In this era of turmoil, just like everyone else, any martial artist who encountered her had to show respect, including him. He watched as Dolores lifted her gaze to meet his, her bright eyes filled with determination. I've been feeling really stressed lately. Dolores suddenly spoke up, surprising Viker a bit. She calmly continued as if sharing a secret with a friend. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a student at the Royal Academy of Colossio. Since it's a holiday, I'm taking a break from classes to handle some family matters. Viker was confused and thought, why is she suddenly being so casual? Dolores didn't seem to care. She glanced out the window and added, but you see, nobles and merchants are always seeking me out. Their problems are mostly due to addiction and sexually transmitted diseases. No one is seriously ill. Dolores spoke about the crowd of nobles from earlier. She lifted her teacup to her lips and sighed. Justice, righteousness, virtue, and equality are all concepts from the divine. But why do people only focus on what's right in front of them? Viker suddenly replied, theology is essentially the process of understanding humanity, so that's only natural. Dolores looked up in surprise. She hadn't expected a response. She replied with genuine astonishment. Chapter 6, verse 9 of the Old Testament. As Moser said that, I can't believe someone knows about those ancient texts. Viker fell silent and did not answer. He quickly returned to the main topic and continued, what's more important is that the outbreak is spreading in the slums of St. Mecca. Dollars immediately asked, is the information accurate? Viker held up the jar from earlier and replied, this is the jar of contaminated water we collected from the well. Dollars looked directly at him, her eyes brightening. You're not involved in this incident, are you? Viker maintained a calm tone and asked back, if that's the case, why would I come here in person? He thought to himself, I can't escape suspicion. Should I try that approach? With that in mind, he decided to give it a shot. He suddenly moved his hand. Pietro quickly noticed this and rushed in front of Dolores, shouting, Saint, get behind me. Dolores jumped in surprise, a shimmer of light appearing. Right in Viker's hand was the glow of divine power. He said cautiously, I can elect to harm innocent people, especially in my hometown. Both Pietro and Dolores were taken aback. She exclaimed, divine power, are you a follower of Lun? Viker clenched his fist, drawing divine power back, and continued to persuade her. Are you ready to hear what I have to say? I've discovered suspicious individuals pouring liquid from a glass vial into the water supply in the slums. They are the culprits. At that moment, Dolores was completely convinced. She asked in confusion, if what you're saying is true, then what is their motive? Viker quickly pulled out a scroll from his bag and explained the perpetrators likely want the Quo Vadis family to decline, benefiting those who take advantage of it. He spread the scroll across the table in front of Pietro and Dolores. Viker pointed directly at the Leviathan family and continued, the one who stands to gain the most is the Leviathan family, along with the powerful Bourgeois family, who also has a stake in this. The Leviathan family will exploit the plague to collect samples from countless patients for their research. Moreover, once the Quo Vadis family falls, the Leviathan family, who are their rivals, will see this as the best opportunity. Then there's the Bourgeois family. Their treasures haven't disappeared in the midst of the epidemic. As workers die, landlords will go bankrupt, and fields, factories, and shops will be abandoned. Many properties, lands, and homes will become theirs. At that point, they will significantly increase their wealth. Although these were merely Viker's deliberate speculations aimed at shifting blame onto these two families, he always knew, we can be certain that the ones responsible for the Crimson Death are the damned Leviathan. Their accomplices are the Bourgeois merchants and the indigenous people in the deep forest who have become sacrificial pawns for both families to profit from the wrongdoing. This is undoubtedly rooted in a desire for revenge against the Black Clan for sabotaging the Bourgeois' trading mission. Viker continued, so I believe they have a close connection to this pandemic. Of course, this is just my hypothesis. Dolores gasped in surprise. She was momentarily stunned. It really makes sense. I never expected someone could predict the future so accurately. Who are you? Dolores asked bluntly, unaware of the dark atmosphere surrounding Viker. Just call me Night Bloodhound. Dolores exclaimed, that name is a bit strange. At that moment, Pietro, feeling calmer, commented, it definitely suits your outfit. Quite blasphemous indeed. Dolores lowered her head, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Oh, by the way, everything Night Bloodhound said could really happen. She turned to the commander and said, Pietro, we need to get to the slums. We have to investigate the pandemic and report back to Father. Pietro replied respectfully, I understand. Viker sighed with relief, thinking to himself, I am lucky to have met the Saintess. This will surely help things move along quickly. Across from him, Dolores wondered, what is this? How can someone so small and seemingly pitiful have defeated Sir Pietro and all the knights of the temple? She gazed intently at Viker, unable to take her eyes off him. In her mind, she pierced through Viker's soul. She saw a dark blackness intertwined with the red of blood, witnessed ashes resting on bleached bones. She sensed that his soul exhibited the scent of beasts, blood, oil, and steel in the whirlwind of countless emotions. Among them, there was a profound sorrow, a deep black pit lying at the very center of Viker's heart that made Dolores question, who is this person? Both remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. No one spoke another word. That night, the sky remained gray, overshadowing the slums of Saint Mecca. Amidst the dark, the church was lit. The nuns exclaimed with emotion, oh, you arrived, Saintess. They erupted with joy upon seeing Dolores. A nun was sobbing, her hands clasped in prayer. Please save us from this terrible pandemic. Behind her, a line of patients lay sprawled on the floor. Dolores gasped, her hand over her mouth, exclaiming in shock, so everything Night Hound said was true. Viker didn't reply. He looked down at the dying patients, feeling a pang of guilt within him. Forgive me, but I had no choice. I had to rely on the townsfolk. He scanned the sick, silently breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, there are no children infected, so the fear I instilled in those kids at the well is keeping them away. I guess that had an effect after all. He watched the saint kneeling beside one of the patients, thinking to himself, at least they've only just contracted the illness. I have no choice but to leave the rest to the saint. Dolores bowed her head and whispered, those poor souls. Gently, she took one patient's hand and comforted them softly. Don't worry, the boundless compassion of the divine will heal you. Dolores lowered her head again, clasping her hands as she whispered a prayer. The light of my life, the flame of my life, my sin soul. Witness these pitiful people who have gathered here. A glimmering tear welled up from Dolores' eye. The tear rolled down her cheek and splashed onto the ground, transforming into a bright, shimmering gold. Instantly, her body began to glow. The whole church lit up, brightening the dark night. The light reached the dying patients. As the light slowly faded, the red spots disappeared from the patients' bodies. Their faces regained a healthy color in an instant. The nuns gasped in amazement and admiration, tears streaming down their faces. They cried out joyfully, he's been healed. And many others echoed their sentiments. O Saint, we thank you. We are grateful. O divine savior of all. Watching from the side, Viker remained silent, observing. He thought to himself, yes, it's the power that does this. He looked at Dolores, tears filled with determination, and said, I must bring the miracle of that holy water into the forest. Dolores sat alone in her room, focused on her desk lamp, studying intently. She had been examining the slum map all night long. Dolores was lost in thought. Healing with holy power is just a temporary fix. I can't stop the number of patients from increasing. She looked at the marked spots on the map and fell silent. The rising number of patients is because there's a contaminated well somewhere in the slums. Dolores glanced at a sample of water. The solution taken from the body of an infected person showed that the incubation period was very short, and it took a long time for the patients to die. The sample was murky green and released a terrible smoke, very cruel. It caused the patients to endure pain for a long time. Dolores felt frustrated. To prevent this outbreak from spreading further, I need to purify the deepest well. If only I could condense my holy power into a drop. She imagined it, like a drop of morning dew resting on a leaf. Phew, Dolores sighed. This isn't the time for me to get distracted. I should go treat more patients. Suddenly, Dolores felt dizzy and thought to herself, am I feeling faint because I've used too much holy power? Nonetheless, Dolores was determined. She got up after a moment of calming down and stepped outside, knowing she could still help the patients feel better sooner. As soon as she walked out, Dolores encountered a hassle. The saint has arrived. In front of her stood 3 annoying noblemen. They took turns speaking, "Saint, we're coming too. Please don't worry." Dolores gently asked, "Why have you come here?" They replied, "We've come to help the saint." They continued boasting, "How could we let a noble lady like you be all alone in such a wretched place? We've brought 3 carts of relief supplies and donations. The people here are lucky today." Dolores listened with an impassive expression. The noblemen in front of her started to seem ridiculous and distorted. Every word they uttered was utterly filthy. "We thought the folks in this slum would be sickly and emaciated, but they look pretty decent. Maybe we've given too much. We're worried that if we keep giving them handouts like this, they might become lazy." They ignored Dolores' silence as she turned to leave with Pietro. One of them said, "After all, it's our duty as men to protect the young lady, who will follow the saintess." They smugly added, "We think we've done pretty well." Dolores turned back to them and smiled, "Then I'll count on you." Just a bright smile like morning sunshine made the hearts of the 3 nobles feel like they were about to leap out of their chests. In the slums, a group of nobles looked pallid and exclaimed in disgust, covering their noses with their hands, "It smells terrible." They screamed when they saw patients writhing in pain, shouting, "Ah, I stepped on trash. These shoes are very expensive, and they're a limited edition." Their endless cries of complaint continued, "Priests, heal me first. I'm sure I've caught something too. Get them away from me. I need to get out of here." Dolores left quietly. She glanced back and thought, "I knew this would happen. It's outrageous to bring their wicked intentions to this place. Do they really have no compassion for the sick? Truly hypocritical." Dolores thought, seeing the nuns prayerfully striving to save the sick, that selfless sacrifice and compassion were the most essential elements of God's love. Dolores stood still, gazing ahead. She was moving toward the inner room, which radiated even more negative energy. From here, things would only get worse. The critically ill patients were all inside. Both the patients and the priests were engulfed in pain. Dolores couldn't help but feel tortured. "I'm sorry for not arriving sooner." Each step she took created a glowing aura. Dolores felt as if she were gliding over water. She firmly pushed the curtain aside to enter. But when she heard someone call out, "Hurry, bring more saline solution," Dolores froze. Viker was holding a scalpel, preparing to make an incision right at the red bruise on the patient's skin. A priest behind him exclaimed, "No way, can't this just be done with holy power? How long has he been alone with the patient?" Dolores stood there in shock, blood oozing from the clean wound of the patient's body. Viker placed 2 fingers on the cut. His fingers glowed as he felt a pulse along the wound. The divine power in his fingers made the cut heal instantly, along with the persistent redness caused by infection. The priests were stunned. They whispered, "He's not just blessing the skin, he's allowing the blessing to spread into the infected area. If that's the case, we can focus on using our holy power." Dolores was surprised. She widened her eyes at the scene before her and the words of the priest beside her, thinking, "I can't believe there's a method like this." Dolores gasped. It finally dawned on her who Viker was. "Is that the night hound?" Viker was pouring powdered medicine into the mouth of the sick person. Dolores was taken aback. Incredible. He's skilled in both medicine and divine power. Viker knelt down, placing both hands on the patient's chest. Light flashed. He was sweating, but he remained deeply focused. In his mind, he thought, the divine power is a prayer from the priests that God hears. God accepts it and grants them strength. The amount of divine power depends on their sincerity towards God, and the required divine power equates to the power needed to perform a miracle. A holy power is a miracle, and each holy power can create 10 miracles. But I know how to create 10 miracles with just 1 holy power and 100 miracles with 10 holy powers. In the fall, when monsters invaded us, the priests looked at the number of dead at their feet and realized that their holy powers couldn't prevent this disaster. God had decreed that through the sincerity and determination of the priests, they could exchange their holy powers to create miracles. Let's solve this first, then face the consequences later. Let's create miracles first and think about everything else later. Even though the holy powers accumulate interest, they still use all the holy powers they had. This event became known as the high-level holy power, and it was a time when killing monsters was seen as a religious act. Even though I'm not a priest, killing a monster would still use high-level holy power. Viker gently touched the sick person's head to check. That's why someone with a soul and past karma like me can use holy power if I'm in a sacred area. Viker used his holy power to heal another person. Suddenly, he heard a child's sobs behind him. Mom. Her mother was on the verge of death from illness. Viker turned to the child and reassured her, I will help your mom get better soon. He approached, handed the little girl a gold coin, and instructed her, with her being sick and severely malnourished, take this to buy some food and firewood to take care of your mother. The priest suddenly gasped at this act. The priest shouted, you can't offer material help. They'll just keep demanding more. If you do this, you'll end up giving them all your money. His words caught the attention of others in the slum. They turned to look at Viker with predatory gazes. Viker remained calm as he responded, why would it be endless? The priest was confused. The money in my pocket is limited. I can give it all to them if I want. Viker replied straightforwardly, not bothering to hide his pouch of gold coins. He bent down to look at the mother who was on the brink of death. I'm sorry, Viker whispered. Dolores stared at him, surprised. He just said he was sorry. She was taken aback, wondering, why would this man say sorry? Dolores felt drawn to Viker. She stood frozen, watching him while her heart was in turmoil. Viker's words over a hot cup of tea lingered in her mind. Theology is a necessary process for studying humanity, so there's no other way. Dolores felt lost in thought. Could it be the same reason for me? She watched Viker's back as she poured all her limited holy power into healing as many people as she could, because he can't heal any more people, right? Dolores was entranced by the golden light radiating from Viker. He had coughed up blood from pushing himself too hard. Her heart suddenly raced. She quickly turned away and stepped outside. The 16-year-old girl, innocent and pure St. Dolores, clenched her fists, trembling uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed as she hugged her chest, bewildered by this new feeling. Dolores' heart began to pound faster at the sight of the mysterious man before her. Meanwhile, in a hidden spot in the forest, Viker had slipped away to take a short break. He gently removed his gas mask, letting out a sigh of relief. After all, that outfit was stifling and made movement difficult. He sat on the wooden fence, slowly sipping from the water bottle he had with him. Suddenly, his gaze seemed to catch onto something. It turned out that Dolores had been standing there without him realizing. Viker quickly put his gas mask back on and coldly asked her, what's up? Dolores hesitated for a moment, then moved closer to him. Sitting on the wooden fence, she asked, can we talk for a bit? Viker didn't refuse and replied lightly, sure. Dolores began, thank you for your help. Because of you, I was able to treat all the injured people. Viker humbly responded, I just did what I needed to do. Hearing that, Dolores chuckled softly, I knew you'd say that. Then she fell quiet, and it seemed like their conversation had hit a standstill. Suddenly, Dolores clenched the hem of her dress, showing a hint of insecurity as she said to Viker, someone like you should have been born with divine power, to be honest. I'm lucky to have been born with it, but my body, mind, and faith are weak. Why would God choose someone as fragile as me to be a saintess? She bowed her head, her eyes filled with sadness. There are many people with strong faith, even if they weren't born with divine powers. But why did God choose to give me the title of saint? Viker's face was hidden behind a mask, making it impossible to see his expression. Still, his voice came out calm. The reason you are struggling in pain and sin is why God has chosen you. His words left Dolores astonished. Viker continued, the world needs a light that can shine even in the darkest and most terrible places. Dolores didn't even realize when she became captivated by him. She instinctively focused on the man in front of her. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. Her small body started to tremble slightly. She looked down, trying to hide her blurred face from the tears. Her voice quivered as she asked, "Can I really become someone who can say such words?" Without a moment's hesitation, Viker replied, "The priests of the Quadus family have gathered and prayed, helping the holy water creation process succeed. A divine essence that can cleanse all those afflicted in the slums with just a drop. A concentrated drop of holy water has been created, including some that have been stored away. Its name is Plany de la Verge, the tears of the holy woman. In the sanctuary, under the warm glow of the Lord, Dolores resembled a small bird prayerfully offering her supplications. She spoke slowly, saying, 'Let everyone bear witness to the only woman here, a son standing before you, me, a one who has tragically had to raise the Son of God, who has cried out night after night. My heart can't bear such overwhelming pain. Today is the most sorrowful and painful day of my life.' As she finished speaking, a powerful stream of golden light appeared, weaving its way into every corner of the sanctuary. Around the Holy Woman's position, a magical circle emerged, centering on her. Moments later, a group of priests from the sanctuary arrived. They carefully took the box containing the 3 drops of the Holy Woman's tears. One of them said, "Thank you for your efforts, Holy Woman. We promise to keep it safe in the basement." Dollars, dressed in a light white robe, replied gently, "Thank you, my friends." She glanced out the window as if there was something important only she could handle. Around the temple, countless sculptures of goddesses were crafted, poised as if to bestow love and happiness upon anyone who gazed upon them. Under the large statue of the goddess in the center, a man in a cardinal's robe was praying with his hands clasped. Dollars approached quietly and said, "Father, I have something to report about the Red Death." He replied upon hearing this, "Come closer, my fairy, my daughter." Dollars respectfully acknowledged him and stepped closer to the man. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, praising her. "This time you've made quite a significant proposal, truly, my daughter." As Dollars looked into his eyes, she began to discern his features. It turned out he was Humbert, the cardinal of the lewd church, Humbert Lund Quo Vadis. Dollars lowered her head and replied, "You are too kind, father." Humbert then instructed his daughter, "All right, tell me what happened." Dollars began to share her thoughts. "First, I plan to use the tears of the saint we created to purify the waters flowing beneath Saint Mecca." Humbert was taken aback and immediately asked, "You found the source of the disease?" Dollars replied, "Yes, it started from an unidentified well in the slum." She began to recall the information she had gathered. The children had testified that a spirit had cursed the well. The well had become heavily contaminated, and they had found a glass vial that the criminal used to store and spread the disease. Seeing his father frowning in anger, Dollars continued, "After investigating the area, he found something suspicious." With that, she carefully opened the cloth bag she had brought along. Humbert gasped. Looking at the item inside, he asked, "Where did you find this?" Dollars answered, "At the well." At that moment, Humbert truly lost his temper. His face became fearsome. The symbol of Leviathan and the Bourgeois, is it them? How could they create such an artificial plague? Immediately, the entire tiled floor of the sanctuary trembled with his rage. Humbert shouted, "How dare those vile lowlifes defile the holy?" Standing beneath the statue of the goddess, Humbert's eyes sparkled with a golden gleam. He said to Dollars, "Let's start a rebellion." Seeing that Dollars was still deep in thought, Humbert abruptly changed the subject. "That guy calls himself Hound. He's very suspicious." Then his expression turned fierce again. "Get him captured immediately and make him reveal everything." However, Dollars mustered all her courage and said loudly, "He's innocent." Humbert stared in shock at his daughter's resolute face. He asked in astonishment, "What do you mean?" Dollars was determined to defend Viker. She explained he did everything he could to treat the injured. Thanks to him, there were no casualties. He could never be that cruel. Humbert whispered softly, "I see." This time, Dollars was taken aback. She didn't expect her father to be so easily swayed. But Humbert continued, "My daughter has never disagreed with me before, but now you're saying this." With that, he raised his arm high, the golden light shining brightly, illuminating the sky. His gaze was firm. "I will personally interrogate him." His actions left Dollars trembling with fear. She cried out in terror at her father's authority. The ground around them shook violently once again. In the distance, a golden light began to coalesce into a brilliant beam that competed with the sun in broad daylight. Inside the temple, beneath the statue of the noble goddess, Humbert's voice echoed clearly, "My daughter, it doesn't matter if you oppose me because I have sent a squad of holy knights to hunt him down." Unbeknownst to them, countless holy knights had appeared, flooding the streets. Each of them was focused, searching for any trace of Viker. A group seemed to have found something. They immediately raced towards a room in a nearby building. The heavy sound of boots on the stairs echoed rhythmically. Arriving at the door of the room, the group quickly and professionally took their positions, ready to charge in and capture whoever was inside. As the door was forcefully kicked open, the knights shouted, "You are the suspect responsible for the Red Death." However, before he could finish his sentence, everyone was stunned to realize that there was no one left in the room. The curtains at the window fluttered in the breeze, serving as evidence of how the suspect had escaped. Back in the temple, Humbert stood solemnly, praying to the goddess when suddenly a frantic monk rushed in. He shouted, "Cardinal, something bad has happened." Humbert and Dollars exchanged puzzled looks. Humbert asked, "What happened?" The monk finally paused, fear evident in his voice. "One of the saint's tears has disappeared from the basement. We don't know when it happened, but in the tightly guarded basement of the temple, where 3 jars containing the saint's tears were kept, one jar has been completely punctured, and one of the tears is gone." Dollars, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback, questioning the reason for the monk's visit. Somewhere in the Quo Vadis territory, Viker stood gazing at the serene scenery around him. He removed his mask, holding the saint's tear in his hand, and smiled softly. "Thank you." In just a flash, he was no longer visible. Somewhere, a small girl with short hair trembled as she used her bow. She was facing a huge and terrifying creature known as the hellhound. The three-headed monster showed no fear of her bow. It slowly approached her despite a group of people behind her shooting arrows to try to drive it away. The beast remained relentless, determined to make her its prey. Confronted by the monster's terrifying presence, the little girl could only keep retreating until she felt the edge of a cliff behind her. Then she lost her footing and fell freely from the mountaintop into the deep valley below. As she crashed through layers of thick leaves, her body struck the ground with a loud thud. Her awareness began to fade, and all she could see was a small beam of light narrowing before her eyes. Looking closely, she noticed the faces of two strangers. They spoke in languages she couldn't understand, but instinctively, she sensed that these people were not ordinary. She'd have fallen into some kind of trade route. Luckily, the thick layer of leaves had cushioned her fall, and she was soon discovered by a group of merchants barely clinging to life. When she finally woke up, even though she was wearing a dirty outfit and the wound on her head was still unhealed, the poor girl struggled to hold her sword as she found herself in some kind of arena. Her opponent was a tall man with a cruel gaze, staring at her like a monster admiring its helpless prey. He quickly charged at her, his strong shoulders ready to pounce. The girl opened her eyes wide in fear, searching for any weakness in him. Sure enough, with her tiny frame, she managed to dodge his first attack and even gave him a cut on his neck. However, luck was not on her side as his grip caught her thin legs. He showed no mercy, throwing her hard against a distant wall, causing her to cough up blood and pain. From the stands, the faces of the onlookers couldn't hide their delight behind their masks. They laughed with satisfaction as they watched her suffer. The girl lay defeated on the ground, tears streaming down her face, feeling powerless as she watched her opponent reveling in his victory. But then, she remembered her strong mother, the brave members of her tribe. They came from a solid mindset, always refusing to be oppressed. The girl stood up once again, her small hand pushed against the ground, quickly creating a support for her weak body. To the surprised gazes of the surrounding nobles, she successfully rose to her feet. She tossed the sword aside, her hand brushing over the soil as if performing some sacred ritual. Suddenly, she stood tall, her hand caressing her face. The streaks of dirt quickly covered her youthful features. At that moment, her eyes became more determined than ever. She loathed the nobles who looked down on the lives of others. She hated the days spent in prison behind bars, living in a state of limbo, devoid of vitality. During those moments, she tried to remember her mother, to think of her extended family, hoping those memories would give her a little more strength to carry on. Then one day, she couldn't tell how many years had passed. The girl from before had become a beautiful young woman, yet she still lay exhausted in her iron cage. The sound of glass shattered the silence, waking the girl from her daze. When she finally woke up, Ayan found herself facing a strange young man with red eyes. It seemed that for the first time in all those years, she was seeing color again in her dark life. This time, she could also hear the familiar language of her tribe. The young man said, "Go," and broke the iron cage that had surrounded her for so many years. Suddenly, Ayan opened her eyes wide. It turned out to be a memory of her painful childhood. At the same time, it was the first time she met Viker after she regained consciousness. Aquila immediately asked, "My daughter, did you have a nightmare?" Ayan looked up, still in a daze. Her mother gently stroked her head, saying, "While you were sleeping, you kept calling for Viker." Ayan didn't respond right away. She felt extremely uncomfortable in her body. Breathing heavily, she said, "Mom, the pain feels even worse than before. My chest hurts and my whole body feels like it's on fire. It feels like my heart is being dried up. Am I going through a red death?" She whispered, "I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much that I regret ever being born." Aquila gently held her daughter's hand, watching as Ayan's pain brought tears to her eyes. She spoke softly, "My dear, a long time ago, your father and I buried a seed in the ground." She paused, reminiscing. "Your father planted that seed, and your mother watered it every day. Soon enough, the seed sprouted. After a few months, it grew into a strong and beautiful flower." Ayan looked up at her mother, silently listening to the story. "Then we cut that flower and extracted its sap to enjoy together. We felt so happy and carefree." After a moment, Aquila continued, "That's why you were born." In Aquila's memory, that flower had an eerie green color, a blend of the green of leaves and the blue of the sky. But it also had a way of luring people in and causing them to lose themselves. She looked at Ayan and said, "Your father committed a crime, and your grandfather sentenced him to death." With that, she turned her attention back to Ayan, adding, "Your body is gradually deteriorating. Life will throw many challenges your way. You just need to live through it." She stroked Ayan's forehead tenderly and said, "Just hang on a little longer. Viker will return with a way to heal you." Ayan didn't quite believe that. With tears in her eyes, she said softly, "Mom, you don't need to comfort me. He won't come back." She remembered that day, the day Viker left, his footprints deeply imprinted in the forest floor. It was pouring rain, as if the sky understood her sorrow. Suddenly, a voice shattered the sad scene in the room. He's back. Viker! Viker has returned with medicine. Hearing this, Aquila smiled and said, "See, I told you, my daughter." But before she could finish her sentence, Ayan, who had just been weakly resting on her lap, disappeared. She dashed outside with all her strength. Aquila frowned, wondering, isn't she supposed to be suffering from the Red Death? Ayan didn't slow down at all. The distance from the chief's tent to the outside wasn't far, yet it gave her time to think of everything. Viker had said, "I was so scared back then." She recalled her first encounter with Madame Eight Legs, when that huge monster charged in, wreaking havoc. While everyone else panicked and fled, he was the only one who stood his ground, willing to sacrifice himself so others could find a way to survive. The resilient image of him from that day was etched deep in her mind. Because he showed her a bright way to face her fears, she was able to rise up. Back then, Viker couldn't defeat Madame Eight Legs. He was hit with a blow that left him severely injured and unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, Ayan quickly tied a rope around his neck and pulled him hard, both of them pushing through the difficulties to sprint back to the tribe. Now, she had made it to the spot, standing with the group. She saw Viker, who looked more mature, but the feeling he gave off was just as she remembered from that day. When Viker noticed her arrival, he cheerfully asked, "You're here." Seeing Ayan still out of breath, he continued, "I heard some warriors say you were facing the Red Death." Before he could finish, Ayan rushed into his arms, embracing the figure she had longed for. Viker was caught off guard, and they both ended up tumbling to the ground. Ayan sighed, "Ayan, if I hadn't been using mana, my back would have broken by now. Aren't you going through the Red Death?" Ayan wrapped her arms tightly around him, ignoring the stares from countless people in the tribe. "I didn't know. When I heard you were back, my body felt so much lighter." Viker breathed a sigh of relief. "So that means you're okay? You're pretending, right?" "Yeah." In Ayan's mind, she didn't hear him say anything. She only felt his heart beating wildly next to hers. She smiled happily. "Viker, welcome back." Viker also smiled with happiness, his eyes brightening as he replied, "I'm back now." As night fell over the forest, the healing process began in the Black Tribe. He slowly opened the bag on his back, revealing a shimmering golden light that illuminated Viker's serious and respectful face. He looked at Ahola lying weakly in front of him, covered in red marks, her sweat pouring out endlessly. The little girl was facing a terrifying, prolonged pain. Viker opened the bag and took out a jar, and a golden light instantly shone, illuminating Amel's contorted face. Moments later, Avin was overjoyed. He even cried as he looked at the miracle before him. The terrifying red spots on his sister's body had completely disappeared. He exclaimed in surprise, "The red spots on a hole!" As he spoke, the tribespeople began to stir with excitement. The light radiating from what Viker had brought was so powerful that the deadly red had vanished. Viker had truly cured this disease. It was amazing. While the crowd cheered for what they considered a miracle, Viker asked, "Ayan, how many more patients do I have?" She looked at Viker and replied, 30 people, including Ahul." Viker maintained his cold demeanor and continued, "What about the other tribes?" Ayan responded, "The situation is dire. There are many other tribes on the brink of annihilation." After gathering this information, Viker quickly organized himself and instructed Ayan, "So that's about 10,000 people. Tell the other tribes to gather their patients." Ayan was taken aback and asked, "What about the other clans? Do you really have that much antidote?" Viker replied calmly, "Yeah, so don't worry. Use this opportunity to show off in front of the other clans." The villagers in the tribe felt even more excited. The other clans? "Viker, you're amazing." Suddenly, Viker brought up another topic. He recalled the monstrous creature that had threatened their tribe. That swamp monster, its name was Ka, right? "On my way here, I kill it, so you can use its remains for food." Once again, Viker left everyone astonished, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "That's incredible. His skills are far beyond ours." Viker calmly listened to their praise and said, "There's not much time left. Tell the other clans to gather around the river basin." By midnight, as the moon hung high in the sky, casting a shimmering silver glow over the river, countless tribes quickly assembled around it. With Viker at the center, they struggled to contain their excitement as he slowly took out a vial containing the tears of a goddess. Viker slowly opened the lid and poured the golden liquid into the river. Suddenly, the water began to ripple more intensely. A brilliant golden light flickered across the surface. Instantly, the light drifted downstream with the current. The entire winding river through the forest was enveloped in a powerful golden glow. Once the water had settled, Viker turned to the people behind him and said, "All you need to do is drink this water." The members of the other tribe were still skeptical, but faced with the fading lives of their kin, they chose to trust him. Gradually, more and more patients were helped to drink the river water. As the golden liquid was poured down their throats, it was as if they were fish returning to water. The group of weak and sickly individuals instantly began to smile, feeling as vibrant as if they had never suffered from the deadly illness. They looked around in amazement, saying, "I feel so light, the Red Death has vanished, I'm alive again." At that moment, Viker felt reassured and turned to Aquila, saying, "From the river basin, everything is being cleansed. The plague will soon come to an end." Hearing this, she happily made a decision. "Viker, I should appoint you as our tribe's shaman." Surprisingly, Viker immediately declined the title. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the surrounding silence. A tall, strong man, who seemed to be a respected figure from another tribe, stomped his foot on the forest floor. His gaze was fixed intensely on Viker. He shouted, "People of the deep woods, answer me. Who is the hero that has cleansed the forest?" Instantly, a chorus of tribes joined in, calling out Viker's name. Another person added a question. "Who saved our entire family? Who brought light to the deep woods?" A series of questions followed, all with the same answer, Viker. That night, the forest was filled with the sounds echoing his name. Viker's thoughts turned inward. The wicked deeds of the deadly Poison Clan have turned into a fortunate situation. The Baskerville clan has taken the lead to conquer Mount Leru Eleno. The enemies of the Baskerville clan are the indigenous people of Mount Leru Eleno. If I can persuade and repay them, it might be possible to unite against the entire Baskerville clan. Thinking of this, Viker revealed a cunning expression. "I can use this chance to deal a huge blow to Hugo." On the other side, Aquila couldn't hold back any longer and started cheering. "Starting today, the festival will commence. Get ready for an extravagant celebration." Viker's shadow appeared behind her. He whispered, "Before that, I have one more thing to do." Aquila and Ayan exchanged puzzled looks, but Viker quickly revealed, "Don't we need to find out who poisoned the forest?" Somewhere shrouded in darkness, malicious thoughts kept arising. "It's been a while. Everyone must be infected by now. I won't negotiate with those drug-addicted royals. It's all that damn noble's fault. In the moment of everyone's despair, I will solve the plague with an antidote." At this point, the face of an old man gradually emerged, half illuminated. He thought to himself that his clan had to respect and honor him. I know that letting a whole get infected is a good idea. It turned out that this was the peculiar shaman of the Black Tribe. A human revealed a wicked smile. No one would suspect him of poisoning his own grandmother. He withdrew his twisted expression and slowly approached the cave entrance, thinking to himself, "This is truly a perfect plan." However, when he peeked outside, he saw everyone seemingly enjoying their daily lives. This left him utterly confused. Could it be? Looking closer, a human's confusion deepened. They all seemed to be healthy. Surely, before the ritual began, they would be on the brink of death from the red sickness. He hid behind a tree, watching his little granddaughter, who should have been dying from the red sickness, now joyfully playing as if nothing was wrong. A human hurried toward the river, his mind racing with panic. What in the world is going on? This can't be real. When he looked down at the river, his disbelief grew even stronger. How can the fish in the river still be alive? Has the river been purified? Not only that, but the water is clearer than before. A human clutched his head, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, Viker appeared behind him. With a cold voice, he asked, "The river water is clearer now than before, isn't it, shaman?" A human jumped back in shock, shouting, "You, worthless noble." In his mind, he thought, when did that brat show up? Then he noticed something behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd of the black people had gathered, their expressions dark as they stared at him. The old man gave him a confused look. The more he studied their faces, the more he felt something was off. As he absorbed a human's expression, Viker thought, the one who brought that death into the forest, just as I suspected, is him, a human. He recalled memories from the past, a rumor about barbarians in this forest. Before he rewound time, there had been stories about an old man living in the woods, known for his notorious deeds. It was a horrifying tale about an elder who spread a contagious disease throughout his own tribe, driven by his ambition to become a hero. In the end, he was unable to cure the plague and nearly wiped out his entire tribe. Viker recalled the terror of the plague at that time and the pain-twisted faces of countless barbarians. He thought, so that's him, a human. However, a human now maintained a calm demeanor. In his mind, he wondered, wait, how does he know? But outwardly, he remained friendly and said, are people here to greet this old shaman? Suddenly, Aquila appeared from a distance. When he saw her, he heard Aquila ask, have you finished your work, shaman? A human continued to play along, saying, of course, the plague will soon be eradicated. Aquila continued, I heard that because of the Red Death, the tribes declared war on each other in this kingdom. The cause of this disease turned out to be artificial and spread everywhere. Aquila stared at him and asked, but isn't it strange? Between the royal family and the deep forest, I really don't know how this infectious disease spread. A human started to sweat and replied, how would I know? I came here just to perform the rituals to help the tribe fully recover. The old man had just finished speaking when he heard Aquila's cold questioning tone. So why are you out here and not in the village? Suddenly, she turned to Viker and said, Viker, just as you said, a human really has arrived at the river basin. A human looked at the two, puzzled, and then heard Aquila continue, Viker, let's see if your next guest is correct. He couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about? At that moment, Aquila recalled the memory from last night. Viker had told her, a human wants to use this situation to become the hero of the tribe, so he will definitely keep it, the antidote for the Red Death. Thinking about this made her face grow frightening and her voice turned dark as she ordered a human. I want to see what's in your bag. Somewhere in the Aeon forest, Aeon asked in confusion, you want to know about a human's background? Viker replied, yes, if I know him better, it will help. Aeon gradually remembered that a human was not a native black person. His origins were not disclosed, but long ago he was a slave of a shaman and came to black. However, he killed the shaman, who intended to rebel. After killing him, he took his power. Doing his contribution in stopping the rebellion, he was promoted from a slave to a shaman. She recalled the rumors about him and continued after that. To adapt to life in black, I heard he had to do everything, including cleaning up feces and urine. He did all the dirty work in the village. He was even used as bait to hunt dangerous game. However, thinking about the current human, Aeon couldn't help but exclaim, but now he is recognized as a member of the tribe, and as he aged, his hair has started to turn silver. Viker understood this too. He thought to himself, now that he's older, does he want all the privileges he didn't have when he was young? Then he looked over at a human and Aquila, realizing, so he's trying to overstep the authority of the chieftain and aims to take control of the entire forest. At that moment, Aquila was becoming increasingly impatient. She coldly asked, what are you doing, a human? Then she reached out her hand toward him and said, show me your bag right now. Hearing this, a human swallowed hard, beads of sweat streaming down his face. He quickly reached into his bag and replied, yes, ma'am. This is the flower I've saved up for after the ceremony. Suddenly, his hand trembled, and the bag fell into the cold river. A human pretended to gasp, then stared blankly as the bag truly fell into the water, watching the white powder gradually dissolve. He shouted, this old man's hands are shaking too much, so I accidentally dropped it in the river. Seeing this, Aquila held her forehead in frustration and said, you guessed right. Her words puzzled him, but a human quickly understood the situation. He threw the bag into the river just like you said. At that moment, Viker spoke up. However, we cannot check what's inside a human's bag by that method. At that moment, a human shouted, I have the antidote. So you think I'm the one who spread the poison throughout the entire forest? He suddenly turned towards Aquila and accused, tribal chief, you should punish that wicked man. He has slandered me, and with the pride of a shaman. Aquila calmly responded, yes, you cannot defame someone without evidence. Upon hearing her words, the man's face lit up with joy. Well, since you claim you're innocent, I will help you protect your honor and dignity. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smirk. Right. No matter how high-ranking you are, if there's no evidence, no one can touch me. Just then, Aquila suddenly called out, I demand we hold an Iliad. At this, the man's eyes widened in shock. He knew that an Iliad was a resolution for when there was a disagreement that couldn't be solved. The Black Tribe would side with the winner of the Iliad, as the loser wouldn't have the capability to lead. At that moment, a Hun spoke up. He looked at his grandfather and said, you always say that tradition is very important. His expression gradually became serious. Iliad is the tradition of black. Show us how you will defend our tradition, he said. At that moment, a human became furious. He thought to himself, that pathetic bastard. But in the end, he looked at Viker and said, all right, 4 days from today, on the night of the full moon, I will officially propose an Iliad duel. However, Viker unexpectedly stepped closer and shouted, 4 days my ass. The one who receives the request to hold an Iliad gets to decide when it happens. That's how the tradition works. Deep down, he thought, to be honest, all this evidence and validation are meaningless of human, because putting you in a situation where you have to engage in an Iliad duel has been entirely part of my plan. He revealed a bloodthirsty look and stared at a human, saying, let's do it right now. As the sunset began to blanket the hill at the burial site of the ancestors of the Black Tribe, Aquila's voice echoed, the Iliad duel begins right now. Countless warriors of black stood nearby, watching closely. They were also the guards ensuring that the competition proceeded smoothly. The Iliad would take place within a circle formed by the warriors. Those warriors were ready to execute any coward who attempted to escape the circle. At that moment, Aquila pointed to the mountain behind her. She shouted, behind me is the mountain of warriors where our ancestors rest. Because our ancestors are watching, I will not forgive any wrongdoing. Viker remained quiet, hiding in a corner of the forest, listening to Aquila's words. Our ancestors will determine what is right and what is wrong. They will choose the winner, a black warrior. So prove that you are worthy. A human readied his bow, waiting for her to finish speaking before charging into battle. Meanwhile, Ayan and the other archers in the distance cheered Viker take them out in one blow. Their loud encouragement reached a human's ears, filling him with jealousy. Why is it that those kids don't have anyone on their side? Finishing his words, the old man extended his bleeding finger away, letting drops of blood soak into the ground. When I win, they will fall silent, because weapons aren't the only thing I can use in this battle. Iliad. As the blood seeped into the earth, a decayed skeleton suddenly rose. Soon after, he had gathered 3 undead bodies and commanded, "Watch my blind spots and let me know when you see him." With that, a human revealed a victorious look. He thought to himself, for someone who's been here only 2 years, this is completely impossible. You can't stand against me. Someone who spent 7 years at this forest. You can't know the terrain better than I do. As he pondered, once you show yourself, I'll shoot you immediately. Viker hung upside down from a branch, staring intently at him. He silently marveled at his skill Silent Heal gained after defeating the master of the swamp, a Wishushu ability that allowed the user to target quietly, sense vulnerabilities in prey, and dampen surrounding sounds. This was excellent for assassination. He looked at the horde of zombies continuously searching around him and said, "Human, it seems like your shaman title isn't just a coincidence. The way you control these risen corpses suggests you come from Rococo, a tribe of shamans." However, noticing that they were too busy searching for him and completely missing the threat right above them, he scoffed. That won't change anything. With that thought, Viker quickly leaped to the ground, slipping between 3 zombies without attracting any attention. When he decisively took down all 3 of them, a human was still focused on the opposite direction, looking for Viker's silhouette. The old man chuckled softly. That kid must be scared and doesn't dare to face me. Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling presence suddenly emerged behind him. In an instant, a sword pierced through his chest. A human's eyes widened in shock, confusion washing over him as he thought, when did I stop hearing any noise from him, or even the rustling of leaves? His heavy body fell onto the cold ground, and behind him stood Viker, shaking the blood off his sword. He coldly looked down at the gasping old man, retracting his blade. From a distance, Ayan happily ran towards him. The group of people turned to watch, amazed. The winner had been decided in an instant. This was because the ancestors determined that what a human said was not trustworthy. A human lay there weakly, watching the joyful scene of the others in the tribe. He felt an unwillingness, a pain so intense that it felt like his wounds were on fire. I don't want to die. Through his bloodshot eyes, he stared at Aquila, who had survived among the black tribe. I have endured a shameful past. This outcome is so unfair. Why can't I have what he has? His hands moved restlessly. A human used his last bit of strength to spread hatred. I will not forgive him. That bastard took away what was rightfully mine. Those black scoundrels have disrespected me. The entire Rococo tribe has abandoned me too. All of them. On this side, the crowd remained unaware of his unusual behavior. Viker turned to Ahan and asked, "Ahan, what do you think about ending all this yourself?" However, Ahan turned away and refused. Viker continued to speak. If we leave him there, he'll only continue to suffer. Ahan's eyes suddenly filled with anger. I nearly lost Oval because of that bloody death. Even though he is my grandfather, I will not forgive him. Looking at a human's body drenched in blood, Ahan continued, a coward deserves to suffer. He is not worthy of pity. At this point, a human's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, he had completed the final touch on his magic circle. From a distance, a coffin began to emit a glowing purple light that vibrated continuously. With a loud sound, the lid of the coffin flew open. The purple light burst out, illuminating the entire area instantly. On the mountaintop, where the Iliad event had just finished, a strange phenomenon began to appear in the sky for the first time. Clouds spun in shades of purple, and the mountain released strange plumes of smoke. Everyone watched in amazement, unable to believe it, and one person asked, "What?" There's a very concerning energy coming from the tomb. Alan's eyes widened in shock. He saw a human, who was supposed to be dead, slowly rising to his feet. Alan's gaze showed something unsettling. Viker quickly turned to see what was happening and gasped, "No way, I stabbed him in the lung." Others began to notice too. One person couldn't help but speculate, "A human, don't tell me this is all because of him. Does he dare to disturb the tomb? Aren't you afraid of your ancestors' wrath?" A human stood up slowly, a creepy smile spreading across his face as he replied, "Ancestors, huh?" His expression became clearer and a human's eyes had completely changed. A deadly purple swirl filled his pupils, and he murmured to himself, "Should I be afraid of my ancestors?" A human's face turned terrifying. In the distance, a strange purple light flickered ominously. He asked, "So, you think someone will let the ancestors decide?" Suddenly, a woman's figure appeared in the distance, holding a bow and arrow. A human continued, "Well then, it's time to evaluate things with confidence." As the mist began to clear, the woman's face became visible. It turned out she was just a zombie he had animated with dark magic. Aeon jolted and looked up at the woman high above. "Is she an ancestor?" he asked. Viker was also taken aback. He came here and used a resurrection spell on a black ancestor. A shaman like a human couldn't pull that off. As he examined a human's condition closely, Viker speculated, did he turn himself into a zombie? A human raised his hand slightly, and instantly, a horde of zombies appeared. "Do you think I would dare perform a shamanistic ritual among the black without any tricks up my sleeve? It's too early for surprises." He considered the scene across the mountain. There's not just one grave on this mountain. Few are best to fight against the ancestor. With that, he quickly climbed onto the pile of zombies, riding them away. Behind him, Ahan raised his bow, but he couldn't hit a human. He shouted, "How can you be so cowardly?" Suddenly, from a distance, an arrow shot through the air like lightning, aiming straight for Ahan. It turned out that she was the woman known as the ancestor of the Black Tribe. At the same time, an arrow flew through the air carrying a tremendous force aimed directly at her. That was the arrow from Aquila. She shouted, "We're getting ready to fight. These are just puppets of a human. We'll deal with them, and then apologize to our ancestors, putting survival first." Immediately, a bloody battle broke out. Countless skilled Black tribespeople joined in. However, facing a pain-free undead, the Black found it very challenging to resist. The undead kept advancing, only to have Aquila's arrows blast their heads off one by one. Seeing her fight like this left everyone in awe. One arrow, one undead. She took down these high-level butchers with just a single shot. This was the Night Huntress Aquila. The rumors that she protected the forest from the Empire were not just rumors. Seeing this, he called out to Aeon, "If Chief Aquila is here, we'll be fine. Follow me, Aeon. Let's hurry and chase after a human." Deep in the forest, a human rode on the back of a zombie, constantly sneering, "You will regret chasing after me, you miserable wretches." Then, he suddenly commanded one of the undead, I need you to handle this." Seeing the zombie respond to his command and quickly leave, a human thought to himself, "Even though I have resurrected them, I still have to be cautious as long as Aquila is around. She is the strongest chieftain in history, a genius." He then chuckled to himself, "A genius, huh? No matter how brilliant she is, she won't be able to do anything." Meanwhile, Viker and Aeon had been hiding behind a tree for quite some time. Aeon couldn't hold back and said, "He's over there." It turns out they found the place where a human cast his spell. Viker couldn't help but wonder, he hid in a spot with these stunted trees. Why would he cast a spell here? Aeon, unable to contain himself, raised his bow and declared, "I can't let him get away with these suspicious activities any longer. I'm going to kill him." However, just as the arrow flew toward a human, he finished his spell. A hand effortlessly caught the arrow. Viker and Aeon were utterly astonished to see this. A human's voice echoed, "I've succeeded in summoning it. Legend says it sleeps deep within the jungle." As he finished speaking, another skeleton began to rise. "With all my excitement, I'm the only one who discovered you." The skeleton's hair started to grow long again. It knelt on the ground while a human's voice resonated, "Divine Archer, Adonai." Aeon was taken aback. No way is it really Adonai. Viker beside her was equally shocked. The legendary archer of the Black Tribe, Adonai. Suddenly, the undead drew back its bow, aiming straight at the two of them. Viker tried to block the arrow, but it still pushed him back several feet. When he managed to deflect it away, it caused a devastating explosion behind him. Viker stared in disbelief at the destruction it caused. An aura arrow, I dodged it, but the damage. He then turned his attention to Aeon behind him. She had unfortunately been hit in the thigh by the arrow. She grimaced and said, "My leg feels like it's on fire." Viker quickly guessed it must be the poison from Adonai's arrow, right? That means the legend about him fighting that monster is true. The arrow he's using is made from the remains of Madame Eight Legs. Adonai is continuously shooting, and the area of effect spreads all over the forest. Aeon noticed him clutching his arm and worriedly asked, "Viker, don't protect me anymore. Just run. Leave me here." A human interjected, his eyes filled with menace. "You disgusting bastards. Do you think I'll let either of you live?" He then commanded, "Adonai, kill him." Adonai, now in the form of a zombie, obeyed the order and aimed his bow straight at the two of them. The speed of the arrow was so fast that Viker and Aeon couldn't evade it. Fortunately, a hand suddenly appeared, gripping the arrow that was flying toward them. Much to a human's and Adonai's astonishment, even Viker and Aeon were taken by surprise at the appearance of this person. The owner of the hand gradually became visible. It was Aquila. She forcefully snapped the arrow in half. The cold tone called a human. "Shall we talk?" Aquila ran up and stood in front of the two. Aeon was very surprised to see her mother here. She quickly called out, "Mom." Aquila then spoke. I came here because I sensed a powerful energy, but luckily I arrived in time. A human was behind them and felt immense fear upon seeing her. His hair stood on end and sweat dripped down his forehead. He stammered, seemingly in disbelief. Aquila. Aquila's hand, which she used to grab the arrow, was bleeding. Seeing this, Aen anxiously said, Ma, that arrow is poison. You need to get treated right away. Aquila looked at her bloody hand and calmly replied, Poison. With that, she firmly grasped her injured hand. Blood from her palm seeped out, changing from black to the bright red of regular blood. Viker, watching from the side, was astounded and thought to himself, she blew up the energy inside her body to expel the poison and the corrupted blood. How can someone do that? Right after that, Aquila turned to the side, her face serious, and called out a human's name loudly. He, his whole body trembling, still tried to steady himself to speak. Everything has come to this because you've pushed me to the edge. Aquila didn't pay attention to his excuses. She said, I don't care about your betrayal. Just answer my question. A human was taken aback and replied, What is it? Aquila looked at him and asked, Is that person really divine archer Adonis? Upon hearing this, a human smiled, looking both astonished and fearful, and responded, Yes, the legendary archer Adonis is someone you wouldn't dare confront. She merely smiled lightly at this, then turned to Aen and Viker, saying, You two did very well, now stay behind me. Then she turned back, still smiling, and continued, Divine archer Adonis, it is indeed an honor to meet you, even under these circumstances. Let's see who the strongest warrior truly is. Both stood still, calmly sizing up their opponent, ready for what was to come. Out of nowhere, Aquila moved swiftly. She was the first to attack. She charged at Adonis like lightning, drew her bow, and released a powerful flurry of arrows. Adonis quickly dodged every single arrow. His reflexes were sharp and agile. He immediately counterattacked. The arrows he shot were so powerful that the ground around them shattered. Aquila was not one to be outdone. She skillfully evaded all of his arrows. At that moment, both engaged in fierce combat. They moved at incredible speeds. The only thing visible was the bursts of light that filled the air as they raced by. Viker was carrying Aen on his back, trying to get her to a safer place. He glanced back at the two fighters, thinking, This is a battle between master practitioners of energy. It's truly a rare sight in these chaotic times. Despite her injury to her thigh, Aen was worried and called out, Ma. Old Human stood to the side, observing the fight by focusing one eye on a tree. He muttered as he watched, Indeed, Aquila the Night Fox is not easily matched against Lord Adonis. Then he laughed loudly and shouted, However, you can never defeat Lord Adonis. He is already dead. He can wield the dark powers of hell. You know how destructive a fired arrow can be, right? On the other side, Aquila was gradually losing ground. She thought to herself, Fighting from a distance puts me at a disadvantage. His speed, strength, and agility. He's a flawless marksman, but he's missing something very important. It seems she had spotted a weakness in Adonis and seized the moment. She drew her bow and aimed straight at him, firing two arrows that collided and exploded in a massive blast. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring all visibility. Taking advantage of this, Aquila quickly moved in. She swung her leg to kick Adonis, but he quickly dodged out of the way. Then he swung his knife. With just one swipe, he chopped down all the trees around him. Fortunately, Aquila managed to evade just in time. She swiftly pulled out the knife she had tucked at her hip and threw it toward Adonis, making his knife drop to the ground. The next moment, she kicked Adonis' leg hard, making him drop to his knees, his eyes blazing with fury. Seizing this opportunity, she poured all her strength into the arrow and shot it. The arrow lit up the sky, a bright beam shooting upwards into the vast expanse. After releasing the arrow, she looked up to see part of Adonis' body had been destroyed. At that moment, she spoke, Great Ancestor, is it true that you do not wish to fight because you have actually died? Or is it that you want to avoid harming your descendant? Either way, all I can do is free you from your current predicament. As she spoke, she readied her bow again, aiming at Adonis, and channeled her strength into another shot. The arrow flew straight toward him, but this time he didn't dodge. It stood still. This caught Aquila by surprise. As the arrow drew near, Adonis caught it and snapped it in half. The part of his body that had been destroyed started to regenerate. A terrifying image of a demon clung to Adonis, slowly taking over his form. Suddenly, a voice rang out, He has refused the soul-binding spell. Truly, a legend indeed. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I won't forgive half-hearted efforts like that, Adonis. Now you must fight with all your strength until every threat to me is dead. This voice belonged to a human, who stood grinning maliciously. Aquila was furious and shouted, A human! The demon had completely taken control of Adonis' body. tilting its head back and letting out chilling screams. At that moment, Aquila realized he could no longer think of him as Adonis. The demon in Adonis' form looked incredibly fierce, as if it could devour anyone in its path. It seemed that the battle between the two, fueled by the demon's power, had drawn the attention of other monsters lurking in the forest. Massive creatures slowly approached the two of them. A human watched from the side, anxiously thinking, these are A-rank monsters that live in this forest. Did they come here because of the commotion? 3 colossal beasts stood behind Adonis. Their sheer size radiated an imposing aura. The demon inside Adonis turned around and attacked them first. 3 arrows were shot, and every single one found its mark. Aquila stood off to the side, watching intently, and suddenly thought, I can't even see the arrows anymore. A human smiled smugly and said, Ha ha! This is the power of Lord Adonis. I can't believe he can take out all those monsters with just one blow. Please take down that woman standing in front of you too, Lord Adonis. Upon hearing a human's words, the demon Adonis immediately turned to attack Aquila. The arrows shot out quickly, but fortunately, Aquila was nimble enough to dodge them. She frowned and thought, I can sense the heavy, toxic aura from those arrows. Each time I get hit, Madam 8 Legs poison spreads further through my body, leaving me weaker. I need to finish this quickly. At that moment, Aquila turned to counterattack Adonis. She unleashed a flurry of arrows in his direction. One arrow got close, but was effortlessly absorbed by Adonis, using just his finger. Aquila looked at him, slowly absorbing the arrow. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. The arrow that had just been shot unexpectedly turned back, piercing Adonis' throat and causing him to scream in pain. Aquila stood nearby, watching him, and said, the first arrow flies straight, but the second arrow hits its target. However, the moment your opponent dodges the second arrow, the first one will return and pierce their head. This is a skill that allows the arrow to achieve maximum spin in the air. Once it reaches its peak, it will turn back and strike the enemy. This is my unique bow that I crafted with great care after hearing about your battle with an Imperial Knight. But to her surprise, Adonis quickly pulled the arrow from his body. Aquila was taken aback. From a tree, a human's voice echoed again, Ha ha, Aquila, no matter how powerful you are as a warrior, you've never fought a zombie before. Adonis is already dead. He won't be defeated by just an arrow through his throat. Aeon stood high above, looking down at the forest. Explosions erupted one after another, caused by Adonis. She felt a wave of worry washing over her and said, Mom, the forest is shaking. It feels so unsettling. Please wait until we resolve this issue. Then she recalled Viker's words. Aeon, stay hidden. From now on, I will stop a human's summoning spells and take him down. With that, Viker dashed off. As he ran, he thought a human is really afraid of Aquila, so there's a good chance he's hiding behind Adonis to stand against Aquila. As Viker expected, a human was lurking behind a tree nearby. Once he identified his target, he sprinted toward him, thinking, I got him now. I'll take him down with one strike. Just as he was getting close to a human, Viker was suddenly attacked by someone else. She was a warrior under a human's command. She jumped out, aiming to strike Viker, but fortunately, he was able to dodge her attack. Though he tried to hide, a human had already noticed him. He turned around and shouted, Hit you again, damn brat. I guess someone would tail me. That's why I summoned my cavalry. These warriors are strong enough to be buried in a warrior's grave. The warriors surrounded Viker, exuding a terrifying aura. Then they all charged at Viker at once. On the other side, Aquila had been struck by Adonis' arrow. She clutched her painful wound and collapsed. A human watched this unfold, laughing maniacally as he said, Ha ha, soon you will kneel before me. The guardians of Aquila's forest will perish here, and I will rule this land. This will be a reward for the injustice I've faced my entire life. First, I'll kill every one of those who dare to look down on me. As he spoke, a human's face twisted into something more monstrous than before. His greed grew more intense by the second. Suddenly, Viker's voice rang out, This is going to be quite a problem. Viker quickly took down all of a human's cavalry, then said, Because those in this forest will soon become my support system. Seeing Viker defeat all of his knights left the human astonished and increasingly anxious. He thought to himself, No way, how can he defeat even the Death Knights, who are stronger than a sword graduator? Does this kid surpass even a high-level sword graduator? Viker looked at a human with anger on his face and said, Have you realized all the things you've been dreaming about yet, a human? A human turned pale at those words. He frantically shouted, Lord Adonis. When Adonis heard him call out, he turned around, ready to take Viker down in one move. However, Aquila came up from behind and kicked him with all his strength. This created an opening for Viker to charge at Adonis. Viker's face was filled with a fierce killing intent like wolves lunging forward to attack. A human stood by, terrified, his face dripping with sweat. He stammered, Adonis, one more time. Before he could finish speaking, a human's hands still together in prayer were severed. He was left stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened, when just a second later, his head was cut off. Blood sprayed everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. Even as his head lay separated from his body, a human seemed to still have awareness. Viker was the one who had taken him down. Meanwhile, the Death Knights were attacking the warriors of the Black Tribe. The fighters were gradually losing ground. The strength of the Death Knights was overwhelming, making it very difficult to defeat them. A female warrior from the Black Tribe found herself facing a Death Knight who had just broken her weapon. She looked up at him in fear as he raised his sword. In that moment, she realized that if he swung down, it could mean her immediate death. Just as the Death Knight prepared to strike, he suddenly vanished. The girl was taken aback, her eyes wide in surprise. Like him, the other Death Knights also crumbled away, disappearing one by one. On the other side, Aquila was running low on strength. She glanced at Adonis, breathing heavily and holding her wound with one hand. Adonis' demonic appearance slowly faded away, returning to his normal state as the chilling leader of the Black Tribe. Seeing Adonis slowly fade away, Aquila stepped closer and gently placed her hand on the arm that held Adonis' bow. Before long, Adonis' body completely disappeared. Aquila softly said, "Rest easy, great ancestor." A human lay nearby, his head severed, but still shouting, "Damn it, the chance was right in front of me. I was about to take control of this entire forest. This is all your fault, child of the Empire." Viker thought to himself, looking back, he's not someone to underestimate. He turned himself into a zombie and used magical power through his voice to control the dead warriors, including Adonis. If only a human had dedicated himself to becoming a true mage. Lost in thought, a human let out a maniacal laugh and yelled, "Don't think this is the end. You will regret making me into this. You and the Black Tribe, even if I die, I will curse you all." While he was caught up in his threats, an arrow suddenly struck a human in the middle of his forehead, ending his life. Viker looked back in surprise to see Ahun standing there. Ahun's face was drenched in sweat mixed with anger. He lowered his head and said to Viker, "I'm sorry, Viker. I wish I had listened to you and killed a human when I had the chance." Viker looked at Ahun and placed his hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, "It's not your fault. You did well." A human was truly dead. His head was beginning to dissolve. The people of the Black Tribe were joyful, celebrating their victory. Ayan smiled, unable to hide his emotions. Viker continued, "Now, let's head back to the village." The slow footsteps approached the village, sunlight shining down on them, revealing brave, heroic warriors. But as they entered, the scene inside left everyone in shock. The village was in ruins, the trees had all been broken down. Ayan stepped forward, astonished. "Oh, our village. What happened here?" Someone else asked, "Has anyone been here?" Ahu moved closer, rubbing her arms as tears filled her eyes. It was Madame Eight Legs. Hearing this, Ayan's anger flared. "She came to our village." Ahun rushed towards Ahu, panicked. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Viker surveyed the surroundings, spotting a body pinned beneath a fallen tree. He thought, while I was dealing with a human, Madame must have come to the village. Why would she do something like this when things were peaceful? Ahu cried in fear, pointing in one direction. That way. Before she arrived, there was smoke rising from that spot. Then the lady appeared and moved around as if she was trying to unleash her rage. Viker sat down and brushed his hands over the fallen leaves on the ground. A member of the tribe shouted, "This is the corpse of an orangutan." Viker picked up a torn leaf and concentrated, thinking, "It seems someone has burned the kind of grass that attracts insects." A human, I never imagined he was preparing things like this. Aquila saw the village in ruins and felt a surge of anger. She slammed her hand against the mountain behind her, causing it to crack. As she struck, she called out a human's name loudly. Someone behind her noticed and worriedly said, "Chief, your wound." Aquila's wound at her waist was oozing dark blood, looking very frightening. Aquila shouted in fury, "I still need to rebuild the village and find food. Warriors, gather the remains of the dead and save those who are still alive." After hearing the order, everyone hurriedly set to work together. Ayan saw Bakira trembling on the ground, one of his legs poisoned. She looked at Bakira and felt heartbroken, saying, your leg. Unable to hold back, she lay down and hugged Kira, tears streaming down her face as she continued, I'm sorry for leaving you alone." The calamity known as Madame Eight Legs is a source of fear for the tribes. She is a harmful creature, difficult to confront because she carries within her a dark core of evil. The Black Tribe views Madame Eight Legs as a natural disaster, so they have no desire for revenge or any action against her. However, it seems Viker is prepared to take action or do something. That evening, a fire flickered in the cave. Viker arrived to find Aquila sitting deep in thought, his face marked with sadness, one hand cradling a wound. He spoke up, "Chief, I have a few questions for you." Aquila looked at him and replied, "What is it?" Viker met Aquila's gaze, his face resolute as he said, "Please tell me about Madame Eight Legs." Aquila regarded him closely and replied, "You want me to tell you about the Madame?" Viker raised the hand that held a rolled-up piece of paper and said, "This is a record about her found in the Rococo tribe's village. It details the power contained in her poison, along with accounts of battles with other monsters. There are many things documented in it, including her lair. But after reading it, I felt a sense of confusion. I don't understand why the tribes here are so afraid, yet refuse to combine their strength to defeat her." After listening to Viker, Aquila slowly explained, "Just like with the Rococo tribe, the Black tribe also has records about her from ancient times. These are documents about the battle between Adonis and the mistress. It was a fight between Adonis' trusted servant and the mistress. In this battle, Adonis shot an arrow that struck the mistress in her leg, and they believed they had defeated her. But in reality, that was the beginning of the disaster. The damaged leg quickly healed and doubled. Each time they tried to destroy it, the number of legs kept growing infinitely. The more they tried to annihilate her, the stronger the legs became. Even a divine arrow could not penetrate that solid body. The records also mention that everyone present in the battle was affected by the mistress's poison. They looked at the arrow and recognized the power of the toxin because remnants of it lingered on there. Over time, the mistress became an evil goddess created from countless malevolent spirits. So if you're trying to find a way to fight against the mistress, you should give up. I don't want anyone else to be harmed." Viker listened carefully, deep in thought. He reflected, the chances of me defeating Adonis or Aquila are incredibly low. But if it's a monster, that's a different story. Though these powerful beasts like Madame are rare in today's world, during the apocalypse, monsters with strength comparable to hers were often encountered. I've fought against them countless times. No matter how strong she is, she's still just a monster. And monsters have habits and weaknesses. I will find that weakness and I will personally take down Madame Eight Legs. With newfound determination, Viker stepped outside. He put on his hat, his eyes sharp and resolute, ready to hunt down and defeat Madame Eight Legs. On a high mountain, a large hole appeared at the top. Suddenly, something very sharp emerged. It was Madame Eight Legs. She was a massive spider, quite terrifying in appearance. As soon as she crawled out of her lair, she spewed venom everywhere and scurried off. Viker, hiding behind a tree below, witnessed the entire scene. Viker looked up at Madame Eight Legs and thought to himself, "Every time I wake up, it's always chaos." After following her hiding spot for several days, he discovered that she typically searched for food at a specific time. She would return to her lair after 2 hours. With that in mind, Viker pulled up his mask and swiftly jumped from one mountain peak to another, heading to Madame Eight Legs' home. Before long, he arrived at her lair. Standing before the entrance of her hideout was a tangled web of spider silk. This was the lady's den. From the outside, it looked like a rocky outcrop, but inside it was different altogether. A red sword appeared in his hand. He sliced through the web surrounding him to make his way inside. After some time, Viker picked up a piece of spider silk and thought, this cross-section of the spider web is rough. Even the mana of a graduator would struggle to cut through it. It would be better to use this web to descend. Having said that, Viker jumped down into the hole, using the silk to navigate his way down swiftly. After a bit, he pondered, the entrance seems too small for Madame to pass through, and deeper inside it gets wider. For her size, this place is perfect for hiding. Later, Viker managed to reach the bottom of the pit. All around him were the remains of animals and even humans, tightly wrapped in spider webs against the stone walls. Seeing them, Viker thought to himself, there are both humans and monsters here, and some bodies seem untouched, but already started to decay. Is she doing this to intimidate others, or does she enjoy toying with her prey as a pastime? It seems that the lady knows the food chain in this forest. But there's no time to dwell on this now. Before she returns, I need to investigate a lot more. Viker glanced around for a moment. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was a nest of eggs. Looking at the eggs, Viker reached out and took one from the many that were still stuck to the rock wall. As he examined the egg, he reflected, this must be the lady's egg. So this is why so many monstrous spiders appeared when the world was destroyed. I'll take this back for analysis. Before he could finish his thought, Madame Eight Legs suddenly appeared at the mouth of the cave, startling Viker and freezing him in place. She looked down into the cave with her bloodshot eyes, her bristly fur making her appear quite fearsome. After a moment of watching, she gradually walked away. Viker had cleverly hidden behind a massive spider web, managing to avoid Madame Eight Legs. He was scared and breathed heavily, thinking with the instinct of a phantom beast, is she aware that someone has intruded into her lair? If I didn't have Mushushu's silent heal ability, I'd be done for. I'd better head back as soon as possible. In the village of the Black Tribe, everyone was diligently rebuilding the community, each person focused on their task. While working, they were chatting. Do you know where Viker is? What he's up to? It's been days since he finished setting up his tent, but I still haven't seen him come out. I saw him heading to another tribe early this morning. yet there's no smell of smoke coming from his tent. What is he doing? Maybe he's planning something and working on it. But the concerning part is he hasn't even met with Chief Ayan. Ayan stood nervously outside Viker's tent, clearly worried and restless. After a moment, she spoke up. I've heard my mom say you asked her about the lady. She's a monster that no warrior can defeat. You wouldn't be foolish enough to try to go up against her, would you? But Kira lost a leg yesterday. I don't think he can run like he used to anymore. What if something happens to you? Ayan's eyes were filled with tears. She was on the verge of crying. Before she could finish, Viker called from inside the tent, Ayan, I need to talk to you. Come in. Ayan complied and stepped inside. The tent was dimly lit by a single lamp, and papers covered in Viker's notes were stuck to the walls. Ayan glanced around and asked, What are these? Viker replied, These are notes I've gathered about the lady from various tribes in the forest. I'm currently studying the spider web and skin I collected from her lair. I even have her eggs. When Ayan heard this, she panicked and shouted in anger. You actually went to the lady's cave? You really want to fight her? If that's the case, I'm going with you. Viker stood with his back to Ayan and said, After the battle with Adonis, your leg is still injured, right? That will just slow me down. I plan to leave this forest soon. There's still something I need to take care of, so I'll be going back to Baskerville. Upon hearing this, Ayan couldn't hide the sadness on her face and gently replied, I understand. Viker interrupted her and continued, But after I finish everything, I think I'll come back here. So right now, I'm making plans to protect the place I want to return to. Holding up an oil lamp for light, he looked around the tent filled with his plans to deal with Madame Eight Legs. He went on, and I figured out how to hunt her down. What happened to Bakira will happen to me. Ayan reached out to touch the words that Viker had written. Her heart was in turmoil, but she spoke calmly. Are you really talking about hunting the lady? That's quite bold. Over the past few months, you helped us stop the forest from being poisoned and even defeated a human. You've faced seemingly impossible problems, yet you've always achieved great results. Even though she couldn't hide her emotions, Ayan smiled brightly despite her eyes being on the verge of tears. She placed her hand over Viker's and continued, Viker, I've always believed in and looked forward to your words. I believe it's the same this time. You'll be okay, right? Viker responded, Of course. That evening, the rain poured heavily. Viker faced a gigantic monster. As its massive hand moved to attack him, Viker swiftly severed it, but to his surprise, the monster's hand grew back instantly. Viker observed Alvin sighed and wiped the sweat from his brow. He looked at the house in front of him with pride, saying, It's finally done. His two henchmen were astonished and took turns, saying, What? Ahan, you built such a great house. Is this really for Viker? He replied, beaming with satisfaction, Viker is like a little brother to me. It's my duty as his older brother to build him a place to live. The two men laughed mockingly. Brotherly love? Didn't you used to hate him? Alvin suddenly got angry and commanded them, Shut up. Looking at the peaceful village scenery, Alvin reflected, in the end, the village has returned to its original state. This is all thanks to Viker, right? Just then, as they made a decision, Alvin said, So let's hurry up and inform Viker. As he lifted the curtain, the sight inside surprised them. The house was completely empty. After thinking for a moment, Alvin said, Viker isn't here. He must have gone out again. Alvin, feeling discouraged, rubbed his neck and said, I really want to see the look on his face when he hears this news. One guy in the group suddenly asked, Do you think Viker will react like this? In the distance, a girl worriedly overheard their conversation. So today was the day. She looked up at the changing sky and prayed, O forest god, please bless the great warrior who is about to face that disaster. It seemed like Viker could sense someone was talking about him. He gazed at the darkening sky and thought to himself, Looks like it's going to rain. The scene shifted to the mountains, where a large cave stood atop one peak. Viker looked down and mused, I bet my lady is still asleep. This is the perfect time to go after her. He reflected on how he had devised countless plans and reassured himself, I've considered many possible challenges during this hunt for my lady. That's why I've prepared various methods to handle every situation that might arise. Now it's time to put them into action. With determination, Viker quickly jumped down. His body plunged into the endless darkness of the abyss, and inside, he felt the thrill. The hunt begins. In the lair, Madame Eight Legs was sound asleep, drooling. Its appearance was painfully disturbing to look at. Madame Eight Legs hung upside down in the air while Viker gracefully jumped onto its silk threads. He quickly drew his sword and approached the monster. Viker used the sixth technique of the Baskerville clan to cut off one of Madame Eight Legs' legs. At that moment, the monster woke up. It opened its eyes wide, wanting to see who had attacked it. It roared, showcasing its strength, but Viker showed no fear, his gaze steady on it. Viker examined Madame Eight Legs' weak points and reminded himself, according to Adonis, for every leg that's lost, the number of legs that grow back will double. While he pondered, Madam Eight Legs didn't wait around. It charged forward, raising a leg to strike him. Viker wasn't one to back down. He smoothly dodged the incoming attack and thought, now is the time to execute the plan. Using his incredible speed, Viker quickly delivered countless strikes to Madam Eight Legs. The monster roared in anger. It immediately spat out its deadly poison at him. Viker skillfully dodged the toxic spray. However, unfortunately, when the poison hit the wall, it splattered back and a drop landed on his hand. Looking at his arm turning green, Viker sensed something was seriously wrong. The poison from the creature was spreading rapidly. He took a deep breath and quietly decided, I didn't want to resort to this, but now. Thinking it, he acted. Viker lifted his sword and sliced off the infected arm. From the cut on his arm, something began to grow. It quickly twisted and formed a new shape. Madam Eight Legs widened her eyes in shock as she watched Viker's severe arm regrow. That was a skill he had acquired earlier. Viker calmly remarked, don't be surprised. Now my power is on par with yours. With that, both sides charged at each other again. Viker continuously hacked away at the creature's legs while Madam Eight Legs attempted to pierce him with her limbs. Viker kept dodging and stabbing, running around as the moves unfolded. The clashing of his sword struck at Madam Eight Legs' legs and the battle raged on. Despite being exhausted to the point of gasping for breath, the fiery determination in his eyes shone through. Viker rolled around the legs of Madam Eight Legs, then gripped one of its limbs to gain momentum. He struck another leg, blood spraying from the monster with each swing of his sword. Madam Eight Legs let out a painful roar, enraged and ready to charge at him. But Viker wasn't one to back down. He rushed toward it. After a long battle, the ground was littered with the severed legs of Madam Eight Legs. Next to them lay one of Viker's own arms. He panted heavily, going through the process of regenerating his lost limbs once again. Viker thought wearily, I wonder how many times I've been reborn now. Every time I revive, it drains so much of my energy. He glanced at the intact legs of Madam Eight Legs, feeling frustrated as he continued to ponder. Yet that monster gets to double its legs without losing any strength. Viker continued to breathe heavily. Suddenly, a smile spread across his face. He leaped onto a strand of silk, quickly propelling himself upward toward the exit of the cave. How could Madam Eight Legs possibly grant your wish? Before she could even do anything, her body suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The monstrous creature glanced around in confusion, only to see Viker, his bloodthirsty eyes twisted into a sly smile. I know I can't defeat your legs, and that's part of my plan for you to double the number of them, he said. Madam Eight Legs struggled to stand up, and Viker continued with excitement. You can double your legs every time one gets cut off. At first, it sounds like a miracle granted by some god, but it could also become your weakness. The more legs you have, the harder it is for you to move. Suddenly, a strand of web shot towards him. Viker smoothly dodged it. It turned out that Madam Eight Legs had changed her attack method because moving had become difficult. But Viker added, before coming here, I knew you'd use your webs. After studying them, I found a critical weakness. Your webs can't be burned by normal fire. As he spoke, Viker raised his Beelzebub sword. The purple flames radiating from the blade gave off an eerie glow, matching the unusual excitement and delight on Viker's face. He continued, but if consumed by the purple flames from hell, it will burn like kindling. Furthermore, this place is filled with gas leaking from the corpses. As he spoke, images of the charred corpses hanging everywhere in the cave came to mind. Viker slowly hopped onto the head of a bear corpse. Calmly, he continued, isn't this an incredibly favorable condition for the flames to ignite? You've sown too much bad karma just because you become drunk on your own power. As he spoke, a bloodthirsty, twisted expression emerged on Viker's face. Madam Eight Legs widened her eyes and stared at him intently. Viker decisively plunged his sword into the bear's head and announced, all right, now it's time for you to pay for all of that. Flames immediately surged from the surrounding corpses, engulfing the entire cave. Viker recalled how, the night before, he had made a plan. He was astonished to discover that while engaging in real combat to enhance his skills and countering a pack of Cerberus, the monstrous creatures driven out of the Black Mountain range, he had posed a question to himself. Why did the tribes drive away such dangerous enemies and terrifying monsters from the Black Mountain range? The image of the three-headed hellhound flashed before him, the fierce creature radiating a thick aura of killing intent. At that moment, Viker looked back at the map and realized that the answer was that they wanted to take the land to live on. The people in the tribe had been defeated by the lady and forced to flee to the Black Mountains. Viker smiled with satisfaction. He told himself, now I understand the motives behind her actions. In reality, she had used the people from the jungle tribe to drive away the demons from hell. Viker stared at the pile of silk in the jar burning in the purple flames and reached his final conclusion. She did this to avoid the hellfire. That's her weakness. He thought further, I never imagined that her weakness would be something so familiar to me. Back in the present, Viker raised the Beelzebub sword confidently. He decisively stabbed it through the head of the dead bear. Then Viker conjured hellfire at the blade's tip. The bear's corpse immediately ignited, spreading flames to the surrounding area. The other corpses were also affected and caught fire. A purple flame erupted, impossible to extinguish. Madam Eight Legs was engulfed by the flames. Viker calmly stepped away. He looked at the smoking mountain from a distance, seeing it continue to burn endlessly. Viker thought to himself, now I understand what makes Madam afraid. It's the hellfire. So all I need to do is find a way to keep her from escaping this spider-filled cave. With all those legs, she won't be able to jump out. In fact, she wouldn't even be able to use her webs to move. Basically, there's no way for her to get out. Thinking about Madam Eight Legs' ugly face, Viker happily mused, under the intense heat of the flames, Madam will start to melt away. While he was lost in thought, the ground suddenly trembled. Viker exclaimed in shock, what's happening? He watched as the earth and rocks around him began to slide away. The cause of the disturbance came from the mountain, where Madam Eight Legs had been engulfed by flames. The fire suddenly went out, leaving only billowing black smoke as evidence of its former fury. Suddenly, the mountain split in two, rocks and earth crashing down in large chunks. Viker instantly became alert, horrified by the scene unfolding before him, unable to hold back a gasp. What is happening? He watched as Madam Eight Legs calmly emerged from the mountain, completely unharmed. Viker was taken aback. Did she destroy the whole mountain? Madam Eight Legs moved her scorched body away, growling angrily, as if she were hunting for prey to take revenge on. With her gaze aimed at the sky, she unleashed a stream of venom. The poison shot out like fireworks, a beautiful yet deadly display. Acidic rain fell upon the trees, snapping countless branches as the toxic substance ate through them. Viker stood directly beneath Madam Eight Legs. He worried that she might not see him, as her eyes and skin were burned from the flames. His attention focused on the large round eye of the creature, then shifted to her scarred and charred body. Suddenly, Viker spotted a crack in the creature's body. He thought to himself, the fact that she destroyed the mountain isn't entirely bad for me. With that in mind, Viker swiftly jumped up. He moved quickly across Madam Eight Legs' long legs, leaned to the side, and raised his sword, reminding himself, what I need to target are the cracks created when she demolished the mountain. Once again, Viker employed the sixth technique of the Baskerville clan and drove straight through the visible crack. He struck fiercely at the monster, but it seemed ineffective. Seeing Madam Eight Legs roar in anger, Viker quickly dodged to the side, thinking, one strike isn't going to take it down easily. I'll need to hit it again. He clenched his teeth and cautiously eyed the creature. Its sharp eyes were suddenly staring right at him. Then, out of nowhere, it turned to stone. The creature's eyes immediately regained their glow, purple light flashing as they fixed on Viker. He felt a surge of fear and thought her eyes. Before he could finish his thought, Madam Eight Legs lifted a leg, aiming to deal with him. Viker was swiftly knocked away, landing on the ground as he murmured to himself, I've made a mistake. Viker felt exhausted as he glanced down. He saw the path where he had been blasted away and his legs disappearing, then thought, I can't believe her eyes can regenerate after the outer layer fell off. Both of my legs are gone. He felt his body losing strength, making his regeneration slower than before. Viker was panting, watching the monster slowly approach. Madam Eight Legs was advancing, growling. Realizing the creature was getting closer, Viker urged himself in his mind, hurry up, grow back already. Suddenly, a voice rang out, why are you here? Fighting that monster? You should have left this forest a long time ago. A leg of someone stood right next to him. The next words shocked Viker, making his eyes widen. If you want to get revenge on Hugo, you should only focus on killing him. The figure gradually came into view before him. It was none other than Viker himself in his past life. The figure looked at him coldly, repeatedly reminding him, that is your only desire. Viker stared wide-eyed, listening to the voice that was speaking. Why are you fighting that beast? The person beside him continued to remind him, you should have left this forest a long time ago. Viker gasped, hearing the figure blame him. You only have one goal, to take revenge on Hugo, and the only thing you need to think about is how to kill Hugo. The shadow of that person gradually became clearer in front of Viker. His own face from his past life, cold and serious, kept reminding him, because that is your desire in this life. Viker was stunned as he looked back at that figure, whose face was now right next to him, continuing. It's only because of what happened in the forest that desire has become increasingly blurred. The scarred face yelled at him in fury, you must kill Hugo. Put the knife to his throat for me. Viker struggled with his thoughts without realizing that Madam Eight Legs had come very close. Memories of his past life surfaced. Viker Van Baskerville, with a scar on his face, serious and intense. Back then, he had to endure countless injuries caused by Hugo's hands. Viker thought to himself, the only reason to exist is to carry out the mission assigned by the Master. Even if it costs him his life, he must see it through. Viker knelt at Hugo's feet like a loyal subordinate. From the moment he was born, he had been raised that way. It had become his way of life and the only thing that gave him a sense of pride. But even with such loyalty, the memory of his own beheading of past life flashed before him. He recalled his bewildered face, still unable to believe what was happening as he looked at Hugo. He silently told himself, in the end, your head still fell beneath your master's sword. In that moment, he realized that he had wasted his life. Viker remembered how he had been abandoned while Hugo had coldly turned away without looking back. Now the Viker of the past kept reminding him, you need to make Hugo experience that same pain and incredibly desperate feeling. Then he felt rage at his current actions, but now he was ruining everything. You must kill Hugo and wipe out the Baskerville clan. The man's eyes widened, blood streaming down his face. It felt like a chain was holding Viker back, the brainwashing words echoing in his mind. That was the only reason Viker van Baskerville existed in the world. Viker stared up at the sky, remembering Hugo's figure from back then and wondering, what is the reason for my existence? In his past life, had he ever thought about going against Hugo? Viker pondered and recalled a moment. Suddenly he remembered. That was when I wanted to leave the team. Back then, Viker had paused to take in his surroundings while his teammates moved ahead, oblivious to him. In the end, he turned around and chased after them. He found himself back in the same place as everyone else, confined and struggling like before. Remembering this made him scoff at himself, but he had accepted following the path set by the chain. The long chain kept dragging him in its desired direction. He felt numb, brainwashing himself with the thought, I'm just a hunting dog that Hugo has cleverly trained. Thinking of this made Viker clench his teeth in anger as he tried to argue back against the ghost of his past. Don't force me to do this anymore, whether it's obeying Hugo or seeking revenge on him. The cold gaze from his past self watched him with a chilling intensity. Viker screamed wildly, I am the one who gets to decide. In his mind, he pictured a bloodthirsty dog. Viker thought, yes, only after Hugo's head rolls will a worthless hunting dog like me be safe from being cooked alive. In my past life, I made a wrong choice. The images of two ghosts from my former life began to fade away. At this moment, Viker realized that what he truly desired was to confront the monster Madame Eight Legs that was roaring. It seemed pleased that he couldn't escape. It raised a leg to strike down at him. Now, Viker fully understood what he wanted, to be free. He grabbed the ground, quickly dodging the monster's attack. His body rolled painfully across the dirt. He recalled Hugo's cold, icy gaze, then thought of the peaceful life in the Black Tribe, and silently reflected, revenge and protecting the place I want to live. All of it is my deep longing. Viker stood up, determination clear on his face. He resolved, I want to live life on my own terms, so I will stand up and fight back. Madame Eight Legs raised her leg behind him once again. Viker was unaware, still lost in thought. From now on, I won't live under anyone's control again. Suddenly, a gust of hair flew by. Madame Eight Legs' leg was attacked immediately. Though the blow wasn't particularly strong, it did make her pause for a moment. Then several more strikes rained down on Madame Eight Legs. Viker widened his eyes in astonishment. He looked up towards the distant mountain where a group of people and night foxes with bows and arrows were gathered. They shouted, you won't hurt our mate, you horrid spider claw. Aeon signaled to him anxiously, Viker, I've come to fight alongside you. There were also the Black Warriors. Following her was a multitude from her tribe, all poised and ready for battle. Ahn scolded from the side, why are you trying to handle this all by yourself without telling me? One person from a different clan shouted loudly, Viker is fighting with a lady. Everyone get ready and support the hero of the forest. At his call, everyone drew their bows and aimed at Madame Eight Legs. However, their arrows not only failed to wound the creature, but only served to anger it further. Viker had regained his legs. He calmly stepped on its foot and said, even if I speak, you all will just advise her to give up. Viker stood coolly on the back of the monster. He raised his sword and continued. But thanks to you, I managed to escape death, Aeon. The sword plunged into the creature, but it couldn't penetrate its skin. Viker was defeated by Madame Eight Legs and unwilling to accept defeat, thought, still not dead. Then let's try again. His eyes reflected determination. Viker raised his sword once more. The legs of Madame Eight Legs began to move. Enraged, it stomped around, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. The members of Clan Black dodged the creature's legs, continuously warning each other. Be careful, she's starting to go wild. Aeon shouted to encourage them. Viker has made her furious. Everyone don't hold back, keep fighting. Aquila stood at a distance, watching Madame Eight Legs thrash around, her brow furrowed in thought. Aquila glanced at the wound on her stomach and thought, for a long time, everyone has seen the lady as a natural disaster without any intention to resist. Every cell in their bodies feels this way, but that young warrior is different. She watched Viker struggle to fight the monster, observing his wild, animal-like eyes and assessing he has pushed past his fear and is facing this disaster head-on. With determination, Aquila opened her bright green eyes wide and resolved. No matter if I cough up blood or if my wound opens wider, I have to strike a blow to create a path for that warrior. With all of her strength, Aquila raised her bow. A brilliant blue light enveloped her arrow. She released it, sending it flying swiftly toward Madame Eight Legs with great force. The monster took the full brunt of the attack, slightly leaning to one side and staring intently at the source of the arrow. Seizing the moment, Viker rushed forward. His eyes were filled with determination, glimmering red. Suddenly, his speed increased dramatically. Viker pivoted slightly and lifted his sword. The monster was instantly attacked. Madame Eight Legs let out a painful roar, while Viker gritted his teeth, preparing for his next attack. He unleashed the first technique of the Baskerville clan, deeply piercing fang. Ayan gasped, exclaiming, Viker has merged with the lady. Viker executed his move step by step. Second, biting fang. Third, slicing fang. Fourth, tearing fang. Fifth, shredding fang. Madame Eight Legs was now bleeding profusely. Viker felt like a wild beast shackled by chains. He quietly vowed, it's time to end this cursed life of bondage. Madame Eight Legs' wide-open eyes mirrored her agony. Suddenly, countless cuts pierced through them. Viker thought, I refuse to live the life of a hunting dog any longer. He now prepared the sixth technique of the Baskerville clan to break the chains. This move shattered everything, a decisive blow aimed at the monster. Viker poured all his strength into this final strike. The lady, now a mad creature, thrashed about, uncontrollably screaming loudly. One of the lady's eyes seemed to have something stirring inside it, as if something were trying to escape. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from within her pupil, causing her to scream in horror. The people below were stunned, whispering, did Viker just burst out of the lady's eye? The creature crashed to the ground, shaking the entire forest. The crowd shouted, she has fallen. From the midst of the swirling dust, Viker lay flattened on the ground, his clothes torn, next to the lady who was gasping for breath. He felt the painful realization that the poison was spreading through his body, and her blood also carried that poison. He looked up, grimly thinking, and the lady seems to be on the brink of death. His eyes slowly began to close as his thoughts grew weaker. I need to force the poison out of my body quickly. Suddenly, a deep red tongue wrapped around his arm, lifting it and pulling him closer. It was the creature resembling the lady, but larger and more savage. It was curly, strong, and ravenous, its eyes glowing red as they fixated on something. Around them were countless other fierce monsters. They rushed in to tear apart the frail lady. Her cries of pain echoed all around. In the dark of night, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Viker, there's poison here. It's really dangerous. Don't come any closer. He slowly opened his eyes, and the voice continued urging him on. Come on, Viker. You can't die. I'm not done with you yet. You still can't fully wake up. He called out for Ayan, making those around him worry. He calmly replied, I'm fine. Lower your voice. You're being too loud. I can't rest like this. I heard her sobbing. Does Viker even know how worried I am? This silly guy. At that moment, the poison on his hand began to spread and form a smaller version of the huge monster from before. After a brutal night, the sunlight of the new day shone down. Everyone in the tribe was still fast asleep after the feast from the night before. Aquila and another person sat on a rock drinking. Viker slowly sat up. He looked at the battlefield before him and sighed. So the days of the festival have passed. People in the tribe really do enjoy their celebrations. Elsewhere, Bakira cheerfully approached. He greeted his uncle. Bakira, how's your health now? He reached up to scratch his chin and continued speaking. Even though Bakira has lost a leg, you still managed to defeat others and find a mate. I'm proud of you. I made sure the mistress paid a price, so you don't have to worry anymore. Suddenly, he remembered something, glancing in his right arm. He recalled that after killing the mistress, he could use the seventh fang. Although it wasn't perfect, he had achieved something after that fight, and he gained more real-world experience in life and death battles. He thought about the head of the Baskerville family. How could Hugo use the seventh fang? Mine isn't even complete yet, so attacking a swordsman like Hugo would likely be very difficult. He tightened the flower crown around his neck and silently vowed, but compared to who I was before, I'm much stronger now. I just need to finish my mission in this forest. The confident hero stood with determination. It was time to return to Baskerville. He yanked the wreath down. From behind, a shadowy figure watched him closely. As the dawn broke and the sun lit the mountain ranges, everything was ready for the journey ahead. He said, "Thank you for allowing me to leave." The Night Fox replied, "I have no reason to keep you here." She smiled and continued, "Once your family for life. No matter where we are, we will always be like one big family." Wherever you go, you will always be the leader of the black hunting team, so don't forget that. He happily replied, "Thank you." He looked around, searching for someone, feeling a pang of disappointment. Is she not coming? Maybe she doesn't want me to leave. Viker turned around and said his goodbyes. Well, I'm off now. All the members of the Black Tribe called out, tears in their eyes. Don't forget us. Travel safely and return to the Empire. I'll pray for you. Ahol and Al chimed in too. Brother, make sure to come back. We'll always be here waiting for you. Viker, remember to reach out to us. Everyone had given him the best wishes. Goodbye, Viker, our hero. He closed his eyes with satisfaction and took steady steps forward. Suddenly, he found himself face to face with Ayan. They stood opposite each other in a breezy field. He was a bit surprised and called out to her, Ayan. She looked sad and asked, "Are you really leaving?" Viker hesitated, struggling to find the words. Immediately, she handed him a large package and quickly said, "Take this with you." He asked, confused, "What is this?" Ayan shyly explained, "Anubis. This is the bow of Lord Adonis. I don't use it much, so you should take it." He realized that was why he hadn't seen her around earlier. Ayan hesitated again before placing a necklace around his neck. He looked puzzled and asked, "A necklace with a broken chain?" She quickly clarified, "When you fainted, you kept mumbling about the chain and hunting dogs, so I made this for you." Then she said seriously, "Viker, you're not a hunting dog. A hunting dog can't be like you. You're a wolf. Wolves are never chained down," he replied gently. "That's surprising, thank." Not waiting for him to finish, she stepped closer and grabbed the short chain around his neck, pulling him near. As they were just about to touch lips, Ayan suddenly burst into tears. In the end, she chose to walk away, leaving behind a few words of explanation. "I heard that people in the Empire usually say goodbye like this. You may have been younger than me before, but now when you've grown up, safe travels." She left Viker standing there, confused and watching her go. He gently responded, "I had no idea the Empire had a way of saying goodbye like that. I'll see you again." Ayan paused, rubbed her eyes, tucked her hair behind her ear, and turned to give him a bright smile, even though her eyes still held tears. "I'll see you again." Viker stood before the cliff, looking down at the Empire shrouded in the calm of night. He thought to himself, "Red All Castle, it's been a while since I've been back to this place." Viker scanned the surroundings and said to himself, "The Morg family is still mining the ruby, right? That means they're still working with the Baskerville family." He recalled the image of the red-haired girl in striking metal armor and wondered, I wonder if she's still around. His curiosity was undeniable. What would he even say when they met again? But I'm feeling pretty worn out. He jumped down and landed softly. Pulling his hood up, he began planning his next move. It's late. I need to find an inn. Suddenly, he spotted a towering statue ahead. He was suspicious. Is that a golden statue? When was it erected? Viker closely examined it, analyzing the details. To create a sculpture like this, both families would need to agree. Did Hugo actually approve this? Just then, a voice called out to him. "You, what are you doing here?" A guard had spotted him. The guard shouted, "Don't touch the hero statue. If you take even a little gold, I won't let you off easy. And don't even think about getting any closer. Step back." He turned around, puzzled, and asked, "A hero?" The soldier confidently replied, "What? Are you a foreigner? You really don't know who that hero is?" At this point, the soldier's eyes lit up. His voice brimmed with pride as he continued, "I can't believe there's anyone in the Empire who doesn't know about him. I saw him fight with my own eyes. With just one strike, he wiped out the barbarians, showcasing the spirit of a true knight. This hero made a great effort to save the Lady of the Morg family. Alone, he defeated a massive monster, enabling his teammates to escape with their lives." The soldier kept passionately recounting the story of this hero. The tale of his sacrifice was both moving and intense, to the point where the Morg family built a golden statue in his honor. Viker could only remain silent, questioning, "This can't be true." The guard firmly stated, "You must remember 2 years ago that great hero lived right here, and his name is Viker van Baskerville." With that, the soldier's face shone with pride and admiration. Viker, being the real deal, felt awkward and didn't know how to react to this tough situation. He simply replied, "Oh, is that so?" Finally, he made his way to an inn. Inside, it was lively and noisy, with a singing voice filling the air. There was a sense of exhilaration, accompanied by the sound of beer mugs being placed heavily on the tables. High sis, mid sis, and low sis were chattering excitedly. We still can't forget the thrill of meeting Viker for the first time. That's right, he's really handsome, just perfect. She happily shared that during their first encounter, they immediately saw his true worth. Others chimed in agreement. Absolutely, the story of Viker has been passed around by the folks in the fortress. She continued enthusiastically, "He's truly charming, but beautiful things are often hard for me, right?" Oh, we managed to talk to him for a long time, even though those three little guys from Baskerville tried to block us, she added shyly. Looking at his beauty, all their fatigue seemed to vanish. The Morg triplets kept chattering, saying even that golden statue doesn't capture his beauty fully. Meanwhile, Viker, who prided himself on being the real deal, felt confused and suspicious after hearing everything. He thought to himself, this is so different from what I experienced. Did the achievements of Adolf Morg and the allies that day have anything to do with me? I did fight against the lady, but I've just learned surprising things from these triplets. He recalled the angry face of the head of the Baskerville family, and doubt crept in. Since I went missing 2 years ago, they said Hugo was furious and kept bothering the Morg family multiple times. Although the Morgs gave a huge amount of value to the Baskervilles, it seemed Hugo was still angry. He started to theorize. It made sense to be upset about losing such a valuable hunting dog. It could also be that the Morg's compensation was insufficient. The triplets continued to boast, saying if he were alive, he would have been a worthy rival for me. What? What are you saying? If he were alive, I would have killed him already. Stop bickering. We should stick together. There's no point in arguing. After all, he's dead. Hearing their baseless gossip, Viker stood up to pay. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't bear to listen any longer. Suddenly, one of the three girls noticed him. She pointed at him and shouted, "Hey, you in the shady outfit, come here." Instinctively, whispers and murmurs began to spread around. Another girl commented, even the barbarians don't make this much noise after drinking. This girl is drunk again. Yet she insisted, "You're all too chatty. My instincts tell me that guy over there is really suspicious. Why don't you go back and confront him?" He stole a quick glance behind him. Without hesitation, she charged straight at him, swinging her arms as if about to do something wild. Furiously, she demanded, "Why are you ignoring me?" In an instant, she used her powers to bind him. Vines shot up from the ground, trying to wrap around his legs. However, he quickly leaped into the air and managed to escape. Everyone was shocked by his acrobatic dodge. He landed softly, but he couldn't escape the overwhelming number of people surrounding him, all pointing their weapons at him. They kept asking, "Who are you? Take off your hat and cloak." He frowned, thinking this is annoying, but it doesn't really matter. I was going to let Bestu's family know I've returned anyway. He pulled off his hat and cloak, and the triplet sisters were instantly stunned, their faces turning red. Oh my gosh, it's him. One guy quickly recognized him and gasped, "What? That face. Even though it's a bit dirty, I can sense that coldness and those dark eyes." No way. The three sisters stuttered. It's Viker. They shouted throughout the tavern. The next day, the triplet sisters were saying goodbye to Viker, who could have stayed in the castle's VIP area. He politely declined, saying, "It's fine. I'm not paying for food and lodging anyway." They continued boasting, "I can't believe it. Viker is back. You met us first. Were you looking for us? We spread the word. Everyone knows you returned because of what was said yesterday." Viker coldly replied, "I'm just asking to send a message to the Baskerville house." They quickly chimed in, "I thought this special news would be spread far and wide." He sighed inwardly, thinking, sure enough, they're really bothersome. The triplet sisters said in unison, "We'll take you there." Viker shrugged, "You girls are busy. I can go by myself." They replied, "No, we're not busy. We'll just be sleeping." Viker thought to himself, "When I get back, I have to report to Morg about how lazy my subordinates are." He turned and asked, "By the way, what is Camus Morg doing?" The three girls immediately trembled and hesitated before answering. "She's gone into hiding to train. She suddenly left Lord Adolph's Legion and joined the Dark Legion. Now she's focused on studying magic." He felt bewildered, recalling, "The Dark Legion? Before I rewound time, her relationship with Snake, the leader of the Dark Group, was really bad. Have I changed the future?" He instructed them, "Please tell Campus Morg that I want to see her and urge her to leave the Dark Legion." Then Viker mounted his horse and rode away, leaving the triplet sisters confused, asking themselves, what does he mean by that? Their relationship was good before, so why does he want to meet her? The hero of Red All Mountain had returned. The news quickly spread throughout the Empire, bringing great joy to everyone. Information reached all those connected to Viker. The urgent call for the clan chief rang out. The man and his steward, startled by the news, exchanged surprised looks. The head of the Baskerville family stood still, asking, "Is it true? Viker Van Baskerville has come back?" Chihuahua Baskerville cheerfully remarked, "Last time, he snuck in through the window, but this time, he can walk right through the front door. Welcome back, sir, Deputy Consul." Viker, feeling a bit overwhelmed, asked, "But, Chihuahua, why are all those people gathered outside?" The steward explained, "The story of the Deputy Consul's life has spread all across the Empire. When they heard you were back, they came to welcome you." Standing by the window, Viker could only sigh in resignation. This is exhausting. Suddenly, Marion La Baskerville burst in, calling out, "Dad." The little girl proudly showed the small mouse she had caught to Viker, saying, "Sam-chan, daddy, this is its name." He gently patted her head and replied, "Pomerian, I'm not your dad, I'm your uncle." The girl lifted the little white mouse in her hand and said, "I caught a mouse." He answered, "Oh, it's a rodent. It's pretty cute. You should be careful not to catch any diseases." She obediently replied, "Yes." Then Viker turned to ask about the situation. "Mr. Chihuahua, have all the issues in Underdog been resolved?" The old man replied, "Thanks to your recommendation of Cindy Wendy, everything has been sorted out nicely. She knows her stuff really well." He stood up and continued, "However, there is one matter that even Cindy Wendy couldn't figure out." He took out a stack of documents and said seriously, "Recently, children in the slums have been disappearing one by one. Their parents haven't heard anything about them. We've checked the black market and found nothing, so we still don't know the motive behind the kidnappings. It doesn't even seem like they were taken by monsters, as the kids vanished without a trace." He seriously analyzed, "Although there's no concrete evidence, I believe it's all the work of the same criminal." Viker suddenly gripped the notes about the case tightly. His face darkened as he realized that the missing children incident in Underdog City seemed linked to the accusations against him from a past life. Confused, he thought to himself, "No, that happened much later. Could it possibly be related to what's going on now?" The call from Pomerian caught both men's attention. "Dad, look at this." He turned and replied, "Marion, I'm busy right now." The little girl excitedly showed him. This mouse came back to life. Immediately, that strange revelation stunned both the manager and Viker. He skeptically asked Pomerian, "You brought it back to life?" She nodded happily, "Yes." He observed her and pondered, "This is clearly a resurrection of the dead, a type of dark magic that uses mana from the shadow realm, right?" Then he immediately asked the girl, "When did you start using that kind of magic?" Pomerian awkwardly raised her hand to count. "1 night, 2 nights, and then 3 nights. I secretly watched the others in the tribe and copied them." He began to worry, recalling how Pomerian had been discovered in a village of the Rococo tribe. Could it be that she had learned black magic and soul-calling techniques from them? The children from the Baskerville and Morg families were considered geniuses. By the age of 8, they could already sense mana. On the other hand, Pomerian was using mana from the underworld. How could a 5-year-old manage that? A magical genius from the bloodline of Baskerville, and also a prodigy in black magic, had been born. How would Hugo react if he found out about this? He envisioned Hugo's fierce, angry face and the harsh words he might say. Black magic. And on top of that, mixed with the blood of barbarians, she would be sentenced to death right away. He felt anxious. He clearly has a cold-blooded nature. It's best not to let her meet him. Suddenly, the Chihuahua manager received a letter that left him visibly worried. "Vice Consul, we have a problem," he said. "What is it?" the Vice Consul asked. The manager stammered, It's that, the head of the clan." "I don't understand. Calm down and explain," the Vice Consul replied. The manager trembled and said, "The clan leader is coming here." On the table, 2 cups of tea had long gone cold. The Chihuahua manager stood to one side, feeling tense, while across from him was the butler John Barry. Facing each other were Viker and Hugo. The family patriarch spoke up. "I've returned." Viker politely responded, "Yes, I'm back." The office manager felt a bit relieved and quietly celebrated that they were finally talking. Viker thought for a moment, "Since Hugo came unexpectedly, I only managed to send Pomerian to the next room, but I hope nothing goes wrong." Hugo continued to ask, "How have you been lately?" Viker replied, "I've been drifting on the river and living with the Manny to focus on healing my injuries." He said seriously, "During that time, I pretended to befriend the barbarians and now have come up with a plan to eliminate them." The old man showed interest, saying, Well, is that so?" He continued, "We will control the barbarians by supplying them with imperial goods. To them, glass beads and crafts are cheap items, while food and fresh produce are precious. If we take advantage of this, we can easily manage them." The old man asked, "So it's just about using trade to subdue them?" He explained, "No. In the process of trading, they will need to shed blood." His eyes sparkled brightly at this point. "Who will ask them to slay monsters in exchange for imperial products?" Old Hugo seriously analyzed, "We can say that we're making them kill the monsters, and as they bleed, it will help us expand our territory." Hugo's eyes also lit up with a red spark, and he praised, "Quite a clever plan, truly worthy of being my son." He replied, "I have already prepared the infrastructure." The old man, satisfied, said, "Good, I leave this task to you." The office manager, Chihuahua, was stunned and speechless, thinking, is this how a father-son conversation goes after so many days apart? Across the room, the butler John quietly observed, "I can't believe the chief is smiling like before. For the past 2 years since Viker vanished, he hasn't smiled even for a second." Then Viker calmly sipped his tea. He was secretly calculating, "Right now, I don't want the Black Tribe to be slaughtered by the Baskerville family. From Hugo's perspective, that tribe will spill blood for killing a monster, but in reality, they are just returning to the lady's land. For now, I've managed to prevent a clash and buy time for Black to strengthen. Hugo has no idea about the lady's existence, so he thinks Black can negotiate easily, unaware that his enemies are growing stronger by the day. Suddenly, the teacup emitted a thick stream of steam. Old Hugo only needed to say, "Ah," and the tea inside started boiling furiously. A menacing aura radiated from him as he declared, "We will not negotiate with the Rococo tribe. I will personally eliminate them. You should keep that in mind." The ominous energy immediately left the Chihuahua manager feeling disoriented. Viker, trying to stay calm, replied, "I understand now." He realized, indeed, he hates the Rococo clan. I need to make sure Pomerian doesn't run into him. Hugo began to reflect and said, "It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and here I'm only talking about those wretched barbarians. Son, from now on, you don't have to overwork yourself anymore. Once you rescue the young lady from the Morg clan who went missing, you'll receive special recognition from the Morg family. The royal family has also heard about it and has rewarded the Baskerville clan for their noble spirit. But losing you would mean everything is pointless to me. What matters is that you are still alive, so please try not to push yourself too hard." Suddenly, a thought popped into Viker's mind, hypocritical. He remembered the day he was wronged. I was falsely accused. I felt the sting of a blade piercing my back. The cold, sharp looks from the hunting dogs, all in it together, were aimed right at me. In that moment, I clearly felt abandoned by my master. He didn't even give me a chance to explain. That's how he treated me. A flash of lightning struck, lighting up the whole room. Viker's fiery red eyes glinted as he spoke sharply. "Thanks for your concern, Dad." Suddenly, Pomerian burst in, yelling, "It's so cold and stormy. I'm really scared." The little girl broke down in tears, clinging to her brother. "Your face is pale. We're done for." I don't want Hugo and Pomerian to meet. He froze bewildered. What? Old Hugo stood up, visibly furious. How could this happen? He quickly shifted to a look of confusion. That face, the master of the iron-blooded Baskerville, one of the 7 families of the Great Rock Empire, Hugo le Baskerville, was the man who had driven the barbarians out of the empire. He was a swordsman who had slain hundreds of monsters. Once he made a decision, he would see it through to the end. He was also known as a man of iron blood, quite literally. But now, Hugo's emotions began to waver. He froze, staring at the girl's face, and asked, "Could it be?" The little girl was still clinging tightly to Viker. "Uncle, the thunder is booming. I'm so scared." In a hurry, he called out, "Penelope." The girl looked up at the sound of his voice and then began to cry. "Wah, I'm so scared. That beard, I'm so scared." Viker quickly raised his hand to calm her down and said, "Father, please stay calm. This is just the little one I brought back to help with odd jobs. When I saw her red eyes, I thought she might belong to our family. But after checking, I found out she comes from a tribe at the border, so there's no way she could be related to you." At this, Hugo went silent. He held his forehead and lamented. If Penelope were still alive, she wouldn't be this small anymore. I must be mistaken. The steward spoke up concerned. "Master." Viker sighed and replied, "I'm exhausted. I'm going home now." Viker said, "Drive safely, father." He felt uneasy. Hugo, a man with the spirit of a master swordsman, was showing such a baffled expression. Something must be wrong. Suddenly, the old man turned and reminded him, "Oh, I almost forgot you need to attend the grand party tomorrow." He replied, "I'll see you tomorrow night, Dad." The Chihuahua manager quickly realized that if it was indeed a lavish party, only a few family members would be allowed to attend. It was the kind of event everyone in the family longed to be a part of. In the end, Hugo cast one last glance at Pomerian before leaving. As night fell, Viker lay awake on the floor, feeling strangely contemplative. Despite having taken a warm bath and lying on a cozy blanket, sleep wouldn't come. He reflected on the past. The habits from living with the Black tribe seemed to take time to change. Looking back, Hugo's reaction back then really surprised me. Should I tell him the truth about Pomerian and the pendant or not? His reaction had indeed given him some clues. He decided he should observe Hugo's actions during the party tomorrow night. If he could leverage it, Pomerian's presence could be the perfect piece to outsmart Hugo. But he also had to come up with a way to avoid hurting Pomerian. Slowly, Viker drifted off to sleep. The wind started blowing strongly, making the curtains in his room flutter. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appeared. She pulled out a knife and walked toward the bed. Then he spoke up, "I've only been back here for less than a day. News spreads fast, doesn't it?" Immediately, Viker sprang up and kicked the knife out of her hand, sending it crashing into the wall. Just as he was about to strike, she stammered, "Wait, I was just joking." He recognized her voice. "It's you." He carefully reminded her, "Next time you come, use the front door. If I hadn't recognized you and acted first, it could have been dangerous. She replied, who would want to sleep on the floor when they could be in a warm bed? It's just weird. You came back from the dead and still act the same way. She gradually pulled down the scarf covering her face. She looked pleased and said, it's been a while. Viker Van Baskerville. He chided her. Couldn't you come in through the front door, Cindy Wendy? She asked, did you send Mr. Chihuahua to follow me? How did you know I'd come here to the girl who got 10 billion? He calmly responded, I've done my homework on you. To earn a client's trust, you have to help them get rich first before draining their money. She responded cheerfully, are you saying I'm just taking their money? That's a bit harsh, Jill, do you think? I'm just doing my job as a financial planner. She said nonchalantly, if it weren't for me, Judy would waste that 10 billion anyway. He replied, that's why we assigned a bodyguard to keep her from doing that. She wondered, what bodyguard would be able to do that? Viker patiently explained, I blended a financial expert in with the bodyguards. His job is to weed out fraudulent traders. She looked puzzled, but I haven't seen any of the bodyguards doing anything. He confidently answered, that's because I instructed them not to approach you. Cindy nodded in understanding. So from the very beginning, I've been in the palm of your hand, huh? He said, what's more important is whether you have the documents I requested. She rummaged through her things. I brought them with me. She pulled out the scroll of paper and said, here. He helplessly replied, 2 years have passed and you changed a bit, haven't you? Next time, remember to put those in an envelope. He added with satisfaction, as promised, I will help you trade with the locals. She cheerfully responded, it seems I'll have to start calling you boss from now on. Viker examined the scroll. It contained information about the guests attending the important banquet tomorrow. Being invited to such a significant event affirmed her position within the family. Information 1. Hugo of Baskerville. Position, clan leader. Noble title, Marquis. Martial arts title, swordsmanship master. Note, includes all direct descendants from a single mother, illegitimate children, collateral bloodline, and adopted children. The total number of children is... He felt disappointed. There was no noteworthy information at all. Suddenly, Viker realized, are these people attending the party too? Boston LeBaskerville, the captain of the Pimple Knights and a member of the Senate, held the noble title of Count and had the martial title of highest-ranked graduator. He was half-brothers with Hugo LeBaskerville and hated being tied down. He had an aggressive and hot-tempered personality. Great Dane LeBaskerville, captain of the Mastiff Knights and also a member of the Senate, shared the same noble title of Count and the martial title of highest-ranked graduator. He was another half-brother of Hugo LeBaskerville. Great Dane did not like to fit in with others, but he had a special relationship with Count Boston. Viker pressed further, they usually don't attend family parties, do they? What's going on here? She explained, isn't it obvious? They want to be the legendary Baskerville who was returned from the dead. They probably want you to join their knights. He looked over the list again and sighed, tomorrow is going to be really tiring. The last name on the list was Osiris LeBaskerville. He was a member of the lower house, held the noble title of Marquis, and had the martial title of highest-ranked graduator. He was the son of Hugo LeBaskerville and currently the most qualified candidate to inherit the position of clan leader. He thought, so, Osiris is attending too. Cindy Wendy said, the eldest son of the Baskerville family is starting to mirror Hugo's past. His swordsmanship is on par with the 7th Count, so everyone believes he will soon reach the rank of master. Viker felt tense as he thought back, recalling, I remember having met Osiris a few times. He's a quiet and cold person, even ignoring his subordinates and those who are directly related to him. She asked, if we exclude the clan leader and the 7 counts, then he's the strongest in the family, right? Or are you stronger than him? He coldly replied, don't think you can uncover my combat abilities. Cindy Wendy. Viker picked up another information sheet. He knew this person was in seclusion to train. It seemed he would only make an appearance once at the dinner party tomorrow night. Seth LeBaskerville, the consul of Underdog City, member of the baronial house, the second son of Hugo LeBaskerville. Currently, he is the second candidate for the position of clan leader. He remembered Seth LeBaskerville. His talent had always been overshadowed by his older brother, and he had suffered from a serious illness since childhood. His personality was different from the others in the family, gentle and kind. In his youth, he had been bullied by Hugo for being weak. He was also the only one who wept for the hunting dogs that were treated like trash, the only member of the family whom I respected. Viker's eyes brightened as he thought that if he encountered him right now, he would be talking while continuing to flip through pages. Suddenly, he slammed the information down on the table. He declared the rest are all unworthy of attention because I know them very well. He proclaimed loudly and confidently, all right, tomorrow's banquet will be very interesting. At that moment, he stepped toward a door plated in bronze, guarded by security on either side. The door slowly opened, revealing his silhouette. He looked closely inside where a banquet table was set before him. The official feast was about to begin. Viker van Baskerville arrived to attend the banquet at the request of the clan leader. Everyone at the dining table looked at him with excitement, anticipation, and eagerness. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you for inviting me." Hugo de Baskerville looked at him and said, "Sit down in your place, my son." In the lavish, opulent room, the chandelier sparkled with bright candles. The sound of silverware clinking rang out, and then someone cleared their throat. A man with a rather fierce demeanor spoke up. "It seems the meat isn't cooked yet, right?" The man with dark glasses, who looked intimidating, was the leader of the Pitbull and Boston Terrier pack. Upon hearing this, the head of the Baskerville family asked, "Is the meat not to your taste?" He chuckled and replied, "Oh, it's not that, brother. I'm talking about the meat on the plate next to it." The man next to him, with platinum hair, paused his meal prep upon hearing that. He glanced at him and said, "Do you have something to say to me?" "Captain of the Mastiff team." Great Dane Le Baskerville replied, "No, I was just trying to point out that your piece of meat doesn't seem fully cooked." The man, with red eyes behind dark glasses, looked at Great Dane and continued, "If I let my precious nephew eat raw meat, that would be quite cruel. The kid is really adorable. But still, he's my nephew, and as an uncle, I know what's best to guide him on the right path." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "So, you think letting him join the Mastiff team is the right path you're talking about?" He responded, "It's certainly better than joining a team as foolish and slow as the Pitbull." The man sitting across understood the situation. They called in here to compete for him to join their team. One of the 7 teams representing Baskerville. Both the Pitbull and Mastiff teams had extended invitations. If this were before, he would have been thrilled to be acknowledged, but now he just considered them fools. At that moment, Hugo Le Baskerville seemed to grasp the issue and huffed lightly. The butler beside him noticed this and spoke up. It seems the patriarch is in a good mood. Perhaps seeing his distant relatives show concern for the young master has brought him some joy. He looked at the butler, assessing him silently. The head butler always seemed to explain things in a positive light. Hugo was just enjoying watching his 2 younger siblings squabble with each other. While Boston Terrier Le Baskerville and Great Dane Le Baskerville were arguing, the butler turned to him and said, "So, what do you think? You've spent the last 2 years living in the Ellen Mountains. How many barbarians and monsters have you taken down? Why not share some of your experiences with your uncle?" Great Dane Le Baskerville chimed in, "I'm curious too. I wonder what my dear nephew has faced in that dangerous forest. But honestly, I'm even more interested in how the boy has grown." At that moment, his father spoke up. "Let the boy eat first. Don't bother him too much." Hearing this, Great Dane Le Baskerville replied, "Brother, aren't you curious? I can't help my curiosity, which is why I rushed back." Hugo Le Baskerville interjected sharply, "Stop." Both of his younger siblings were startled at the outburst. He looked quite angry as he said, "You both know I don't like to repeat myself." Both of them, hearing this, responded fearfully, "I'm sorry." At that moment, he stood up and spoke, "It's not difficult to list the achievements I've made." Hugo Le Baskerville, noticing him rise, asked, "Son, you've had quite a long trip. Aren't you tired after heading to the gym?" He replied, "I'm still good, father. Skills can be shown anytime and anywhere." As he spoke, he tapped a finger lightly on the table, saying, "Don't we all need to practice every day?" He then looked at Mr. Boston Terrier Le Baskerville and remarked, "It seems like you've poured too much wine into your glass, and Mr. Great Dane's steak is still a bit undercooked." After saying that, he gently performed a simple gesture. A source of red energy radiated from the tip of his finger, and then that energy shot toward the 2 food items he had mentioned. The steak, which was still slightly rare, was now perfectly cooked and steaming hot. The glass of wine was bubbling and boiling as well. At that moment, he pierced the steak with his fork, then gasped in surprise. Terrier, holding his now half-empty glass of wine, was delighted and excited, laughing out loud, "Ha ha! Just by placing my hand on the table, I can use mana to cook the meat and warm the wine." They were so amazed that they shouted, "A kid at only 17 years old can achieve the level of a mid-ranked graduator. Just think, by the time he's 37, how much more will he have developed?" At that moment, Hugo Le Baskerville, who had been sipping his wine slowly, also came up in conversation. "You should be proud, brother. Your son has mastered all those skills." At that moment, he noticed something strange next to him. 2 years ago, I thought I revealed myself as a mid-ranked graduate when I fought the madam, but to think no one knew. He secretly glanced at the 3 boys with blonde hair beside him. They must know about my abilities. Their eyes sparkled as they stared intently. Why did they report it back? Just then, a voice rang out. "Good job, little brother. Really good, keep it up." The boy with brown hair appeared quite aloof. That was Osiris Le Baskerville, the heir apparent and the eldest son of the Baskerville family. Hearing this, he found it hard to believe, but he replied, "Thank you, brother." Even though he answered like that on the outside, he was thinking, Did he just compliment me? The current heir of the Baskerville family is someone who resembles Hugo the most. Did he really just praise me? Is he evaluating me? Seeing his brother praise their younger sibling was indeed a surprise. A hand gently set down the glass of red wine. This is the first time I've seen Osiris praise someone, let alone smile brightly. The young man had a pale face. Dark circles under his eyes revealed his fatigue. He was Seth Le Baskerville, the second in line for the throne and the second son of the Baskerville family. You also have a poker face like Brother Osiris, don't you? He paused for a moment before continuing, Did you not recognize me? Hearing the question, he replied, I know who you are. He smiled happily. I see you've recognized me. Due to his frail health, he often had to stay in the infirmary or be alone in the training tower. His training tower was very close to Underdog, where you work as a vice consul. I was even thinking of visiting you to learn some tips about the forest. Upon hearing that, he noticed how open Seth was, his attitude entirely different from the rest of the Baskerville family. It's still unchanged in essence. I had always been by his side during that tumultuous autumn, so generally, the two of us shared some memories together amidst the chaos of war. He was the only one who visited and comforted the fallen hunters. He even consoled the wanderers on the battlefield, even when they were soaked in blood like me. Even when I was unjustly accused, he continued to believe in me and stood by my side, accepting to protect me until the very end. At that moment, Seth smiled gently and said, I hope you'll take care of me, Viker. He was the only person I wanted to see at this party. But right now, he seemed quite reserved. His eyes lit up, filled with a rush of energy as a certain scent enveloped him. That disgusting stench had been lingering for a while, the kind of smell that only I, who had been there all autumn, truly recognized. Just 4 words, the smell of a demon. Among those gathered here, a demon was hiding. Where are you? Faces flashed through my mind. The 3 triplets, Highbrow, Middlebrow, Lowbrow Le Baskerville, Seth, Great Dane, Boston Terrier, Hugo Le Baskerville, John Barrymore. The source of that vile smell came from one of these people. I closed my eyes to focus better, then opened them again, furrowing my brow. Looking to the side, I gently swayed the glass of red wine in my hand. Are you looking for something, Viker? At that moment, Seth Le Baskerville was surrounded by dark hands with long nails. Viker Van Baskerville glanced at his brother. He always talked to me to avoid making me uncomfortable. He also inquired about the servants who brought up the food. Before I returned here, he was just like that, yet he emanated a powerful magical aura. Seth turned to me and said, I have heard that before you disappeared, you served as the vice consul in Underdog City. I've also heard that the people there loved you, so much so that they protested for your reinstatement until I took over as consul. I hope we can work together. Hearing this, Viker simply looked at him without rushing to respond. Then he raised his glass. I hope so too. I'm really looking forward to the day we get to work together. When Seth saw him lift his glass towards him, a hint of joy flickered across his face. He then clinked his glass against Viker's. Cheers to that. At that moment, he didn't drink from the glass but stared at it intently. Sure enough, he couldn't see a reflection of himself in the glass. Next to Osiris, the empty chair had no one in it. Seth could be dead, and the demon could have taken over his hollow body. Should I say something regular? Now isn't the right time. He raised the glass to his lips while glancing at his brother Seth. If I do that, it will just come back to bite me, as proof must be provided. I need to gather more information first. Seth then asked where all the knights had gone. He was still bothered by the foul smell surrounding him. This disgusting odor was unbearable. When he was younger, he loved the Doberman Knights' uniforms because they looked so cool. As he spoke, Osiris interrupted, Seth, the party isn't over yet, and you're talking too much. Osiris shot Seth a warning glare. Don't interrupt our brother's party with your trivial chatter. Just finish your meal. After he finished speaking, he grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. Hearing that, Seth looked at him, unsure of what to say next, and could only manage to utter, brother. At that moment, Viker continued to observe and reflect. Thanks to him, I escaped that terrible stench. On the other side, Hugo spoke up and asked him, what did you think of the party? Viker looked at him and replied clearly and calmly, it was great. Hugo responded, good, I have a few things I want to discuss. Once we get back home, come to my office. Viker listened, paused for a moment, then replied, I understand. That evening, a pair of leather shoes appeared, taking slow and steady steps. Cold winds swept by, causing his hair to gently lift. As he walked, he thought the party lasted 5 hours. Eating with those people was hard to swallow. I've heard that the official recruitment letter for new students at the academy has been sent to the Baskerville home. Hugo probably wants me to enroll in the academy. At that moment, a surge of energy attacked him from behind. He sensed it and deduced it was the 6th sword technique of the Baskerville family. Should I strike back? No, I'm only allowed to show my mid-ranked graduator level. I shouldn't reveal a higher level. He remembered the 4th technique of the Baskerville family. The other abilities he possessed came from the blessings and spirit of the Styx River. Without waiting for him to fight back, a burst of power appeared in front of him, blocking the mysterious attack. At that moment, he stood frozen in place as a laugh echoed. Ha ha. The Boston Terrier stood on the roof of a building, chuckling. A stray dog is able to block my sword attack. My grandchild has truly grown up. As soon as he finished speaking, he gracefully jumped down and landed softly. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong, was I, Great Dane? From behind him, a voice replied, I never thought I'd have to draw my sword against my own family. You're nothing but a coward terror. Great Dane frowned at him. You might kill your own grandchild. That's no different from the barbarian tribes, is it? If Hugo, your brother, finds out, you'll be grounded for at least a few months. Upon hearing this, the Boston Terrier replied, Don't criticize the affection I have for my grandchild. I adjusted the attack so it wouldn't cause any harm. Mind your own business and let me handle the affairs of the Pitbull Squad. Great Dane heard that and said, Pitbull, huh? Viker is a mastiff. Should we let our grandson join the government crew like the Pitbull? At that moment, while the two old men were arguing, the man over here had put his sword away. Both old men looked at each other, their eyes blazing. Terrier taunted Dane, saying, Just a little scratch on your back, and you'll be begging me for mercy. Dane laughed out loud. Ha ha, you must be so tough that you won't get a scratch. Maybe a cut on your belly. Terrier got furious and shouted, All right, whoever wins gets Viker. Hearing that, Dane drew his sword in response. I'll do anything for my precious grandson's future. He ignored the two old men, turned and walked away. These old guys are such a hassle. That sword strike earlier wasn't as strong as I thought. The sixth move of the Baskerville family was unleashed by the highest-ranked graduate accountant authority. I'm also a highest-ranked graduate, but I've learned the seventh move. With the blessing of the Styx River and the magic sword Beelzebub, I can take down a count. No, I can defeat both of those guys. He smiled dangerously. At this moment, other footsteps could be heard. They stood in front of him, blocking his way. He looked at them with suspicion. Is it your turn now? The triplet brothers of the Baskerville family? All of them stared at him, gripping the hilts of their swords, drawing them out. The moonlight reflected off the blades, causing them to gleam brightly. His eyes lit up at that moment, fingers curling. I think the power between me and them is different now. Of course, there's no other option. I have to kill these hunting dogs who don't know their place. He was ready to fight them. But what he didn't expect was that instead of attacking, all three of them knelt down on one knee with the tips of their swords resting on their feet. This series of actions left him confused and speechless. Then, as if realizing something, he thought, is that a pledge? Fixing the sword in place, piercing it through the top of their feet. That position means they want to entrust their lives to someone else. What are you doing? At that moment, Highborough Baskerville spoke first. I want to repay you with my life. Midborough and Lowborough then chimed in. Midborough said, Me too. They took turns sharing things you've done. Lowborough looked at him with serious eyes and added, I recognized you when you hunted down Cerberus. Lowborough spoke again, and I was really surprised when you killed the troll. Finally, Midborough said, The day you faced the giant monster in the forest, we were completely in awe and looked up to you. The day we managed to escape with our lives, the three of us decided. From this day on, we will become the three spears of Viker Van Baskerville. Please accept us as your servants. We, your hunting dogs, will serve you for life. Hearing this, he was astonished, his eyes wide open and pupils dilated. Just before rewinding, these thugs had captured him while he was trying to run away. They were considered Hugo's three spears, and he knew they were just hunting dogs following orders. Yet, because of that, he couldn't shake the feeling that lingered within him. He decided to ignore their oath and step past them. Lowborough felt a bit melancholic seeing him walk away. Suddenly, he said, No need for that. The others were taken aback. I'm a bit tired, so let's postpone this. I'll use them however I like. We're on the same side now, and anything that happens in the future must stay between us. The three of them looked happily in the direction he had walked away, and then they all replied in unison, understood. He then got lost in thought, reflecting on the situation. I didn't expect Seth's body to be possessed by a demon. I need to have Cindy Wendy investigate that quickly. If nothing unexpected arises, I'll kill that demon. But before that, at the Baskerville estate, Hugo slid an envelope across the table to Viker. It was a note from the academy. Please enroll in the academy as you promised. He took the envelope and read the words on the paper. Colossio was recruiting for the 20th class. After finishing, he whispered, This is why Hugo called me, just as I suspected. That place was a large educational institution operated by the Grand Empire, the Colossio Academy. After graduating from the academy, one could enroll in advanced courses within the royal family or elite circles across various fields. Before the rewind, he had attended the academy as an attendant to the trio. Back then, his face was covered in scars and he walked with a limp. The other kids at the academy looked down on him. The not-so-bright memories of the academy no longer mattered. Hugo looked at him and said, "Is the person you want to take along the triplets? If you want to bring someone else, just let me know." He looked at his father and asked, "But 2 years ago, my disappearance helped with the diplomacy between our family and the Morgs. I was informed that I would receive a reward, right?" His father paused for a moment, then asked, "So, what do you want me to reward you with?" He replied, "Could you tell me a story?" His father looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean by a story?" He took a moment before adding, "Then may I ask you some questions afterward?" He remained calm, looking directly at his father. "I want to hear about Lady Rosanna and Miss Penelope." The butler, John Barry, heard this and suddenly turned pale, his face filled with fear as he looked at him. Hugo then asked, "What do you mean by that?" He replied seriously, "Rosanna, your first wife who passed away, and the daughter she gave birth to is Penelope. Can you tell me about them?" As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew even colder. Hugo clenched his hand into a fist. "Why did you bring up that name?" His eyes burned with anger as he looked at him. He replied, "Why are you asking about that? Are you just curious?" He placed his hand on his chest and calmly answered, "Once the head of the family gives approval, I will reveal the reason. I assure you it's not just curiosity. Please trust me." His father said, "Fine." Viker thought to himself, "The first wife I met was in an arranged marriage. I want to know Hugo's attitude towards the girl who was kidnapped by the barbarians. This information is crucial to determine whether I should tell Hugo about Pomerian. The things I heard from John Barry are hard to believe." He remembered his conversation with the butler in the hallway. "You might not believe it, but the head of the family is kind and warm-hearted to those within the household. The head of the family? It's hard to tell how many in this clan would agree with that statement. He loved his first wife, Rosanna, very much. Even though Rosanna passed away from illness, I can't rely solely on that to let Pomerian be Hugo. I need to verify things for myself." At that moment, Hugo was silent and his lips parted. A sound came out, Rosanna. The name of his first wife was spoken softly, filled with affection. "She is the only one I have loved throughout my life." As he spoke, he placed his hand over his chest tightly. "Penelope is the greatest treasure of my life." Hearing these words come from Hugo's mouth left him stunned. It was hard to describe the feeling of, did those words really come from Hugo? At that point, he clasped his hands together and continued, "Actually, Rosanna and I weren't in an arranged marriage or anything like that. She was just a commoner with nothing to her name. I still remember the first time we met. I fell in love with her at first sight." He looked at Hugo, amazed. "Wow, so it was love at first sight. Of course, our love faced countless challenges. She tried to avoid me because of her background, while I left everything behind to follow her. I gave up everything for her, not just my body, but my soul as well." At that moment, he felt he didn't want to stand there listening to his father's love story, so he spoke up. "Thank you for your answer, father." And so the next part of the story unfolded. He was about to say something when Hugo's voice interrupted him. "However, our love was once again thwarted. They formed a surveillance team on Baskerville Street to catch people like us who tried to escape. I fought with all my might to protect her. The path we traveled was filled with obstacles, and no one wished us well. Of course, there were times we thought about giving up, but in the end we chose to focus solely on our love for each other, no matter how harsh fate would be." At that moment, the butler beside him was also wiping away tears, quickly taking off his glasses to dry his eyes. "We went ahead with our wedding despite our parents' objections. As a result, Penelope was born a beloved wife and daughter. I wanted to do everything to protect the rare happiness I had found, but after giving birth, Rosanna's health rapidly declined. In the end, she passed away, leaving little Penelope behind. Fortunately, Penelope grew up to be an intelligent and cheerful child. She inherited my strength of spirit and her mother's kind heart, so everyone loved her. Yes, I was very proud of how well Penelope was doing, but..." Suddenly, Hugo became furious. Power radiated from his hands as he thought about the incident. Penelope had just gone out for a walk when the Rococo tribe kidnapped her. How could those barbarians have advanced so deep into the territory of House Baskerville? Why didn't they take Penelope? It didn't make any sense. Even now, there was still no trace of Penelope to be found. He silently stared at the man, determined to expand his territory. He set out to find Penelope and punish those barbarians. When he felt his power was limited, he increased the number of wives he had through arranged marriages. Hugo had fathered children who shared his military talent. After all those years, a strong family had emerged, one that none could surpass even at the borders, the Crimson Iron Blade family, Baskerville. A cold-hearted individual focused solely on the glory of the Empire and the revival of his family, yet behind that determination was the pain of losing loved ones. He dismissed all excuses, saying, "So what? No evil person lacks a backstory. All that remains are their cruel actions. You're no different from those who thoughtlessly keep having sons and sending them off to war." However, I do understand how important Rosanna and Penelope are to you. At this point, Hugo finished telling his story and said, now explain the reason behind this. He fumbled in his pocket, then pulled out a gold object and placed it on the table, saying, Father, take a look at this. His father was so shocked he stammered, This is the pendant I made for Rosanna. He picked it up and examined it closely before handing it to Penelope. He opened the pendant's clasp and stared in disbelief. Hugo then asked, so what will you do if Penelope has a descendant? He turned to leave, leaving behind a question that stunned both older individuals. What? Hugo exclaimed in surprise, the daughter of Penelope. In other words, you have a grandmother? At that moment, the small door creaked open and a little foot appeared from behind it. A cheerful voice rang out, Uncle. The sound made Hugo's heart race. It was a child from before, but she had lied to her father. The girl clutched his leg, eyeing him warily. Actually, I met it in the land of Rococo when I was in the forest. It said the person who gave the necklace is its mother. Upon hearing this, Hugo immediately asked the girl, is Penelope your mother? The girl, frightened, looked toward him. His hand tightened around the pendant, trembling. His gaze turned menacing as he looked at the man. You should shake off your arrogance. The thing you hate the most is precisely what I desire to see the most. Hugo pushed his chair back and slowly stood up. Can you remain calm in front of a child of Penelope? At that point, Hugo stood before him and the girl. Discovered in the territory of the Rococo, the girl looked at him in fear, her eyes widening. You mean she is the child born of Penelope and those barbarians? Yes, that's right. He looked at the man and thought, that's right. Go ahead and struggle in your anger and despair. As the man began to crumble, Hugo's trembling hand reached out towards the little girl. It was also the moment my revenge started. The sky was clear blue, and under the scorching sun, a cheerful, innocent sound rang out, ha ha. At a rest area, the little girl exclaimed, do you find this mustache interesting? Three men, Servant John, Viker, and Osiris, stood still, witnessing the scene before them. The little girl reached up and grabbed Hugo's mustache. He happily replied, isn't it fun to stroke them? The little girl giggled and said, your mustache is so dirty. Grandpa, huh? Did you just call me Grandpa? At this moment, Osiris, standing next to Viker, spoke up, I may not have been around long, but this is probably the best moment I've ever seen. Serpent John added, I've been around for quite a while too, and I agree. Sir. At this moment, he felt increasingly confused. What's going on here? Is this really Hugo, the person I thought I knew? The image of Hugo he had in his mind shattered, crumbling into pieces. Hugo was now holding his granddaughter, covering his face as he said, Grandpa, is that you? Tears streamed down his cheeks. So I get to be called Grandpa someday. He looked at him in disbelief, asking, what's wrong with you? Why are you showing that kind of expression? Hugo Baskerville, ruining back to when he was 15 at the Baskerville house, memories flooded back to that day. A thought flickered in his mind. I should assassinate Hugo, but ultimately, it didn't happen. Those who reached the level of a swordsman had strong, unwavering minds, so he couldn't find any weakness in Hugo, not even in his everyday life. Many years after giving up on the idea of killing Hugo, he met Pomerian. The little girl clutched his pant leg and said, Uncle, can I come with you? She was the daughter of Penelope, the woman Hugo adored deeply. When Pomerian appeared, his emotions would surely spiral out of control. Even the heart of a battle-hardened swordsman would be shaken. Viker continued, and I, a finely honed swordsman, have even managed to overcome the poison from Mammon and Beelzebub. As time goes by, the chances of a successful assassination have gradually increased. With that thought in mind, I have planned to assassinate Hugo today. But why is Hugo smiling so brightly, looking so happy? Why? That leaves me feeling confused. That night, he asked, is this child really the daughter of Penelope? Penelope was the name of her mother. His hand reaching out paused. His eyes narrowed as he listened to her speak. Ma always talked about her dad. Look, the necklace that Dad gave back. The little girl hesitated, pulling her tiny hand away from his. I remember now, are you my grandpa? The image of Penelope appeared and she happily called out, Dad. At that moment, Hugo didn't move. But after a few seconds, he clenched his teeth and trembled as he called out, Penelope. Tears flowed from him like a river and he sank to his knees, crying loudly, You who? At that moment in the vacation lodge, the butler turned to him and said, Thank you, young master. I never thought he could smile so brightly. Pomerian, do you like candy? He asked. With that, he produced 4 sticks of candy, each shaped differently and looking very cute. Pomerian's eyes widened in surprise as he asked the butler, Candy. It was a scene I couldn't even imagine, like a dream. It was all thanks to you. Thanks to me, he recalled each face, each expression of happiness he had seen. I don't know. His hand clenched tightly, trembling, then relaxed. Hugo, right in front of him, was once the perfect Hugo, wasn't he? Why did he feel so helpless? That night, in his bedroom, he allowed himself to relax, staring at the ceiling and reflecting. The Hugo from his memories came back to him. Back then, he had been imprisoned in a dungeon, crying out, "I'm innocent. Why won't you listen to me? Are you trying to pin all the blame on me for what has happened?" He looked at him and replied, "I don't want to hear anything from a criminal." Then Hugo continued, "Not only did you collude with the demons, but you also kidnapped the children to offer them as sacrifices." At that moment, feeling powerless, he screamed, "Chief, I have never done any such thing." A sword slashed through the air and blood sprayed everywhere. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Hugo then said, "Don't use that venomous mouth of yours to speak to me. You're nothing but trash." His face was twisted in disgust and contempt. He was the one who had accused him of every crime and had killed him. But why was he hesitating to strike back now? Just then, a voice echoed, "Why are you so tired? You're just lounging around while sending others to do your dirty work." Cindy Wendy appeared by the window, looking annoyed as she questioned him. He stared at her in surprise. "Why are you here?" he asked. Cindy Wendy replied, "I came to deliver what you asked me to investigate, Seth Baskerville." She slammed the stack of documents against his face. Sitting down on the bed beside him, she asked, "Why are you lying there like that? Is the world about to end?" Even though I was busy, I still had to come in to report, so I'll make this quick. As you requested, I've been investigating Seth Baskerville for the past few days. It seems he's been funding some orphanages under a fake name. As the sponsor, he's in charge of placing the children for adoption, and the identities of the adoptive parents are erased. There's also no information available about where the adopted children are living, so if he's the monster you say he is, then this is a serious issue. If this monster is kidnapping children, it's clearly for sacrifices or to eat them. Seth might also be connected to the missing children in Underdog. He held the document in his hands, reading each piece of information carefully. He gripped the paper tightly, realizing he had overlooked that detail. So that means he's truly the demon now. And before the rewind, the Seth I was serving was also a demon. The one who framed me and tricked Hugo into killing me must surely be. The image shows him locked up in a prison cell. A man appears and calls out to him, "Poor Viker, your father wants you to take the blame for all the crimes committed against the Baskerville family. I think he plans to have you executed. It's a shame, but I can't help you." The face hidden behind the hand grins with delight at seeing the one in trouble. He clenches his jaw in anger and says, "No way." At that moment, 2 feet shuffle closer and a voice announces, "Hey, sponsor, where are we going?" "This is the house where you'll live." The boy, hearing the man, looks at him with fear. "Huh?" The director said if I got adopted, I would live in a better place. As the boy speaks, he glances around. This is just a cave. Seth's face looks quite strange as he responds to the boy, "Oh, there must be a mistake." Suddenly, the man bursts out laughing and his face reveals several cuts. "Of course, this cave isn't your home. It's where you'll be buried." The boy, witnessing the scene before him, gasps in horror, "What?" A giant pair of eyes appears. These eyes are surrounded by layers of flesh and spiky tentacles. They widen and loom over the boy. The boy was so scared that tears welled in his eyes as he stammered, "Mom, Mom." The shadow of the monster loomed over him, consuming the boy until all that was left were his long legs stained with red liquid. It grinned menacingly, saying, "After all, children's flesh is the tastiest. How could I possibly give that up?" Seth Baskerville had been replaced by the 10th most powerful demon, Andromalius. Inside a dark, cold cave filled with stalactites, a dim light flickered as a figure sat on a chilly chair. He held a glass filled with a red liquid and remarked, "Still not enough. No matter how many times I check, the supply always seems too low. Should I raise them in groups like livestock?" This man was no longer Seth Baskerville, but the 10th most powerful demon, Andromalius. He glanced at a black-feathered bird with 3 pairs of eyes and asked, "What do you think, 8th demon?" The 8th demon replied, "But I disagree. If we make ourselves larger, people will more easily detect our existence." Then the 10 most powerful demons continued, "Moreover, we usually hunt smaller prey. The Baskerville dogs have a keen sense of smell, so we need to be careful not to let them catch our scent." Andromalius responded, "Nonsense, you don't need to worry. I've created a barrier so that no one can enter the lair. This will increase our magic power and help us open the portal quickly. From now on, I'll need to absorb blood for another 12.5 years, but we mustn't raise any suspicion among humans." After a moment of silence, the 8th demon asked, "Is there anything unusual happening at the Baskerville home lately?" Andromalius answered, "No, everything is fine on this side. You should keep an eye on the Morg girl." Upon hearing this, the 8th demon was pleased, saying, "Good, we have the 10 most powerful demons, the ones who will open the portal to connect the human world with the demon realm. Our sole goal is to usher in an era of destruction. Everything we do serves the interests of the 10 most powerful demons and the annihilation of humanity. At that moment, the 8th demon vanished, leaving behind a trail of liquid. Andromalius looked at the black liquid and said, "There's something unusual about the Baskerville family. Hugo can't be naive enough to believe that he has a granddaughter. To weaken the Baskerville line and not hinder our plans, Hugo should remain cold-hearted. The Baskerville children need to be eliminated just like every other child. If we take out one child, it won't be a problem, and it definitely won't derail our original plan. Right now, things seem to be getting out of hand. Is it all because of that Viker Van Baskerville? He's really strong. Even getting bitten by a venomous snake didn't stop him. I thought there would be good news when he disappeared into the woods, but he returned alive and brought Hugo's granddaughter with him. He bit down hard on his finger. I've tried my hardest to eliminate Hugo, and yet, better to get rid of this source of trouble." At that moment, on the hallway, the sound of shoes clacking sharply against the floor echoed. Hugo and Viker were walking together. Both were silent, not saying a word. Viker thought to himself, he called for me, but it's been 5 minutes of walking. Why did Hugo summon me? He glanced over but saw no sign of defense in Hugo's posture. This is the only chance, he reminded himself. Now is the perfect opportunity to kill Hugo. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, I would have thought that before. But now, suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Actually, I know you hate me. He was shocked to hear that. Can you read my mind? I'm a terrible father, seeing my children as mere hunting dogs and always pushing them into danger. Deep down, I always thought my children would resent me. It must be incredibly hard for you. Having been a child who excelled at everything, I thought surely you must hate me. They both paused. All of this is just to seek revenge on the barbarians. Because of my childishness, I have lived my whole life in anger. He was astonished. This can't be. Hugo sounds like he's blaming himself. Is he testing my loyalty? Then he heard words he never imagined he would hear. I'm sorry. He faced his son and said, thank you so much. I've heard from Pomerian that Penelope passed away peacefully. In her final days, my daughter was not unhappy at all. The heavy heart I've carried for so long is now lighter. It feels as if someone has saved me. I can see the image of our happy family of 3 together. I believe all of this is thanks to you bringing Pomerian back. He bowed his head and continued, if you need anything, just tell me. I want to reward you to express my gratitude, not as a reward for a hunting dog. A vague question started to form since I rewound. Make sure to do well on this midterm. Don't let yourself be defeated. Enough now. Continuing could be risky. We should stop here. We are almost there. A slip in battle is what leads to injury. Learn from that pain. I believe you won't do anything reckless. Son, isn't Hugo in front of me so different from the Hugo I used to know? Hugo, a cold-hearted guy, may no longer exist. That's the most remarkable thing since I rewound, but it also makes everything more difficult to decide. He continued to sink into thought, should I forgive Hugo? The man who had only thought about revenge for the past 17 years. Even though it was Seth who had set me up back then, not Hugo, he still chose not to believe me and try to kill me. Revenge or forgiveness? Which should I choose? Ending his thoughts, he said, first, Dad, please lift your head. We need to focus on what needs to be done. Can I say what I want now? His father replied, of course, go ahead. What you want is, well, I'll decide about Hugo later. Pomerian gently stroked the little girl's hair at the Baskerville home. Are you happy? The girl smiled and replied, yeah, I have Uncle Viker and you too. I forgot your name, didn't I? She held a hand to her mouth, thinking, She laughed and shouted his name, Uncle Seth. The nanny chimed in, Master Seth, you haven't registered for the training course yet. He replied, oh, I wanted to see my little niece before I joined the training. The master told me not to let anyone get too close to the young lady. He then said, all right, I'll keep my visit a secret. You'll keep my secret too, right? The girl answered, yes, I will. He grabbed a strand of the little girl's hair and said, your Pomeranian hair is beautiful. It really reminds me of Aunt Penelope. The nanny standing there was shocked and asked, what? Seth, have you met Penelope? As far as I remember, Penelope encountered trouble before you were even born. At that moment, he let out a soft oh. Behind him, a monster appeared. I remember my father was looking for the nanny. Wouldn't it be better for you to leave soon? The nanny was so horrified that she couldn't speak. Heek. Pomerian heard the sound and glanced back. Hick. She didn't see the nanny and asked, where did the nanny go? He replied, I think the nanny has something important to take care of. At that moment, the monster behind him began to fade away. He then asked, Pomerian, do you like Grandpa Hugo? The little girl laughed joyfully. Yeah, he seems to really love Pomerian. Seth then smiled with a strange look and said, you're like the embodiment of his love for his wife and the daughter he lost. His hand raised, revealing cracks between his fingers, and then his fangs emerged. At that moment, a voice called from behind him, Seth, where is the caretaker? Why are you here? Osiris stared intently at Seth. He ground his teeth and made its sound. Uncle Osiris. Pomerian called out upon hearing his voice. Seth turned and smiled lightly, replying, "When I got here, I didn't see the caretaker. I saw Pomerian all alone, so I decided to play with her. If Dad finds out you got close to her, he'll definitely be angry. You better keep that a secret." "Of course, Seth. Now, you have to get back to your final training, right?" he answered. "I'll return to training next week." Although he answered like that, deep down he wanted to tear his brother apart into 100 pieces. "One day I will kill you myself, Osiris." Osiris looked at his younger brother as if observing each word, gesture, and action. Suddenly, he reached out and lightly patted Seth's arm. "Don't push yourself too hard. If you ever need help, just let me know." Seth was taken aback by this unexpected touch from Osiris. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Is he worried about me? I'm being pressured by our father because of who? It's all because he compares me to you, a so-called genius. If it weren't for you, I would." At that moment, while Seth was engulfed in his dark emotions, Osiris called out to him, "Seth." He jumped, instinctively bringing his hand up to shield his face. Ouch, memories flooded back into Seth's mind again. He felt uneasy and turned away, leaving behind the words, "Sorry since you're here, I'll be going now." Osiris watched Seth's retreating figure in silence. Then he let out a light sigh. "Phew." Pomerian noticed this and looked at him. "That was the first time I showed concern for my brother. As the eldest son of the family, I was taught to uphold the traits of the clan leader. My cold father raised me under those expectations. But that father was actually able to express his own emotions. The image of Hugo crying out of happiness played in Osiris's mind as he said, 'I can't believe the day has come when I get to be a grandfather. Is it so wrong to show what's inside?' He placed his hand on the little girl's head. 'Thank you. It's all thanks to you for coming into the Baskerville family.' At that moment in the cold cave, a heavy foot slammed down on the ground. At that time, the being who had been possessed by Andromalius, the 10th demon, was angrily biting his finger. How annoying! From that day on, Hugo never left Pomerian's side, which made it impossible for him to get rid of that foolish niece Pomerian. This was his only chance. Yet now he found himself changing, becoming uglier. His white eyes had turned black. If only that Dan Osiris hadn't interfered. He growled softly in anger, and until the gate opens, there's still plenty of time. Do I really need to rush? As Hugo's connection with his Pomeranian niece deepened, killing her would be even more effective. How could he strike when the opportunity arises? Should he poison her like Rosanna, making it look like she died from illness? Or perhaps he could have some barbarians kidnap her like they did with Penelope. He laughed cruelly. Pomerian needs to be killed in a more brutal way. While he was lost in his own twisted joy, outside the cave, a familiar figure stood at the entrance. In his left hand, he held a long sword. It was none other than Viker. He swung his arm, cutting a line through the air. The shield protecting the cave opened a small crack, leaving the man inside staring in shock at the entrance. Is there a crack in the barrier? He immediately jumped to his feet. Did someone come through that crack? Who the hell is it? At that moment, from the cave's entrance, a figure appeared with a chain around his neck. Viker stared at him and said, "As promised, I'm here to visit you, Seth." He looked shocked and replied, "Viker van Baskerville, how is this possible? I followed you the whole way, but you didn't notice because you were lost in thought." He raised his hand, revealing a long mark on it. The second position, Silent Heel Mashushu, a plus. Seeing him, Seth whispered to himself, "A mid-ranked graduator can create a crack in my barrier." He gritted his teeth, thinking, more importantly, if he's following me, does that mean he already knows my true identity? I must have dropped by too suddenly. Did I disturb you? Viker answered while scanning the cave, "What are you doing in such a dreadful place? It seems you are the monster behind the disappearances of children in Underdog, aren't you?" Hearing this, a smile slowly crept onto Seth's face, revealing his bright white teeth. Then he let out a creepy laugh, his whole body exuding a foul stench as he said, "Oh, so you know everything now. How did you find out? Viker van Baskerville, it seems you no longer want to hide your true identity, huh? You devil." At that moment, a powerful force surrounded him. He stepped closer and replied, "No need for that, because there's no one else here. It doesn't matter how you managed to come here empty-handed." He placed his hand on his sword, saying, "But as long as I take care of you, that should settle things, right?" He laughed ominously, saying, "This sword will help me." A surge of power enveloped the sword as he swung it, creating a long arc. His face lit up with excitement while he stood there dazed. But in reality, he was right in front of him, asking, "Why are you laughing?" At that moment, he seemed to snap back to reality at the question. His mouth fell open in shock. The arm holding the sword was now nowhere to be seen. Only a pool of blood remained. Pain suddenly washed over him, and he screamed. He dropped to his knees, cradling his severed arm. When did he get a weapon? It feels as if my soul has been ripped from my body. He trembled, clutching his other arm as he thought, "Don't tell me that weapon is." Just as the thought crossed his mind, he shouted, Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony. How do you have the relic of the Grand King of Flies, the holy constellation of the ancient devil? Of course, demons know its origin, Seth. At this point, he sensed something off and stopped. You're not saying that one of the 10 most powerful demons came to the human world to open the gate to the demon realm. You are one of the 10 most powerful demons, aren't you? Hearing this, he screamed, What? How do you know about that? Realization began to dawn on him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Then, panicking, he exclaimed, What? Why can a young person like you recognize the smell of our blood? Have you ever been to hell? In a past life, he was the one who had set a trap for me, and that wasn't enough. He even tricked me into thinking he was my benefactor. In the end, he was the one who dealt with me. Wake up, demon. He was so anxious that he broke into a sweat. At that moment, he transformed into a different person, his body surrounded by a strange source of power. Don't dream, I'll make sure you leave comfortably. Before the rewind, a disaster struck the peaceful world. The portal connecting the human realm and the demon realm had opened, marking the beginning of the demon's invasion. A large crack appeared in the sky, and from within that crack, sharp claws slowly emerged. These claws seemed intent on tearing the sky apart. Behind those claws were eerie eyes. This era was called the Era of Destruction. The ones who opened the portal were the first 10 high-ranking demons to descend upon humanity, the 10 most powerful demons. In the long-lasting battle against the demons, we faced the 10 most powerful demons, specifically the 10th high-ranking demon. The aftermath was one of despair. Of the 671 participants in the battle, 666 people perished. Among the 5 survivors, 4 were unconscious, leaving only 1 standing. The reason he returned with that many survivors was that, on a whim, the demons chose to cap the number of deaths at 666. The overwhelming strength of the 10th high-ranking demon was self-revelatory. His gaze turned downward at him. Andromalius, I never expected to meet that monster again. It takes me back to 10 years ago when disaster struck. Did he really hunt those kids? Those skeletons. Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke through. Puaha, seeing the bones of those little ones upset you, huh? Don't worry, the kids are still alive and breathing inside me. I could return them to you if you want. The faint voice of a child echoed. Mom, save me. Ma, I miss you. He felt a surge of anger, his eyes turning fiery as he looked at him. Then, with a swift movement, he cried out in pain once more. Nonsense. How can someone who is dead possibly come back to life? He screamed, my hands, both of my hands. Just moments ago, his face was filled with agony, but now, he chuckled, they'd grown back again. He braced himself with his arms, stood up, and brushed himself off. I know you're hiding something just like I am. Even Osiris, a one known as a genius, only achieved the rank of mid-ranked graduator by the age of 30. You, on the other hand, are only 17 and have already reached that level. Clearly, you are extraordinary, and that isn't something that can happen in this world. Moreover, you carry the remnants of the demon star Beelzebub. His arm slowly twisted, forming a long blade. You could become a danger to us in the future, so you must die right here. The twisting arm had transformed into a sharp weapon. He looked at him as if he were an idiot and replied, You're the one who's going to die. They locked eyes, then charged at each other, creating a powerful clash. Energy radiated around them as they fought fiercely. You strike, I dodge. I strike, you dodge. At that moment, Andromalius smirked. His middle name was Van, which set him apart from others with different middle names. It seemed to him that Baskerville's decision was that children born out of wedlock and side branches couldn't learn techniques beyond the 4th level. That kid wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, he had mastered up to the 6th level, the Baskerville 6th level. At that moment, he countered with a move of his own, matching the level of his opponent. Baskerville's 6th technique, this guy can use the 6th technique. His opponent was shocked, but quickly replaced that feeling with a smirk. But is that really enough? At this point, his sword was pointed right at my face. My own sword radiated power. Then I struck hard towards him. Baskerville's 7th technique. His whole body was sliced through with force. The 7th fang? How does he know the 7th technique when only the Patriarch is allowed to know? While he was caught off guard, I aimed my sword straight at him and thrust. You demons always think you're superior and look down on humans. But what you don't realize is that the easiest to fool in this world is a cunning little demon. Even the heroes, those who closed the gates and ended the Age of Destruction, couldn't find the 10 most powerful demons to punish them. But now, that's about to change. The Age of Destruction hasn't begun yet. The 10 most powerful demons are hiding, building their strength. This is the perfect opportunity to wipe them out. He leaned in close to Andromalius' ear and whispered, Your plan is to connect the human world to the demon realm, right? If I were to ruin that plan by taking you and your buddies out, would I feel any better? Is it really possible that just a human could scare me like this? At that moment, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "You damn human." Then he exploded. At the point of the explosion, sharp spikes surrounded him. Seeing this, he quickly stepped back to avoid the danger. He used his hands to claw at the ground to control his backward momentum. He looked up at the spot where Andromalius had been. Those sharp spikes were made of blood. A loud cry rang out, "Ah!" The sharp spikes from the blood began to transform. Who would have thought that one day I, Andromalius, would reveal my true form to a human? He quietly watched him. At that moment, he had transformed to show his true self. "I have appeared. All right, I admit your power is somewhat astonishing, but just wait and see what I can do." Around him, snake heads began to appear. Then those snakes lunged at him, bearing their sharp fangs. To keep them from getting too close, he slashed through each one, severing their bodies. Meanwhile, Andromalius watched with delight and said, "You can slice as much as you want." He dodged the snakes with flips and quick cuts. Suddenly, a snake appeared behind him, biting down hard on his shoulder, catching him off guard. He swiftly turned and swung his weapon, sending the creature flying. At that moment, Andromalius seemed to achieve his goal, grinning broadly to reveal his sharp white teeth, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. "Is this what you meant by enough? Just a wound like this?" Then a mouth formed on Andromalius' palm as he shouted, "Endless blood absorption." Blood rushed out of his body and flowed into his hand rapidly and forcefully. He laughed in delight, boasting, "My power is controlling blood. As long as my opponent is a living being, my ability is unbeatable. I will drain all your blood until you wither away. Viker van Baskerville." At that moment, his hand was violently sucking the blood from him. He said, "Endless blood absorption. This power makes me a kind of immoral demon. As long as there's a wounded creature nearby, my strength is limitless." He looked at his own blood being drawn out and smirked slightly. "Fuff, what are you laughing at? It's really quite funny." He lifted his hand to cover his mouth. It's funny how people can find something they like, even when they don't know what it is. Suddenly, his body shook violently and blood erupted from him. This was no ordinary blood. He collapsed in pain. "Should I show you something interesting?" With that, he placed a sword on his other arm and made a small cut. Blood flowed down from his wrist. Seeing this, he stammered, "Blood. His blood is toxic." He replied, "That's not all. Come on." At that moment, the wound on his wrist began to close. "It's time to end this game." He thought in shock, "How can a human have such incredible regenerative abilities? Can this poison really affect a creature like me? A poison so terrible could only come from the cursed ones in Black Mountain, the nine-headed snake of the giant's land, or the giant jellyfish in the dark sea. And yet he's just a human. How could he possess such a formidable toxin? What's wrong? Did you want my blood?" He reflected. "Just as I predicted, Madam Eight Legs poison works on the 10 most powerful demons. Even she cried out because her venom couldn't kill me. This proves that I, an outstanding graduator, have reached the 7th level of the Baskerville and am inheriting the power of Beelzebub. Of course, I can defeat the 10 most powerful demons in this lifetime." At that moment, Andromalius felt a wave of fear. His strength is truly unfathomable. How could a monster like him exist in this world? I need to survive to warn the other demons about his existence. I must quickly absorb the released magical energy from the crowd. At that moment, the protective barrier outside began to fade away. He also noticed this strange occurrence from the entrance of the cave. So the barrier is gone. He slowly rose to his feet, having endured great pain. Then he spoke, "I will turn all the water here into blood." The water behind him lifted into the air, condensing into a single point. Drops of water started to turn red. He glanced back and thought, it indeed has the power to turn water into blood. No wonder it's a high-level demon. To stop him from achieving his goal, he cut his wrist and let his blood flow into the lake. He looked at him and said, "Even so, you won't be able to absorb this blood." The demon laughed with delight, saying, "If you think pouring your blood in there will stop me, it's pointless. My goal isn't to absorb that blood." He remained silent, watching him. At that moment, the demon placed a hand on his forehead and called out, "Awaken my blood knights." As soon as he finished speaking, the bubbles of water fell to the ground, forming a circle. Then, from beneath the ground, monsters made of water and blood began to emerge. They all emerged from the lake and the ground surrounding him. These blood knights can mimic the 6th technique of Baskerville that I have learned. No matter how excellent your 7th technique is, you can't contend against all the 6 techniques at once. I'll kill you first, then move on to those you love. Now, regret having gone against the 10 most powerful demons. These blood clots can really use the 6th technique. Then they're truly dangerous if I'm not prepared. He recalled the scene when he talked to Hugo. "You can say what you want, right? Then what I want is..." At that moment, he held up a whistle. "You've lived in Baskerville for so long. You surely know the purpose of this whistle, don't you?" He was so shocked he could barely speak. "What? The whistle?" Then his eyes widened and he shouted, "No." At this moment, he slowly raised the whistle to his mouth and blew a long breath. The sound echoed out of the cave. On a mountaintop, a man with silver hair stood, looking into the distance. Suddenly, his hand grasped the hilt of his sword. "Over here!" Andromalius shouted, "Damn it! Charge in and kill him for me." At this moment, he stood there reading out loud, with the inherent strength and the power granted to a Baskerville knight. "This whistle, a slash cut through the rocks, allows me to harness the full power of the Baskerville clan." One side of the mountain was severed. All the monsters created from blood were blown back. Andromalius was also affected by that force. Whoosh! Whoosh! A tremor echoed. Andromalius looked up. Outside the cave was an unbelievable sight. Half of the mountain has vanished. At this moment, a voice rang out. "Someone has asked to borrow all the military strength of Baskerville hunt demons, and that person is my son." He placed his hand on his chest and bowed to the man. Andromalius gazed at the people appearing above, astonished. Hugo let Baskerville has also brought forces here. Moreover, the leader of the army is his eldest son, Oris. Could it be that all the members of the Baskerville clan have gathered here? Hugo raised his hand. From now on, the one in command of the Baskerville forces for half a day would be the person who made this request, the master of the Viker Van Baskerville whistle. He closed his eyes, concentrating his energy and strength. Then he opened his eyes, which shone with intensity. He shouted, "Everyone, tear it apart." At that moment, all the fighting forces heard the command and rushed to tear apart Andromalius, making him scream in pain. Swords descended one after another, stabbing into the 10 most powerful demons, forcing him to tilt his head back in agony. Blood began to spurt out. As the soldiers frantically stabbed the demon, Viker shouted from behind, "This demon has the power to recover its magical strength by drinking blood." He pointed towards the river that floated like blood and continued, "Those who are wounded should immerse yourselves in that toxic river." All the soldiers hurried to focus on the 10 most powerful demons. At that moment, Viker issued another command. "Don't give the demon a chance to survive. All hounds, protect yourselves and don't get injured." He spoke decisively. The hunting dogs barked in unison. "Follow orders." From atop the cliff, the terrier stood with other representatives. He loudly remarked, "It has lifted the spirits of the knights." The old man beside him agreed. "I never expected my grandson to be such a skilled commander." Hugo fell silent for a moment before he spoke. "I still can't recognize my son as a demon. Is this really the state of the Baskervilles?" He spoke with a tone of disappointment. Back in the battlefield, the 10 most powerful demons transformed their fingers into vicious snakes. They bared their fangs, ready to attack the Baskerville soldiers. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, you worthless pests." But the snake heads were undeterred by the army. They showed no mercy and immediately chopped off all the snakes. The swords pierced the body of the 10 most powerful demons once more. After a struggle, the Baskerville forces finally reached the host. The 10 most powerful demons were pierced by multiple swords, creating a gruesome scene. He couldn't hide his frustration and muttered to himself, "Damn it, they clearly know my abilities, yet they still won't back down. Is this what the Baskerville hunting dogs are? Their strength is truly beyond my expectations. Although I have healing skills, if this continues, I'll just waste more of my magic. I need to find another way." Thinking for a moment, the 10 most powerful demons immediately shifted his gaze. This time his target was Viker, in front of all humanity. He spoke up to negotiate. "Let's talk this over." The hunters had controlled the 10 most powerful demons by giving him a demon, and he started to bargain. "If you let me survive this, I'll leave Seth's body immediately. Surely you don't want to abandon the second child of your family." But then Viker responded. His brother emanated a heavy aura of menace as he spoke in a warning tone. "Do you really think Baskerville will agree to such a deal?" Feeling helpless, he clenched his teeth and thought, "I knew this wouldn't work on him, but he's not the only one here." Continuing, the 10 most powerful demons called out loudly, "Osiris." Osiris was standing on a cliff, looking down with a vacant stare. 10 most powerful demons pressed on, trying to persuade. "What about you? Do you really want to let your brother, who has always treated you so well, die like this?" Meanwhile, Andromalius was reasoning in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, Osiris is the one with the softest heart in Baskerville. Images of Osiris worrying about Seth began to form in his imagination. At that moment, he had gently advised, "Don't push yourself too hard. If you need anything, just call me." 10 most powerful demons envisioned a plan. If he could strike at that emotional core, he might just save himself. With this strategy in mind, he continued to tempt. "This is your last chance to save your brother." Osiris fell silent for a moment, then he agreed to jump down the cliff to face the demon directly. Osiris slowly approached 10 most powerful demons. Viker noticed and warned, "Don't be fooled. That demon is lying to you." But Osiris maintained a dark look. Moving closer to him, He stepped forward and stood right in front of the demon. At some point, he had bowed his head submissively. Osiris spoke up with confusion. "If Seth's soul is still around, can I meet it?" Osiris felt trapped, and Andromalius below wore a wicked smile. He immediately looked up, his face transformed to resemble Seth. He spoke with a pained voice, "Brother, it's me. I'm still alive." At that moment, Seth's face was wet with tears. Andromalius continued his deceit, saying, "I'm sorry for selling my soul to the devil. Those days when I was compared to you and judged by Father were so hard for me because I was so weak." Osiris's expression darkened. The most powerful demon continued, "I truly regret selling my soul. I've caused so much chaos by now. Please give me a chance to make amends." As soon as he finished speaking, Osiris's sword flashed across him. Yes, the brother had severed the head of the most powerful demon without mercy. Osiris felt a twinge of sorrow as he called out to Seth. The head of the most powerful demon, still resembling Seth, rolled away. Osiris then said, "I never thought it would come to this. I feel very heartbroken too." At that moment, Seth's eyes widened in shock, his mouth bleeding, pooling with blood. Osiris then sheathed his sword without a hint of sadness. Viker, standing nearby, had witnessed everything. He gently said, "You don't need to blame yourself. Seth's soul is gone. Those were just the words and actions of the demon." Osiris frowned and replied, "It's your fault for giving the demon a chance to approach Seth. If only you had cared more about him back then." At that moment, Osiris envisioned himself holding hands with his beloved younger brother Seth. But then Osiris looked at the pile of bones and seriously returned to the matter at hand. Now is not the time to mourn the death and mistakes of our own. The children are the future of the Baskerville domain. It's tragic. They've lost their lives far too soon. I feel so ashamed, as the eldest son of the family, that it took me so long to uncover this horror. I've been played for a fool by these demons without realizing it. Suddenly, one of the hunting dogs exclaimed in surprise as he looked up at the sky. "Ah, is that its head? Its head is flying away to escape." Hearing this, both Osiris and Viker turned their heads upward. Andromalius's head had sprouted wings and quickly flew into the sky. He looked back at the Baskerville route below and laughed mockingly. "Ha, ha, 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 you stupid hunting dogs." He continued boasting, "The opening of the gate has been delayed because I've lost my power, but the other demons will take care of it. Just wait until I recover. I will come back and kill you all. Just wait, ha ha ha." His laughter echoed throughout the space. Viker gritted his teeth, thinking, "Shit, at that height, I can't attack him." Suddenly, Hugo spoke up. "I taught you that as a swordsman, you should never reveal your weaknesses, my son." He looked sternly at Andromalius, his eyes sharp. The demon quickly became distracted. When he saw Hugo resting his hand on this sword, he silently wondered, "What is this feeling? I'm certain Seth's spirit is completely dead. Why do I still feel fear like Seth is afraid of Hugo? Could this be the fear of standing before someone incredibly powerful?" Hugo tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, and everyone around him held their breath, relying on his abilities. He swung his sword through the air. Although Hugo had struck, he seemed to have no effect on the 10 most powerful demons. The demon let out a surprised huff and immediately turned to mock him. "Haha, I knew it. No matter how skilled you are as a swordsman, you can never reach the sky." But suddenly, instead of delivering meaningless slashes as before, Hugo put all of his strength into a powerful swing. Even the strikes that the demon had previously dismissed now soared toward the sky. The 10 most powerful demons quickly realized what was happening, and his face was cleaved into pieces. He gasped in shock. As his remains started to vanish, the demon stuttered, "No way, I can't believe I died at the hands of a mere human." With a determined look on his face, Hugo gazed up at the 10 most powerful demons for the last time. This caught Viker off guard. He exclaimed, "Is this really the sword St. Hugo let Baskerville?" At that moment, the demon's body disappeared, and energy began to form a 4-pointed star that illuminated the entire sky. Hugo stood below, looking up in awe. Viker stood there in disbelief, questioning, "Is this really the power contained in the sword of a swordsman?" The energy from the sword technique radiated everywhere, illuminating the sky with a brilliant green light. A few days later, posters covered the territory of Baskerville. The truth about the child abductions and a series of other incidents in Baskerville have been thoroughly investigated, and compensation procedures were put in place. The whole town gathered around the community bulletin board. There, the information about the investigation into the truth and the compensation for the missing children in Baskerville was made public. This poster aimed to reveal the entire story and provide restitution for all victims of the child abductions that occurred between 10 BC and 19 BC, according to royal records. According to Article 1, Section 4 of the special law, all families and orphanages with missing children during that time would receive compensation. After reading the posted notice, everyone in town was taken aback. It was true. Once they finished reading, the townspeople were shocked. Although the level of the demon wasn't disclosed, the cruel actions of the second son of the Baskerville family had been laid bare for all to see. Soon after, in a courtroom, Seth's mother, Nut, was put on trial. The city sent enforcers to carry out her sentencing publicly. Her charges included releasing venomous snakes into a children's room, poisoning the first wife, plotting to kidnap her eldest daughter, and aiding Seth in his child abduction crimes. She was sentenced to death on the spot for a total of 1,642 counts. Before her beheading, surprisingly, Nut was not brainwashed by demons. Instead, she screamed for one last chance to see Seth before her death. The bloody scene that followed illustrated the consequences of her crimes. After her execution, Seth's henchmen faced the same fate. The one in charge of this trial was Osiris Le Baskerville. He managed everything single-handedly and made all the decisions. And there was one person who shared half of Ori's power, none other than Viker van Baskerville. In stories about the battle against the barbarians, Viker was widely recognized as a key figure, earning respect among the people of the realm. The citizens' dissatisfaction with the family gradually faded, making way for the celebration of their hero, Viker. Osiris and Viker took less than a week to complete their duties. A senior member of the Baskerville family was judged on the spot, which came as a huge surprise to many residents in the area. This showed just how strict Baskerville law is. Even family members are not exempt. Once the people realized the seriousness of these laws, they became more cautious. Suddenly, Hugo's voice broke through. "Pomerian, let me challenge you." On Hugo's lap sat a little girl. He asked her what was different about him, and she stared in confusion for a moment. When she noticed the change, Pomerian's eyes widened in surprise. She pointed at Hugo's smooth face and exclaimed, your beard has disappeared." Hugo continued with his questions. "How do you feel about me not having a beard?" The girl quickly replied, "It's boring." Meanwhile, Oris and Viker stood at the front door. Viker thought to himself, "I can't believe this familiar scene is still here after, just going through a storm within the family. The purge of those connected to Seth has finally come to an end. This means that the remnants of the demons will also disappear from Baskerville territory. I'd also asked Cindy Wendy to gather information about the other demons. If we wait a little longer, we might get some results." Suddenly, Viker remembered when Cindy had anxiously shouted, "What? Investigate the location of the high-level demons? How many lives do you think I have?" Just then, Osiris, who was standing next to him, spoke up, "You're doing great, little brother." Viker turned to reply, "You too." Osiris continued, "You'll be late for the academy if you keep trying to handle everything, so it's better to focus on preparing for the academy." Viker responded, "But the family situation is still not resolved." Osiris reassured him, "Don't worry about the family. Dad has called you to the academy." Viker was taken aback. He thought, "He wants me to go to the academy in a time like this?" He suddenly became serious, looking straight ahead as he pondered, wouldn't it be better for Hugo to use me, someone with a good reputation to handle the remaining issues? Why is he planning this way? Seeing Viker deep in thought, Osiris suddenly smirked. He said, "Dad is just worried that the family matters will affect your ability to grow your power." This surprised Viker, and he turned to look at him. Osiris continued, "Recently, I've come to understand a lot about Dad. Even though he seems cold on the outside, he really cares about you. As Dad's closest confidant, I wanted to let you know. You can relax." After hearing this, Viker fell silent for a moment before turning away. Watching Hugo awkwardly try to take care of his granddaughter, the butler John leaned in and whispered, "Master, you need to braid it the other way." This left Hugo a bit flustered as he exclaimed, "That's tough." He continued to braid Pomerian's hair. Once he finished, Hugo announced, "All done." The little girl happily grabbed her two chubby pigtails and smiled brightly. He asked, "Do you like it, Pomerian?" She immediately replied, "Yes, I do." The scene before Viker made him rethink everything. "I am observing everything from the perspective of my past life. Before rewinding, my life was tied to a chain. I only knew how to follow behind the chain and look at Hugo's back." At that moment, Viker understood. "That's why I didn't realize. Hugo was also being controlled by another chain. The things I once knew have now changed. Images flashed in my mind, experiences, relationships, outcomes." Returning to the present, Pomerian suddenly rushed to hug Hugo tightly and joyfully exclaimed, "I love Grandpa." This statement made both the old man and the butler widen their eyes. In Viker's eyes at that moment, Hugo smiled with emotion as if it was the first time he heard sweet words from his granddaughter. "So, when the chain is broken, will it be like this? I'm sure of it. Currently, the Hugo I once intended to take revenge on is gone. The shadow of the past beside him is gradually fading away." At that moment, Viker was free from his chains and his past was set free. Hugo shed tears as he hugged his granddaughter tightly. The butler John was also moved, adjusting his glasses to wipe away his tears. Osiris watched and a smile crept onto his face. Viker's past had now faded away, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He replied to Ozura's, "Brother, I will go to the academy." He nodded in agreement, saying, "Good, that's the right decision." Viker still felt the weight of his chains. Suddenly, he turned, grasping the chain tightly. "I'm still not free," he thought, tightening his grip. It felt like some force was holding the other end of the chain. It was the hand of the Dark Lord. Viker wrapped the chain tightly around his arm, a defiant look on his face. He whispered, "Because my true quest for revenge begins here." At night in the town, beneath the clock tower, the atmosphere was silent. In the stillness of the late hour, strange noises suddenly erupted from inside the tower. A monster with numerous large hands smashed through the clock tower, just to chase after the hunter, none other than Viker. They landed in an empty courtyard. The monster, furious, shouted, "Damn it, who are you?" Viker adjusted his coat while the demon stood there. "How do you know I made a pact with the devil?" Then the demon, in a frenzy, charged forward, yelling, "You little punk." Viker quickly summoned Gluttony Beelzebub on the back of his hand. "Who am I?" Viker repeated the monster's question. In just a few swift movements, Gluttony Beelzebub severed each limb from the demon's body, leaving it unable to react. The monster was instantly dazed. Seeing his chance, Viker leaped high and kicked the demon right in the head. Finally, its massive hands trembled before it fell still. Viker walked away, standing under the moonlight. He declared himself Night Hound. Viker narrowed his glowing red eyes, warning, "I am the enemy of all you demons." The Colosio Academy is the most prestigious university in the world, located in the city of Venetia, the capital of the Rock Empire. Every year, a throng of students gathers at the start of the new school year. On the first day, clubs are busy recruiting new members with enticing invitations. "Come here, everyone, join our meditation club." "Freshmen, could you take a moment to fill out this survey? You'll need to provide your fingerprint and a seal to complete your application." Although upperclassmen sweat to recruit freshmen into their clubs, they happily say to each other, "This year's recruitment efforts are tougher than last year's." This is because the quality of this year's freshmen in both the Fire Corps and the Ice Corps is seriously impressive. The Academy has two main divisions, the Ice Corps, which specializes in cold weapons like swords, bows, and spears, and the Fire Corps, which focuses on magic. During their 4 years at the Academy, students not only learn specialized knowledge in these two fields, but also receive general education across various subjects. The upperclassmen were closely studying the list of new recruits, discussing among themselves, "These are the standout newcomers of the year. Tutor comes from the Domquixo family, famous for their swordsmanship. Bananga hails from the Usher family, known for their archery skills. Both topped the practical exam for the Ice Corps and are among the most sought-after talents. Next up is the trio from the Baskerville family, known as the Ironblood Swordsmen, who placed 3rd, 4th, and 5th. No need to say more about the Baskervilles. Then there's another prominent figure from the Fire Corps, the genius Mage Sinclair. She ranked 1st in the practical test and 2nd in the theoretical one, with overwhelming scores. As they chatted, they remembered one more person, the one who topped the theoretical exam, Viker. Just then, as the upperclassmen mentioned Viker van Baskerville, he appeared, looking quite ordinary with a pair of large glasses. He overheard them talking about him and glanced their way, but then lowered his head and walked on, ignoring the group still huddled and gossiping. "I guess we don't really need to recruit some bookworm. Who topped the theory test, do we?" one of the group remarked. "I bet guys like him would just bring a dull atmosphere to the club. Not to mention there are over 10 first years named Viker, so it'll be tough to find him anyway." Viker heard all the chatter about him. He anxiously thought, to avoid drawing attention at the academy, "I dropped the Baskerville name and enrolled as a commoner. I never expected to still be noticed." He walked slowly, continuing to think, "I've heard it's tough for commoners to get into this academy, so doing well on the theoretical exam might backfire. I need to do my best to avoid attention. That way, I can act more freely." Unbeknownst to Viker, a trio of triplets was quietly following him closely, determined to protect their master. Suddenly, the crowd grew lively. Viker stopped and turned to see the source of the new shout from the crowd. "Look at me, senior." In the midst of the excited crowd, a girl was clearly flustered as she was surrounded by a swarm of students. They screamed with excitement and admiration, "Senior, I'm your super fan. I love you so much. I came to this academy just to meet you. You're so dignified and divine. You're stunning." This girl was none other than the student council president and vice president of the Dolores Lund Quo Vadis Journalism Club, the saint of the Quo Vadis family, the same person Viker had met before. Dolores felt quite flustered by the overwhelming admiration from the crowd. She quickly tried to calm them down with a forced smile, saying, "Everyone, please relax." Reluctantly, she asked a question to change the subject. "So, are you all interested in the journalism club?" But all she received in reply was playful teasing, "No, we're interested in you." As she looked at the crowd behaving as if they had met a celebrity, Viker silently thought, "Dolores Lund Quo Vadis, She must be the student council president. I should probably steer clear of her. Dollar suddenly sensed Viker's unusual gaze. She turned her head to look at him, but he had already turned away and walked off, ignoring the girl surrounded by the other students. He headed straight for the dorm building. Once he found his dorm room, Viker hesitated, wondering, is this really it? While he stood lost in thought in front of the door, a boy approached him, exclaiming when he spotted him, "Wait, you live in that room too!" He ran toward him, exclaiming, "So we're roommates now." The student seemed very excited to see Viker. He smiled brightly and enthusiastically introduced himself. "I'm PG." Viker looked down at the kid who was a head shorter than him and replied curtly, "Viker." The boy didn't notice Viker's indifferent attitude and continued to greet him excitedly. "Nice to meet you." Even though it was their first meeting in this life, Viker still recalled his friend from his previous life. He thought to himself, "PG, I remember you clearly." Viker reminisced about the time he joined the academy in his past life. Back then, he couldn't seem as gentle as he did now. After spending time with the Baskerville family, he had become tougher, marked by numerous scars from past battles. Yet, Pidgey never feared or judged him. On the contrary, he joyfully befriended Viker and often shared food with him. Viker remembered that before everything reset, Pidgey had been kind and generous, sharing many things with him. At that time, he was just there to support those three brothers. He also remembers everything Pidgey had to go through in his past life. Back then, Pidgey was bullied by his roommates. That was the beginning of his tragedies and misfortunes. He followed Pidgey into the room, dropped his bag on the floor, and watched Pidgey, thinking to himself, "I hope what happened back then doesn't happen again." Pidgey was very enthusiastic in starting a conversation, even though Viker was more reserved. Just like in his past life, he pointed at the bunk bed and asked, "Do you want the top bunk or the bottom bunk, Viker?" Even though he hadn't answered yet, Viker eagerly continued, "Are you planning to join the welcome party for the freshmen tonight?" Seeing Viker still silent, Pidgey felt awkward, thinking that Viker was uncomfortable. He shyly scratched his head and asked, "Was that a bit forward of me?" Though it wasn't mandatory, all freshmen were expected to go. Making friends or bonding with seniors would make Viker's school life much easier. Viker understood that Pidgey meant well with his suggestion, but still coldly replied, "No, I'm not going." Hearing Viker refuse without thinking, Pidgey exclaimed, "You're really not going?" Viker confirmed bluntly, "Yeah." He was so anxious that he was sweating. He eagerly tried to convince Viker, "You can't skip it. If you don't go, the upperclassmen will isolate you. You'll be left out by the other students too." Not caring about Viker's silence, he continued to rattle off rapidly to persuade him to change his mind. A lot of prominent upperclassmen will be at this party. The president, the Saint Test Dollars, will be there along with many wonderful classmates of ours. Tutor, the heir of the Domquixote family, and Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Usher family. Have you ever heard of them? And it doesn't stop there. The three Baskerville brothers are coming too. They are all geniuses, not to mention Sancho from the Northern Mercenary Guild, who turned down the top spot in Varangian just to come here. Sinclair will be there as well. She scored the highest on the tower exam and ranks first in the Fire Corps. It's hard to believe they are all my classmates. Viker remained silent during Pidgey's speech. He realized that even though he just started school, Pidgey already had quite a bit of information about the standout students around campus. And quietly thought in his past life he was also very good at gathering and analyzing information. After a lengthy presentation, Pidgey anxiously looked at Viker and, filled with determination, asked, "You want to go, right?" But Viker doused him with cold water, replying, "No." This left Pidgey feeling utterly desperate. He gasped, "Why?" Viker decided to focus on his own matters. He turned away from the room and casually waved goodbye, saying, "I just don't like it. Have fun, Pidgey." Pidgey stood there, stunned and helpless, watching him leave. Although his persuasion had failed, Pidgey felt impressed by Viker's decisiveness and nonchalance. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh wow." He thought to himself, "I want to learn that indifference from him too." Viker strolled out of the dorm, ready to start on his own plans. As night fell and the moon shone brightly in the sky, Viker slipped on his cloak and his night bloodhound mask. He stood atop the tallest building, looking down at the quiet city below. In a slum, a flickering flame danced in the darkness. Around the fire, three mercenaries were drinking and complaining, "I don't have to listen to those wretched brats whining anymore. It's such a relief." One of them chuckled, "The storage room is overflowing with kids now." The other two exchanged glances, sneering as they asked, "But are they all going to end up here? A cart came this morning and took some away. They enjoyed chatting about it. I heard they're headed to an orphanage in Quo Vadis." Another one scoffed, reminding them, "Hey, curiosity can be dangerous." Just then, another figure appeared. He approached the three mercenaries, rumbling angrily, "Quit your nonsense and keep watch properly. If you pathetic fools want to keep collecting your pay for this miserable job." The three mercenaries jumped, turning to look at him. He was a local butcher with scars crisscrossing his body and his tongue constantly hanging out of his mouth. They thought, that's Ron Battison, the butcher. Ron walked past them, grumbling nonstop, "You worthless scum. You have no drive at all. What could a bunch of useless mercenaries without any mana like you do to me?" The three mercenaries immediately recoiled in fear from him. He trudged forward, cursing under his breath, saying, "Is there no one strong here? Who wants to tear flesh off someone?" Suddenly, a strange voice called out behind him, "Are you Ron Battison?" The butcher, itching for a fight, thought it was just another mercenary challenging him. He quickly grabbed the sickle at his back, turned around, and roared, "Who the hell dares to say my name?" However, when he turned, he found all three mercenaries sprawled out on the ground, unconscious. He was stunned and wide-eyed, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" At that moment, the voice spoke again, this time calling him by his full name and laying out his crimes. "Ron Battison, 4 years ago, you slaughtered your neighbors, sacrificing them to make a pact with a demon." Ron tightened his grip on the sickles in his hands, scanning his surroundings with caution, but there was no one else in sight apart from him and the three fallen mercenaries. The voice continued to echo around him. "After that, you joined the Northern Coalition as an informant and exchanged information with the demon." The voice remained cold as it read out the accusations. "You are still a spy embedded within the Human Alliance. While on guard duty, you used a handheld mirror to reveal the location of the squad's base." At this moment, Ron had lost all patience. He angrily looked around and snapped, "Who are you? Show yourself." Viker suddenly appeared behind him, coldly delivering one final statement. "Because of you, the Alliance's squad was massacred." With no one else around, Ron felt the presence of the mysterious figure thanks to the direction of the voice. He immediately swung his scythe. In an instant, he turned around and struck swiftly with both sharp blades towards where Viker had just stood. He felt the fabric of Viker's cloak brush past his sides, but this only made him anxious, thinking to himself, "Is that all you've got?" Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past his ears. In the blink of an eye, both of Ron's arms were cleanly severed, leaving him in shock. Viker withdrew his sword effortlessly, having incapacitated Ron in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. Ron collapsed to the ground, staring at his two arms lying lifelessly beside him. He cried out in pain and despair, my hands are gone." They represented the only joy he had, and now he felt sheer terror wash over him. Panicked, he shouted at the ruthless stranger, "I don't know anything about the Human Alliance. Why are you doing this to me?" Viker slowly turned his head to look at him. He replied coldly, "Of course you don't know, because that hasn't happened yet." He stepped closer, grabbing the hair of the sobbing butcher. Viker locked eyes with him, seeing the hopelessness reflected in his gaze, and whispered, "But I know you made a pact with a demon. You'd better give me information about that demon." Ron gritted his teeth, stifling his pain, and stubbornly replied, "I don't know." Suddenly, the butcher's eyes bulged, popping out of their sockets, and his mouth twisted grotesquely to one side. His face swelled, turning a fiery red, distorting in shock at Viker's words. The veins on his face throbbed as if they were a pressure cooker ready to explode. Ron didn't have a chance to say another word before the guy's head exploded right in front of Viker. Disappointed, he looked at the butcher's lifeless body and grumpily pulled out his notebook, muttering, "Another head gone boom." He opened his notebook, which was filled with names, some crossed out in red ink. Dabbing his finger in Ron's blood, he crossed out the butcher's name, mumbling, "That's the third one." He closed the notebook, annoyed as he thought to himself, "I've created this blacklist from my memories in past lives and from Cindy Wendy's investigations. It contains information about those who worship demons and betray humanity. They have to be eliminated before the apocalypse comes, no exceptions." He tucked the notebook into his jacket pocket, glanced around, and complained, 3 demon worshippers have exploded before I could get anything useful from them. He clenched his fist and suddenly realized if this is the work of that demon, it means they're hiding somewhere in this city. One of those 10 most powerful demons must have made a pact with them. At that moment, the demon also realized that some of those it had made pacts with were dead. It raised its hand and pulled off its mask, revealing the black, slimy mark stuck to its face. A deadly black mist rose from the human body it inhabited. A member of Colosso Academy, wearing their uniform. The bell rang out from the city's clock tower, echoing through the quiet night. In a secluded villa deep within the forest, Viker turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a chaotic scene of bodies sprawled in pools of blood, with none of them intact. The Beelzebub sword began to throb painfully in his hand. Frustrated, he hissed, "Number 29 today." He glanced at the lifeless figures strewn across the ground, irritably thinking, they all died or had their heads blown off the moment they brought up demons. Seems like that's part of the deal with the devil. He scratched off another name in his notebook, feeling defeated as he thought, I still can't gather much information about the locations of the 10 most powerful demons. This is going to be a long and tough battle. Viker headed back to the city after a night of failure. He gazed up at the moon, reminding himself, I didn't expect to find any leads on the first day anyway. Time to return to the academy. After thinking for a moment, Viker nimbly jumped across the rooftops. He lightly leaped over the academy's stone wall and headed toward a few tall trees. He landed on a large branch and looked toward the brightly lit banquet hall. Viker cautiously peered inside the room. The students were laughing and having a lively time, and the party was still in full swing. He muttered to himself, looks like the welcome party for the newcomers is still going on. He removed his cloak and mask, putting on his uniform cloak instead. Then he gently hopped down to the ground, dusting off his clothes and adjusting his uniform. After that, he put on his glasses, stared into the banquet hall, and murmured, I should probably stop by for a bit, just to be safe. Even though it was night, the academy's banquet hall was still bustling with energy. Students were animatedly chatting, the tables were filled with hot dishes. In one corner, the Baskerville trio was taking swigs of beer, drawing admiring glances from a few female students. In another corner, Dolores found herself in a bit of trouble as a group of fans rushed over to her. Everyone was excited, shouting, Here comes President Dolores, the vice president of the club. We love you. Tutor, the talented one with a spear, was grinning as he chatted with the girls surrounding him, clearly enjoying the attention. The talented archer Bianca gracefully offered a drink to a senior. Let me pour you a glass, senior. Viker quietly stepped into the lively room. As soon as he entered, he noticed the two most remarkable people in the crowd. They were Tutor and Bianca. He had no idea that they were the same age as him. In his previous life, they were both great heroes who, alongside Camus Moore, had brought victory for humanity during the Age of Destruction. One of them was a leader on the battlefield from one of the 7 greatest families, the Azure Spear family, Don Quixote Genius. The other was a marksman who had defeated countless demons, a prodigy from the Usher clan, the mystical archer of one of the 7 great clans, Bianca Faux Usher. Viker looked around and recognized a few familiar faces he had seen on the battlefield in his past life. He bowed his head and smiled, telling himself, I never expected to meet them here. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. I wonder if Camus has arrived at the academy yet. Since I got here, I haven't seen him around. Just as he was lost in thought, a trembling student caught his eye. Not far away, an older student was teasing a new recruit. Can you sing a song? The unfortunate newcomer was PG. He was pinned under the arm of an upperclassman, looking scared at the question. He stammered, struggling to find his words. I. Seeing him hesitate, one older student burst out laughing and continued to mock him. Why haven't you done what the upperclassman asked yet? How long are you going to make me wait? Another older girl joined in, calling out to the others, Hey everyone, the newbie is about to sing a song. In an instant, Pidgey found himself surrounded by upperclassmen, all putting pressure on him. Viker watched the shaking boy, who was too afraid to resist. He thought to himself, Pidgey. At that moment, Pidgey was on the verge of tears, feeling hurt and frightened. The older girl handed him a large jug of beer and teased, Hey, don't cry. Drink this. If you can finish it in one go, we won't make you sing anything. Pidgey anxiously looked at the vat of beer in the hands of his seniors. Fearfully, he asked, How can I possibly drink all of that? But all he got in response were sneering smiles filled with malice and taunts from the older students. Drink it. They even urged Pidgey more when they saw he was cornered. Not knowing how to resist anymore, Pidgey took the vat of beer and tilted his head back, trying to drink it as quickly as possible. He struggled to gulp down the entire large vat in one go. Meanwhile, the seniors just stood around, laughing with glee. Good job. Well done. Of course, poor Pidgey couldn't finish it. He felt queasy, quickly tossed the vat aside, and bent over to vomit right on the floor. Seeing him struggling to vomit, the older students pointed at him, bursting into laughter. Look at this crazy kid. He's throwing up. How gross. He got it all over my shoes. Watching the boy in distress, the seniors continued to jump around, gleefully shouting at him. From now on, you're nicknamed as Vomit Boy. Pidgey the Vomit Boy. These words made Pidgey burst into tears, feeling helpless and hurt. Suddenly, a cloak brushed over his head. Viker had appeared beside him, using his cloak to cover the mess on the ground. The older students were surprised by his action and snapped, Who are you? But Viker just glanced at Pidgey. His friend, head bowed and gasping for breath, reminded Viker of what Pidgey had endured in his past life. Pidgey dropped out of school because he couldn't handle the bullying. From what I know, he struggled to support his family, working in lowly jobs. Viker recalled their reunion in his previous life. He had encountered Pidgey on the front lines during the recruitment for the war that marked the beginning of the apocalypse. Pidgey was one of the few who volunteered to fight. With his exceptional tactical analysis and information gathering skills, he had saved countless lives, including Viker's. That memory was etched deeply in Viker's mind. Because of this, Viker saw PG as a teammate deserving of respect. Right now, he gently said to the boy, "PG, I'll handle this for you. Go back to the dorm and rest." For Viker, watching his teammate being insulted and humiliated was unbearable. He decided he had to do something about it. Immediately, the upperclassmen turned their attention to him, making him their next target. One of the seniors approached, grabbing his shoulder, and angrily asked, "Who do you think you are? Are you out of your mind? How dare you interfere with our business?" He even slapped Viker hard across the face and growled, "Are you friends with that kid? Ice Core Class B, right? Acting this way, you must be pretty confident, huh?" Seeing Viker get hit, the three Baskerville brothers in the distance were furious. They gritted their teeth, glaring at the bold senior, thinking angrily, "You dare lay a hand on our master?" Viker managed to keep his anger in check. He calmly adjusted his glasses and shot a warning glance at the three brothers. They were about to rush in and teach that senior a lesson. However, they suddenly halted and raised their hands to stop each other when they saw Viker's gaze, recalling his warning before they entered the academy. He had coldly threatened the three of them, "In this academy, I'm an ordinary person. If my identity is revealed, I will kill all of you." Because of that threat, the three of them felt a chill run down their spines. The senior, who had just seen the situation unfold, decided to step in with a conniving tone. "Hey, don't bully the newcomers like that. We should show some mercy as seniors." She looked at Viker, smirking as she clapped her hands and gleefully muttered, "All right, here's the deal." She pointed to another large jar of beer on the table and repeated her cruel joke at Viker's expense. "If you can drink that whole thing, we'll let you two go." The group of seniors laughed uproariously, enjoying the spectacle, while Viker showed no change in expression, just like PG. PG watched Viker closely and quickly intervened, saying, "Viker, I'm fine with this." But Viker didn't say a word. He stepped forward, grabbed the jar of beer, and tilted it back to drink, stunning both PG and the rowdy seniors. He showed no hesitation or fear, unlike his roommate moments before. Even though they were surprised, the older students covered their mouths and laughed quietly. The drink had been mixed with a lot of heavy, deadly alcohol, including vodka and whiskey. Who could possibly drink a more than 1 liter glass like that? However, Viker casually downed it in one go, as if he were drinking water. As he continued to empty the glass without any visible effects, the older students grew anxious and astonished. The smiles faded from their faces. They looked at Viker, unable to believe their eyes. Viker slammed the empty beer barrel onto the table, wiped his mouth calmly, and without saying another word, quickly took PG and walked away, coldly telling the older students, "We're leaving." His actions shocked the older students, leaving them frozen in place for a while. One of them snapped back to reality when he saw Viker was about to leave. Struggling to accept that a rookie could surpass him, he stubbornly chased after Viker, grabbing his shoulder and shouted, "Hey, wait." In that split second, both Tudor and Bianca felt a chill run down their spines. It was just the killing intent emanating from Viker's glaring red eyes as he glanced back at the older student trying to block his way. He coldly asked him, "What do you want? Do you need something from us?" Viker's gaze and voice left the senior paralyzed. His face went pale, and he suddenly felt his body shaking uncontrollably. He was speechless, unable to utter a word. Just then, Dolores rushed over after sensing the commotion in the area. She called out sternly, "Hey, what trouble are you all causing?" The senior jumped at the sound of her voice. The other seniors quickly huddled together, panic in their eyes as they awkwardly smiled at Dolores and stammered, "President Dolores, it's just a rookie who got sick. We'll clean it up." Dolores promptly reminded the group, "If you bully the new students, I won't let it slide. We need to uphold the good image of our academy." Despite Dolores stepping in, Viker had no intention of sticking around. He continued to lead PG away without looking back. All he could do was mumble his thanks to him. Seeing Viker handle the situation so efficiently and decisively, the Baskerville trio stifled their laughter, trying to hide their immense admiration. In unison, they gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "So cool." As soon as Viker left, the oppressive atmosphere of the room faded away. Both Tudor and Bianca felt confused, questioning each other, "Did we get it wrong?" In contrast to their tension, the magical prodigy Sinclair observed everything from beginning to end and was thoroughly impressed by Viker. She exclaimed, "Oh wow!" Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she watched Viker help his roommate out of the banquet hall, her cheeks turning rosy. She couldn't help but say, "I found a good person." At the academy, the Ice Court and Fire Corps attended classes together. This approach created a competitive environment for the talented students, helping them stay focused, which was part of the academy's policy. As the theoretical class wrapped up, Professor Vinci Morg closed the book and ended this session with a statement. "This concludes our lecture on the culture of the barbarian tribes." He looked at the students in the class and asked, Based on the discovered locations of the barbarian tribes, can anyone share a hypothesis about where their base might be? The students immediately broke into a sweat, all of them awkwardly looking away and trying not to meet the teacher's gaze. Tutor Don Quixote, who tied for first in the practical exam at the Ice Corps, quickly opened his book and read it over and over, scratching his head nervously. He thought the conflict between the Black Tribe and the Empire took place at high points, 1.8 and 75 on the Western Front, right? Even Bianca Usher, the girl who tied for first in the practical exam at the Ice Corps, was panicking, trying to recall the lesson. She thought all the battle locations are in low-lying areas. Wouldn't the Black base be in a low region? While the whole class was tensed and trying to avoid being checked, their savior Sinclair eagerly stood up and raised his hand high, volunteering with excitement, saying, "Me." Professor Vinci then asked, "You are Sinclair, the top student in Fire Corps, correct? Please go ahead and answer." Sinclair looked at the professor, smiled confidently, and replied, "According to the information released by the military to the academic community, the battle between the barbarian tribe and the Empire took place at high points 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207. She recited the lesson flawlessly as if she were the textbook itself. Aside from the high score of 8 perched in the mountains, most of the scores lay in the lowlands. As Sinclair spoke, her words gradually faded into the background for Viker. He sat there with his eyes closed, deep in thought about his own plans for the past few days. "Yesterday, I eliminated 29 people. They all have a distinct stench of demons, and their faces exploded just before they died." He thought to himself, faces exploding, if this is the power of one of the 10 most powerful demons hiding in the capital, I need to think of a place and report it to Cindy Wendy so she can pay attention and investigate that area. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't realize the professor was calling his name. Even Peaky had to shake his shoulder in a panic to get his attention. Viker looked up and noticed the entire class was staring at him. Professor Vinci had noticed Viker wasn't focused on the lesson. He frowned, complained, and appeared annoyed. "It seems like Ice Corps isn't as focused as Fire Corps. We have a student who dares to doze off on the very first day of class." Viker adjusted his glasses, sat up straight, and replied, "I'm not sleeping, sir." His defensive attitude startled PG, who gasped, "Viker?" Professor Vinci had clearly seen Viker with his eyes closed. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to contain his anger and challenge, "You're not sleeping, huh? What's your name?" Viker answered straightforwardly, "It's Viker." The professor snapped back, "All right, Viker, everyone can see you're closing your eyes, and yet you make excuses like that." Viker adjusted his glasses again and responded with seriousness, "I just had my eyes closed. I wasn't sleeping." His defiant attitude further irritated the professor, who snapped, "Oh, is that so? Maybe I misunderstood." After saying that, Viker innocently replied, "It's okay, sir. You just misunderstood." This attitude drove Professor Vinci to the edge. He felt furious, with his pulse quickening as he thought, what kind of student is this? He took a deep breath to keep his composure, lowered his voice, and finally said, "All right then." He decided to give Viker a wake-up call with a demand. Just now, Fire Corps took first place. Thanks to the answer from first place, Fire Corps Sinclair. Fire Corps received a score of over 10 points in training. "If you can answer my question, I'll reward you and Ice Corps too." The professor pointed directly at Viker, glaring menacingly. "But if you can't answer, Ice Corps will lose points." Viker wasn't afraid and boldly complained, "That's just not fair." Professor Vinci became furious. He stubbornly interrupted Viker and snapped, "All right, listen to my question. Tell me where the battle between the Empire and the Black Tribe took place, and based on that, tell me where the Black's base is located." His question made the students look at each other in panic. It was such a tricky question that even the top student Sinclair didn't know the answer. She worriedly thought, compared to other tribes, information about the Black Tribe is really hard to find. This question is way too difficult. Bianca from Ice Court also realized this was a tough question that the professor had intentionally set up just to punish Viker. She angrily thought, because of that idiot, Ice Court is about to lose points. Viker bowed his head, knowing that this question wouldn't stump him. He immediately thought of An and her Black Warrior tribe. He had spent an entire year with them, so he was well aware of their location. He subtly curved his lips into a smile and answered leisurely, "The battle locations between the Black Tribe and the Empire are at checkpoints 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8 on the Western Front. Many of these locations are inaccurately described as basins or hilltops, but in reality, most of the fighting happens in the winter when the snow melts. Therefore, I believe the Black base is located near the river and freshwater area adjacent to the western coast." Viker's detailed response left all the students in the class, including the top students from the Ice Court and Fire, Tutor Bianca, and Sinclair, utterly astonished. Even Professor Vinci was taken aback. PG, sitting next to him, also gaped in surprise, unable to believe how easily Viker had answered. After finishing his response, Viker thought to himself, since the incident with a human, the Black Tribe has migrated, so mentioning the original information here isn't that important. Professor Venci was completely speechless. He was taken aback, stroking his chin and thinking in fear. That's right. How does this kid know about the thesis that even the Academy hasn't verified yet? At that moment, he suddenly realized the name Viker. He exclaimed, wait, isn't this Viker the one who scored a perfect 10 on the theoretical exam? He was convinced and reluctantly declared a score of 10 for Viker and just 1 point for all the Ice Corps students. But since the professor still believed Viker had been distracted during class, he sternly said to him, however, even if you came in first in the theoretical exam, I can't overlook the fact that you had your eyes closed in class. I will deduct 10 points. Viker politely replied, I'll pay more attention next time. Sinclair was really impressed by Viker's performance. She stole a glance at him, thinking to herself, I didn't realize it because the name Viker is so common, but he is the Viker. Viker remained silent. Just his previous response confirmed his identity as the top student in theory. The group of students immediately started whispering among themselves, that guy Viker got first place on the theory exam. But there were also some unkind comments. So what? Our Ice Corps almost lost points because of him. Honestly, I just want to punch those bookworms. Tutor propped his chin on his hand, quietly glancing at Viker. He smiled to himself, thinking, so he's a theory genius, huh? I wonder how he'll do in practical class. Their next class was gym, specifically run flat, a sport where each team has 20 players and scores by throwing a ball into the opposing team's goal. Using magic and weapons is against the rules. Other than that, players can do whatever it takes to score. Tutor charged into the middle of the opposing team while holding the ball. He laughed out loud, confidently declaring, I'm the best at run flat. This is my moment to shine. Since this sport was only for boys, the girls sitting outside to watch were going wild over him. The girls yelled excitedly, Tutor is so handsome. Meanwhile, Bianca just sighed in boredom, thinking, this is such a rough sport. Tutor charged forward, aiming straight for the opposing team's defense. That defense was the notorious Baskerville trio. They glared at Tutor and yelled, you arrogant jerk, where do you think you're going? How dare you? How dare you? Tutor laughed at them, saying, so, it's the infamous trio from the Ironblood Swordsman clan. He decided not to confront the three brothers directly, instead weaving smoothly past them, turning back to chuckle, sorry, but I'm not planning to take you monsters on head-to-head. The second brother and the youngest were left behind, fuming as they turned to glare at Tutor. The oldest rushed forward, blocking Tutor's path and angrily shouting, you can't go, give the ball back. Tutor smiled confidently, looking straight at Highbrow and raising his hand. A tremendous power concentrated in his palm. He threw a powerful punch right into the eldest brother's stomach without holding back. Highbrow took Tutor's hit, helplessly flying backward. Tutor let out a laugh, proudly declaring to the eldest brother, I don't plan on losing. Just one move like that made the group of girls watching scream with excitement. Is that Tutor? He's amazing. He has no magic or weapons, and he's still this strong. I have heard Tutor Domquixo is a run-flat genius. He really is the ace of the Ice Corps. On the field, Tutor was charging towards the last line of defense, Viker. The students rushed in to try to stop him when they saw that the three Baskerville students had all been taken down. Tutor also caught the praises from the girls about him. He smiled confidently, thinking, yeah, so what if I remember the theory? A true warrior wins with strength. As he got close to the finish line, Tutor finally noticed his final obstacle. He charged straight at Viker and thought, there he is, the guy who fell asleep in Professor Venci's class. Viker was feeling irritated as he saw Tutor barreling toward him. He didn't want to draw any attention to himself, so now he could only curse the three students under his breath. Those three told me not to push him this way. I guess I'll just step aside then. Tutor was feeling pretty pleased with himself and thought, maybe I'll mess with him a bit. With that in mind, he took a deep breath, jumped high, and hurled toward Viker, flashing him a triumphant smile. He thought, come on, buddy, take this chance to practice well. Don't just bury your head in books all the time. Viker kept his head down, standing still and trying his best not to react. But just as Tutor collided with him, Tutor unexpectedly flew up into the air. The impact knocked him up cold midair. Bianca and Sinclair, a couple of girls watching, jumped up in alarm when they saw the crash. Tutor fell hard to the ground, landing right behind Viker. Viker turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow in confusion. He found himself in a tricky situation. He hadn't even had time to dodge before Tutor crashed into him, so seeing Tutor fly away and faint left him feeling a bit flustered. He grumbled internally, I was planning on dodging, so why did he have to run straight into me? I guess there's no helping it now. With that thought, Viker sat down on the ground. He pretended to let out a groan, telling himself, all right, I've got to act like I'm hurt for now. Tudor had fainted for quite a while. He wasn't sure how long it took before he suddenly jolted awake. When he came to, his teammates surrounded him, making him bewildered and confused about what had just happened. Looking at the worried faces of his classmates, Tudor thought to himself, what am I doing here? Did I just faint? Hold on, did I really pass out in the middle of the game? He tried to recall what happened earlier. The last thing he remembered was rushing at Viker. How could he have fainted? He felt lost, thinking Viker aced the theory test. I just meant to bump into him a little, but I can't remember anything else. In a hurry, he lifted his head to look at Viker. He was calmly brushing off his clothes, seemingly unbothered, while Tudor was the only one who had fainted. This left Tudor in complete shock. During my encounter with that bootworm, I actually lost. Me, Tudor Dom Quixote, Viker was still calmly dusting off his shirt and showed not a single scratch on him. Tudor couldn't believe his eyes. He was frustrated by the situation and gritted his teeth at Viker, thinking to himself, I need to check this again. The second round began, and the two teams lined up once more. When the ball reached Tudor, he looked straight at Viker, grimacing as he thought something feels off. I need to try again. The opponent's formation had changed a bit, but the Baskerville trio still stood strong in front of Viker. The girls were nervously watching the game when Bianca and Sinclair suddenly exchanged surprised glances at what was happening on the field. Tudor, instead of heading straight for the goal, took the ball and charged off in another direction. The player guarding the goal had changed, while Tudor disregarded it all and sprinted toward the right, aiming for Viker. Seeing Tudor darting off in another direction, the girls questioned each other, what's going on? The goal is over there. Determined, Tudor shouted out loud, Viker and the triplets. The trio responded with anger, charging forward as they yelled back, you can't get past us. No way. The situation was repeating itself just like in the previous round. Tudor quickly got past the three brothers. However, this time he was playing seriously, no longer joking around like in the first half. The three brothers were panicking, trying every possible way to catch up, but they couldn't stop Tudor. Once again, he charged toward Viker. Viker was annoyed and muttered to himself, I told them to keep him away from me. Why does he keep coming straight for me? Tudor was fueled with determination. He glared intensely at Viker, irritably thinking, there's no way this is just a coincidence, the Azure Spearman family's secret technique. Saint Spear Tacky. Tudor had decided it was time to unleash his family's secret skill. He charged toward Viker, like a sharp spear in the hands of a fierce warrior. Viker frowned slightly, standing still and waiting for him. With all his strength, Tudor lunged directly at Viker, only seeing his utterly annoyed expression. Then, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself staring at the worried faces of his teammates. Sancho, with his arms crossed, asked, Tudor, are you awake? At that moment, Tudor realized he was once again sprawled out on the ground. He shot up, cradling his head and screaming in panic. What? Why did I faint again? What the hell is going on? Sancho calmly reminded him, take it easy, Tudor. Sancho explained after you attacked him with that high-speed move, you got thrown back really fast. At that moment, Sancho started to realize something strange after witnessing his friends fainting twice. He tied a headband around his head, turned away, and said, I understand why you targeted him. He's definitely hiding something. This time, let me take him on. Tudor panicked and called out, Sancho. Sancho turned his back and marched determinedly back to the field. He replied firmly, my friend has been knocked out by him twice already. I can't just stand by and watch. That solidly built guy was Sancho Barataria, a transfer student from the Northern Mercenary Alliance. Because of his superior physical abilities, he wasn't considered eligible to compete with his peers, which is why he had decided not to play run flat. But now, he had changed his mind. Sancho picked up the ball again. He gripped the ball tightly in his hand, casting a determined gaze at the opposing team. He declared in the cold north, from newborns to the elderly on the brink of death, everyone must fight in despair. That means they are all warriors. The three Baskerville brothers formed a defensive line in front of Viker, but Sancho's imposing physique made them a bit nervous. They resolved among themselves, this time we won't let him get past us. However, with just a simple wave of his hand, Sancho took down all three of them in an instant. They flew backward, clear over Viker. Viker was furious. He glared at them and whispered, do you want to die? But all the brothers could do was cry helplessly. I'm sorry. Sancho charged straight at Viker. Gritting his teeth, his eyes reflected his determination to unleash all his strength as he barreled toward Viker. Viker remained quiet, his face expressionless, deciding to stand firm and take the hit. Sancho cradled the ball, raised his arm, and an overwhelming force surrounded Viker. He yelled, let's see if you can withstand my full power. Sancho swung his arm hard and aimed a direct punch at Viker's stomach, intending to knock him aside. But right away, Sancho felt as if he had just struck a solid stone mountain. His whole body shook with the force. He stared wide-eyed at his trembling hand, astonished. Is he made of rock? Viker realized he couldn't just stand there under this pressure. That would raise suspicion. So he raised an eyebrow and thought, maybe I should pretend a bit. He jumped on his own and then flung himself backward, much to Sancho's surprise. Viker decided to soar a little distance before gently landing with just enough force to fool the students on the field. The crowd of students watched in excitement as Viker flew halfway across the field and cheered. Sancho has broken through the defense. Wait, if he was pushed by Sancho, he's not dead, right? Who cares? At this rate, Class A is definitely going to win. Unlike the others, only Sancho knew that his hand was still shaking uncontrollably. He looked at his numb hand in disbelief, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat. He anxiously wondered what just happened. It felt like he wasn't even human anymore. While Sancho was still stunned, staring at his slowly numbing hand and losing focus on the ball, Highbrow seized the chance to dash forward. He quickly snatched the ball from Sancho's grip and took off running. Finally, the whistle blew from the teacher. The Baskerville trio had secured victory for the team. They jumped up in joy, celebrating, while the three brothers proudly held the ball up like champions. The teacher announced the score. Class B had won. The whole team rushed to lift the three brothers in celebration. Meanwhile, Viker quietly brushed off his clothes. Suddenly, Sancho walked over and poured a bottle of water over Viker's head. Sancho wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was thrilled to have found someone with such incredible talent. He happily praised Viker. You're the unsung hero of Class B. Don't just stand there. Tutor smiled and stepped over to his side. He playfully placed his arm on his shoulder and honestly confessed, cheer up, your victory makes me want to retire. I was planning to teach you a lesson during practice out of jealousy, but I realized how embarrassing that would be. Sorry about that. Sancho energetically patted Viker on the back, curiously asking, by the way, how do you train? Your body looks really strong. I thought you were using magic. Viker was quiet in response to the unexpected friendliness from his two friends. He calmly removed the headband he was wearing and casually replied, I'm just an ordinary guy, so I can't use magic. Tutor sighed in disappointment and said, that's too bad. With your natural strength, if you train properly, you could become a master like me. A few girls from their class rushed over to the three friends with some handkerchiefs. They shyly whispered, Tutor, you guys, take these handkerchiefs and wipe off your sweat. Tutor rushed over to grab a towel, cheerfully turning to smile at a few girls and unintentionally flirting. Thanks, you guys are the best. Sancho eagerly handed Viker a towel and smiled as he said, here, take this. This special moment caused Viker to focus on the duo of Sancho and Tutor. He thought to himself, the hero of the Azure Spearman clan, Tutor, and the ace of the mercenary group Sancho. One day, they'll become the heroes who save humanity by hunting countless demons in this age of destruction. As he thought about this, he suddenly felt a strange, warm sensation. He lowered his head and smiled to himself, gently taking off his glasses, feeling that it was quite unusual to see them with such a past. The unexpected scene in front of him caught the attention of the students in the courtyard. Both Sancho and Tutor, along with the girls, stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in astonishment as they looked at Viker. In the audience, both Bianca and Sinclair suddenly blushed, gasping in admiration. Viker unintentionally didn't realize that the scene of him removing his glasses to wipe water off his head under the bright morning sun made countless female students' hearts flutter. The girls had all admired Viker's stunning looks when he took off his glasses, unveiling his handsome face. They were all enchanted, whispering to each other, so cool, so handsome. What Viker didn't know was that from that moment on, his days at the academy would become quite troublesome. That night, Viker visited an orphanage, a place he had previously suspected to be connected with 10 most powerful demons. An old man trembled in fear, pressing himself against a stone statue in the orphanage courtyard. Viker called out to him, Lloyd Doxeller, 52 years old, president of the Message Sending Association and headmaster of the orphanage. Viker slowly approached the man. In his hand, he held the Beelzebub sword, glowing a fierce red behind him. After he had taken down the old man's henchman, he coldly declared the old man's crimes. You conspired with demons to hold and sell the children of affluent families. He raised the bloodthirsty Beelzebub sword, growling at the man, Do you think you wouldn't be discovered? The old man, horrified, looked at the bright red blade in Viker's hand and suddenly recognized the sword's ominous aura. Terrified, he stammered, Could that sword energy be? It's the Swordmaster. Viker glanced at the sword in his hand and thought, my aura is pretty much solid, but it's still closer to liquid. Specifically, I'm at the highest level for a graduator. He lowered his sword and said firmly to the trembling old man in front of him, Work with me to catch the demons and I will compensate you fairly. Upon hearing the mention of money, the old man hesitated a bit. He was frightened and stammered a few words. Suddenly, Viker sensed that something was off. Before he could assess the situation, the roof of the building above him collapsed, right where he was standing. It fell in an instant. Though he quickly stepped back and avoided it, the old principal was buried under the rubble. Viker immediately looked up and saw a large figure standing on top of the fallen building. The giant silhouette stood out starkly against the full moon. Viker frowned in alarm. He could feel the demonic energy radiating from the stranger. He thought to himself, the overwhelming energy I'm sensing from afar. He looked at the giant, whose face was hidden behind a strange, intricate mask, and wondered, are you one of the 10 most powerful demons? The giant's eerie eyes glowed intensely behind the mask. He rested his hands on his bizarre iron mace, which was covered in a grotesque mask made up of dozens of faces stitched together. Seeing Viker still alive, the demon immediately leaped toward him, swinging the grotesque mace. Viker quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the giant's terrifying blow. The mace held an immense power. Realizing he had missed, the demon yanked the mace back. He swung it again, aiming directly at Viker's face. However, his speed was still just a bit slower than Viker's. Viker easily dodged the second attack. When he saw Viker dodge the blow, the giant abruptly halted his strike right in front of Viker's face. Viker was quite surprised by the demon's ability to control such power. The demon tightened his grip on the mace, then channeled all of his strength into this next attack, smashing the mace straight at Viker's face, forcing him to lean back. Viker quickly jumped back a few steps, keeping his distance from the demon while carefully observing it. The Beelzebub sword in his hand was uneasy and restless. He silently watched the demon, realizing its power after the complex attack it had just executed. He thought to himself, this is the aura of a high-ranking swordsman using the sacred techniques of Quo Vadis. The demon continued to glare at Viker in silence. He felt that its fighting skills were superior to those of ordinary demons. It could control its strength logically and calculated each attack very carefully. This was a far cry from his previous battles with the demon Andromalius. He thought, it's not one of the 10 most powerful demons. This realization made him reassess the situation seriously, causing a restless feeling in his heart. He wondered, has a demon breached the Holy Kingdom? There must be some corruption within. Maybe it's a pawn under the 10 most powerful demons. With this thought, Viker decided it was time to change his approach. He retracted his sword and calmly spoke to the demon. If I kill you, will I get to meet the 10 most powerful demons? Even though dealing with trash like you is quite annoying. The demon remained silent, not responding. It lunged forward once more, wielding its bizarre weapon. Viker looked up at it, exclaiming, it's been a while since I've had a good fight. As the demon swung down, Viker executed a kick, stopping the blow purely with his strength. The demon hesitated, clearly taken aback, letting out a sound that was hard to interpret. Seizing the moment, Viker prepared to throw a punch. He zeroed in on the exposed side of the creature. To his eyes, all of the demon's vulnerabilities were wide open. Not giving it a chance to react, Viker aimed for its hip and delivered a crushing blow. The demon, caught off guard, was sent flying straight into the building in the distance. It crashed through the stone wall and landed inside, but it quickly sprang back up as soon as it hit the ground. Viker leaped after it, diving into the hole in the wall. He landed lightly in the opening, watching as the demon dragged its strange weapon and advanced toward him. It seemed furious, letting out no sound as it swung its weapon again. But Viker had calculated everything. He gained the upper hand by charging in and smashing through the demon's dominant arm. While the creature was still stunned by Viker's surprise attack and struggling to drag its injured arm, he quickly lunged in from behind, targeting its weapon-holding arm. He unleashed a simultaneous knee strike and an elbow drop, aiming for its other arm. He ruthlessly rendered the demon's remaining arm useless with this combined assault, forcing it to drop its weapon. Once he had completely disabled the demon's arms, Viker jumped up and grabbed the demon's shirt. In an instant, he lifted it up and hurled it away. The demon, overwhelmed by the relentless attacks, had no chance to defend itself. It flew uncontrollably, impaling itself on a steel stake that jutted out from the debris of the building wall. The demon slumped down, trapped on the sharp stakes, gasping for breath and groaning in incoherent sounds. It had lost all will to fight, leaving Viker to approach leisurely. He noticed a name carved into the demon's skin, now one of the many white scars on its chest. He asked it, Phoebo, is that your name? He looked straight at it, coldly questioning, who is your master? Who has commanded you? The demon suddenly howled, but it seemed unable to speak. Its mouth appeared to be sewn shut beneath the layers of patchwork skin covering its face. Viker sighed. Given its appearance, it seems they've even controlled your speech, huh? He slowly sat down in front of the demon, extending his hand towards the steel stake that pierced its body. He clicked his tongue and said, well, interrogation doesn't always have to be verbal. He coldly grasped the steel stake and bent it, causing the demon to writhe in pain. He whispered, I'll tear you apart, starting with your innards, your bone structure, your wounds, the freshness of your blood, and even the magic level within you. Those will tell me a lot. The demon completely gave up. It wearily slumped down in front of him. Viker gently placed his hand on its shoulder, coolly asking, Phoebo, shall we begin the interrogation? Suddenly, a fake cry for help rang out. Viker looked up and realized the plea came from beneath the rubble outside in the courtyard where the school principal had been buried earlier. He set Phoebo aside, walked over, and began to clear the debris. To his surprise, the principal of the orphanage was still alive, trapped under the wreckage from when the building's roof collapsed. Viker saw the panic in the old man's face and remarked, "You claim to be a drug dealer. Looks like you have some luck with survival." Even though he noticed the fear in the principal's eyes, he didn't rush to help. Instead, he asked calmly, "If you want to live, you know what to do. Tell me everything you know." The old man found himself in a tight spot, unable to do anything but clench his jaw and look at Viker in terror. He trembled and asked, "So, you will spare me then?" Viker replied coolly, "That depends on the value of the information you provide." What Viker didn't realize was that far off on the roof, a stranger was watching them. The figure wore a uniform from the Colosso Academy. At that moment, the old principal was in complete despair. In extreme pain, he tried to push himself up from the pile of wreckage and yelled out to Viker, as if pleading for a savior through his tears, "I will reveal everything. It's in the principal's office, my soul bound." The old man suddenly froze. A strange symbol flickered in his pupils. His eyes bulged and burned. Only then did Viker abruptly sense the presence of a stranger for a brief moment. But as he quickly turned his head to look, he barely caught sight of a shadowy figure moving on the roof in the distance. He murmured, "Just now!" In that moment of distraction, he failed to notice that the principal's face had contorted. The old man was writhing, vomiting forth grotesque faces stacked on top of one another. His facial muscles tightened, and he groaned through his tears. Viker quickly turned back to look at him. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the eerie green light emanating from the principal. The embarrassment was etched in his gaze. An odd green energy surged from deep within the old man's body. He burst into tears and let out one final scream. The unfortunate old man exploded right before Viker's eyes. A horrifying blast caught him off guard. The force from the explosion made the clock tower's bell ring incessantly. Part of the orphanage was blown away in that terrifying explosion, leaving a pile of debris. The townspeople rushed out into the streets after the earth-shattering noise, and guards quickly arrived on the scene. Panic-stricken residents shouted, "There was an explosion. It just happened." When the guards got to the site, the devastation nearby was so severe that even the bridges, walkways, and streetlights were bent and twisted from the force of the strange explosion. St. Dollars quickly appeared, running up to the guards with concern. "What happened? Is there anyone hurt?" she asked anxiously. The guards looked at Dollars with worry in their eyes and replied, "Saint, we are still investigating, but it seems like there's almost no evidence left after the explosion." Dollars frowned with tension. The scene left in the orphanage put everyone present in a state of horror. The explosion had blown away half of the orphanage, leaving a deep pit in the ground. The area was swiftly cordoned off. Dollars slowly stepped inside. She looked around the scene, observing the large holes in the building and the terrible wreckage left by the explosion. She thought to herself, the explosion couldn't have happened by itself. Traces of a fierce battle lingered throughout the orphanage. Confused, she stood amid the debris, wondering what kind of horrific battle took place here. Dollars suddenly froze when she stepped on something on the ground. It was the tattered mask of Viker, and she recognized it immediately. She quickly crouched down, causing a nearby soldier to turn in surprise and ask, "Are you all right, High Priestess?" She hurriedly replied, "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." Seizing the moment, Dolores swiftly draped her dress over the mask, hiding its remnants beneath her feet. The soldier assumed the High Priestess was just tired from worrying about the incident and kindly reminded her, "There probably aren't any casualties here, so don't push yourself too hard." Dolores didn't respond to the soldier. She felt cold sweat trickling down her back, panicked and unsure of what to do. She worriedly thought, "I felt confused and hid it. But this mask is a night bloodhound." After the new combat theory class with Professor Vinci, his face turned sour. He crossed his arms and looked at Viker, appearing dissatisfied with his report. Viker had brought him a giant scorpion along with a detailed research paper. However, after listening to the presentation, Professor Vinci grew angry, slapped his hand on the desk, and said, "I wonder who wrote this report. Turns out it was you." He looked at the dead creature lying belly up in front of him, visibly annoyed, and complained. "You wrote that the Venopian species has a second stinger that hasn't been discovered yet. If you include misleading information in the report as a joke, the whole grade will drop by 10 points. Do you understand, Viker?" The professor's words made Viker uneasy. He started sweating, feeling tense as he looked at his teacher and thought, "I messed up. It turns out it hasn't been discovered yet." Seeing the anxious look on Viker's face, Professor Vinci smiled wickedly. He took a scalpel and examined the creature, gleefully saying, "Let's see if it has a second stinger in its belly, shall we?" The professor aimed the surgical scalpel at the center of the creature's abdominal muscles and pressed the blade down gently. Blood sprayed from the beast as the blade penetrated deeper. Suddenly, something shot out from the gash in the creature's belly, striking straight at Professor Vinci. It moved so fast that he didn't even have time to see what it was. The students in the classroom gasped in horror. They were wide-eyed, watching as a poison needle darted out from the creature's abdomen, dripping with deadly toxin. The needle tip was only inches away from the professor's face. He didn't have time to react. His face turned pale. Fortunately, Viker quickly raised his notebook in front of the professor, blocking the poisonous dart just in time. Professor Vinci was so frightened that he fell backward, gasping for air. Viker casually asked him, "Is that enough evidence for you, Professor Vinci?" The professor was so shocked he couldn't find the words, and he started sweating cold beads. Staring intently at the venomous stinger of the Venopian, he came very close to fainting right then and there. He thought to himself, does it really have a second venomous stinger? This is a monumental discovery that could explain many mysterious incidents related to the Venopian species, and it's been uncovered by an ordinary student. The professor had to admit both the report and Viker's quick reflexes were impressive. He cleared his throat and hurriedly announced, the entire ice court will receive 1 extra point. Viker, please come to my office after class to share more details. Viker obediently replied, yes, sir. He returned to his seat. Professor Vinci was still in shock, unable to take his eyes off the creature. The other students in the class began to turn back and look at Viker. Whispers spread through the room. That's amazing. How did he notice that? I thought only athletes were cool, but it turns out his sharp mind is pretty impressive too. Isn't he also a great athlete? He faced off against Tudo and Sancho in the last game. Viker had settled back in his seat, maintaining a neutral expression despite the murmurs around him. PG was the first to praise him, leading to a chorus of admiring whispers from the girls. More importantly, the beauty that is hidden behind those glasses and that hair is truly a gem. Viker didn't notice that the other students were starting to pay more attention to him. Despite the unwanted attention, he maintained an indifferent attitude. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his mind occupied with other matters. He recalled the events of the previous night. The explosion at the orphanage had become a major incident that was rocking the entire city. Viker had truly been blown apart in that blast. It happened so suddenly that he couldn't react in time. Thanks to his regeneration abilities, he was able to survive and restore the parts of his body that were torn away. Although his clothes had been completely ripped apart by the force of the explosion, he gritted his teeth in anger, still shocked by the sheer destructive power of the blast. Above all, the clues he had been following had once again vanished into thin air in a way more ruthless than anything he had encountered before. Thinking about the possibility of failing once again as he got closer to the clues and even allowing the faceless demon to slip away, Viker frowned, a feeling of discomfort rising within him. He silently thought right after the explosion all traces had been wiped clean. The only thing left was the principal's file from the orphanage in the safe. The file clearly listed the locations of the children who had been used as food for the demon. Considering that these locations had no connection to one another, he couldn't rule out the possibility that multiple 10 most powerful demons were present in the capital right now. Viker recalled the shadowy figure standing in the distant building that day, watching him and the old principal of the orphanage. That presence had distracted Viker. He reminded himself, what's more important is that guy I saw at the time. For just a brief moment, he caught a glimpse of the Colossio Academy uniform, complete with that smug smile. It was clear that this explosion was his doing. Viker scanned the classroom, his cold red eyes quietly sweeping over each classmate around him. All his peers were now suspects because he had realized one thing: a 10 most powerful demon was in this academy. At the academy, there is a very famous newspaper that is well known throughout the entire imperial capital. Its influence is immense, and every day it sells out extremely quickly. The newspaper belongs to the Journalism Club of Lucain Academy. The head of this club is none other than the Saintess Dolores from the Lund Quo Vadis family, a third-year student at the academy. Today, she is excitedly welcoming new members who have joined her club. Welcome everyone to Lucain. She looks at the new recruits in front of her and joyfully announces, the fact that you applied to such a prestigious and demanding club like Lucain proves your determination. Now, I invite everyone to introduce themselves. The first to speak is Tutor Donquixote. He confidently smiles and says, whether it's about studying or participating in club activities, I want to be the best. The second is Tutor's best friend, Sancho Barataria. He honestly shares, I don't want people to see me just as a big fool, so I'm joining the journalism club to gain more knowledge. The third to introduce herself is a female student named Sinclair. She enthusiastically states, even though money, information, and power often go hand in hand, I believe that information has the greatest influence among them, which is why I've joined the club. The fourth person was Bianca Faux Usher. She smiled calmly and said, I chose the most influential club. I will do my best. Next was PG, who seemed restless and stammered, I really like collecting and processing information, so I believe that the journalism club is the best fit for me. Then it was Viker's turn. He nonchalantly said, "Since everyone has to join a club, I'm just following P here." By joining the journalism club, he had his own plans in mind. The Lucian Journalism Club was well known both inside and outside the academy. By joining, he could easily gather a lot of information, although having the Saintess here might be a bit inconvenient. Viker's indifferent and apathetic attitude clearly irritated Dolores. She seriously reminded him, "Your name is Viker, right? You can't become a journalist at Lucian with such a half-hearted determination." Before Viker could respond, the club's vice president, who was standing next to Dolores, suddenly called out when she heard his name. The girl suddenly picked up a newspaper and jumped in front of Viker. She thrust the paper in his face and excitedly exclaimed, "Is that you? I thought you looked familiar. I can't believe someone as famous as you would choose to join our club." Dolores, feeling flustered, shouted, "Wait a second." On the front page of the newspaper was a close-up photo of Viker wiping water off his face from the run flat class yesterday, with a bold headline that read, "Who is the Ice Court's freshman god appearing in the run flat match?" Seeing that picture, Tutor burst out laughing and said to him, "That's you, Viker." He could only sit there in awkward silence, and even Dolores looked embarrassed by the article. She anxiously whispered, "Anna, this article." But Anna, the vice president, proudly interrupted Dolores, saying, "As a journalist, I couldn't resist writing an article after getting information about such a handsome new student." Dolores helplessly buried her face in her hands and sighed, "Seriously?" Meanwhile, Anna excitedly stepped up and announced the 6 new members joining the club. "Listen up. Since the other second and third year seniors are out gathering news, it's just us today." The girls showed the new recruits a draft of an upcoming article. On the night of X month X, a mysterious figure appeared and completely destroyed Orphanage 20. The whole group sat down at the meeting table, intently reading through the draft. PG gasped, "Is this about the explosion in the Capitol last night?" Anna quickly replied, "Exactly. I went out that day to gather information for this article." Seeing PG's confused expression, she smiled and explained, "We're suggesting that the culprit behind this incident might be linked to the ongoing serial murders in the Capitol. What's shocking is that the bodies of the children all came from the orphanage." PG felt the seriousness of the situation and immediately turned to whisper to Viker, "Viker, do you think this person is connected to these events?" Viker didn't answer but continued reading the article, feeling frustrated and thinking to himself, "This is all the work of those monsters." Anna leaned on the table, excitedly asking the new recruits, "All right, let's come up with a headline for the article, shall we?" So the rookie group started to propose a very loud title: "The emergence of a villain outside the academy, a monster stirring up the capital. What is the Royal Guard doing? A villain beyond imagination. Could this be a challenge for the Quo Vadis family? The mysterious deaths of children, who's behind this?" Although they came up with many ideas, even Bianca had to feel satisfied with any proposal. She frowned and remarked, "None of them are appealing." Tutor nodded, contemplating. Could it be because the villain doesn't have a name yet? Dangerous criminals often have terrible nicknames like the Butcher or Greenbird, for example. Upon hearing this, Anna praised, "Tutor, maybe you are thinking in the right direction." He immediately cheered up and suggested, "How about the name The Dark Death?" Anna muttered, "What the hell is that?" Tutor sulked and lowered his head. The rookies began to compete with each other to come up with impressive names. "Then how about the Demon of Misfortune?" Another one argued for too long. "The Orphan Killer sounds more impressive. I vote for the Terrifying Gentleman." Dolores remained silent amidst the rookie team's arguments. Her focus was entirely on the article before her. She suddenly muttered a name. Night Bloodhound, the mask of Viker that she had picked up the night before, still occupied her thoughts. She wondered the mask I found at the scene must belong to Night Bloodhound. Why was it there? Recalling the only time Dolores had encountered that mysterious figure, she remembered how Viker, as Night Bloodhound, had helped many poor people suffering from a deadly disease that was spreading. Since Dolores didn't know that the outbreak was actually caused by Viker himself from the very beginning, she still felt a sense of trust when thinking about him. He was very humble, uninterested in fame or wealth. During the Red Death epidemic, he had kindly treated even those living in the slums. His compassion and sacrifice for the sick were genuine. This contradiction left the Saintess confused, making her question, "Is that why I believe he stole the tears of the Saintess for some noble purpose? But why was he at the scene? Did he really kill the principal and the children at the orphanage?" The more Dolores thought about it, the more worried she became. Her eyes are very accurate. He's not a bad guy. Even if the Night Bloodhound is the culprit, there's definitely more to the story. Dolores didn't realize that someone had caught on to her words and exclaimed, "Night Bloodhound, that sounds cool." She jumped, looking up at the group, who were staring at her with eyes full of admiration. They quickly chimed in, "That nickname sounds so fierce and violent. I think it's mysterious and scary." Sinclair enthusiastically shouted, "So, it's settled then, Night Bloodhound." At that moment, Dolores realized she had accidentally blurted out that name while lost in thought. She rushed to cover her mouth, panicking as she wondered, wait, did I say that out loud? Anna, unaware of Dolores' frantic reaction, eagerly suggested, how about this title? The true identity of the villain spreading fear in the capital. Who is the Night Bloodhound? Dolores quickly protested, Anna, Lucian's newspaper is only allowed to report the truth. We can't be certain if he really is a criminal yet. Ignoring the argument between the two club leaders, Tudor suddenly turned to Viker and asked, hey, what do you think? Viker was puzzled and replied, about what? Tudor whispered, about that Night Bloodhound guy. Do you think he's a villain? Viker glanced at him and replied coolly, I don't really care. Still, he was somewhat surprised that Dolores mentioned the name. He thought to himself, I can't believe the Saintess brought up the Night Bloodhound. Tudor burst out laughing, grabbed Viker by the shoulders, and playfully shook him while asking, but if you had to choose, what do you think? Viker frowned slightly in annoyance. However, the question made him pause for a moment. He lowered his eyes and pondered whether he might be considered evil himself. He replied flatly, clearly he's not a good person, so he must be a villain. Tudor nodded in agreement. Really? I think so too. Before he could continue, the Saintess suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up, startling both of them. She looked directly at the two newcomers and sternly asked, what proof do you have that the Night Bloodhound is a bad person? Dolores looked straight at Viker, who had just claimed that Night Bloodhound was a villain. Frustrated, she challenged him with a tough question. Do you have any evidence to back that up? Her attitude caught Viker off guard. He was momentarily flustered, unsure of what to say. As Viker remained silent in his confusion, Dolores pressed on, raising her voice. Your name is Viker, right? Answer my question. Seeing Viker get cornered like this, Tudor felt uneasy and guilty. After all, he was the one who had put Viker in a position to answer a question he didn't even care about. Viker continued to stay silent, which only annoyed Dolores more. She seriously reminded all the new recruits, you can't answer because you have no evidence at all. Don't forget that a journalist shouldn't state things that haven't been verified. We can't smear someone's reputation without proof. Tudor finally spoke up to defend Viker, but the Royal Guard has testified. Night Bloodhound destroyed the building and killed the principal at the orphanage. Dolores steadfastly looked at him and replied, the statements from the royal soldiers are based only on speculation. There is no concrete evidence. She proved her point with an example. The question surrounding the bodies of the children found in the basement of the orphanage still lacks an answer. There are too many contentious variables to conclude that Night Bloodhound harmed the children. Dolores' argument left the group stunned and confused. They looked into her steadfast eyes and sincere gaze, wondering how can she remain neutral when this tragedy happened at the orphanage managed by her family? Dolores turned to Anna and emphatically said, we need to revise the title to ensure we stay objective and do not target any specific individual. Hearing this directive, Anna felt a bit uncertain. If we do that, we won't have anything to write. But Dolores remained firm in her belief, replying, we need to investigate what actually happened before we report on Night Bloodhound. It's not too late for that. Dolores lowered her eyes, feeling a pang of sadness as she mumbled, if Night Bloodhound really is the enemy, then we'll have grounds for serious criticism. Viker glanced at the bitter smile on the saint's face, still silent. He vaguely realized that Dolores was holding on to hope for Night Bloodhound's innocence. At that moment, a student suddenly burst through the door and rushed into the meeting room, out of breath, shouting, President. He quickly announced, Professor Vinci, the club's advisor, wants to see you. He says we need to revise the report and declare that Nighthound is the villain. Dolores sighed and rubbed her temples, clearly frustrated. She muttered, he just wants to turn the article into a spectacle. I'll go talk to him. With that, she walked straight out of the room. The new recruit stared after her in confusion. Tudor, looking a bit shaken, commented, the president really acts like a boss. Viker, who was thinking the same thing, couldn't help but respond, she's been like that for a long time. Tudor looked at him, puzzled. How long exactly? Viker didn't answer right away. Instead, he remembered the image of the saint he had encountered on the battlefield in his past life. She hadn't changed at all, still the same as when she led the holy knights at the front lines during the apocalypse before he had knelt. Back then, Dolores was known for her strictness and integrity. She always assessed the faith of every person and urged the knights to go save others, even during their breaks. She wasn't shy about loudly scolding them, saying that in her time, if demons appeared, a holy knights would immediately jump in to help without hesitation. Thinking about this, Viker smiled to himself and thought, I used to think she'd see my actions as cruel, but having someone who's always willing to speak the truth like this isn't so bad. I sincerely thank her. St. Dolores had gone to argue with Professor Vinci without holding back. She had only one goal, to protect and defend what was right. It was early morning, and the sound of a loud whistle echoed through the academy grounds, waking up all the students still fast asleep. PG jerked awake when he heard the whistle and wiped his face in frustration. As he sluggishly sat up, struggling to fight off sleep, Viker was already up. He casually greeted his roommate. "Good morning, PG." PG rubbed his eyes, stretched, and groggily replied, "Good morning, Viker." He was still half asleep, but Viker had already started getting ready for the morning exercises. At the academy, everyone had to wake up at 6 a.m. When the bell rang, students had to head to the training area near the dorms. After that, they would exercise with a teacher standing at the front to manage the session. They began the day with a light jog. After morning exercise, the students all go their separate ways. Some head back to catch up on sleep, some go to shower, and some head straight to the cafeteria. PG, feeling exhausted, let out a sigh as he made his way back to the dorm. He complained, "I think my brain would work better if I could just sleep through morning exercise." Viker, more serious, reminded him, "PG, exercise actually helps make your brain sharper." But PG just groaned, "You don't need to tell me what's right." As they walked down the hallway, they ran into Tudor and Sancho. Tudor immediately teased Viker, "If you can't even show some sympathy, how are you ever going to get the girls to like you? You should pay a little attention to PG." PG grumbled, "No need." The four of them walked together to their room. Tudor turned to the group again and asked, "Anyone free this weekend? Let's go to the city and hang out." PG eagerly replied, "Sounds good. I want to buy a book." Sancho quickly agreed, "I also want to try a new restaurant." Seeing that Viker still remained silent, they turned to ask him, "What about you, Viker?" He glanced at his friends, answering in a detached tone, "I have to volunteer this weekend." Sancho, surprised, asked, "Volunteer?" PG sighed and answered for him, "Viker lost a lot of points." Hearing this, Tudor smirked and chuckled. Levy guessed, it's Professor Vinci again, right? Even when Viker does nothing, that guy notices everything. At these words, Viker chose to remain silent. He coldly told them, "You best go ahead and have fun." Even though his tone was indifferent and he clearly wanted some space, his three friends still followed him without hesitation. Tudor clicked his tongue and said, "Volunteering doesn't sound too bad." PG quickly chimed in, "How could we leave our friend behind? We'll go with you, Viker." Even Sancho changed his mind and added, "The more the merrier." Tudor and Sancho quietly followed behind Viker. Suddenly, Tudor seemed deep in thought and muttered, "That's strange." Sancho, curious, asked, "What do you mean?" Tudor glanced at Viker. He whispered in reply, "When I'm around Viker, I just can't help but get drawn to him, like he's my older brother or something." Sancho nodded in agreement. "He's quiet, but there's something about him that's really magnetic. Even when I was a mercenary, people like him are born leaders." PG overheard the conversation between the two friends. He glanced at Viker, secretly admiring him and thinking to himself, "Viker is awesome." A guy walked by holding two girls in his arms. The group kept walking. PG was lost in thought about Viker. Even people like Tudor for the Dom Quixote family or Sancho, the transfer student from the Northern Mercenary Guild, had approached him first. Viker is also really kind. He helped me out during the welcome party when I was struggling. He's perfect at both academics and physical training. PG tried to pick up the pace, moving closer to Viker. He stole a quick glance at him, smiling to himself. "When I'm with Viker, I feel like I can do anything." Suddenly, Viker stopped dead in his tracks, turning his head to look back. His cold, sharp gaze sent a chill down PG's spine, making him freeze up. He suddenly felt a shiver run through him. PG felt a sense of fear, though he couldn't understand why. His face went pale as soon as he caught a glimpse of the deadly gaze from Viker. He thought Viker was staring at him. However, no one else seemed to notice anything unusual. Only Viker felt like the intense look was aimed directly at the student who was casually walking with two female classmates. Viker could clearly sense the demonic energy from the 10 most powerful demons radiating intensely from that student. Without thinking, he turned fully around, keeping his eyes locked on him. This was someone he was seeing for the first time at the academy. He immediately asked, "PG, you know the other students pretty well, right? Do you know anything about him?" PG jumped, startled by the question. He blinked, confused, and replied, "What do you mean?" He leaned over to glance at the person Viker was referring to and then answered, still confused, "The guy in between the two girls, I know him. He's the most handsome guy at our school. He's a sophomore, Bane Kaudzak." Hearing the name, Viker's jaw clenched tightly. He seemed to see twisted, deformed faces screaming to break free from the restraint spreading from that student. He gritted his teeth in anger. They're acting like this right in the middle of human society, 10 most powerful demons. He stood frozen in place, staring at that male student. The student had brought two girls and was heading off in a different direction. As he was about to disappear from sight, Viker was still aware of the presence of his friends around him. This made him pause and wonder, should I attack? No, that's not a good idea. If I do that, there will be too many casualties. I can't let future heroes get hurt. Tudor still couldn't understand what Viker was thinking. He called out to Viker in confusion. Viker, ignoring the worry of his friends, decisively turned and answered them briefly. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to rest. He quickly used his second position, a plus rank in the Mushosu Spider's silent heal technique, and without hesitation, took off. He thought to himself, I need to gather information first. He was still debating whether to follow that student. He had taken off his glasses, planning to change his appearance to avoid suspicion. But just as Viker reached the corner, Saintess Dolores was walking down the stairs. Viker was startled when he saw her. She let out a startled cry. Viker was also shocked and quickly turned to look at her. Neither of them had time to react before they collided hard. The loud noise made their three friends turn around in surprise. Dolores fell to the ground, wincing in pain. In the meantime, Viker was so flustered that he didn't know what to do at first. The group of friends anxiously shouted, President Dolores. They rushed over to her, asking in concern, Are you okay, President? Tudor quickly grabbed Viker's shoulder and said, Apologize, Viker. Viker could only lower his head in regret and said to her, I'm sorry. Sancho helped Dolores get back on her feet. She looked at Viker, still a bit flustered, and softly said, It's fine, it was my fault for being careless. However, she felt a little awkward. After bumping into Viker, she thought to herself, He's so solid, I thought I had just crashed into a wall. Viker hurriedly put his glasses back on. Dolores stared at him in confusion. She was still unsettled because she hadn't felt his presence earlier, which was why she had lost her balance and crashed into him. She quietly wondered, I didn't even sense him there. Who is he really? The whole situation forced Viker to give up on his plan to follow the so-called 10 most powerful demons. He had no choice but to let it go, thinking to himself, there are too many people around here. It's better to pause the plan and not follow him for now. He glanced down the stairs where the man had just left, clenched his fist, and thought 10 most powerful demons, Bane Kaudzak. At that moment, Bane had taken the two female students to a quiet, dark corner of the school. There were no lights, and the area was thick with shadows. The two girls began to ask, confused, What's going on, Bane Kaudzak? Why did you bring us to such a dark place? One of the girls thought he might be trying to flirt with them in a secluded spot and remarked, You're much craftier than you look. Bane, unfazed, continued leading them into the thick darkness ahead. Then, out of nowhere, he casually said something that didn't seem to fit the moment. I've got some bad news to share with you too. The girls jumped in shock and asked, Bad news? What's that? Bane then began to act pitiful, complaining, Lately there's been this guy causing trouble for me. Because of him, I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly. A girl furrowed her brows and looked at him angrily, exclaiming, Is he bullying you? I won't let him get away with it. Bane Kaudzak continued to complain. I was about to see who he was, but since I was in uniform, I had to run first. He might already know I'm a student at the academy. The other girl also exploded in anger. If he comes to the academy, we'll stop him. We're always on your side, Bane Kaudzak. Bane Kaudzak slowly lowered his head. His voice remained calm and emotionless. He gave a meaningless compliment. Thanks, you two. Your hearts are as beautiful as your looks. Then he grew thoughtful and said, That's right. We'll always be together, forever from now on. Suddenly, he pressed both his hands to the faces of the two girls, leaving them wide-eyed in surprise, unable to react in time. In his mind, only the image of Viker's Night Hound identity flashed. He shouted angrily, That damn masked guy, he has the skills of a top-level swordsman, so he won't die from an explosion like that. Thinking about how Viker had destroyed the orphanage, the place where he got his food, he seethed with rage, gritting his teeth and muttering bitterly. He attacked places that connect to where I eat. He's a human who can smell demon energy. His intense hatred surged toward the two girls, distorting their faces. It started to twist and warp, becoming deformed. The two girls were horrified, groaning Bane. Their faces gradually faded away as he pulled their features into his own body. His eyes had changed. In his eyes, everything had turned pitch black like the demon Andromalius, and his pupils shifted to a strange, eerie green. He muttered angrily, so he might be connected to Andromalius' death. As the features of the two girls merged with his own, their faces began to shift. Their eyes were wide open, filled with terror and tears. The girls cried out in fear, their voices trembling, Help us, we're so scared. He ignored their cries. He was one of the 10 most powerful demons, the Ninth Corpse, Dantalion. Viker remained silent amid the murmurs surrounding him. A new meeting of the press club had started, but the words around him seemed distant, almost like background noise, as his mind was occupied with other matters. The vice president of the club, Anna, sighed with frustration. Accidents keep happening lately, she said. She glanced at the new recruits and told them, Dolores and I have summarized the cases that have occurred at the academy. Right now, we don't have enough people available for a live stream, so the first-year students need to pitch in, pick a case, gather information, write a report, and hand it in to us. Dolores, sitting next to Anna, was still focused on an article. She had left this task entirely to Anna. The students began reading through the articles spread across the table. PG, feeling a little nervous, thought to herself, "This will be my first article since joining Lucian." Baanga read for a while and then couldn't help but exclaim, "Look at this! There are so many cases! What in the world is going on in the capital?" The stack of reports on the table was filled with news about serious ongoing cases. Terrorist threat. A terrorist had warned that he would poison the river in Venetia, the capital of rock. Missing actor. A theater actor, Mr. B, had disappeared on his way home after a play. It was highly likely that an obsessed fan was responsible. Mystery murder case. The head of a prominent family had gone missing. The anonymous killer. A murderer who would harm countless people on the streets would be executed soon. He said he didn't do it and kept begging that he had changed. The number of missing people was rising quickly, and the disappearances in Venetia were spiking. Who was the suspect? Could it be the night hound behind it all? Viker suddenly noticed an article. He picked up the newspaper and read it carefully. There had been a disappearance at the academy. 3 students were missing. These 3 always stuck together, so there were plenty of witnesses. Could they have run away because of love? Viker recognized the people mentioned in the article with just a quick glance. He clenched his teeth in anger. The student in the photo was Bane Kaudzak, and the other 2 were almost certainly the 2 girls who had been with him that day. Viker muttered to himself, fuming, a 10 most powerful demon. That night, the city was deep in sleep. In a small house in the middle-class neighborhood, a couple lay fast asleep. However, the husband was still awake, slowly opening his eyes. He slowly sat up and quietly left the room while his wife was still asleep. He sat still in the dark corner of the living room, letting the light from the street lamp filter in. He looked up, and his eyes shifted to the eerie green color typical of the 10 most powerful demons. He was Dantalion, the 9th among them, now hiding behind someone else's face. He stared at the figure standing in the shadows before him, coldly asking, "So, have you found anything about the masked man who interfered with our plans?" Afibo, his subordinate, who had only just healed from the wounds he received in his fight with Viker a few days ago, growled angrily. The second subordinate, Geronto, just silently shook his head. The third Heave lowered his head, grumbling that he didn't know. The last one, Fado, remained silent. Dantalion seemed frustrated. He stroked his chin, muttering, "Since that day, we haven't seen that mask again. He must be careful." He looked up at his subordinate's side and said, "Well, we'll just have to expand our search." He raised his hand, his fingers twisting and contorting into strange, unnatural shapes. 4 of the henchmen were suddenly thrown back when the demon shot something from its hand at them. Their faces twisted, slowly deforming as their features melted away. Damsel announced, "I will share my face with you." He glanced at the 4 men, now looking almost human, and ordered, "Go to a brighter place and find that guy wearing the gas mask." Just then, the door to the room swung open. The wife of the man the demon had taken over unexpectedly appeared. Still caught in the middle of his conversation with the henchman, she stared at the strangers in her house and called out, "Honey." Looking at the unfamiliar faces around her, she turned to the man she thought was her husband and asked, "What are you doing so early? Who are these people?" The demon glanced at her, his face emotionless and unchanged. He closed his eyes for a moment, clearly irritated, and muttered, "I wanted to enjoy that living face a bit longer, but I have no other choice." Coldly, he reminded Fido, "Don't touch her face." The wife was still in a daze, unable to understand what was happening, when one of his henchmen suddenly charged toward the poor girl. In an instant, he pressed the blade of his sword to her throat. In the blink of an eye, the room was stained with a vivid, sickly red. The wife's head rolled across the floor, her eyes still wide in terror, with tears still clinging to her horrified gaze. Dantalion turned away and spoke to his subordinates with an air of indifference, as though the tragedy before him didn't matter. The plan to open the portal is being delayed because of Ambromelius' death and the masked man. "How troublesome," he muttered, irritated as he roughly disturbed the face of the man whose identity he had stolen. He then turned to call his most trusted henchman. "We need to meet with her." Now wearing a new face, his piercing blue eyes glinted with malice. A crooked smile curled on his lips as he whispered to himself, "Should we release some of this built-up tension?" The church in the orphanage of Quo Vadis was bathed in the early morning light. The next victim of Dantalion's identity theft was the priest of this very church. He stood there, smiling a false, polite smile as he greeted a newly arrived guest. The guest asked him, "Why are you laughing?" He slyly responded, "Is it not allowed for me to laugh?" He looked at his guest, the beautiful St. Dolores, and gave her a flattering compliment. "The lovely saint is standing right in front of me." She frowned slightly, stared at him, and replied with a hint of irritation, "I didn't come here to play games, Lord Quilty." The demon chuckled warmly and said, "Actually, I've been worried. You might have visited in a while." Dolores kept her distance, responding seriously, "There have been a lot of murders and disappearances recently, so I've been busy investigating." The demon maintained his polite, composed demeanor. In a comforting tone, he said, "It seems like your work at the Academy's club is really keeping you busy. The world is becoming a much harsher place." He flashed a fake smile, secretly amused as he thought to himself, "Oh, I'm the one behind those crimes." Dolores felt uneasy at his insincere smile. She took a moment to size up the man before her. Quilty Lun Indulgentia, head of the Indulgentia family, a branch of the Quo Vadis family. Currently, they were volunteering and managing resources for Quo Vadis at orphanages, monasteries, and hospitals. But they were also backing a system that absolved the wealthy of their crimes, wiping away their sins. This two-faced man was definitely hiding something. Seeing Dolores silently staring at him with an expression that showed no trace of doubt, the demon stepped closer and, feigning an innocent smile, asked, "So why do you feel the need to talk to me?" Dolores gathered her composure. She looked him directly in the eye with determination and said, "I'm here to demand the abolition of the pardon system to eliminate the idea that a person's sins can be wiped away simply because they are wealthy. It's wrong." Dantalion shot a glance at the Saintest, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. He coldly responded, "What's wrong with that? Pardoning sins is a policy the church has followed for as long as anyone can remember. Isn't donating a large sum of money punishment enough?" Dolores glared at him, clearly upset, and rebutted, "Sins are something that must be confessed to the divine and deserve a fitting punishment before forgiveness can be granted." She fixed him with a firm gaze and with absolute certainty declared, "Those who are pardoned will never be saved." Indeed, the aura of a saint radiated from Dolores, as powerful and undeniable as a declaration from God himself. Her statement left Dantalion stunned and speechless. He had no words to counter it. Frustrated, he turned away and walked off, replying coldly, "I'm just following the teachings of the church. I think it's best if you speak with your father, Cardinal." He hurriedly dismissed her. "Please return. I heard the Academy's students will be volunteering today. There's no need to discuss the Quo Vadis family in front of your juniors." Dolores turned her back to leave, but before going, she reminded him, "Then I will return later. We will continue this discussion." She hadn't even stepped out of the chapel where the demon could no longer hold back. His face twisted into a grotesque, devilish expression. His strange green eyes never stopped watching Dolores. Inside his mind, only one thought screamed, "Beautiful, so beautiful." The wholly pure face of Dolores ignited a burning desire to possess her. He bit his lip so hard that it bled, struggling to control the overwhelming urge within him. He quickly reminded himself, "I almost gave in to the temptation and took that face for myself, but I must hold back." He recalled the wholly, breathtakingly beautiful face of Dolores and, feeling a surge of excitement, silently thought to himself, "The Saintest is the most beautiful thing I have ever found in this world. I want to capture that face, especially the look of despair when chaos consumes this world." He hugged his own trembling body, feeling a chill run through him. A strange eye appeared on the back of his head, staring intently at where Dolores had just stood. He was filled with excitement and silently screamed, "We need to open the gate as soon as possible. The end must come swiftly." Viker had arrived at the orphanage. He stood hesitantly at the gate, staring at the church inside and wondering to himself, "Is this the place?" The orphanage that Cindy Windy had found after analyzing Andromalius's notebook was highly likely connected to the 10 most powerful demons. The orphanage was managed by the Quo Vadis family. He looked up at the family's flag waving atop the tower and thought, "Is this property owned by the Quo Vadis family?" He quietly pondered. His own family already had the 10th demon, Andromalius, hidden under the guise of Seth. Now, the evidence regarding a 9th demon has led me to the next family among the 7 great families. He thought further, if demons are taking root in the Ironblood family and the Holy Divine family, it's highly likely other families are the same. This thought weighs heavily on me. After the explosion, Hound became a figure of great attention, so I decided to volunteer as an excuse to slowly investigate the students. However, Viker's plan fell apart when some unexpected friends showed up. Sancho, Tudor, and Piggy had followed him here. They were even excited, shouting, "Is this the orphanage where we're going to volunteer?" Tudor threw an arm around Viker's shoulders, grinning as he asked, "Are you happy to have friends who are willing to volunteer with you?" Viker sighed in frustration. "I didn't tell you guys to come." He let out a long, tired breath. In this unexpected situation, all he could do was silently grumble. This is a hassle. Meanwhile, in the orphanage's church, Dolores was leaving, still filled with doubt about Father Quilty. What she didn't know was that the priest was already dead. The man wearing his face, grinning with malicious intent, was a demon named Dantalion. The Academy's 10-day holiday has begun. This golden break combines the school's anniversary, the Lunsec's Easter, and the weekends. Students can either tour the capital or go home to visit family during the holiday. However, not all students are enjoying the break. Among them are 3 boys from Colossal Academy. They gave up their plans to visit the capital and instead followed Viker to volunteer at the city's orphanage. They stuck close to him, complaining, "Viker, you should be grateful. We didn't take the break and came here instead. Tutor joked, we need to do volunteer work to meet the required hours. Our buddy Sanko agrees too, and going now isn't so bad. Little Peaky trailed behind Viker and added, I like volunteering, so it's no big deal. Despite the unnecessary enthusiasm from the three boys, Viker merely replied, yeah, thanks. They were on their way to the orphanage. Tutor couldn't help but marvel at the lavish architecture inside. He looked around impressed. Is this the Indulgentia orphanage? It really is the largest orphanage in the capital. Just like they say, he said with a tone of admiration. PG immediately got excited and began sharing what he learned. The principal here is the founder of the orphanage fund, and he's also an adjunct professor at the academy. Sancho, surprised, asked the principal, who is that? PG quickly pointed to a picture on the wall and smiled. It's the person in that picture over there. Quilty Lun Indulgentia. The group of students stopped and looked up at the portrait of the orphanage's principal, which was hung in the most prominent spot along the hallway. PG explained he's the head of the Indulgentia family and the maternal side of the Quovitis family. He's very well known and influential in the Lund church. Then PG seemed to think of something and quickly started chatting with his friends, mentioning the Lund church. There's been news lately about a conflict between him and St. Dollars because of differences in religious views. Tutor, upon hearing about the conflict, immediately sighed and complained, I don't want to get involved in a battle between families. Behind them, Viker silently absorbed the information from PG while staring at the picture of the orphanage's headmaster. He couldn't take his eyes off the photo, trying to memorize the man's face, and muttered thoughtfully, the famous headmaster of an orphanage, huh? I'll get to know what kind of person he is when I meet him. The early morning sunlight streamed into the photo, almost adding a sense of integrity to the man in the picture. However, Viker still had no idea. The man in the photo had already been possessed by a demon. Meanwhile, the volunteer students from the Colosio Academy gathered inside the orphanage's church. A nun stood before the orphan children, happily announcing that the volunteers would be their teachers for the next 10 days. Smiling, the nun addressed the students, saying, if you take good care of the children, they will never forget your kindness. Treat them with the love of a parent. The nun's sincere words didn't quite reach Viker's three friends. At that moment, they were still stunned, distracted by something else. They turned to the side and froze when they saw their classmates, Sinclair and Bianca, also here. Tutor, confused, asked, but why are Bianca and Sinclair here? Bianca shot up a glare full of frustration at his question. She felt like he was mocking her, so she snapped back, we're here volunteering. That's a question you should be asking me. Tutor sneered, shrugged, and arrogantly replied, do heroes really need a reason to do good deeds? Bianca was clearly annoyed by his arrogant attitude. She muttered, going on about being a hero again, you really are a Don Quixote. Sinclair, however, wasn't paying attention to the guys. She turned her eyes toward Viker, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, it must be fate that we ran into each other like this. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him with admiration, and she called his name, her voice full of excitement. When she saw that he didn't respond, she quickly walked over, extended her hand toward him, and shyly said, it's a shame we haven't talked much, but I hope we can get along over the next 10 days. Her sudden action startled both Viker and PG. He was confused, not knowing what to do, so he awkwardly shook her hand and muttered, yeah, of course. Just shaking his hand was enough to make Sinclair incredibly happy. She ran off, leaving behind two puzzled friends. PG quickly turned to whisper to Viker, hey, I've got some info for you. Viker was curious. What info? PG glanced at Sinclair, still floating in her happy daze, admiring the hand Viker had touched. He leaned in and whispered to Viker, I saw Sinclair, looking for someone to handle the volunteer registration and making a request. She asked where you were volunteering and signed up to volunteer at the same place as you. Do you know what that means? A regular person would immediately notice that Sinclair had feelings for Viker, but he wasn't a regular person. His mind immediately went on high alert with only one thought. So she's approaching me under the guise of coincidence? Sinclair, I need to stay cautious around you. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked around. The meeting had ended, but only the monks in the church were there, greeting their group of volunteer students. He had been waiting for Principal Quilty to show up, but by now, there was still no sign of him. He wondered to himself, is the principal not here? Then a nun unexpectedly announced, all right, it's time for the children to choose their teachers. As soon as she said that, the kids excitedly ran over to the group of volunteers. It was no surprise that Tutor, with his good looks, was the most popular. Two children even jumped up and hugged him. He grinned and told them, you kids are so friendly. His best friend Sancho was also well-liked by the kids. Two little ones eagerly jumped onto his back, demanded he carry them. Even Bianca seemed excited as a cute child came up to choose her. Sinclair was also a hit. The children gathered around her, waiting to hear her tell a story. Only Viker had a less than ideal start. When he saw a group of kids running toward him, he simply asked, "What are your names?" But his stern expression, sharp face, and cold, bloodshot eyes made the children freeze in fear. The two kids froze immediately. They looked terrified, even teary-eyed, even though Viker hadn't done anything. They quickly screamed and rushed straight toward PG, who was standing nearby. PG, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed their heads and gave a crooked smile, saying, "Viker, you should smile a little." Viker was a bit confused too. He suddenly thought about his little Pomeranian niece. The dog wasn't scared of him at all. In fact, she would run up to him, wagging her tail, always wanting to be by his side. She even told him she really liked him. He quietly thought to himself, "I don't know. Maybe because the Pomeranian is so well behaved, talking to kids is definitely a challenge." Just then, he noticed a little blonde girl running out of the church, her head down. She didn't seem to care about anyone inside the room. She opened the door and ran outside, which made Viker curious enough to follow her with his gaze. The girl separated herself from the group, standing alone in the hallway, leaning against the stone wall with her head bowed. She stayed there in silence, staring down at the ground, clearly looking a little uncomfortable and sad, but she didn't speak to anyone. Viker suddenly appeared next to the little girl. He leaned against the wall and spoke softly. He always felt suffocated in crowded places. His sudden appearance startled the girl, making her jump. He glanced at her and slowly continued, "If you're not careful, people will start thinking badly of you." He asked directly, "Why did you leave?" The girl looked at him with wide eyes, a mix of wariness and fear in her gaze. Instead of answering, she pouted and turned away, stubbornly keeping silent. Viker realized that trying to manipulate her feelings wasn't going to work. For some reason, a line from Ayan suddenly popped into his mind. "If you ask like that, the kids won't answer. Try smiling. See what happens." Ayan used to tease him and taught him how to smile like that. Viker glanced at the name tag clipped to the girl's collar. He knelt down in front of her and gently said her name, Perry. The little girl jumped, shrinking back at his sudden movement. Viker looked at the little girl with the gentlest gaze, offering a friendly smile as he asked, "Is that your name?" His smile, unintentionally highlighted by the sunlight, seemed to glow. Even someone like Perry couldn't help but freeze, blushing at the sight of it. Instead of answering, the girl immediately turned and ran off, embarrassed. Viker stood there, surprised, watching her go. Confused, he thought to himself, "Did I look that bad when I smiled?" While he was still wondering, someone suddenly approached and spoke up. "I don't think she ran because she dislikes you." The radiant beauty of St. Dolores seemed to shine even brighter in the early morning light. She walked toward Viker, smiling as she complimented him. "I've been watching for a while. Since you usually come off as rude, I didn't know. Turns out, you're actually quite kind." Viker politely greeted her. St. Dollars, the president of the council, watched as the little girl disappeared around the corner at the end of the hall. She explained gently Perry's heart was hurt once, so she shut herself off from others. Because of that, she lost her voice. Viker carefully asked again what happened. The saintess looked sad. She sighed, her voice filled with sorrow, and said, "I'm not exactly sure. Perry was born in an orphanage. For the past 13 years, she's met countless volunteers who've come through here. At first, everyone was really kind to her, but one day they stopped coming because their schedules got too busy." Dolores looked down the dark hallway where Perry had run off, sighing as she wondered aloud. Maybe she's tired of getting close to people for a short time, only to have them leave and hurt her for a long time afterward. Viker remained silent, not responding. He, too, looked down the hallway. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind them. Viker jumped, his eyes wide with shock, and his face tightened for a moment. Dolores didn't notice his unusual reaction and cheerfully said, "But she reacted to you. If you're okay with it, maybe you can keep an eye on Perry." Without saying a word, Viker grabbed Dolores and covered her mouth. A group of people was approaching, including a nobleman who was grumbling as he walked. "I've been so busy lately. It's hard for us to meet up." The person walking with him was Cruelty, the 9th of the 10 most powerful demons Dantalion. He grinned maliciously and casually responded to the nobleman. Lately, the number of people requesting a direct meeting to confess has suddenly increased. The nobleman bluntly made his request. "That's why I want to buy a pardon." The demon glanced at him and flashed a knowing smile and asked, "How long do you need it for?" The nobleman replied, "I want to buy the package worth 1 billion gold coins." The demon pretended to be surprised and asked, "Did you just kill someone?" The nobleman grumbled, "A barbarian slave I recently bought ran away. After I caught him and brought him back, I punished him, but he ended up dying." Viker and Dollars were hiding right behind the stone wall where they overheard the conversation. Right behind them was the demon Ifubo in human form. They didn't realize that the two were there and continued talking casually. "Just because you killed a slave, you're buying a pardon for 1 billion gold coins?" The nobleman calmly admitted, "On my way back, I was still angry, so I killed and burned down an entire village." As Dolores shifted restlessly, Viker whispered a reminder, "Stay quiet." However, she wasn't paying attention to the conversation between the nobleman and the imposter headmaster. Instead, she had just one question on her mind. Viker wondered, why would he suddenly do that? Viker wasn't hiding because he was afraid of being caught by the headmaster. No, it was because he had recognized a familiar scent that made his body tense with alertness. It was the same scent he had smelled back at the academy, the scent of demonic energy that had come from the student Bane Kaudzak earlier. Now, that same strong, foul smell was coming from the so-called headmaster. The imposter had passed by him, still talking to the nobleman. "500 million should be enough for something like this," the nobleman was saying. But the nobleman kept trying to persuade him. "The other half is a tip I want to give to the deity who forgave my sins." The imposter headmaster chuckled nastily and replied, "Giving a tip to a god? That would be disrespectful." It was then that Viker fully realized where the demonic scent was coming from. His gaze locked onto the imposter headmaster as he thought bitterly, "That's the scent of one of the 10 most powerful demons." At that moment, Dolores finally caught a blasphemous remark from the demon disguised as the headmaster. "If you offer a generous gift, of course the god will forgive all your sins." The nobleman burst out laughing and replied, "It feels like I'm always learning about faith from you. Sir Quilty." The demon shamelessly chimed in with a pious expression, "You're too kind, sir." His arrogance and disrespect were unbearable for the upright Dolores. She was so furious she could barely hold herself back, itching to break free and teach him a lesson. Viker panicked and held on to her tighter as she struggled, desperately trying to get away from him. He whispered urgently, "Wait, if you move, no." But before he could finish, it was too late. They had already been discovered when a Phoebo suddenly appeared beside them, his eyes wide and filled with murderous intent, locked onto them. Viker had only planned to quietly observe Quilty, one of the 10 most powerful demons in disguise, but of course the situation took a turn for the worse. The Saintess Dolores had lost control of her temper, exposing both herself and Viker. Phoebo was the one who spotted them hiding behind the nearby pillar. Viker couldn't help but think to himself, "Damn it, we've been caught." However, as he took a closer look at the man's human form, Viker hesitated. He studied Phoebo's face, now twisted with bloodlust, and his thoughts slowed down for a moment. Wait a minute, there's something strange about his scent. Right after that, Quilty, or the demon Dantalion, noticed them. He turned around, flashed a fake smile, and said, "Oh my, the Saintess is here? I didn't know saints enjoyed eavesdropping." He glanced at Viker beside him and teasingly asked Dolores, "Or maybe you're secretly dating this guy." Viker stayed silent, but Dolores seemed uneasy. She straightened up and said seriously, "Lord Quilty." She wasn't sure how to explain herself. Inside, she was panicking, thinking, "We've been caught eavesdropping. This is bad." Dantalion walked up to Viker, stared at him, and smirked. "By your uniform, you must be a volunteer at our orphanage, right?" His eyes lit up with excitement as he looked Viker over from up close. He chuckled. "I couldn't see clearly with your glasses, but now that I'm closer, I can tell. You're actually pretty handsome." A storm of chaos was rising within him at the sight of Viker. He thought excitedly to himself, "This kid's face is definitely worth adding to my collection. I want it." He could clearly sense the madness behind his words, but Viker remained silent, his expression calm and collected. The noble behind them cleared his throat impatiently, prompting Dantalion to reluctantly mutter, "Sorry to keep you waiting, little brother." He decided not to press further, turning to leave. As he did, he waved at Dolores, almost as if taunting her, saying, "Well then, I'll take my leave, Saintess." Viker watched as the demon walked away. The silence outside was deceiving. Inside, his fists were clenched tightly with anger. Dolores, feeling helpless, lowered her head and bit her lip, trying to contain her rage. She fumed to herself, "This is so frustrating. I see him openly selling indulgences and insulting the gods, and yet there's nothing I can do about it." She snapped her gaze to Viker and shouted at him, "Viker, what the hell is wrong with you?" But when she looked up at his face, she froze, taken aback. She couldn't continue her accusations. He responded in a flat, emotionless tone, "Sorry if my actions upset you. I'll be more careful next time." Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a simple line, "I've been gone for a while, so I'll head back first." Dolores stood there stunned, watching him go. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her mind raced trying to make sense of what had just happened. Viker seemed angry. She kept staring at Viker's retreating figure. He walked with determination, showing no sign of emotion, yet with each step, there was an unmistakable anger that he couldn't hide. The next day, Viker continued to reflect on the information he had gathered about Quilty Lund Indulgentia. He discovered that every day the man spent 2 hours at an orphanage. His main job seemed to be selling indulgences to nobles and merchants. Sometimes he would send reports about investments and records of indulgence transactions to the Quo Vadis family. Once the head of the Quo Vadis family, Cardinal Hamber's Lund Quo Vadis, confirmed the details, he would accept the information. In addition, Quilty always traveled with a bodyguard during his public activities. The bodyguard team consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, rotating shifts. Viker quickly realized something. One of the guards was the masked man he had encountered during the explosion at the orphanage. He had figured it out from the scent. He bowed his head in frustration and thought, so I guess the other 3 guards must be at least high-ranking graduates. Facing off against elite court and 4 high-ranking graduates will be incredibly dangerous. So, in order to take down Quilty, I need to deal with these 4 guards first. Just as he was deep in thought, his 3 unexpected, reluctant friends suddenly appeared and called out his name. They saw him hard at work, scrubbing a giant basket of clothes by the lake. Surprised, they exclaimed, "You're working so hard." Sancho suddenly bowed his head, muttering, "I'm honestly ashamed of myself for thinking I could just rush through a few hours of volunteer work to get some points." Tudor joined in, expressing admiration with a heartfelt exclamation, "I can't believe you're working this hard for the kids. Viker, I'm going to push myself harder to become a true hero like you." The 3 friends raised their hands together and shouted in unison, "Let's follow Viker's example." He turned to look at them with a neutral expression. For some reason, just one simple gesture from him inspired them that much. He didn't even realize that his 3 friends had appeared and were paying attention to his actions. He just casually wiped the sweat off his chin and thought to himself, "Am I overthinking things?" Anyway, it was hard to go around during the day, so he'd have to wait until night. That meant he needed to make the most of the daylight hours. During the day, Viker handled tasks at the orphanage, while also gathering more information and planning his next steps. Right now, the kids were happily playing soccer outside. Not far away, little Perry sat alone, quietly watching her friends play, keeping herself apart from the fun. She didn't seem bothered by being by herself. She simply sat, swinging her legs, lost in thoughts only she knew. Suddenly, footsteps approached. She carefully glanced over, hearing the thud of a ball bouncing right next to her. Without her noticing, Viker had quietly come and sat near her under the tree, silently playing with the ball by himself, making her curious about him. She couldn't take her eyes off the ball in his hands, and of course he noticed. He smiled to himself, thinking the kids do love this game too. In his hands, he held a still raw egg instead of a ball. He stared at it, thinking to himself, this egg doesn't show any sign that it's going to hatch. I've kept it close just in case, but I never expected to use it like this. He decided to throw the ball toward Piri, sensing that the little girl was now intrigued and eager to play. Her eyes lit up instantly. She stared at the ball in front of her, a hint of hesitation briefly flickering across her face. In the end, she gave in to her desire and ran to pick the ball up, starting to play with it joyfully. Watching her happily play by herself, Viker pushed up his glasses and smiled to himself, thinking she likes it now. Suddenly, from a distance, Sinclair spoke up, offering her praise. "I knew you were a good person." Viker paused, surprised, and called out her name. Sinclair's cheeks turned pink under the sunlight when she saw that Viker had responded. She smiled and added, "Even if you were a bit rough around the edges." He didn't pay much attention to her compliment, just watching Period casually asking, "Do you need something?" Sinclair stood up and walked toward him with a smile. She leaned down a little and confessed, "I just want to be friends with you. Even though I'm a year younger, is it okay if I don't use formal speech?" Viker stayed silent, unsure how to respond. He glanced at her and realized she was waiting for an answer, so he nonchalantly replied, "I guess that's fine." That one sentence made Sinclair absolutely delighted. She smiled broadly, not bothered to hide her happiness. She continued, "Then I'll just act normal with you." Viker's brother mumbled, "I don't really like being called brother." Sinclair giggled and playfully said, "Next time we meet, I'll think of a different way to call you." Meanwhile, while Viker wasn't paying attention to Piri, the little girl had hit the ball near the riverbank outside the orphanage. She was still full of excitement, enjoying the simple game. The ball was hit with a bit more force this time. Then, it rolled out of her control, continuing to roll forward, and she had to quickly chase after it. The ball flew toward the river's mouth, slipping through a hole in the netting and falling straight into the river outside the children's camp. It was only then that Viker and Sinclair noticed the girl. They both rushed over and saw the ball floating aimlessly on the water, while the girl stood there, utterly confused. Sinclair sighed and said, "It's gone. It fell into the river. We can't get it back now." Perry turned to look at Viker, her eyes filled with fear, tears welling up. Viker understood she was upset about losing his ball, so he reassured her. "Don't worry, it's okay." Even though he said that, Perry still cried softly, helplessly watching the ball drift on the other side of the fence. Viker could feel her guilt and sadness, even though she didn't say anything. He sighed and whispered, "There's nothing we can do, it's fine." Then he zipped up his jacket. At the same time, Dolores was heading back to the playground, sighing and muttering to herself, I can't stop thinking about it. She still hadn't shaken the questions swirling in her mind about Viker. She remembered the first club meeting when he had declared that the Hound was a villain without morals. Dolores had been so angry and had disliked him ever since. She quietly thought to herself that she didn't have a good impression of him because he judged others based on his biases. Plus, his behavior was so bad that he got points deducted and had to do volunteer work. However, after asking others about Viker, their reactions completely surprised her. The first person was Tudor. When she asked about him, he responded, "The kitchen needed help, so he went there on his own." When she went to the kitchen, she only found Samko. He spoke about Viker with great admiration. Viker's handing out food. Also, the hot water was blocked, so he went to check the pipes. Since he's still serving food, he hasn't had a chance to eat yet. She then went to the technical storage area to find Viker. Instead, she only found Piki, who happily answered her question about Viker. "President, I think he went to do laundry. Viker just fixed the pipes, so now we have hot water for washing." So Dolores went to the laundry area again to look for him, but all she found was Bianca and her answer. Bianca said, "Viker, he was just hanging the laundry with me, but since the kids wanted to play, he headed over to the practice field." That's why Dolores made her way to the field. As she walked, she couldn't help but feel confused, thinking to herself, "Everyone thinks Viker is a good person. I thought my judgment was wrong before, but now it's even worse because I'm the one who's always been biased against him." Thinking back on what happened with Quilty, Dolores nervously scratched her head, telling herself, "A lot of people know that Quilty and I don't get along, so if he ran off with me because he found out about Quilty, I should apologize." That's why Dolores felt the need to talk to Viker. She realized she'd have been too angry at the time and didn't understand why he had made her hide like that. Eventually, Dolores spotted Viker out on the field. He was standing with Sinclair and Lil Peary by the fence, looking out at the river. As she got closer, Dolores froze in surprise, stopping in her tracks at his unexpected action. Sinclair had to quickly cover her face. Her cheeks turned bright red like a tomato when she and Perry turned to look at him. He had already taken off his shirt and neatly laid it down right in front of him. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, jumping over the fence and heading straight toward the river. He dove into the thick, dark water right in front of Dolores, Sinclair, and Perry. Viker easily chased after the ball and pulled it out of the water. Holding it in his hands, he muttered, "Got it." He turned and smiled at Perry, speaking to her in a soft, reassuring tone. "You don't need to feel guilty anymore." He didn't realize how his appearance was glowing now, standing out without his glasses, basked in sunlight. Sinclair's jaw dropped, stunned by his striking looks up close. Even Dolores blushed, her cheeks turning bright red. Perry stared at him, her wide eyes shining. Tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes, but her heart was racing wildly in her chest. The playground at the orphanage was filled with the lively sound of laughter and play. Today, the volunteer students had stopped doing chores and focused on playing with the kids. Sancho, PG, and Tudor were all exhausted and drenched in sweat. After running around with the children under the harsh early morning sun, Tudor wiped his sweat with his hand. Though he was still catching his breath, he wore a content smile and said with a hint of regret, "Today is the last day of the charity event." Sancho also smiled and remarked, "Time really flies." Just thinking about the fact that they would only be here for one more night, the three friends excitedly shouted, "Then let's play until we're completely worn out." In contrast to his friend's enthusiasm, Viker remained sitting under a tree, watching everyone else play. Next to him sat the shy little girl, Perry. By now, she wasn't as wary of him anymore. She nervously played with a small flower crown in her hands, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed. She cautiously glanced at Viker, who still wore his usual expressionless face, his eyes following the others on the field without seeming to pay much attention to the cheerful atmosphere around him. Perry gathered all of her courage, stepped closer to Viker, and quickly placed the flower crown on his head. Her sudden action pulled him out of his thoughts. He touched the crown, murmuring, "A flower crown." Seeing that he didn't have much of a reaction, Perry panicked and waved her hands frantically. Then, without hesitation, she grabbed his hand. He didn't pull away. Carefully, she traced letters onto his palm with her finger. It was a gesture of gratitude. Only then did Viker realize with a hint of surprise that she still remembered the day he had jumped into the river to retrieve her ball. Perry continued writing, "Thank you for always being there for me and for helping me get my ball back." Viker responded gently, "It's nothing. I like sitting here too." Hearing that, Perry giggled with delight, but soon after she hesitated as if struggling with what she wanted to say next. Her finger hovered in the air for a moment. Then, as if making up her mind, she continued writing, "Can we meet again?" After finishing her question, Perry looked up at Viker with wide, shimmering eyes, filled with hope, yet tinged with a bit of nervousness. Seeing the expression on the girl's face, Viker was immediately reminded of what St. Dolores had told him when he failed to make friends with Perry. At first, everyone is friendly and approaches her, but then in one day, they stop coming because they get too busy. Maybe she gets tired of connecting with people for just a short time, only to feel sad when they don't return. Viker didn't respond. Piri, once again feeling down, sat beside him, her head lowered, too sad to even pout. Seeing the poor girl like that, Viker grew quiet as he thought about her question. When hunting demons, you have to be ready to sacrifice yourself at any moment. I can't promise I'll come back, he had said. Yet, despite thinking this way, a completely different answer slipped out of Viker's mouth. We'll meet again. Piri was so surprised that her eyes widened in shock. She quickly turned to look at him. Though his attitude remained cold and distant, with no trace of warmth or friendliness, he had made a firm promise. He promised that if he had a tomorrow, he would return. Although Piri didn't fully understand everything he said, just hearing that promise was enough to fill her with joy. She immediately broke into the brightest smile, wiping away all the hesitation and sadness she had felt in the past few days. Without a second thought, she replied, I'll wait for you. His response, though, made her correct herself. It's uncle, not he. Even though Viker still maintained respectful distance from Piri, an unbreakable bond had formed between them. On that final day at the Indulgentia orphanage, all the volunteers gathered in the main hall. Meanwhile, Vi's classmates were still wiping away tears after listening to the headmaster's empty speech to the orphan children living there. Though the time they spent with the children was short, it was incredibly meaningful. Through this experience, the children had felt what it was like to have parents, and that sense of belonging began to fill the emptiness in their hearts. The ninth of the 10 most powerful demons, Dantalion, disguised as Pastor Cruelty, wore a fake smile and continued his manipulation with a shameless declaration masked as kindness. If these children grow up to be good people, it's all thanks to the volunteers like you. All right, with all the love you've received from the children over the past 10 days, please share it with them. After finishing his words, he happily stretched out his hand toward the donation box that a monk had just pushed in. While Viker's friends were deeply moved, so much so that his friend Pidgey burst into tears. Viker, on the other hand, stared at him with a blank expression and whispered, Finally, he shows up. Viker huddled close, hiding behind Sanko's large frame. He silently adjusted his glasses and quietly observed the demon in front of him. Irritated as he thought to himself, is he really talking about kindness with such a wicked heart? He's cleverly stirring up feelings of respect and gratitude for their parents, then asking the students for charity money. His gaze shifted to the 4 bodyguards, 4 high-ranking demons disguised as humans, standing guard behind Dantalion. He thought to himself, he's brought all 4 bodyguards with him. That makes attacking him quite troublesome. His eyes narrowed, filled with hatred and fury, locked on Dantalion. He muttered under his breath, but I can't just let him do whatever he wants. Looking at the fake, overjoyed smile on the demon's face, Viker quietly began to calculate, knowing everything was in place. Just as planned, today he would hunt the 10 most powerful demons. Gold coins were continuously dropped into the charity box. The students stood in a long line, each one eager and willing to contribute. Meanwhile, Viker quietly stood to the side, doing nothing. Seeing this, Sinkle quickly walked over and asked with curiosity, Aren't you going to donate? Viker answered bluntly, I don't have any money. Her response was stunned. No money? Why? You're a student, right? Viker didn't reply to her and only thought to himself, Of course I don't have any money for those demons. At that moment, he noticed that Sinkle had changed the way she addressed him. He was puzzled. Viker now. Last time, she complained when I called her sister, but I didn't expect her to actually come up with a different way to address me. Sinkle smiled innocently and responded, I told you I'd come up with a new name for you. Despite her excitement, Viker remained indifferent and simply said, Up to you. Sinkle, seeing that only Viker wasn't participating in the charity, wasn't ready to give up. She asked again, But aren't you being too cold? If we have enough, should we be helping the children? Even though she was pressing him, Viker still responded coldly. Parents aren't really necessary. He thought about his own life and continued, almost like a robot. Kids might need their parents' help while growing up, but when it comes to facing the world, it's all about relying on your own strength. Viker didn't expect that such a simple answer from him would leave Sinclair silent and moved. She looked at him with deep sympathy and said softly, Viker. She suddenly grabbed his hand, carefully holding it and gazing at him with concern. You must have had a really hard time. A look of worry and compassion appeared on Sinclair's face as she gently made a suggestion. Why don't you come to my house for a meal? You can spend time with my family over the holidays. Sinclair was so shy that she didn't even wait for a response from Viker. She quickly turned and ran off, then called back over her shoulder, adding a few more words. See you. I'm going to hang out with the kids. After I'm done volunteering, you can come over anytime. Viker didn't react. He just watched her, still confused. He looked at his hand and muttered, What a strange person. He had known Sinclair in his past life. He watched as she laughed joyfully, patted the heads of the kids, and thought to himself, sin clear. Her identity when she enrolled in the academy was just a fake one before I rewound. She was the best student in the ice department, always topping both the theory and practical exams for 4 years straight. But after graduation, she disappeared and was never seen again. While Viker was lost in thought, the charity event had come to an end. Once again, the demon Dantalion showed off his fake kindness with a grand statement. We'll give these kids time to thank their parents for the last 10 days. As soon as he finished, the kids eagerly rushed toward the volunteers. Tutor swooped down to embrace the child he was closest to. The child cried and promised, Tutor, I swear, until I become a great hero, I'll come here every week. Even after I become a hero, I'll still come. Sancho gently knelt down and patted the head of the child who was feeling sad about the upcoming separation. He smiled and reassured the boy from the north. Children are the most precious thing, and they are the future. The future of the Empire rests on your shoulders. Try your best. PG, sensitive as always, couldn't hold back his tears. He sobbed quietly while speaking to the other children. I'll definitely come back, and next time, I'll bring some delicious food for you too. Even Bianca, who was usually so strong, had tears in her eyes as she comforted a little girl who was crying softly. 10 days felt both long and short. I've really grown attached to all of you. Amidst the emotional scene, only Viker stood alone. He glanced around, seeing that every other trainee was moved, saying their goodbyes and offering advice to the children they had cared for over the past days. He carefully scanned each child, but he couldn't find the one he was looking for. Even Dolores was comforting 2 children, but she wasn't the one he was seeking. He immediately approached her and called out, Senior Dolores. Just hearing Viker's voice made the Saintess jump. Her cheeks turned red, though she didn't realize it. She glanced behind her, surprised, and called out, Viker. He seemed tense and asked her in a cold tone, I have a question, but for some reason, even though I'm being serious, all Dolores can think of is the moment I jumped into the river to grab the ball for Piri, showing off my handsome face without my glasses. She panicked internally, thinking, why do I keep remembering that day? Before she could respond, Viker asked directly, have you seen Piri anywhere? Dolores snapped back to reality and, confused, asked, Piri? Which Piri? The teacher glanced around, startled, and said, now that I think about it, I haven't seen her either. The 2 children standing next to her were surprised and exclaimed, that's weird. I just saw her this morning. That one sentence sent an unsettling feeling through Viker, making his spine tingle with dread. Without another word, he turned and walked away, coldly saying, so you don't know either. Sorry to bother you. Dolores thought he might be angry with her. She hurried after him, calling his name, but got no response. At that moment, all he could remember was Piri's bright smile from earlier that morning. Worry filled his mind as he wondered, has Piri not come? Please don't tell me. He felt his body go cold, his eyes immediately darting toward the suspect. The room now seemed to be just him and the fake principal. He could clearly see the man's eyes narrowing with cunning and his malicious, sinister grin. A demonic aura radiated from him, rising in thick waves. The man was staring right at him, his expression one of twisted satisfaction and delight that he didn't even try to hide. Realizing this, a surge of fury filled his body, mixed with a cold shiver of embarrassment. He glared at the man as if something had just clicked. The man had already done something to Piri. On the final night at the volunteer camp, the full moon hung high, hidden behind thick clouds that cast a gloomy shadow over the orphanage. The students were deep in sleep, with Tutor even muttering in his sleep, showing signs of reluctance at the thought of leaving. Viker's bed was empty. This was his last chance to hunt demons. At the children's dormitory in the Indulgentia orphanage, the building was also shrouded in the quiet of night. 4 high-ranking demons began a patrol, embarking on their ominous journey. They split at a crossroads, 4 figures heading off in 4 different directions. A Phoebo, fully armed, walked down a hallway, patrolling quietly through the thick, dim night. Suddenly, the shadow of a night hound appeared along with a crow-shaped gas mask, slipping quietly behind him. Its red eyes glowed ominously. Phoebo immediately turned his head, sensing a vague presence, but when he looked, no one was there. He fell silent, his eyes sharp with alertness. Just as he turned, Viker was standing right in front of him, causing Phoebo to jump in surprise. Viker looked at him, bluntly asking, I want to ask you one thing. Where are the children being used as food for the demons kept? Phoebo didn't say a word. In a panic, he swung his arm, pulling out his weapon. He now had a heavy iron mace, and he wasn't hesitant to swing it straight at Viker. But this time, he wouldn't have a chance to face him head-on. Before he could even complete his swing, his head was already gripped firmly in Viker's hand, detached from his body. The shock was clear on his face. Viker grabbed the man's hair, making his head hang loosely. He clicked his tongue, almost in a detached way. All right, you can't talk, can you? He glanced at the Beelzebub sword in his hand, its red glow flickering as it slowly drained the demon's blood. Coldly, he muttered to himself, "I don't have time to play with you." Realizing he wouldn't get any useful information from the man, Viker finished him off without hesitation. He held the severed head by the hair and walked away, leaving the lifeless body behind. Suddenly, he noticed something strange about the head in his hand. It was smoking heavily and slowly starting to distort. The skin was melting off as though it was decaying. Within moments, the skull detached from the skin and hair, rolling loosely at his feet. Looking at the piece of skin and hair now like a thick, rough fabric in his hand, Viker muttered in surprise, "This is the mask of Phoebe wore. It looks like it swapped faces by mistake." Viker realized that the demon's mask was pieced together, stitched from the faces of several dead people, while the body it occupied belonged to someone else. So the mask the demon wore wasn't actually from the original owner of the body. He looked down at the head of the corpse, wanting to see who it belonged to. Then he suddenly exclaimed, "This face. Could it be Pietro?" Viker realized that the head the demon was carrying belonged to someone familiar. He vaguely recognized Pietro, the knight from the Quo Vadis family, the one he had encountered before meeting the Saintess Dolores. But as he looked more closely, he noticed a small mole near the corner of the eye. Pietro didn't have any mole like that. Viker suddenly remembered an event from his past life. When he had met Pietro on the battlefield and spoken with him, he had thought to himself, "Before I rewound, Pietro used to talk about his missing brother. I thought he disappeared after entering internal training." Viker fell silent. It seemed his disappearance hadn't been because of the internal training, but because he had turned into an undead servant of the demons. With this realization, his eyes lit up. He was starting to see the bigger picture and understand the presence of the demons. Viker turned his gaze toward the end of the hallway where two more demons appeared and coldly asked, "If that's the case, then you two must be people I know as well." Based on what he already knew, the four demons following Dantalion were hiding inside the bodies of people who had been killed. Their faces were makeshift masks stitched together from parts of others, which is why he couldn't recognize the identity of the deceased. The two new demons that had arrived were the same. They remained silent, glaring at him with hostility. Of course, they couldn't respond, only silently adopting a battle stance, ready for the fight. Viker didn't say another word. He immediately charged forward, wielding the glowing red Beelzebub sword. The red blood on the blade danced as Viker closed the distance between himself and the two demons. With one decisive swing, he struck at them. However, they were faster and vanished right before his eyes. They launched their counterattack. Fano came down from above, while he charged from below, trapping Viker in the middle. A loud explosion rang out as their attacks collided. In a nearby prayer room, on this quiet night, the statue of the goddess remained illuminated by the moonlight. Dolores was praying, her hands clasped in reverence as she murmured, "Oh, great goddess who reigns in the heavens, may your name be blessed, may you rule, and may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven." Dolores stood still at the base of the statue, whispering the rest of her prayer. "Forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Leave us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." For some reason, even though she had her eyes closed in prayer, Dolores couldn't shake the image of Viker from that day when he had taken off his shirt and jumped into the river to rescue little Perry's ball. She began to blush and felt panicked, unable to push the image of him from her mind. The memory only seemed to grow clearer, and she couldn't forget the way Viker looked from that angle, almost like some kind of divine figure. Panicking, she cupped her flushed face in her hands, whispering to herself in fear, "Why can't I stop thinking about him in that moment?" Feeling unable to face the sacred statue anymore, Dolores quickly turned and walked away. She tried to calm herself, taking a deep breath. Dolores, Viker is just a kind young man, that's all. But for some reason, a strange sense of familiarity tugged at her. Something about Viker reminded her of a night hound. She pressed her hand against her chest, trying to steady her racing heart, confused as she asked herself, "What's going on? Why does this feel so familiar?" Just then, she passed by the hallway where Viker was fighting two demons. She jumped in surprise and turned her head when she heard an explosion, seeing a figure leap out from the chaos. She immediately recognized the mask of the Night Hound and gasped, "That protective mask. Is it the Night Hound?" Dolores froze, her eyes wide, unsure of how to react. She also noticed Viker's opponents, two figures she recognized as the bodyguards of Headmaster Cruelty. What she could know was that they were actually demons in disguise. Dolores felt a wave of confusion. Why was the Night Hound here? But more importantly, why was he fighting Quilty's bodyguards? Without thinking much, Dolores shouted, "Night Hound." Viker froze, startled by the sound of his name. He turned quickly, exclaiming, "The Saintess." But that brief moment of distraction was enough. He was struck by a heavy blow from the demons. Viker was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground near the statue of the goddess Lun. Only then did Dolores panic, realizing he'd been attacked. She hurriedly stepped in front of him, arms outstretched, shouting at the two demons charging toward them. "Stop! I don't know what's happening, but if we can just talk this through." Before the Saintess could finish her sentence, she froze, realizing the two guards in front of her were raising their weapons, ready to strike. Dolores shut her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth as she braced herself. She had no combat skills at that moment. Suddenly, Viker's challenge rang out. "Get out of the way, Saintess," and just in time, his sword blocked the demon's blade that was aimed straight at Dolores. However, Viker only had one sword, so he had no choice but to use his arm to take the blow from the other demon. The tip of its blade stabbed directly into his bicep. Dolores gasped, her eyes flying open. She saw Viker taking the hit for her. She anxiously looked at his impaled arm, her voice filled with fear as she shouted, "Nighthound, your arm!" He coldly replied, "I'm fine." In the blink of an eye, Viker sliced through the demon's sword, shattering it into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Viker's Beelzebub sword pierced Heave's neck. Seeing Viker attack his own teammate, Pheno yanked his sword out of Viker's arm, furious, and charged forward. Viker quickly made a swift cut, severing Heave's head, and then spun around to chop off Pheno's head as well. Dolores stood frozen, staring in shock as fresh blood splattered everywhere. She shuddered and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, feeling her spine go cold. The Nighthound in front of her was covered in blood. He looked down at the two bodies piled at his feet, their severed heads rolling nearby. Dolores was so frightened she had to cover her mouth to keep herself from screaming. She instinctively took a step back. Despite not wanting to believe it, the Nighthound had just killed two people right in front of her. Yet she still found herself more concerned for him. She quickly asked, "Nighthound, are you okay?" His hand needed urgent attention. Viker seemed lost in thought, his response cold, "Don't worry about that." He glanced over at the Saintess, a flicker of irritation and doubt in his eyes as he silently wondered, "I didn't plan on running into the Saintess here. What is she doing here in the middle of the night?" At this moment, Dolores finally regained her senses. She stared in shock at the two demons in front of her and nervously asked Viker, "Why did Quilty's guards attack me too? They must know who I am, right?" Viker didn't explain. He simply pointed to the two heads and told her, "Look, it's like the demon's head is smoking, and its skin is melting away." Dolores gasped, covering her mouth in panic, trembling as she cried out. When she saw their faces, Viker explained they're undead wearing human masks. Dolores continued to tremble. The fear was so overwhelming that it left her disoriented, unsure of what to do. She fearfully asked Viker, how could this happen to the people of the Quo Vadis family? Viker coldly replied, "You should know more about it than I do. After all, you're the Saintess of Quo Vadis." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Dolores' mind. Her eyes widened in horror, and she whispered in shock, "So that means Quilty." As she spoke, the two masks slowly peeled off completely from the heads. Viker stared at the two lifeless heads on the ground, their identities fueling the rage inside him. One of them was someone he knew, a mentor from his childhood in the Baskerville family, Staffordshire, Baskerville. Viker glared at the empty face, his anger boiling inside him. It was a familiar face. This had to be Starf Baskerville, a member of the Pitbull Knights. Viker remembered the last time he saw Starf. Back then, he had escorted him into the forest to rescue Camus before he encountered the Black Tribe and was captured by them. He recalled how, after he disappeared in the forest, Adolf Morg had testified to clear Starf of any responsibility. But Viker also heard that Starf volunteered for internal training right afterward. He never expected to reunite with Starf under such tragic circumstances. The thought of it filled him with even more rage, and he cursed under his breath when he realized there were more Baskervilles who had fallen at the hands of the 10 most powerful demons. Viker glanced at the other body. He didn't recognize the face, but he noticed a tattoo visible on the corpse's neck. He silently thought to himself, based on the mark on the neck, I can guess this guy was a member of the Don Quixote family. This confirmed that someone from the Tudor family had also been killed by a demon. Suddenly, Viker realized something they all had in common. Seth had also been part of the internal training program. They were all members of the 7 great families who had cut ties with the outside world. As he made the connection with the internal training program, Viker was struck with the sudden memory of another person, someone close to him, who had also been part of that training. That day, as soon as Viker returned and met the triplet sisters of the Morg family, he immediately asked about Camus. He was told that she had just started internal training. However, following Uncle Adolph's orders, she had stopped and joined the Hall of Darkness, completely focusing on studying magic. These words suddenly resurfaced in Viker's mind, sending a chill down his spine. He gasped, "No way. Please don't say it's her." Suddenly, a spark ignited, snapping Viker back to reality. He quickly backed away, shielding Dolores. In that moment, a large fireball shot straight toward him and the Saint. More fireballs erupted continuously, exploding and lighting up the hallway. Before long, the entire corridor was engulfed in a bright red blaze. The doors of the prayer room was blown open. Viker swiftly pulled Dolores along and sheltered her with his fire-resistant cloak. They stood at the base of the statue of the goddess Lun. The saint, terrified, huddled close to his cloak. Viker kept his gaze fixed on where the attacks were coming from. Dollars couldn't help but look up. Her eyes widened, filled with fear. The attacker slowly walked through the fiery chaos. Her red hair flowed as she bravely advanced toward Viker. She was the last surviving guardian demon of Dantalion, known as Geronto. Viker was stunned, rooted to the spot. He stared intensely at her vibrant red hair. In his mind, he could still hear Camus's angry voice from their last meeting. No score. You're talking to your future wife, and this is your attitude. I can't give you more than a 100. He panicked, fixated on Geronto's face, which mirrored Camus but lacked any life. Her empty eyes were piercing into him, with flames dancing around her hands. Viker thought, "You are?" After Viker defeated 3 of Dantalion's demon guardians, the last guardian, Geronto, appeared in the form of a schoolgirl, her red hair blazing like fire, a manifestation of her powers. While Viker remained transfixed by her face and fiery hair, the Saintess Dolores noticed that his cloak and skin were burning from the fireball the guardian had hurled at them. She blushed at the thought of being protected by him. She looked at him with wide eyes filled with admiration, thinking to herself, Night Bloodhound is protecting me again. Thinking about how he had to defend himself repeatedly, Dolores turned to look at the red-haired demon Geronto, with a tense, serious expression and eyes full of determination. She asked him, "That was a malicious attack. I don't think she was only targeting you. Is she undead too?" He cautiously glanced at Geronto and replied, "Maybe." He suddenly asked the priestess, "When did she join Cruelty?" Dolores seemed taken aback by Viker's sudden question. She stared at him in surprise, flustered as she answered, "As far as I know, it was only recently." After that response, she fell silent and went deep into thought. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, furrowing her brow, and seriously said, "I also serve God. If my opponent is undead, then I can't just stand here. I will support you, Night Bloodhound." Instead of acknowledging Dolores or accepting her offer of help, Viker coldly moved toward the demon, bluntly rejecting her. "Step back. I have something to check." The holy woman, feeling confused, suggested, "At least let me recover from my wounds." But Viker once again flatly refused, no need. His refusals left Dolores feeling bewildered. Meanwhile, the demon Geronto was preparing to launch her next attack. She swung her hand, using magic to create sharp steel spears and hurled them all toward Viker as she saw him approach. He calmly advanced, showing no sign of defense as the sharp spears flew toward him. Instead, he coldly swung his hand, slicing through each spear with his blood sword to clear his path. The demon's spears exploded behind him. This counterattack gave Viker enough insight to gauge the demon's power. He stared at the familiar face that resembled Camus, thinking to himself, long, straight red hair, magic at least level 6, using steel and fire. The number of people capable of wielding such magic at this age, even considering the esteemed wizards of the Morg clan, was incredibly rare. With this in mind, Viker decided to activate the Beelzebub blade. The demon continued her assault, launching a barrage of steel spears to attack Viker relentlessly. The projectiles exploded as they drew close to Viker, engulfing him in a sea of raging flames. Once again, he emerged from the fire, showing no signs of being fazed by the high-level magical attack, even though the outer cloak had been burnt to shreds. Geronto continued launching fireballs, and Viker, seeing him advance without any counterattacks. 2 fireballs grazed by his shoulders, but they couldn't stop his progress. The next ball whizzed past his ear, and he simply tilted his head slightly to avoid it, disregarding the tattered cloak that hung off him. Amidst the relentless assaults from the demon, Dolores realized that Viker wasn't fighting back, despite enduring brutal attacks. She exclaimed, "Is Night Bloodhound just taking the hits? Why is that?" The Saintess watched Viker with helplessness, while the demon continuously switched tactics and unleashed every kind of magic it could muster. Viker pressed on, indifferent to the damage he was taking. This filled Dolores with worry. At the same time, doubts began to stir within her. Could it be that he knows this sorcerer? If so, what is their relationship? Viker didn't care what the demon in Camus's form was doing to him. His mind was flooded with mixed thoughts about Camus before he grew wound. She was well known for being close to his uncle. Adolph Moore meant there was no reason for her to abandon her family to venture into the depths of internal training. He suddenly remembered the moment they first met in this life. Camus had fiercely argued about the ownership of the ruby during a dispute between their 2 families. Even though her face wasn't very clear in his memory, he still recalled that moment. There was even the time he stepped up to prove he had what it took for an arranged marriage with the Morg family, or the time he and Camus entered the Black Tribe's forest where she praised him for his understanding of barbarian culture, even though she only gave him 8 out of 100 points. On that very day, he stepped in to take a blow for Camus, which indirectly strengthened their bond. Even though all the images of Camus in his mind were now hazy, With only the impression of her red hair left, it still made him feel uneasy. He wondered, if it weren't for that moment, if it weren't for that relationship, if I hadn't taken advantage of her for my own plans, what would things be like now? Memories of the last time he met Camus resurfaced. At that time, Viker had ordered everyone to take Camus back, while he stayed behind in the forest to confront the giant venomous spider, Madame Eight Legs. Camus's delicate face suddenly became crystal clear in his mind. He recalled her determined red eyes and the astonished look on her face when he decided to stay behind to hold off the monster so Camus could safely return home. Viker stepped on the flame of the demon that bore Camus's face. He questioned himself, did my choices really lead her to this path? Did I destroy the bright future of the hero Camus Morg in history? The expressionless face of the demon Geronto was still staring right at him. Camus's once fiery red eyes now appeared lifeless. Viker confronted her, realizing that the cold, emotionless face staring back at him was indeed Camus. He was horrified, asking himself, what have I done? Geronto raised her hand like a machine. She slowly conjured a new fireball, ready to hurl it straight at the enemy in front of her. Viker suddenly grabbed her wrist, throwing her off balance before she could unleash her next attack. He struck directly at the emotionless face of the demon with such abruptness that she couldn't react. He said nothing, forcefully yanking the mask off her face. Dolores stood frozen, horror filling her as she witnessed the brutal scene, her eyes wide and fixated on the layer of skin that Viker held in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, staring in shock at the true face of the undead before him. The demon wriggled her wrist, desperately trying to summon the magic spear to escape. At that moment, Viker appeared distracted and uncertain. The demon sought to take advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack, but before she could make her move, Viker's bloody sword severed her head from her shoulders. The head with the red hair flew away, rolling wildly on the ground. The demon's body crumpled to the ground at Viker's feet. The space fell into darkness as the fire magic user was no more. Viker collapsed, drained of strength. He had pushed himself to the limit just to confirm the identity of the undead body possessed by the demon. Seeing this, Dolores hurried over, shouting, "Night Bloodhound!" She immediately knelt beside Viker, anxiously treating him. Her heart raced as she looked at his battered, blood-soaked form, nearly bringing her to tears. What did we do? Your wounds. Viker stayed silent, not responding. Dolores noticed he was staring intently at the head of the demon Geronto. She hesitantly asked, "Is that someone you know?" Viker remained quiet. He had to look closely for a long time to ensure he wasn't mistaken. The cold head on the ground wasn't Camus, even though the unfortunate victim bore many similarities to her. However, the girl's actual hair was not red. It was a dark plum color. Viker replied, "A stranger." Hearing this, Dolores breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He stood up, gently pushing Dolores away, and coolly said, "That's enough." Dolores was alarmed to see that he hadn't fully recovered. She panicked and protested, but his cold injury interrupted her. Enough. Seeing that he intended to leave, Dolores decided to ask straightforwardly, "Why do you have to fight to the point of being in such bad shape? Can't you just tell me?" Viker paused, remaining silent for a long time. He made up his mind to answer honestly, "Hunting demons." Dolores was taken aback, looking at him in confusion before asking anxiously, "Demons?" He replied indifferently, "It's just a personal vendetta." Viker walked toward the masks that the demon guards had left behind. They were emitting dark smoke, but were not disintegrating. He picked one up. He had collected 4 masks in total. Watching the thick black smoke rising from them, he thought to himself, "I'm wondering what emits such heavy demonic aura. Turns out, it's just the masks worn by Quilty's guards. I'll take them back for later processing." Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the stillness. It came from the headless body of the demon Geronto. "You should return those relics." Viker quickly turned his head back, looking at the demon's corpse. Dolores froze in shock, her face paling in fear. Suddenly, a grotesque mouth emerged from the undead's belly. It laughed mockingly at Viker and said, "Heave, Aphibo, Fado, and even Geronto too. I have borrowed them from that woman. She'll surely make a fuss about it." Dolores was horrified and stammered. The mouth on the corpse was speaking. It ignored the saintess and turned its attention to Viker, expressing a slight pout. "The plague doctor, you were the one attacking my minions around here, weren't you?" Viker grumbled in response, "Well, if you already knew, why bother asking?" "Right, 10 most powerful demons." He shot a cold glare at the demon's mouth and asked, "Should I call you Quilty instead?" Dolores gasped, "Quilty." She stared intently at the demon's twisted mouth, involuntarily stepping back in shock as she exclaimed, "Wait, is this voice really yours, Lord Quilty?" Instead of feeling worried, the demon grinned with delight and exclaimed, "Oh my, the saintess has discovered me." It flashed a wicked grin and hissed, "But that's even better." In the dark, cold corridor, the voice of the demon echoed in the air like a message from the void. I suppose it's time to let go of that identity. After all, the Saintess has figured me out. I've been avoiding her to keep humanity from raising their guard, but now I have a reason to act divine. This news was a shock for someone as upright as the Saintess. She never expected that someone from her family who worshipped the divine would turn out to be a demon in disguise. Her body trembled with humiliation and anger. She muttered in disbelief. Lord Cruelty is a demon. In contrast to her disappointment and humiliation, the demon Dantalion seemed to be relishing every moment. He smirked and continued to taunt her. Yes, that's right. It's time for me to strip away your facade. Keep that horrified expression on your face, will you? Dolores didn't respond. She brought her hands together in prayer, bowing her head as she began to chant. May the light guide me, the fire of my life. Her eyes widened as she stared at the demon perched on the corpse of the undead, continuing to recite her prayer loudly. My sin, my heart, may evil bear the punishment 100,000 times over. Dolores' body began to radiate with a shining glow. She shouted the final words, Holy Light. Instantly, a massive column of light shot down from the sky, striking the corpse inhabited by the demon Dantalion. It illuminated the dark space, and its anguished screams echoed everywhere. Under the power of the Holy Spirit, the demon cried out in despair, Holy power, no. It let out one last cry before being completely consumed by the divine light. When the radiant column faded away, all that remained on the ground was a black mark and a handful of ash from the undead's body. The corpse had been incinerated, leaving no trace of bones or flesh. Dolores was incredibly furious, glaring at the spot where the demon's body had once been. She shouted angrily, Repent in hell, demon? Dantalion suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He chuckled wickedly, licking his lips with pure excitement and hunger. He remarked, It's rare to see the Saintess with that expression. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister beam of light shot in unexpectedly from behind, piercing through Viker's stomach, leaving Dolores in shock. She panicked and rushed to hold his slumped body, screaming in fear, Night Bloodhound. She failed to realize that the demon was completely unharmed. What she had destroyed was merely his sacrificial pawn. He was still there, flesh and blood, slowly walking toward the two of them. He was still lurking in the guise of Cruelty. But at that moment, his demonic face was revealed, with bright blue eyes shining with desire. He covered his mouth, stifling a laugh, as a bizarre mouth appeared in the palm of his hand, releasing a plume of smoke in a leisurely manner. Grinning wickedly, he teased Dolores. Interrupting others is quite impolite, you know. Seeing him approach, the Saintess quickly stepped in front of Viker, spreading her arms to shield him. Angrily, she shouted at him, You demon, how dare you wear the cloak of a saint and commit such wicked acts? Dantalion continued to advance slowly, laughing as he replied, Well, I am a demon. Are you planning to fight me, Saintess? Dolores gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm despite trembling as she answered, Yes. The demon didn't see her as a worthy opponent at all. He leaned in, smirking disdainfully, and mocked, You really think a young, inexperienced Saintess and almost dead swordsman can defeat me? Dolores was so terrified that tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She tried her best to appear strong to shield Viker, but she felt utterly helpless as the demon gripped her chin, pulling her face closer to his. He took pleasure in observing her fearful, desperate expression and exclaimed with glee, You're good at pretending to be tough, but what's the point? You're already this afraid. He leaned in close to Dolores, grinning widely to reveal a long, flickering tongue, as if he were preparing to savor the finest meal of his life. He squealed with excitement, This Saintess can't fool anyone with a face like this. Overwhelmed with dread, Dolores felt her body go numb. She clenched her teeth, cold sweat running down her face as the demon closed in on her. Cruelty's face twisted with the excitement and perversion that Dantalion could no longer hide. He drooled, staring intensely at Dolores with wide eyes. He joyfully hissed, Finally, the Saintess's face is in my grasp. Suddenly, a fist shot up, driving a sharpened skewer straight into Dantalion's chin, leaving him stunned and speechless. Dolores jumped and turned to look when she saw Viker standing up. He pulled her closer and slowly spoke to the demon. I've been following you all this time, and now I finally understand. He stared at the demon, who was motionless on the blade of his sword, speaking to him with undisguised disdain. You're so cowardly that you'd easily sacrifice your subordinates. You're a chicken who won't fight unless you see me injured. Viker stood tall, letting him see the wound on his stomach, which had closed up and was slowly healing. He mocked, I was just pretending. Healing this injury is nothing. He glared at the demon with a cold gaze filled with killing intent and asked mockingly, So how do you like my performance, 10 most powerful demons? The demon's eyes rolled back, and Viker could see the tiny blood vessels bursting in his eyes. Suddenly, the demon glanced at him, its green pupils flashing with a chilling, cunning look. It tilted its head, grating its teeth to reveal the fury boiling beneath its thin skin, etched clearly on its veins. The demon sneered and hissed, I am Lord Dantalion, you little trickster. Dollars was so terrified that her eyes widened in shock as she saw the demon unharmed after Viker's lethal strike. Her face went pale. She stared at the demon suspended on the tip of Viker's sword, still able to laugh and speak, and fearfully exclaimed, "You pierced its head, and it's still alive." Viker stayed silent. He already knew that these demons weren't easy to kill. He looked at the demon glaring at him with a smug grin and a playful tone, thinking he's Dantalion. So the 10 most powerful demons isn't just a title. The demon, noticing Viker's silence, taunted him. "So you're the one who killed Andromalius." Suddenly, Quilty's body tore open. Another face appeared, smirking and pretending to sigh dramatically. "I got the face of a priest, and now I can't even use it anymore." Viker paused as he realized the demon's movements. Suddenly, a new body emerged from Quilty's lifeless form. The demon Dantalion had transformed into a young girl, as if it had slithered out of Quilty's soulless body, like a snake shedding its skin to grow. He burst into laughter, adding a mocking explanation. "I pretended to be innocent and collected the faces of humanity. Because of that, I have seized the memories and lives of humankind." Dantalion was now in another body. He glanced at Viker, disdainfully pushing the corpse aside, and smirked defiantly. "The one you just killed was only Quilty Lun Indulgentia. That's just one of the many faces I possess as Dantalion. Unless you kill all of these humans, you cannot kill me." Viker charged forward immediately, gripping the Beelzebub sword. He lunged straight at Dantalion and coldly declared, "Then I will kill them all, just as you said." He didn't say anything more, brutally driving the tip of his sword through the stomach of the new body that the demon inhabited. Dollars, standing behind him, gasped in shock as the girl's body let out a pained groan. "Help me." The girl cried, looking directly at Viker, sobbing in agony. "I don't want to die. Why are you doing this to me?" Blood spilled from the girl's mouth. She trembled in fear as she whispered, "Please, spare me." But Viker ignored her plea. He drew his sword, and her body crumpled to the ground in horror, witnessed by Dollars. The girl's still body lay motionless on the ground, yet strange noises began to come from it. Suddenly, another figure tore its way out of her corpse, rising up from what was left of her. Dollars stood frozen in disbelief, unable to react as a man emerged from the girl's body. He looked dazed, glancing at Viker in shock, stammering, Where am I?" The man scanned his surroundings with a confused expression, scratching his head and desperately explaining, "I was just buying some pastries that my daughter likes on my way home." Viker swiftly decapitated the next body. Frustrated, he let out a harsh, arrogant yell. As the headless corpse fell, another figure appeared. It was a boy. Viker silently observed as the child cried out loudly. The boy stood firmly in front of him, his voice a mix of fear and accusation as he shouted, "You're really rude." Viker had been ready to strike again, but hesitated. The boy rubbed his eyes and pouted without stopping. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you bullying me?" Viker didn't attack, but he coldly interrupted. "You can stop acting now." The boy froze immediately. Viker knew well that this kid was just another vessel for the demon Dantalion hiding inside. The memory of his encounter with Andromalius had taught him a valuable lesson. Demons would not stop manipulating the psychology of those around them to wriggle out of death. Back then, when Andromalius was inside Viker's second brother Seth, he had used that familiar face to pretend to cry and beg for mercy, trying to trick both Viker and Osiris. Viker raised his Beelzebub sword, glaring at the demon Dantalion, ready to face him. "Thanks to your friend, I'm immune to those tricks now." The demon realized he couldn't deceive Viker. He immediately changed his expression, looking at him with eerie green eyes and a wide grin of amusement. "Oh, really?" He suddenly pointed his finger at Viker, shooting something toward him, and asked with delight, "How about this?" Viker flinched when the demon shot something straight into his wrist. He didn't have time to react and hesitated as the demon hid in the form of a child. However, when he was attacked, he decisively severed the demon's head. Even as the head fell away, it managed to spit out a taunting remark. "It's a gift for you." The child's head flew off before Viker's sharp sword, its wicked smile still intact. The head landed some distance away, unexpectedly sprouting arms and legs. A new body appeared from the child's head. The demon turned around and lightly touched down on the ground. He had waited to return to the body of a popular boy from Viker's academy. He smirked, and the face on his hand echoed his grin. Viker suddenly felt something was off. His head buzzed, and he became dizzy. He collapsed to the ground, causing Dolores to panic. Terrified, she rushed over and shouted, "Night Bloodhound!" Dantalion's face changed again. Eyes materialized on the handsome face that the demon had taken over. He laughed excitedly and gleefully explained, "I've implanted a face on your body, and now I'll show you the emotions and memories of that face you're wearing." On Viker's wrist appeared a twisted face, its skin wrinkled and taut. Dantalion proudly announced, "A face I've implanted on you belongs to someone suffering from delusions and schizophrenia, which drove him to slaughter his entire family. How does it feel? How do you like having the memories of two conflicting people shared in one body? Your memories and his negative emotions will mix together, and your awareness will start to blur. Viker could also feel the effects from the body that the demon had embedded in him. He witnessed the horrific memories of that schizophrenic, the brutal scenes of him murdering his own family. Now, it felt as if the man was screaming and urging chaos within him, disrupting his mind and forcing him to struggle against the madness. His eyes bulged and his nerves felt like they were about to snap as thousands of vengeful thoughts screamed in his head, waiting to tear him apart from the inside. Dantalion suddenly froze, raising an eyebrow at Viker in astonishment and shock, letting out a gasp. Viker cut off his own arm, and the tremors inside him stopped. Dolores gasped at the sight of his severed arm lying on the ground. Terrified, she stammered, "Your arm." But Viker quickly reassured her, "I'm fine." Right before Dolores' eyes, Viker's severed arm began to regenerate. Flesh and skin twisted together like a whirlwind. Viker calmly explained, "I might be facing a demon, but that doesn't mean I'm an ordinary human." As soon as he finished speaking, his arm grew back, whole and fresh as if nothing had happened. This left Dantalion genuinely stunned. He rubbed his chin and nodded in admiration, saying, "Now I understand why Anvermalius was defeated." He stared at the blood-red sword, Beelzebub, on Viker's arm, watching the dark aura dance around the blade. He thought to himself, a sword filled with demonic energy. That must be Beelzebub, and the awakened sword energy belongs to a high-level swordsman. Dantalion smirked, remaining quite relaxed and amused. Facing an opponent as formidable as him is a bit challenging. If that's the case, then... He raised his hand, the twisted fingers containing a few distorted faces. His index finger had changed. Viker got into a defensive stance when he saw the demon preparing to strike. However, instead of attacking Viker, the demon redirected his aim, pointing his wicked finger straight at Dolores. Viker reacted quickly. He deflected the initial attack just as it was about to hit the priestess. The demon grinned wickedly, realizing his calculation was correct. He arrogantly taunted, "I knew you protect the priestess, so to put it simply, you have a weakness right next to you." Without hesitation, he launched a series of attacks towards the priestess. Dolores noticed that Viker had to risk himself to shield her. In a panic, she shouted, "Don't worry about me, just defeat him." But all she received in response was a blunt reply from him, "No." He firmly stated, "I cannot afford to lose a key hero like you." Viker's response left Dolores stunned. She realized he placed great value on her. She swallowed hard, her cheeks involuntarily flushing a bit. Seeing Viker struggling to defend himself without being able to fight back, Dolores felt helpless. Right now, she lacked the skills and experience to battle. An overwhelming feeling of guilt arose in her heart, prompting her to ask herself, this battle is so brutal and crazy. Knight Bloodhound is fighting alone. Will he always be this isolated in the future? Dolores anxiously clasped her hands in front of her chest. At this moment, her abilities were still limited, and she felt too inexperienced for such harsh battles. But she had a thought, "I need to pull myself together." Yet she asked herself, "I'm so scared right now, I can't stop shaking, but I know I have to help Knight Bloodhound." Dolores summoned her courage and determination. She clasped her hands together again, preparing a prayer. However, before she could do anything, something shapeless dropped down right in front of her. Dolores opened her eyes wide and stared at it. It was a crumbled piece of flesh with no clear form, just two trembling eyes filled with tears and quivering lips whispering, "Sister." Immediately, Quilty's distorted and grotesque face flashed in Dolores' mind, sending chills down her spine. All the prayers she had been preparing vanished in an instant. Dolores froze as she remembered the first demon she ever had to face in her life. Cold sweat poured down Dolores, leaving her terrified. She was stunned, her eyes widened as she stared at the shapeless piece of meat. Her lips trembled as she stammered, "I." Dantalion erupted in laughter as he realized his psychological tactic had successfully prevented the inexperienced Sane test from intervening. He grinned mockingly, relishing the moment that was too easy. Then, without hesitation, he raised his hand. One side of his arm transformed into grotesque tentacles, filled with countless tormented faces. He shot those monstrous tentacles at Viker, accompanied by a smug laugh and a declaration, "Just implanting one face causes enough pain. Now I'm curious to see what happens if I plant 100 faces with all kinds of emotions into you." Viker raised his sword, bracing himself to face the oncoming tentacles filled with suffering faces. He held his sword proudly in front of him, his demeanor cold and resolute, and replied, "I just need to cut them all down." Viker finished speaking and delivered brutal slashes at the writhing tentacles. Hundreds of faces burst free from the claws, flying away, but Dant didn't flinch. He kept producing new tentacles and sent them toward Viker. He laughed arrogantly, saying, "Do you think you can slash thousands of faces?" Viker didn't respond. He focused on each consecutive strike, raking through them all. However, amidst the painful faces rushing toward him, one face paralyzed his body. It was a familiar face, one Viker instantly recognized. He gasped, that face. Memories of the past few days flooded back to him. The shy little girl from the orphanage had placed a flower crown on his head, quietly sitting next to him under the sunny tree, her innocent, radiant smile. Now that smile was gone, replaced by a blank face with wide, staring eyes fixated on Viker among the other distorted and anguished faces claimed by the demon. Viker stood in shock, his eyes filled with embarrassment. The tentacles of the tormented faces enveloped Viker and Dollars as Viker lowered his sword. They surged like devious waves, continuously crashing forward like a whirlwind. They shrieked and roared, slithering toward Viker like enormous serpents, ready to swallow him whole. Viker felt as if he were suspended in a dark, silent space. Just after he and the Saintess Dollars were engulfed in the storm, the image of the demon Dantalion flickered in his mind. Even so, his eyes remained wide open, observing with a gaze filled with determination and murderous intent. In an instant, he found himself in a dark, endless cellar where rows of people sat curled up, their heads bowed in despair. Beneath his feet, thick, murky water flowed swiftly. He gazed at the somber group of people in the cellar and thought to himself, the only thing I remember is being consumed by Dantalion's power. Is this place inside his realm? It wasn't hard for him to recognize that the long line of people before him were the victims of this demon. He frowned in shock, murmuring, have these people been absorbed by Dantalion? Suddenly, a chilling sensation rushed down Viker's spine, accompanied by a sharp pain that made the veins in his eyes twitch, turning them a fiery red. He looked down at the murky, muddy water beneath his feet. It was not just water. It was a stream of emotions from thousands of victims, their suffering etched into every rushing current. Everything swirled around Viker, releasing a strange, eerie pressure that wrapped around his body. He stared at the crowd ahead, startled. This feeling of disgust was just like when Dantalion had implanted his face onto Viker's. Their haunting memories surged in his mind, much like when Viker had to battle the terrifying memories of a split personality fighting for control in him earlier. Now, a flood of horrifying memories from hundreds of people here rushed into his consciousness. All of them were painful memories tinged with the scent of blood. In front of Viker was a child from an orphanage. The boy's continuous cries echoed in Viker's ears. It doesn't hurt too much, please stop. Viker stepped closer and gently placed his hand on the boy's head. His own arm was starting to show signs of cracking. He silently rubbed the boy's head as a way to comfort him. The moans began to fade away. Viker suddenly remembered a familiar face he had seen right before being overwhelmed by the demon's attack. It was the emotionless face of the girl Perry. He thought to himself, if these are Dantalion's victims, then she must be among them. He looked up. His gaze fell upon the long line of people stretched out in the dark basement. There were too many children in this crowd. The kids wouldn't stop crying, saying things like, I'm so scared, I'm so tired. These children were not really shedding tears, displaying no emotions, doing nothing but sitting silently with their faces hidden between their knees. Yet the cries continued to echo, I want to die, I hate this place, I don't want to live anymore. St. Dollars was also pulled into this space along with Viker. Now she stood frozen in front of the long line of innocent orphans in the church, hearing their heart-wrenching sighs and mournful cries. Get out, stop smiling, go away. It's terrifying, it's awful, it's painful, I'm so tired. These things were overwhelming for the Saintess. She collapsed to the ground, crying out in despair. This was the bitterness of the vengeful souls consumed by the demon. From behind her, the demon Dantalion approached leisurely, delighted by the Saintess's apparent hopelessness. With a gleeful tone, he asked, What do you think, Saintess? This is the collection of human souls I have absorbed so far. The demon revealed his true form, his grotesque head resembling a bizarre clown with a face that split in two. He stood before a desperate Saintess, grinning widely and proudly declared, This is my finest work. I don't feast on ugly humans. He seemed thrilled by the mournful cries echoing in this dark dungeon. His two mouths stretched into a grin, slimy drool dripping from them. In a fit of excitement, he screeched, These sounds of lament, they're so moving, aren't they? Ninth Corpse Dantalion was a demon of S+ danger level, and his size was unclear. He emerged from deep within the gates of abyssal earth. Known as the Ninth Corpse, he was a natural enemy of humans, and being both invulnerable and immortal, counted it as one of the 10 disasters. Dollars now understood how brutal and strong the demon Viker was. She bowed her head and in a choked voice spoke, Even children in the orphanage are not safe from your cruelty. How can you be so weak? The demon replied indifferently, I eat to live. Do I really need a reason? He suddenly paused, reached into his coat pocket, and gleefully continued, And I'm not even committing a crime because I have a pardon. With that statement, Dantalion pulled out the glowing pardon that the Lun Quo Vadis family had given him while he was masquerading as Principal Cruelty. He held it up in front of the saint, giggling with delight. His eyes sparkled at the sight of this pardon. He grinned widely and exclaimed, "Humans' ideals revolve around selling their sins. Your thinking always excites me." He looked at the long line of people he had consumed and calmly questioned the saint. Isn't the idea of using an orphanage as a food source for me no different from how humanity raises and slaughters livestock? You say I am guilty, but what about your kind? Are you innocent? The saintess remained silent, her head bowed as she sank into despair, unable to utter a single word. Dantalion moved closer to her, peering intently to see the look of hopelessness on her face and whispering cruelly, "Saintess, you are just like one of those cruel and vile humans. You're simply lucky to have been born with holy power. In reality, you're weak and useless, nothing but a burden to those around you." The grotesque features of Dantalion loomed as if they wanted to devour Dolores, but the demon stayed hidden behind her. He pretended to pat her on the shoulder, mockingly whispering words of blame. "Thanks to you, I was able to trap that swordsman in my world. If he dies, it's because of you." Dolores sat there, frozen, her head bowed, as she listened to every word the demon said. Seeing the saintess in such a state of despair, Dantalion felt thrilled, thinking to himself, "It's truly fascinating to see the saintess so silent. My inner world absorbs the essence of humanity through the negativity of death. I can't wait to see the darkness reflected on her face." Suddenly, Dolores slowly lifted her head, turned back, and whispered to the demon, "You're right. There's nothing wrong with what you say. Indulgentia's mistakes about indulgences, harming others to satisfy one's own interests, along with my flaws and the flaws of humanity. All of these combine to create a world full of despair." Just hearing those words, Dantalion felt a rush of excitement. He burst into wild laughter and charged toward Dolores, his mouth drooling as he shouted, "Exactly, those humans." Dolores didn't let him finish. She boldly looked up at the demon, her eyes filled with tears yet brimming with courage and determination. She interrupted him directly. "However, we humans also have the ability to find the right path, even in the depths of despair." Dolores radiated a brilliant light in the dark tunnel of Dantalion. The demon stepped back in shock. His eyes widened as he realized Dolores still had the power of grace, despite the whispers of manipulation swirling around her ears. In a panic, he screamed, "Grace, aren't you supposed to be fallen?" Dolores kept shedding tears, but her eyes clearly showed determination and the glow of faith. She glared at the demon and replied firmly, "Because of you, I come to understand how indecisive I used to be. I couldn't lift the indulgence because I feared my father. I didn't dare to help Knight Bloodhound when he had to fight alone because I was afraid of you. I know just how useless I've been, but that person told me." Dolores paused. She remembered the last time she met Knight Bloodhound in her family's city, Quo Vadis, after the terrible illness had swept through. After Viker helped her deal with the problem, she had shared her sadness with him. Why did the Holy Spirit choose someone as weak as me to be a saint? There are so many out there who have stronger willpower than I do, even if they weren't born with holy powers. Why didn't the Holy Spirit give me this noble title that I don't deserve? At that time, Viker calmly responded to her, "Feeling pain and guilt about this is one of the reasons you were chosen by the Holy Spirit. This world needs someone who can shine brightly even in the darkest and most hopeless places." Thinking back to those words, Dolores clasped her hands together in front of her chest, determined to illuminate the dark and desperate space with her holy power. She murmured to herself, "He fought fiercely against those demons. I can't let him battle alone anymore. I will do my best." With her choice and determination, Dolores unleashed her holy light to push the demon back, shining that glow before the pitiful souls trapped in this damn cellar. Dantalion realized he was in a disadvantageous position, one he had worked hard to avoid. He cursed in frustration, "Damn it, if she keeps using that holy power, he'll pull off his manipulations like before." He yelled at Dolores, "These humans can still come back to life, but souls cleansed by holy power will vanish completely." He looked at Dolores, hoping she would hesitate and stop, but the holy power only grew stronger. She gritted her teeth, determined to shut her eyes tight and shake her head to rid herself of the whispers from the demon in her ear. She thought with irritation, "I won't let that demon's words shake me anymore." Suddenly, a small hand gently rested on Dolores' hand, causing her to jump and open her eyes in surprise. A child from the orphanage had appeared in front of her without her noticing. The boy stared at her wide-eyed, his face showing no emotion. Not just him, but all the children from the orphanage began to gather around. They started to smile and wave at Dolores as if they knew what she was doing and wanted to encourage her to be strong. Dolores burst into tears. She looked at the innocent children in the orphanage with pain in her heart and whispered, "I'm so sorry for not being able to save you." The children became Dolores' motivation. In an instant, a radiant light erupted powerfully, bursting forth like a small wave and enveloping the entire route in the basement. In the distance of the tunnel, those who had not yet felt the light remained sitting silently, hugging their knees. Among them was little Piri. She too had lost her human emotions, sitting quietly with a vacant, wide-eyed stare. Viker had found the little girl. He gently sat down, leaning against Piri, and whispered wearily, "I finally found you." Piri was exhausted as the tormenting emotions from the murky waters tore at his body and mind. His face looked fractured, but he managed to crawl his way here and whisper to the girl, "On the way here, I kept wondering why I wanted to see you again." Viker's eyes were sunken, dark circles underlining his broken face. Yet he opened his eyes wide and tried hard to share his final thoughts with Piri. "I have something to tell you. I used to think my life was only about getting revenge on the demons. I came to the orphanage just to hunt them down. I didn't even think about what I would do after that, until I met you and saw your bright smile." Demon energy enveloped Viker, slowly corroding his flesh. He showed no pain, only quietly confiding in the little girl. "I realized that if there is anything that gives meaning to this revenge, it's that I can create a world where children like you can live happily with smiles on their faces." Behind Viker, the radiant glow of Dolor's holy power lit up the basement. Gradually, it spread to this place. Viker was too exhausted to turn around. He whispered to Piri, "Thank you for giving meaning to my journey, and I'm sorry for not being able to protect you." The halo of light shone on Piri. Suddenly, her voice floated into Viker's ears, leaving him stunned and speechless. "Did you really come to see me?" Viker quickly turned around. Behind him, the children, illuminated by the holy light, all turned to face him, smiling. Piri's eyes welled up with tears. Upon seeing Viker, she couldn't hold back and burst into tears, saying, "I'm so scared." The holy power of Dolor's healed the cracks on Viker's face, restoring his energy. He suddenly felt less tired and sensed a wave of emotion as Piri cried. He said nothing, gently wrapping his arms around her. He tightened his embrace and whispered to her with pain, "I promise you, I will never forgive the ones who made you cry." Piri smiled happily. The little girl hugged Viker one last time and whispered contentedly, "Yes." The entire dormitory of the orphanage shone with a radiant light of the holy power. The demon Dantalion was pushed back, quickly raising his hand to shield his face. The damp space he had inhabited vanished, and everything returned to the hallway of the orphanage. He stared in shock at the explosive power and burning holy energy of Dolores. Glancing at her, he exclaimed, "The Saintess, is this strong? No way. Has she awakened?" He helplessly watched Dolores and Viker, who both stood unharmed before him. The glow radiating from the Saintess was blinding, preventing him from approaching any closer. Fearfully, he thought, "She has cleansed the abyssal earth and all the souls here." The Saintess continued to pray with her eyes closed. She had succeeded in freeing the vengeful spirits and had brought herself and Viker back. Viker looked at his hand in amazement, whispering, "This is it." He felt the vibrant red energy surge back in his body, wrapping around his hand. Clenching his fist, he joyfully thought, "My aura has returned. The holy power of the Saintess is amplifying my aura." Viker felt the 6 auras of original energy flickering within him and told himself, "I believe I can do it, reach that level." From the midst of the 6 auras, a new sphere appeared, shining brightly. Viker was on the verge of awakening his 7th sense. His hand glowed brightly, and the original energy surged violently. The Beelzebub sword reappeared in his grasp, expanding and radiating a new type of energy, more explosive than before. Dantalion stared intently at the blazing red blade in Viker's hand, desperately exclaiming, "No way, is he really a master swordsman?" Viker's body blazed with fierce crimson energy. He lifted the sword, locked eyes with the demon, and coldly declared, "Dantalion, you won't die easily." He gritted his teeth in rage, directing a fierce, intense glare at Dantalion. The Beelzebub sword swelled with boiling energy, emanating the pungent scent of demon blood. At this very moment, not only was Dolores engulfed in the brilliance of the saint, but Viker's body also erupted with a chilling red energy. This energy had just awakened within him, thanks to the holy power of the Saintess. Dolores closed her eyes, trying her best to concentrate. A thought still swirled in her mind. "I can feel the sadness of countless sacrificed children, the rage against the demon who sacrificed them. I can sense the emotions of Night Bloodhound." The Saintess suddenly recalled a past event. The Pope had once told her that a Saintess could awaken when she'd encountered a kindred spirit. Dolores had confirmed that this kindred spirit was Viker, so she tightened her grip on his hand. She silently prayed, "I dedicate all my holy power to Night Bloodhound." Immediately, holy light shone brightly on Dolores' hands. This was spiritual resonance, a blessing that allowed the Saintess to share her holy power with her kindred spirit, temporarily boosting his abilities. That was when Night Bloodhound, or Viker van Baskerville, first awakened as a swordsman through the Supreme Realm. The vital energy surged, enveloping him and making the blade Beelzebub become translucent. As the demon Dantalion sensed this presence, he instinctively stepped back, stunned as he exclaimed, "A swordsman!" He began to feel uneasy, sweat pouring down his face. He worried about a few individuals, particularly Hugo the Baskerville. In disbelief, he thought to himself, only a few humans can reach that level. The ones I need to be wary of are just the heads of the 7 great families who are all swordsmen. He looked up at Viker in shock, saying, "This kid has already reached the level of a swordsman?" Before he could voice his thoughts, the image of Viker suddenly flipped upside down in front of him. Dantalion froze, panicking as he mumbled, "Why is everything suddenly upside down?" He failed to realize that in the blink of an eye, Viker had severed his head from his body with the incredibly sharp blade Beelzebub. Viker's strike was so powerful that with a single swing of his sword, Dantalion's body was ripped apart into countless pieces. Each part of the demon fell helplessly onto the damp corridor, while his head flew off into the distance. Viker had learned from his previous encounter with the demon Andromalius. He stepped up, deliberately stomping right between the demon's jaws, and coldly said, "The souls you've collected have been purified, and they've lost their faces. You're out of options against me now." He stared intensely at the demon, not bothering to hide his murderous intent, and hissed, "You should be afraid of me, Dantalion." At that moment, the demon's eyes were nearly cloudy, rendering him nearly blind. He felt an increasing panic, sweat pouring down his face. He recalled the sensation of the 10-corpse Andromalius' defeat at Viker's hands and trembled as he thought, "I can't see him. Could it be that my 10th corpse is going to die like this?" Faced with Viker's overwhelming presence and power, Dantalion could only despair and think, "My mission is to gather magic from one place to open the portal to the demon realm. Shortly after arriving in the human world, I believed I could easily dominate this place, but I never expected a human would interfere with our plans like this." As he realized this, a wave of anger surged within him, as if regretting all the efforts of the 10 most powerful demons. He seethed and thought, "Even if I have to die, I must kill him." Immediately, he made a move that caught Viker's attention. Dantalion's monstrous face suddenly oozed and contorted into a gooey, slimy substance that wrapped around Viker's feet. He shouted, asking, "Why do you think I don't have a face anymore?" Just a moment later, the demon's face morphed into a massive, misshapen blob of flesh, losing all recognizable form. With its wicked eyes wide open, it stared intently at Viker. Overwhelmed by its imposing size, the demon laughed gleefully, saying, "I still have one more. I will drag you and all of humanity from this orphanage along with me far away." Dolores was extremely worried. She staunchly clasped her hands in front of her chest and yelled at Viker, "The dangerous aura is making me feel uneasy. Nightblood Hound, what should we do? At this rate, everyone here is in danger." Contrary to her anxiety, Viker calmly reassured her, leaving her astonished. "Stay calm, Saintess." He didn't seem afraid of Dantalion's giant, distorted form. His body shone brightly, a mix of primal energy and holy power. He calmly turned to Dolores and said, "You don't need to worry." Then he turned back, narrowing his eyes at the demon, frowning as he thought to himself, "Because at this very moment, I am sure I have reached that point. The level I had never attained before the rewind, no matter how hard I trained for it in my lifetime, is the sword technique Hugo showed me." An image flickered in Viker's mind the day Hugo le Baskerville swung his sword and crushed Andromalius' head to dust, tearing apart the sky. The demon Dantalion still hadn't realized the death sentence hanging over him. He stared wide-eyed at Viker and stubbornly shouted, "My brothers, I beg you, complete your mission and bring about an era of destruction to this world." His words hadn't left his mouth for long. Soon enough, the demon's appearance twisted and warped. Viker said nothing, coldly unleashing a strike with a sword technique that until now only Hugo had mastered. He replicated it perfectly. In the dark of night, a line sliced through the orphanage tent, splitting it in two. The sword technique erupted with a thunderous roar, shooting straight up into the sky. The shockwave hit like a seismic tremor, jolting the entire group of volunteers at the academy from their deep slumber. From the girls to the boys, they sprang out of bed in a panicked, screaming in confusion. What was that? An earthquake. Dolores' divine power had faded. Her mission was complete. As she opened her eyes, the scene before her left her speechless. The entire rooftop of the orphanage dormitory had been ripped in half, allowing the moonlight to flood the chaotic hallway in front of her. Viker the demon had been obliterated. In the volunteers' area, Sinclair quickly peeked out the window to assess the situation. Before her, the dark clouds above had been split apart, revealing a shimmering crescent moon in the night sky. Sinclair gasped, "What is happening?" That night, the incident at the Indulgentia orphanage plunged the capital into fear. Another terrorist attack had struck the orphanage managed by the Quo Vadis family. A dormitory had been split in two, with the ground sinking down deep. Just like the previous incident, Night Bloodhound was identified as the culprit, and a crowd began to gather at the scene. The group of volunteer students was still in shock. Bianca looked over at the group of reporters chatting in the distance and exclaimed, "I can't believe Night Bloodhound is here." Sinclair nodded in agreement, worry etched on her face. "It's terrifying to think that a terrorist attack has happened right where we are." PG, feeling confused, said, "And on our last day here too." Then Tudor expressed his frustration, saying, "What a shame. That was a great opportunity to catch him and prove we have what it takes to become great heroes." Among the group, Sancho seemed more contemplative. He muttered skeptically, "But ever no one got hurt. That's strange." Noticing the sensitive nature of the issue, PG quickly turned to remind him, "Sancho, be careful with what you say." He glanced over at the Saint, Dollars, and her knights in the distance and whispered to Sancho, "Principal Quilty went missing yesterday along with some guards. They might have become Night Bloodhound's victims too." Sancho nodded as if he understood. He sighed regretfully. Senior Dollars must be really upset about this. Meanwhile, no one knew what Dolores was saying to her knight. She had told everything to her closest knight. Peter now had his own worries and mumbled, "Got it. I thought Quilty was just an annoyance, but it turns out he's a devil." Behind Peter, Dollars fidgeted, rubbing her arm as if she had something to say. Peter didn't notice. He suddenly turned to the Saint and exclaimed, "Night Bloodhound handled this. Ambushing a branch of our family is unforgivable, but personally I feel relieved to see him cut off the rotten part of the family." He glanced at the reporters waiting outside and whispered to the Saint, "Even if that's the truth, I'm not sure the public will believe it." Dollars hesitated, opening her mouth as if she wanted to speak. Then she suddenly stepped forward decisively, moving past Peter towards the reporters, and called back to him, "Lord Peter, I apologize in advance for what's about to happen." She boldly stood in front of the group of reporters and declared, "Everyone, I would be very grateful if you would listen to what I have to say." The reporters instantly stirred at the sight of Dollars. The Saint Dollars. It seemed like she was about to say something important about the incident. Dollars fell silent, slowly taking out an old worn notebook. Last night, Viker had given her this notebook along with a message. "This is the truth about the Quo Vadis family. Do with it what you will." Dollars bowed her head, gazing at the notebook with a hint of hesitation, as if she wanted to tear it up. But she eventually decided firmly to open it and loudly read its contents, with the reporters paying close attention. Records of privileges and exemptions. Date 0 month 0. Sender, Quilty Lun Indulgentia. Recipient, Cardinal Hamber Lun Quo Vadis. In front of everyone, Dollars boldly exposed all the corruption within her family, from the coin titles that had led to her parents' deaths, as they wanted to donate all their wealth instead of passing it down as an inheritance. He had seized their assets after faking his own death in an accident. All sins were forgiven after paying 1.5 billion gold in cash. Baron Legiso killed his maid after subjecting her to a series of vile acts. He then discarded her body in a sewer. All of his crimes were forgiven after he paid 200 million gold in cash. Sir Finnegan murdered his partner to monopolize profits from their investments. All of his crimes were forgiven after he paid 800 million gold in cash. After Dolores' revelations, the reporters looked at each other in shock and whispered, "Are they really selling indulgences for those monsters? Is there any regulation regarding these pardons?" Cardinal Hamburger and Principal Quilty could never commit such evil acts, yet the Saint herself had spoken out. Dollars ignored the reporters' skeptical debates and continued reading more names. Count Azel evaded taxes amounting to about 100 billion gold. However, all of his crimes were forgiven after he paid 300 million gold in cash. As Dollars boldly read out all the accusations, she resolutely thought that she wouldn't back down, even out of fear of her father, because she wanted to be someone he wouldn't be ashamed of. Dollars looked firmly at the reporters and declared in a strong voice, "Dollars Lun Quo Vadis believes that buying and selling sins for money is an absolute violation of the divine. I swear that such brutal actions will never happen in the Quo Vadis family again." Her words echoed across the playground in the back, where Viker sat alone under their familiar tree. He heard everything and whispered the word "Saint." Understanding her decision, he looked up at the small rays of sunlight filtering through the large branches above and murmured, "Even if I backtrack, your righteous heart will never change." He stared blankly at the rustling leaves overhead, softly whispering, "Now there are only 8 names left on the 10 most powerful demons list." He bowed his head, glanced to the side, and placed his hand on the empty space beside him, regretfully whispering, "I swear, by the end of this journey, I will create a future where children like you can live and laugh." After finishing his words, Viker slowly walked away, leaving a small wooden cross under the tree behind him. The cross was neatly placed at the base of the tree, where it could catch the sunlight. A pretty daisy wreath that Viker had received earlier was arranged carefully around the little cross. A small nameplate bearing the name of the little girl, Piri, adorned it. Viker's last words echoed in the wind. "I hope you smiled peacefully over there." The next day, in Professor Vincey's office, the voice of the saintly Dolores raised objections. Why isn't what I wrote being published? She stood in front of her professor's desk, vehemently protesting. I only wrote the truth. I didn't lie at all. Why replace it with an article condemning Night Bloodhound? In contrast to her heated demeanor, Professor Vincey sat upright, gazing at her seriously, and coldly asked, Do you really not know? In front of him lay an article that Dolores had hurriedly put together after returning from the orphanage. The title read, Are Night Bloodhound's attacks truly meaningless outbursts, hiding the dark side behind a Quo Vadis holy clan? He tapped his fingers on the article and somberly stated, Your piece attacks a specific organization, while students must strictly adhere to the rules of neutrality. Dolores felt a sense of injustice at the professor's shallow explanation. She voiced her protest loudly, saying, I'm just stating the truth. Faced with her heated response, Professor Vincey shook his head dismissively and asked with irritation, Didn't your father, Cardinal Hamburger, deny everything? Even the leaders listed in the Indulgentia pardon list have been proven innocent. Dolores realized she had nothing to back up her claims and could only weakly argue. But the Indulgentia pardon list was real. The professor immediately cut her off, saying, Yes, a nameless book of unknown origin. Dolores became disoriented and confused. She stared at the article she had written and asked, feeling slighted, Why are you so determined to side with Quo Vadis? Is there some outside pressure? In response to her question, Professor Vincey remained silent, deep in thought and looking down. Suddenly, he stood up, looked directly at the saint, and slowly exclaimed, I have no reason to lie to you. I was told to write an article that focuses more on the attacks made by Night Bloodhound. Because of this, my position as department head is also at stake. The professor's response made Dolores vaguely realize someone was putting pressure on him. She asked directly, Is Cardinal Hambert really that powerful? Powerful enough to pressure the department head? The professor sighed softly, rubbed his nose, and complained, If it were just Cardinal Hambert, I wouldn't have to listen to him. Dolores' eyes widened as she stared at the professor. She felt embarrassed, realizing there was someone with even more power than her cardinal father. She exclaimed, Are you saying it's the Pope? There was only one person more powerful than Cardinal Hambert in the Quo family, and that was the Pope. Dolores clutched her chest in shock, bowing her head in confusion as she thought, Even if everyone else falls from grace, he remains noble. I've heard rumors that he's getting old and might not be as sharp as he used to be. But could Cardinal Hambert really be taking advantage of that to wield such influence? Professor Vincey looked at his student, pointed at her, and sternly reminded her, The content you wrote is not suitable for a news article. When I read it, I couldn't help but think you were biased in his favor. Don't forget, he's a terrorist who has committed horrific acts. Dolores was so upset that she couldn't find the words to respond. Frustrated, she bit her lip and silently thought, Night Bloodhound isn't a bad person. The real villains are Quo Vadis and the demon hiding within him. The unfair situation made Dolores think about Night Bloodhound immediately. She agonized over the thought. He said that demons still exist in this world. Night Bloodhound has fought alone in this brutal battle and will continue to fight in the future. Although she wanted to help expose the evil deeds of the demon, Dolores realized she couldn't do it alone. Besides her and Viker, no one else had witnessed the horrific crimes committed by those demons, so inevitably, no one would believe her. Annoyed, she excused herself and turned to walk away, her mind deep in thought. After talking with Professor Vincey, she understood why Night Bloodhound didn't share this with others and risked his life to destroy the demon instead. Before Dolores left, the professor called out to her, Don't bring this up again. She could only respond, I understand, sir. However, Dolores, with her strong sense of integrity, would never give up on seeking the truth just because of pressure from above. These challenges only fueled her determination. She resolved silently, even if she was all alone, she would do everything she could to help him. After returning from the orphanage, the group immediately dove into their studies, so much so that now, during their break after class, Tutor felt so worn out that his muscles trembled even after stretching. He complained, going back to school is exhausting. I suddenly feel like I'd rather be volunteering. Even Piggy found it exciting and cheerfully suggested, Let's go back again next time. Tutor rushed over at Pat Viker on the shoulder and eagerly invited, We're all going to practice run flat. Do you want to join us? Viker maintained his usual cold demeanor and casually replied, I'm not feeling very well, so I'd like some time to myself. The two words by myself made Tutor turn pale. He suddenly thought that Viker was still upset after the loss of the child Perry. However, PG, blissfully unaware, innocently said, Then I'll go back to my room. Tutor immediately rushed over, interrupting Piggy, and quickly forced a cheerful smile to encourage Viker. Spending time alone is important. All right, let me take PG with me. Viker didn't think much of it and just absent-mindedly mumbled his agreement. In the end, Viker found himself alone in the dorm room. He opened his backpack, searching for the important item he had wanted to study for a long time, muttering, "Thank goodness, since that day, I haven't had any time to myself, so I couldn't focus on dealing with this." Recalling what happened at the orphanage, he fell into thought. I reached the level of Master Swordsman thanks to the blessings of the city's priestess, but then fell back to high-rank graduator. Still, it was nice to experience what it felt like to be a Master Swordsman. He continued to rummage through his backpack, thinking, the greatest prize is this item. I collected it after battling the Night Guards of Dantalion. Viker pulled 4 masks out of his pocket, which he had collected from 4 demon guardians. They were stuck together, forming a new shape. When pieced together, they created a larger mask. He remembered this sacred artifact, the heart of the Beast Picaresque mask. The fratricide function had no stats yet. The degeneracy function was currently turned off. Looking at the newly formed mask that resembled a wolf's head, Viker thought, I can't believe I have obtained a holy artifact on par with the demon sword Beelzebub. He recalled seeing this mask in the encyclopedia before the rewind, a mask that gained power the more people it killed. The same tribe would grow stronger the more they killed, and it also had extraordinary levels of regeneration and magic reserve. Viker took off his glasses, picked up the new mask, and thought to himself, let's try wearing it. It seems like it has a side effect. As soon as he put the mask on, Viker immediately felt the change within his body. He felt 6 bright red energy points, and his body reignite. He was surprised and thought to himself, my strength and energy were completely drained after the battle with Dantalion. Now they're back all of a sudden. Unlike the regeneration of the marsh salamander, which focused only on restoring severed limbs, this one was reviving both his stamina and endurance. Viker winced slightly when he sensed some vague changes in his body. He looked around and reminded himself, but something feels strange. He suddenly realized he was gazing up the backpack he had placed on the table, and everything in front of him appeared in just black and white. He gasped, why can't I see anything? It's just black and white. He let out a sound and stood frozen, realizing that the noise he made was a bark. He had turned into a small dog. This left him utterly stunned. Panicking, he yelled in his mind, I've turned into a dog. Is this a side effect? In his panic, Viker didn't know what to do except run frantically around the room, barking in fear. If I can't return to my normal form, I'll be in big trouble. I haven't taken this mask off. Fortunately, just as Viker thought of that, he felt the dog mask pull away from his face, and his human body returned. Looking at his own body, Viker let out a relieved sigh and murmured, so it will disappear when I want it to. He glanced at the mask lying at his feet, already brainstorming ways to use this advantage in the future. He thought to himself, if I can turn into a dog at will, then this isn't just a side effect, it's a special ability. Thankfully, there are no rules against having pets in the dorm, which will make things easier for me. Suddenly, a small cracking sound caught his attention. Viker looked at his backpack, puzzled. After putting his clothes back on, he pulled out the item that was making the cracking noise. It was the ball he had given to Piri earlier, now broken into several pieces. In reality, it wasn't just a ball. It was the egg of Madame Eight Legs. That day, he had taken it out for little Piri to play with. He wondered if the egg is cracking. Could this mean it's about to hatch? He recalled how Piri had once dropped the egg into the water, possibly speeding up the hatching process. Viker immediately thought of Madame Eight Legs, one of the strongest monsters that had almost taken his life several times. Even ancient demons who ruled the underworld struggled to deal with it. It was said that they had to arrange a place deep within the abyss for this species to live. And now the offspring of that monster was about to be born. The egg began to shake and crack open, revealing 2 furry legs sticking out. In an instant, the egg hatched in Viker's palm. A tiny fluffy spider emerged, opening its sparkling eyes to look at Viker and let out a little sound. Viker stared at the tiny creature on his hand, feeling puzzled and thinking, this little ball of fluff is the lady's child. The important thing is, did it just make a sound? To emphasize this, the spider let out another noise, followed by a soft whimper. Viker stood there dumbfounded, gazing at the strange little animal, his eyes wide with confusion. The cries sounded just like those of a puppy. Wait, could it be learning from me, because I left a wild wolf to take care of it? The spider seemed sad that Viker didn't react to his whimpering. It started wriggling, nuzzling into his palm and looking up at him with its sparkling eyes, pleading. Viker suddenly realized the issue and asked, are you hungry? He searched for a piece of dried beef and carefully tore it apart for the little spider. Seeing the meat, it shook its head vigorously, leaving Viker even more confused. He muttered, I thought it could eat meat like the lady, but this little one still can't eat meat. He let the spider crawl around on his arm, looked at it, and whispered in awe, this is an opportunity to raise a horned monster. Let's go find you some food. He hid the spider carefully on his person and left the dorm room. As he turned the corner in the hallway, Viker suddenly froze, hearing a gruff voice up ahead, don't dirty the academy anymore. Viker quickly ducked behind a column, peeking out. It was PG, cowering between 3 big guides. It looked like they wanted to bully him again. One of them had grabbed his arm, preparing to continue the taunting. Viker recognized the situation immediately, but his attention was drawn to someone else in the group. He thought, is that PG? Next to him is Granola de Leviathan, the head of the fire department. The person you noticed is a student with green hair and piercing eyes. He remains silent, not saying a word, but you recognize that face. According to PG, Granola comes from the Leviathan family, one of the prestigious 7 families representing the Empire. He ranks second among the first-year students in the fire department, and is the arrogant vice president of the first-year student council. PG seems to still be trapped in a cycle of bullying. He tries to keep a cheerful demeanor to slip past the bullies and leave with a forced smile, awkwardly saying, "Excuse me, can I go? I just finished using the restroom, and my friends are waiting for me." But the group doesn't let him go. Granola and his friend immediately block PG's path. They are annoyed and irritated by PG's attitude. "You think you can just leave whenever you want, commoner?" Granola sneers, filled with disdain. "This trash doesn't even look like a low-level swordsman. Just seeing you is infuriating. Do you have any idea how humiliating it is for a descendant of one of the 7 great families to be stuck in class with a fool like you?" He didn't bother to hide his disgusted gaze towards PG, as if he were looking at something deeply offensive. He bluntly spat out a sneer. "People like you shouldn't be here. Get out of the academy." PG tried to keep silent and endure it until he heard the next remark. "Your friend is the same." This statement crossed a line for him. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and grabbed Granola by the collar, catching him off guard. Gritting his teeth, he mustered all his strength to shout in rage, "You can insult me, but I won't let you touch my friend." Granola, furious at being disrespected by someone he looked down upon, clenched his jaw and hissed in disgust. "What are you going to do?" He shoved PG away and turned to his friends, yelling, "Give him a beating." PG bit his lip, closed his eyes, bowed his head, and silently braced for the incoming blows. But after waiting for a while, nothing came, so he cautiously opened his eyes to see what was happening. It turned out Tudor had appeared out of nowhere. He had intercepted the bully's punch and asked PG with concern, "Are you okay?" Sancho had arrived too. He grabbed the head of a bully, leaving the guy stunned and panicked. Sancho yanked his head back, glaring with rage, and growled, "If you want to fight, you've picked the wrong guy." Just that one grip from him made the bully scream in pain. PG was wide-eyed and surprised at the unexpected appearance of his 2 friends. In amazement, he whispered their names, "Tudor, Sancho." Viker decided to step in as well. He gently helped PG up, causing him to gasp in shock. Viker, surprised, said, "When did this happen?" The group of bullies shrank back, huddling behind Granola as soon as the friends showed up. Granola was furious at the unexpected interruption, and his anger only grew when he recognized one of them. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Tudor La Mancha Don Quixote." Tudor also seemed to recognize Granola. He glared at him and stood in front of PG. Speaking to PG, but keeping his eyes on the wealthy bully, he said, "I was wondering when you'd come back. I didn't realize you were in trouble." Tudor glared fiercely at Granola, angrily hissing, "How dare you touch my friend?" PG felt confused and anxious as he sensed the tension in the air. Sancho cracked his knuckles, ready for a fight. Meanwhile, Viker remained silent, observing the situation. No one knew what he was thinking as his eyes were hidden behind his glasses. The atmosphere grew tense after Tudor's group officially defended PG from the bullies, led by Granola from the notorious Leviathan family known for using poison. It seemed Granola had a personal grudge against Tudor. He sneered with disdain when Tudor appeared and didn't hold back in mocking him. "After seeing you hanging out with them, I now understand what your standards are. Looking at your Condor friends, I also get what you're really worth." Tudor responded to the arrogant guide, visibly annoyed and irritated. He snapped back, "Granola, did you forget that in this academy the law says there's no distinction between nobles and commoners?" But Granola wasn't ready to back down from his high and mighty attitude. He shrugged and bluntly attacked Tudor, saying, "No matter how mad you get, what are you going to do about it? You couldn't do anything during the Nighthound incident." Tudor hesitated for a moment, realizing that he might have a point. He weakly protested, "I was sleeping at the time." Granola laughed mockingly, then suddenly exhaled a cloud of poison toward Tudor's group. His 2 henchmen quickly put on gas masks, showing that they had planned this in advance. Granola arrogantly taunted, "The losers always come up with excuses. If I'd been there, I would have caught that Nighthound myself." Tudor and his team were caught off guard when they were suddenly attacked by Granola's poisonous smoke. Tudor quickly covered his nose and mouth with his hand, angrily growling, "You're really going to show off your skills right here in this place." In the back, unaffected by the poison, Viker remained calm, not the slightest bit panicked as the smoke slowly spread. He quietly wondered to himself, is this scent a paralyzing agent? A little spider unexpectedly crawled out of his coat when it sensed the smoke. Granola, still full of pride, smiled smugly as he launched his sneaky attack on his classmates. He covered his face and proudly declared, "This is just a little something cute. It's merely a threat to show you how far apart our power levels are. Feel the difference, then fall into despair. Such arrogant fools." Tudor's group was completely unprepared for this sudden situation. All they could do was hurriedly cover their noses, staring at him in anger and helplessness. Surprisingly, the little spider on Viker's shoulder opened its mouth wide. It took a deep breath, sucking in the entire poisonous mist toward itself, much to Viker's astonishment. He quickly glanced at the tiny spider, stunned, and thought to himself, Asterisk the lady's child. It's absorbing the poison mist at incredible speed. Asterisk. The spider leisurely inhaled all the poison mist, as if it were savoring a delicious meal. Viker hurriedly grabbed the spider before it was noticed, panicking as he thought, Asterisk, is it really eating that poison like food? Asterisk. Tudor was startled when he realized that he wasn't affected by the mist at all, and that his own mist had already disappeared long ago. He exclaimed in disbelief, Asterisk, what the heck, Asterisk? It wasn't just Tudor's group. Granola's group was equally stunned, frozen in place when they saw the poison mist vanish in the blink of an eye. Tudor scoffed, a mocking smile on his face, and said, Asterisk, looks like we were all scared for nothing. Guess you actually do have some logic after all, Asterisk. Granola was still in shock from seeing his mist disappear so quickly. It hadn't even had time to paralyze Tudor's group. His two henchmen were also left speechless, staring in disbelief. His expression was unreadable as he stopped, unable to grasp the situation. He stared at Viker, noticing that the toxic smoke from him was still slowly seeping into his jacket, unaware that Madame Eight-Legs' little spider was hidden inside, doing its best to inhale it all. He was shocked and thought to himself, Asterisk, did the fog just get sucked toward that guy? Did I see that wrong, Asterisk? Granola quickly recovered with an attitude of indifference. He turned away, still speaking arrogantly. Just now, I graded you mercy deeper than any abyss. Using poison on those fools from the ice department with their big heads but brains like grapes, what a waste. Tudor couldn't take his haughty attitude anymore. He marched straight up to him, voice tight with anger. You keep looking down on us like that? He raised his fist close to Granola's face and snapped. You want to fight? Granola slightly furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Tudor stared directly into his eyes and boldly threw down the challenge. In the upcoming midterm team event, the team with the lowest score will have to run around the academy naked. Granola raised an eyebrow, a smug smirk creeping onto his face as he casually replied, Bring it on. He turned and walked away, arrogantly tossing his hair and sneering. I accept seeing all of you become a laughingstock. It'll be fun to watch. Tudor didn't respond, quietly watching him and his two lackeys leave. At that moment, Pidgey felt deeply guilty. He quietly approached Tudor and, feeling bad, whispered, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. But Tudor remained calm and reassured him, No, it's fine. I was planning to crush that guy's ego anyway. Suddenly, Pidgey's eyes welled up with tears. He kept his head down, sniffling with sadness. I'm not sure I'll be able to help much because I'm just a worthless guy. Instead of scolding him, Tudor gently patted his shoulder and smiled, encouraging him, Don't worry, Pidgey. You're really smart, and your ability to observe things is top-notch. Pidgey was even more moved by Tudor's thoughtful and empathetic words. He sniffled and called out his best friend's name. The group walked on together. Tudor even came up with a detailed plan to boost Pidgey's spirits. The midterm team event requires a team of 4, so Sancho and I will lead the team, and Pidgey, you'll be in the Soul Tower in the middle. As for you, Viker, since you specialize in using a bow, you'll take the lead. We're sure to rack up some high scores. Tudor's calculations worked, and Pidgey was filled with joy again. He seemed completely confident in Tudor. He even said firmly, If it were us, we'd definitely beat Granola. Pidgey's cheeks flushed with happiness and excitement. He also confidently shouted, Yeah. However, Viker threw cold water on the whole group with a shocking statement, like thunder striking out of nowhere. I've already joined another team, so I'm out. The group turned to look at Viker in shock. Tudor gasped. What? What did you say? Viker calmly repeated. I said I've already joined another team. Pidgey couldn't believe his ears. He stared wide-eyed at him and stammered. You? You can't be serious, can you? Viker answered firmly. A promise is very important. His words hit the 3 friends like a bombshell. Their faces fell, and in panic they screamed. Viker, please pay attention to what's going on around you. But for him, those small everyday conflicts were nothing to pay attention to, and definitely not something to worry about. He simply responded to them with an inexplicable silence. The day of the midterm team event arrived. The students of Academy Colosseo gathered in the arena. The crowd of students cheering from the stands grew louder and more energetic as the elite group appeared. It was the third-year students led by Dolores. Cheers of excitement echoed throughout the arena as her group entered. Dolores, you're on top again this year. Good luck. Colosseo, the pride of the capital. Dolores calmly walked into the arena, her eyes full of determination. This midterm event at Academy Colosseo was also open to the public. 3 tests would take place during this event: a group test to assess defense, an individual test to assess offense, and finally, a theoretical exam. In today's defense test, 3-dimensional image magic would be used to recreate a dungeon inside the arena. The teams would fight against monster mannequins intricately designed with magical golem-like figures made of earth. The illusionary monsters began to gather in a swarm, crawling out of the magical cave and moving toward Dolores' group. The magic shield will protect the students' bodies. Every time it absorbs a certain amount of impact, a point will appear on the electronic scoreboard in the distance. The students would form teams and defend against a wave of monsters. The score would be based on their contributions and how long they held out. The amount of health a student has will decrease every time a monster hits them. And when a student's health reaches 0, the test will automatically end. There are 3 rounds, each lasting 20 minutes. If the students can survive for a full hour, they will earn the maximum score. Dolores' team started to organize their formation and launched the first attacks against the giant monsters. The students cheering from the stands became even more excited as they watched Dolores' group fight. However, the record score of this session belonged to the third-year students. The team led by the Student Council President Dolores was unlucky enough to last only 58 minutes, but they still managed to achieve the highest score among the third years. When the battle ended, everyone was exhausted and drained. PG observed carefully and took detailed notes without missing a word. As he wrote, he muttered his thoughts aloud. Since the 4th-year students who are about to graduate are participating in this exam, Sister Dolores' team has set the highest record for this round. He turned to his teammates Tutor and Sancho, who were behind him, and informed them. Normally, 3rd-year students make it to the 3rd round. 2nd-year students make it to the 2nd round. So if we 1st years can last for 20 minutes, we'll make it into the record books. Tutor scoffed and replied, "That alone isn't enough to satisfy us." "What?" Tutor confidently looked down at the arena and declared, "To crush Granola's arrogance, we just need to make it halfway through the 2nd round." Sancho smiled and nodded in agreement. Their 4th teammate approached, placing his hands on his hips and remarking, "With me on your team, we'll go far. Getting to that point won't be a problem." Bianca confidently walked toward her team, flipping her hair with a proud smile, and said, "Make sure you guys handle the attacks well, so those monsters don't get to me. I'll take down every single one of them." Tutor's team had chosen the archery genius Bianca to replace Viker. However, Tutor still seemed dissatisfied with Bianca's arrogance. He frowned slightly and muttered under his breath, "Bianca, teamwork doesn't mean having a princess and 3 slaves. I might end up naked here, so please assign the tasks properly." Bianca raised an eyebrow and gave a sarcastic laugh. Smirking, she responded, "I don't want to see you naked either. My eyes would rot if that happened. So, make sure you do your job right." Tutor, with his arms crossed over his chest, furrowed his brow and seriously reminded the 2 teammates, "You 2 better focus on fighting the enemies in the arena." Cut off mid-argument, Tutor and Bianca both turned their backs to each other, frustrated. PG, worried about the lack of unity in the team, thought to himself in confusion, Tutor and Bianca don't get along at all. He tilted his head back, looking up at the sky, sighed, and complained, "Viker, why did you join another team?" Viker, of course, had his own plans for this competition. He coldly looked at his teammates and reminded them, "I don't like all the attention being on me." He crossed his arms over his chest and seriously instructed his team, "Even though there was some attention on me before, if it gets any worse, it'll be bad. Do whatever you want, just as long as I don't have to do anything." His 3 teammates were none other than the Baskerville brothers, Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow. They immediately straightened up, as if standing before a military commander, and all responded in unison, "We'll protect you with everything we've got so you won't have to do a thing, Master." The Baskerville trio, Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow, looked at Viker with confidence. This time they were determined not to let another accidental moment of fame on the soccer field happen again. They felt honored to be chosen as Viker's teammates. Without needing to be told, they all shared the same thought. This was the first mission their master had given them, and they needed to do it right. Looking at the incredibly mismatched team, Viker's 3 friends could only stand there in silence, embarrassed and unsure of what to say. They watched as Tutor's team, his enemy, arrogantly mocked him. Tutor, that jerk, he left his ordinary friend behind when things got tough and recruited Bianca from the Usher family. It makes sense, though. He did it to win. Granola and his followers misunderstood the situation, thinking that Tutor chose an aristocratic student and kicked out an ordinary person like Viker just to secure a win. This misunderstanding only boosted their confidence. Granola smirked, thinking to himself, but beating us is impossible. We've already recruited a trump card into our team Asterisk. At that moment, his trump card appeared, complaining, "Gru, can't you stop graying like that?" Gru turned to look at his 4th teammate, frowning and muttering, "It's Granola." His trump card was Sinclair, the leader of the fire department, just like him. Even though Granola was only a vice leader, he was confident after recruiting the top student to join his team. However, he was really annoyed by the fact that she kept getting his name wrong. Still, he had to hold back his frustration. He cleared his throat and tried to sound polite as he said, "Be grateful that I'm even accepting someone like you, a commoner." Sinclair ignored his condescending words. She responded with complete innocence. "Well, if I were you, I wouldn't do that. But since I'm part of your team, I'll give my best for our team's score." She tilted her head and awkwardly called out his name again. "Guru, right?" Granola was livid. He angrily shouted, "It's Granola." Sinclair didn't care at all about remembering his name. She just looked around searching for Viker and wondering which team he was on. Granola's team was Team 69. He turned and walked away first, followed by two of his subordinates. They seemed just as uncomfortable with having a commoner like Sinclair on their team. Granola had returned to his only concern at the moment. He grinned maliciously and muttered to himself, "Anyway, we're going to take the #1 spot among the first-year students." At that moment, Viker's team, Team 108, also entered the arena. Behind his team was Team 109 from Tutor. They walked forward to the loud cheers of the students in the stands. Tutor confidently cracked his knuckles and smiled as he declared, "All right, let's get ready. The first-year student event officially begins now." The students in the stands cheered even louder. The team event was getting intense. A group of first-year students was still nervously fighting through the three-dimensional monsters within the archway surrounding the arena. In the designated area for competing teams, Viker silently watched the battles below. He thought to himself, "I don't have any memory of watching the Academy's trials in my past life. All I know is that I need to be really good at fighting." While he was deep in thought, Hybro noticed him. Thinking that Viker didn't know much about the event, he cheerfully asked, "Sir, do you have any information about the exam? It's a test where a virtual magic formation activates as soon as we step into the arena, turning the area into a maze. The exam will start when the monsters attack us." He also looked down at the group of first-year students struggling below and continued, "We just need to endure their attacks until their blood runs out. The poison these monsters release is real, but it has been diluted. Even if you're not directly attacked, you still need to be careful of your blood gradually draining." Viker was surprised and said, "So they're using real poison." Hybro smiled and added, "I've heard that the instructors will break the magic barrier and intervene if anything goes wrong." Viker was quite taken aback by what the three Baskerville brothers knew. Curious, he asked, "You seem to know a lot. Have you trained for this before?" Milbro proudly replied, "While you were away from the family, we trained several times at the family training grounds." Viker smiled, impressed by the thorough preparation of the three brothers. He confidently told them, "Then I leave it to you. Fight with everything you've got so I don't have to step in." For the first time, the Baskerville brothers felt truly honored by Viker's gentle trust in them. They all straightened their backs, raised their hands, and eagerly declared in unison, "We will protect you like an ironclad fortress." Without anyone needing to say a word, they all shared the same thought. This first mission from him was one they absolutely had to complete perfectly. At that moment, Tutor's group made their way toward Viker. Their team was set to compete right after his. As soon as they met, Tutor greeted him. "So this is where you are." Scratching his head awkwardly, he smiled and asked, "Are you ready for the exam, Viker?" Viker stepped toward him, leaving the three Baskerville brothers behind, their determination burning strong. Looking at them, each one appeared tense and serious. Misunderstanding the situation, Tutor leaned in and whispered to Viker, "I didn't expect you to team up with the Baskerville brothers. Are you okay?" Viker answered calmly, "I wasn't forced into it. Actually, they were the ones who asked me to join their team first." Tutor still couldn't believe what he was hearing. He moved closer and whispered again, "Really?" Unlike Tutor's anxious expression, Viker remained indifferent. He gave a straightforward answer, as if reciting something he prepared in advance. "Yeah, they said they needed information about the monsters, so we've been discussing it for a few weeks now." Tutor widened his eyes in disbelief and asked again, "You're not being bullied or anything, right?" Granola quickly reassured him, "No, I'm really fine." Just then, the bell signaling the end of the match rang. The referee announced, "First year Group 68 has completed the exam." On the field below, Group 68 looked completely exhausted, slumped together amid the scattered monster corpses. The announcement continued, "First year Group 69. Students from first year Group 69, please enter the arena." Group 69 was Granola's group, members of the Leviathan family. Hearing his group called, he smirked and said proudly, "Looks like it's our turn." Granola swaggered into the arena with his two arrogant underlings and Sinclair. He declared arrogantly, "Let's show them what we've got." As they entered the arena, new monsters appeared, charging toward the students. On the opposite side of the arena, Granola's Group 69 was ready to face them. However, Granola seemed worried as the monsters charged closer, and Sinclair, who was supposed to support the team, was still busy casting her spell without acting. He anxiously turned to her and shouted, "Sinclair, aren't you ready yet?" She stayed focused on her spell, only responding once she was sure it was perfect. "I'm done now, Granola." Her eyes gleamed brightly, completely focused on the magic she had just created. At that moment, a monster charged straight at Sinclair. She raised her hand and launched the spell directly at it. The crowd erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. Watching from above, Viker couldn't help but be surprised. He called out Sinclair's name, silently admiring her impressive magical skills. He thought back to his previous life, remembering how Sinclair had disappeared without a trace after leaving the academy. He was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, it's no surprise she was the top student without any reason. With this level of skill, she should have become a famous witch in her past life. So why did she leave no mark at all during the era of destruction ? After a tense few minutes of intense fighting, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. Group 69 from the freshman class has completed the test. The Group 69 exam is now over. The record time is 14 minutes and 55 seconds, the best among the freshmen. Sinclair plopped down onto the ground, wiped the sweat from his face, let out a relieved sigh, and remarked, "That was tough. We've got a few scrapes from that fight." With this record, Tutor was absolutely furious. He let out a loud yell and complained angrily, "Group Granola has the best record again." He stopped in his tracks, still glaring at the group of arrogant bullies across the field. The leader of that group met his gaze, grinning smugly and shaking his finger in a taunting gesture, clearly ready to run off without a care. That attitude made Tutor, as well as Sancho and PG, absolutely livid. Tutor was so furious that the veins in his body seemed to bulge out from his skin. Grinding his teeth, he hissed, "Granola." Before long, Group 108, led by Viker, stepped onto the field. Viker purposely let the three Baskerville brothers walk out ahead of him, while he himself took his time and stepped out last. The stands were filled with loud cheers as the famous Baskerville trio appeared. In a section of the stands, Tutor's group was shouting excitedly, "Viker, I'm rooting for you, my friend. You got this." Viker heard them, but his face showed no emotion. Meanwhile, the Baskerville trio was filled with determination, all thinking the same thing: "We're going to secure first place for our young master." Ahead of them, the monsters started to appear. Bianca suddenly noticed Viker and exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? That Viker? Is he using a bow?" As a talented archer herself, Bianca immediately recognized that Viker had taken the position of an archer. PG eagerly responded to her, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure he signed up for the weaponry section in the ice department with the bow." Viker raised his bow, aiming at the monsters. Bianca, intrigued by another student using archery, thoughtfully commented, "Let's see how good he really is." With a single shot, Viker fired 5 arrows in different directions, each aiming for a different target. PG gasped, "He's so fast." Even Bianca was shocked by his first move. As the only one who truly understood archery, Bianca was so stunned she could hardly believe what she was seeing. She stared in disbelief, wondering, what kind of shooting speed is that? Below, Viker's arrows rained down on the monsters, but there was no pattern to their flight. To anyone else, it might have looked like he was shooting randomly. But to Bianca, she was shocked to realize something important. Of course, speed is something archers can be proud of, but it's often weak and inaccurate. So what was this pressure I'm feeling from him? Only Bianca could see that Viker's arrows were unusual. What she could know was that everything he was doing was part of a plan. The arrows he used were ordinary, but he could cover them with his internal energy. If he had used energy-charged arrows, they would have exploded the monsters on impact, but that would have drawn unwanted attention, which was the opposite of what Viker wanted. So he deliberately aimed off-target, just enough for the Baskerville brothers to take their shots. He lowered his bow, allowing them to move forward, thinking to himself, that would have been the result if I didn't hide my skills. But it's so frustrating to hold back asterisk. In reality, the bow that Viker uses is actually Ian's bow. On the day he left the Black Tribe to return to the capital, Ian had given him her cherished bow along with a warning. "If you lose to anyone with this bow, I won't let you off the hook." Viker chuckled as he remembered her violent words, and he quietly thought to himself, "Sorry, but I can't keep that promise." He glanced down at his shoulder and softly called out to his pet, "With this chance, little madam." At the sound of his call, Madam Eight Legs' baby spider poked its head out from his collar. It hopped down into the arena and charged toward a monster that was lying unconscious. The spider's 8 eyes sparkled with excitement as it spotted a buffet laid out before it. The monsters were equipped with venom, and the little spider could safely enjoy the feast without anyone noticing. Viker smiled at the little creature's joy and muttered, "When I heard the monster's ants use poison, I thought this might be a perfect feast for the little madam. And it turns out I was right. Enjoy it until the test is over." Finally, the Viker team's match ended when the buzzer rang. The 108 team finished their exam with a time of 19 minutes and 50 seconds, placing second among the first-year students. That was nearly 5 minutes slower than Granola's team. For some reason, the three Baskerville brothers all dropped to their knees in disappointment. In the stands, Granola burst into triumphant laughter. Pointing at the Viker team, he laughed loudly and proudly, clutching his stomach. He shouted, "I knew someone beneath me couldn't possibly beat me. Do you understand the difference between you and me now?" Sinclair took a cautious step back from him, forced a smile, and said, "You sound like a third-rate villain, Gruburu." The Baskerville brothers were deeply disappointed by their second-place finish. They all drew their swords, held them to their throats, and spoke in unison to Viker, as if punishing him for not securing first place for their master. Viker sighed tiredly, glanced at them, and said, "Enough already. Second place is already way too high. I never imagined I'd even make it to second." As soon as the Viker team finished their test, the loudspeaker announced, "First year group 109, all students from first year group 109, please enter the arena." Group 109 was Tudor's team. He stepped forward, leading the way. The group walked out onto the field together. Sancho whispered, "Viker took second place." PG added, "We should congratulate him." Tudor immediately reminded them, "If we want to break Granola's record of 14 minutes and 55 seconds, our goal is to get past the first wave of attacks." Group 109 entered the arena to the wild cheers of the students in the stands. After all, their group included the top 3 students from the entrance exam. Except for PG, who was still a bit nervous, the other 3 were confident and unafraid. The monster charged as soon as they stepped onto the field. Tudor swiftly thrust his spear into the first monster, tearing it apart and solidifying his reputation as a genius spear user from the Don Quixote family. Sancho took the lead. He charged forward, striking the monster with a mighty axe swing. Behind him, Tudor provided solid backup, while Bianca, a skilled archer, attacked from a distance, showing off her expert bowmanship. The 3 of them fought together to protect PG, the team's tactical leader, who stayed in the center. Viker was quite amazed by the teamwork of the Tudor group. He had also noticed that Tudor and Sancho were fighting the monsters on the front lines. Bianca was supporting them with attacks from the back, while PG was giving orders and observing the entire battlefield from the center. Watching this impressive coordination from these future heroes, Viker couldn't help but say with satisfaction, with the way they worked together, it seems like they prepared really well. Maybe they could take first place. But then, a feeling of unease crept over him. He suddenly reached up to his neck, confused, and thought, but more importantly, why do I feel like I've forgotten something? As he checked inside his collar, a chill ran down his spine. His eyes widened in shock. He gasped. No! Quickly, he looked down at the arena and immediately realized he had forgotten something extremely important. Madame Eight-Legs' baby spider was still sitting on the corpse of a dead monster. It was happily sucking the poisonous bones from the remains, completely unaware. While the spider was blissfully enjoying its full belly, Viker's mind screamed in panic. Asterisk, when did little miss get there? Asterisk. Madame Eight-Legs' baby spider was accidentally left behind by Viker in the Academy's exam arena. Now it was happily opening its mouth, sucking in the toxic fumes from the monstrous creatures inside the arena. Standing outside and watching, Viker was extremely worried. Although no one had noticed yet, he was so anxious that he couldn't stay still. He was both tense and blaming himself. "Little madam, I clearly hid you in my jacket after finishing the test. Did you jump out because you're hungry for the poison?" He had even seen the tiny spider's old shell, which it had abandoned behind. Panicking, he thought to himself. He even vaulted and grew bigger in such a short time. The bro's speed really lives up to its name as Madame Eight-Legs' child. Right now, the group taking the test was Tudor's team. The magical barrier had sealed the arena shut, making Viker even more anxious. He thought, I can't control little madam while the test is happening. I can only hope the test ends without any problems. Meanwhile, Tudor boldly swung his spear and took down a mutant ant. He seemed to be enjoying himself, resting his spear on his shoulder with a proud smirk on his face. Bianca, watching from the back, just shrugged, let out a deep sigh, and mocked, wasting energy like that. Do you really need to smash those ants into pieces? Tudor, teased by her words, scowled angrily. He shouted back in challenge, all right, let's see how good you are at holding back. Bianca smirked, raised her shiny bow and arrows, and replied with a dismissive tone, I can do it just fine. Watch and learn. The arrow shot out from Bianca's bow, speeding toward a monster creeping closer to her. Bianca didn't even have time to attack before the arrow pierced through its head. It let out a loud screech. Tudor laughed, grabbed his spear, and charged forward, shouting, Not bad, but I'm not going down so easily. Bianca chuckled, gripped her bow tightly, and sprinted forward with a taunting challenge. Think you can keep up? Come on, follow me if you can. Another monster was sliced in half. Meanwhile, Sancho continued quietly fighting with his axe. He glanced at the two eager competitors, racing to kill the monsters, and muttered to himself with a frown, I can't tell if those two are just playing around or if they're actually getting along. In the center of the action, PG quickly assessed the situation and shouted to the team, everyone's getting out of position. Adjust right now. He immediately took charge as the monsters closed in on them. Bianca, you don't need to kill him. I think it's better to aim for their front leg joints. Tutor, it'll be more effective for you to attack when the ants are in disarray. Sancho, instead of blocking them in the middle of the road, lead them further in. PG's strategy was sharp and logical. Both Tutor and Sancho agreed and charged forward, laughing and complimenting him. PG, your judgment is better than I thought. PG, indeed a warrior, smiled at the praise. Hearing his teammates' recognition, he let out a relieved sigh. Blushing, he quietly murmured, I'm just glad my research paid off. I didn't want to be a burden to the team. Seeing how well everyone worked together, PG felt a surge of confidence and thought to himself, with this team, we can definitely break the record. After a fierce sweep, the monstrous ants finally lay scattered around them. Test results for Group 109, time 19 minutes 55 seconds, tied for first place, first year. This result made Granola furious. He thrashed around in the stands, angrily screaming, those idiots! How can those commoners have the same time as us? The whole group was exhausted. Bianca moaned in frustration, tied for first. PG almost passed out right there. PG collapsed, sighing, I was so close. If only I could have gotten one more second. Tutor, out of breath and wiping sweat off his face, sighed in frustration. At least I didn't have to run around without a shirt. They all left the arena together. Bianca tapped the shield on his arm, grimacing as he muttered, the shock-blocking blood shield. This means if it were a real fight, we'd be dead. If the blood hits 0, it's over. Sancho smiled and encouraged the group. One day, I'll be a warrior who can last an hour, just like President Dollars. Tutor looked proudly at the group and said, ambition. Let's head out. Standing high above, Dolores smiled proudly. She watched Tutor's group leave the arena and quietly praised them, thinking, they're part of our club, but they're really good. I wonder how strong they'll be in the future. Suddenly, a loudspeaker crackled, catching Dolores off guard. She blinked in surprise as the announcement echoed. Stage 1 is over. The monsters for first years have stopped. Stage 2 has begun. From now on, monsters for second years will appear. Right after the announcement, new, stronger monsters began pouring into the arena with a heavy thud. Viker was also stunned and shot. Even Granola's group stepped back in panic because down on the field, Tutor's team hadn't left the arena yet. They were trapped inside with the protective barrier still up, surrounded by even bigger monsters than before. They huddled together, shouting in fear, what's going on? Why are the ants back? Didn't the test end already? They couldn't understand why the system had released second-year monsters so quickly when they hadn't even left the arena yet. They also didn't have their blood shields anymore. Tutor began to feel the pressure. He urgently reminded his team, damn it, I don't know what's happening, but everyone stay alert. From now on, any damage you take is real. Tutor and Sancho quickly rushed forward. As the team leader, Tutor immediately shouted, we just need to hold out until the school steps in. In the magic control room, the professors running the exam were also in a panic due to the malfunction under the arena. They were shouting and scrambling. The kids' blood is already at 0, but the test isn't over. They're first years. Who activated phase 2? There's another life sign besides the students. What went wrong? A teacher checked the system and worried, announced, when the blood from the outfit hits the ground, that's when we know there's no sign of life left. The screen then reported that a creature was still full of life and capable of fighting. Amidst the chaos, Dollar burst into the room, panicked, and shouted, Professors, there's something wrong with the test. We need to rescue the students trapped in the arena. At hearing this, the professors froze a bit uneasy. They immediately started glancing around the room, avoiding Dolores' gaze, then hesitantly explained, we're just in charge of managing the magical waves. Investigating signs of life isn't our responsibility. To Dolores' surprise, the professors began dodging the topic with unrelated chatter. Isn't it faster to let those golem creatures in the forest handle this rather than fixing the spell code? Oh, by the way, starting this year, the formation and movement of the golems are automated. The spell command code and related stuff are now connected to the mana stones. To stop it, we need permission from higher-ups. They continued whispering to each other, saying, then let's break the magic wall quickly. But we need a key to break it. Do I have a key? But one key alone won't be enough to break the magic wall. At this point, Dolores seemed to realize that even the professors had no intention of helping her juniors. They even started blaming each other. Professor Sadi has key B, but she says she's busy in the restroom and can't be reached right now. Is she avoiding work again? That person is just, they muttered. Dolores couldn't hold back her rising anger. She clenched her teeth in frustration at the irresponsibility of the professors running this test. Meanwhile, Viker had jumped to the highest point in the arena to get a better view of the match. He was waiting for the magic shield to be lifted so he could free his friends, but nothing had changed so far. He also realized that the young lady he had accidentally left behind had messed with the arena's magic system. He thought to himself, so there's a problem with the magical equipment. In my test, there should have been no signs of life once the student's blood returned. That means the mana stone detected life after the young lady's poison was released. In addition to the fact that the new monsters are higher level and more dangerous, they also release more poisonous bones compared to the ones intended for first-year students. He anxiously looked at the thick layer of bones covering the arena and thought to himself, Asterisk, I'm not sure if this is my fault, but the poisonous bones are spreading. If we don't save them quickly, it'll be too late, Asterisk. He carefully scanned the system outside the arena, then noticed the ventilation machines connected to the magical barrier. He thought, Asterisk, those holes are for ventilation. They're small, but they're big enough to work, Asterisk. He had an idea for how to get inside the locked arena. Meanwhile, down below, Sinclair felt that something was off. She hadn't been paying much attention to the battle, so she didn't know that Tudor's team was trapped inside with the high-level monsters. This was causing a stir among the students watching the match. They couldn't stop talking, worried about the lives of the students stuck in the arena. Sinclair walked through the crowd, puzzled and wondering what's going on. Wait, did someone just break the record for our team? Something's rushing toward me. A shadow suddenly zipped past Sinclair, causing her to instinctively flinch and scream. She fell backward to the ground, while the students around her also noticed and stared wide-eyed at what had just whizzed by. Sinclair winced from the pain and looked back. She saw that the shadow was actually a small black dog carrying a bundle of clothes in its mouth, racing down the hallway toward the end. She was confused, wondering why a dog would be running off with clothes like that. In the control room, the large mana stone that powered the arena was struck, causing a shockwave. The professors were left stunned, mouths agape, unable to react. Dollars had somehow burst into the room, sword in hand, and began slashing at the mana stone repeatedly. The professors screamed in panic. That's the student council president. They quickly rushed over to stop her, shouting in alarm, President, what are you doing? The mana stone is a rare and valuable artifact. But by then, Dolores had completely lost her composure. She struggled to break free, her voice shaking with frustration as she yelled, So what? We need to sever the magic link and save the kids. The professors clearly didn't care about their students as much as that precious stone. They angrily retorted, if you destroy it, you won't just get expelled. They'll demand direct compensation from the Quo Vadis family. Dolores clenched her jaw in frustration. She glared at the ancient stone, thinking anxiously to herself, everyone, just hold on a little longer. I'll do whatever I can to help. Down in the arena, an ant had charged straight at PG, who was terrified. He didn't have time to react and was immediately struck in the stomach by the ant. He was thrown back so forcefully that Bianca and Tudor were both horrified. Without the protective shield from his blood barrier, he lost consciousness instantly. The whole group desperately called out, PG, wake up, PG. Another ant appeared, causing the last three people in the group to panic. Tudor scoffed, nervously muttering, damn, I haven't even become a hero yet. Facing a creature much larger than before, all three shared the same thought. Am I really going to die for nothing here? The ant charged, attacking both Tudor and Sancho at the same time, quickly blocking Bianca's view of them. She called their names in fear, but there was no answer. She became the next target. Everything was happening so fast that Bianca was overwhelmed and terrified. Her confidence was gone. With tears welling up in her eyes, she thought in horror, I can't believe this is how it's going to end. I don't want to die like this. Bianca squeezed her eyes shut. At that exact moment, a figure appeared through the thick, toxic mist rushing forward. A powerful punch struck the creature. Viker had arrived just in time. He entered the arena through the vents in the form of a dog. His punch knocked the creature down right before it could attack Bianca. Because of the intense aftershock, Bianca felt confused and slowly opened her eyes to look at her, so terrified that it seemed like all her strength had drained away. She could only whisper a few words when she recognized Viker. Why are you? Viker? Viker stood in the middle of the thick, poisonous mist that surrounded them. His hand was clenched tightly, and the powerful energy inside him surged. He stared directly at the monstrous creatures and whispered words of reassurance. Don't worry, nothing will happen to anyone. While Viker rushed into the arena to save the students taking the midterm exam, Tudor's group remained in the control room. Saintess Dollars was still panicked, deeply worried about the safety of the younger students. She was so upset that she drew her sword, intending to shatter the mana crystal maintaining the protective magic around the arena to free them. But the professors quickly stopped her and urgently tried to hold her back. Calm down, you can't break it. Dollars struggled with the professors, gritting her teeth. She focused on the mana crystal and angrily shouted, Let me go, I need to save those students. Meanwhile, another professor was anxiously watching the monitoring sphere for the arena, sweat dripping down his forehead. He suddenly shouted, "Wait, there's more than one person in the arena." Dolores and the professors froze. They rushed over to get a better look at the orb. Their eyes widened in shock as they exclaimed, "One of the assassin ants is dead." It looks like someone broke into the arena and went straight through the magical barrier, right? Along with the 5 red dots signaling the life signs of Tour's group, another bright dot shone powerfully, moving toward the monsters in the arena. Seeing this, all the professors were stunned, thinking the same thing. What on earth is happening inside? In the arena, the poisonous mist from the monsters had knocked out Viker's teammates. Tudor and Sancho, the 2 strongest members of the group, had also collapsed after being struck by one of the monstrous ants. The fog surrounded them completely. Viker stood in the thick mist, raising his fist, watching the monsters advance toward him. He frowned slightly and glanced toward the reason he had ended up in this mess. The little spider, Little Madam 8 Legs, had jumped out of his collar on her own, lured by the tempting poisonous mist, causing the current situation. Now that Viker was in the arena, he immediately located the spider and angrily threatened her. Think about it. Our family motto is, the family will kill any monster it can't tame. Hearing this, the spider jumped in fear, breaking into a sweat as it hid behind the corpse of a monster, too scared to show itself. He shot a glare, his voice filled with anger as he hissed, "I'll punish you later, little madam. For now, just consume the poison around you and protect the others." The spider, still dripping with sweat, obediently raised its hand, acknowledging the order. It immediately opened its mouth and sucked in all the poisonous bones, stuffing them into its insatiable stomach. Viker glanced at the arrogant creature, muttering, "How presumptuous. While I'm distracted with the little 8-legged madam, a monstrous ant is getting ready to charge at me." The ant opened its mouth, releasing a terrifying screech. Viker spun around, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature's head flying, pinning it to the spot. What he didn't expect was that he had unintentionally lost control of his strength, causing the signal in the orb where the professors were to fluctuate wildly. The professors, stunned, screamed in surprise, reacting to the sudden disturbance. Viker snapped back to his senses right away. He furrowed his brow and muttered in surprise, "That's right, this place can detect vitality." He realized that he needed to find another way to control his power and deal with the monsters, or else his strength would be discovered. He turned around and looked up at the creature slowly approaching, silently calculating his next move. Now that he was paying attention, he realized that at 18 years old, his strength was probably on par with a skilled mid-level swordsman. If they figured out he was a sword graduator, everything would go into chaos. He carefully observed the monster's attacking forces. In front of him, there were 2 types. The assassin swordsman, rated B+ in danger level, and the worker and assassins, rated C. The professors had designed these golem dummies to be as strong as real monsters. He picked up Sancho's axe, gripped it tightly in his hand, and thought to himself, if I use my previous assassination skills to take out the worker and assassins, I could match a high-level skilled swordsman. Thinking this through, Viker gathered all the weapons from his friends, including Tudor's spear, Sancho's axe, Bianca's bow and arrows, and his own sword. Since these ants were similar to monsters in real life, he decided to fight them, using his knowledge and skills rather than relying solely on his brute strength. First, he looked for their weak spot. He found that their vulnerability was at the neck, the connection between their head and body. Viker swung the axe directly at that spot. The axe, combined with a bit of his energy, struck the first monster hard in the neck. This area was the biological weak point for these assassin ants. As long as he kept attacking this spot, he could easily take them down one by one. Just as he expected, the ant froze and started shaking uncontrollably. It immediately began moving in an erratic manner, crashing into other ants and slowly retreating. If this weak spot was damaged, the ants would lose their spatial awareness and start retreating. Viker then grabbed his bow and aimed an arrow at the ants, knowing they had another weak spot. Their skulls were divided into 2 parts, with joints between them as small as a pinky finger. The bone in that area was not as strong as the rest of their body. That was the perfect target for Viker. He fired the arrow, hitting the skull of the ant and shattering it. He didn't waste any time and pressed on, spear in hand. He leaped into the air to get a better view of the monster's weak points. Each strike he made hit precisely at the top of its head and the back of its neck. He cleaved through them, turning the creatures into scattered pieces, then gently landed back on the ground. Just then, the final opponent appeared. Its massive shadow loomed over Viker. He squinted at it and muttered, "All right, my final opponent is a commander-grade killer ant, danger level A. It's staring at me, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth." Viker was slightly surprised when he saw it. He tossed his spear aside and muttered, "So, you're part of this test too? Guess it's time for my performance." He flashed a smile, gazing affectionately at the beast as he slowly drew his sword. Toxic mist still surrounded the arena, thick and dense inside the magical barrier, completely hiding what was happening from those watching outside. The students in the stands above couldn't help but buzz with anxiety and confusion. They looked around at each other, bewildered, and asked, "We can't see anything because of the poison mist. Did something happen before this? The third wave of attacks is almost over. There's no way first years could hold out against the third wave when even third years can't." In fact, this situation was causing panic among the professors too. The amount of time the students had been able to endure in the arena had far exceeded what was expected. One of the professors, who had been anxiously monitoring the situation, suddenly shouted, "This is insane." The other professors, equally alarmed, asked, "What's going on here?" The supervising professor stammered in confusion. "General Ants is dead and all the contestants are safe and sound." Professor Vinci had just entered the control room. His eyes widened in disbelief. The general? The fact that the students had managed to survive and even defeat the general left Professor Vinci pale with shock and panic. He was stunned and whispered to himself, the Golem General wasn't supposed to be part of the test for the students to defeat. This was a trick designed to make it impossible for them to last even an hour. More precisely, this test was meant to defeat the students with just the B and C rank soldier ants. The Golem General was just a backup to make sure no student had to last too long based on their physical endurance. But now, not only have the soldier ants been defeated, even the Golem General has been taken down. Professor Vinci frowned, deep in thought, confused, and wondered, what is going on here? At that moment, the control room door swung open. A professor was carrying an almost unconscious girl into the room, panting and shouting. "I found Professor Sadi. She's the one who has the B key." The professors in the room were in a frenzy, quickly asking, "Where is she?" The exhausted professor, still panting, angrily reported, "I found her because the bartender at Allie's bar reported that she was causing trouble and interfering with business." Just as the professor had said, Professor Sadi was so drunk she had passed out, causing the other professors in the room to grumble in frustration. She really is unbelievable. Dolores was extremely anxious. Now they had both keys. She quickly rushed out, urging, "Forget about that. Open the magic barrier now." The professors quickly lowered the magical barriers around the arena. A thick, poisonous mist poured out as the shield was lifted, rising up dark and heavy, covering the entire sky. The chaos during the Academy's midterm exam finally ended when the professors released the magical barrier. The time it took for them to be rescued was 42 minutes and 13 seconds. The Academy's record for holding out and the professors who rushed directly to the arena all stood there wide-eyed, panting as they checked on the students inside. The scene left them stunned with shock. There were the bodies of monstrous ants scattered across the field. Not a single one was left alive. They gasped in disbelief. Did all the ants really die? Dollars immediately charged into the arena. As she ran, she anxiously called out, "Where are the students?" When she arrived, she too was left speechless with surprise, for right in front of her lay Viker, lying perfectly still, unconscious amidst the piles of ant corpses. Dollars stared at Viker, still confused, wondering, why is Viker here? He knew full well that the curious gazes around him were intense. After all, he wasn't even part of Tutor's team, and he had only been pretending to faint. He tried to stay still, thinking to himself, I'll just pretend to pass out after fighting the rest of them like this. I don't have a better option right now. Even though he was faking it, Viker could clearly feel the eyes surrounding him. He was anxious, but also relieved that he had stepped in just in time to save the tutor room. He silently told himself, this is going to be tricky, but I should be glad these future heroes didn't die here. At that moment, the vice president of Galor's press club rushed onto the field with a camera in hand, ready to capture the scene. She immediately snapped a picture of Viker's handsome, unconscious pose and turned it into a hot article with a very catchy headline. A hero was born during the midterm exam of the Academy's arena, saving his fellow classmates. The school's famous newspaper quickly churned out several more articles. They revealed the truth behind Viker's heroic deeds, the brief moments they witnessed before he collapsed. The main focus was an interview with the tutor room, particularly Bianca, where she described how Viker had swooped in to save her from a monstrous ant before she passed out. The following article interviews Viker and quotes him saying, "Everything succeeded because we fought together." With a catchy headline and a humble yet heroic tone, Viker received a flood of praise. The next article highlighted Viker's good looks on the sports field, along with exciting news. Viker, who had become the talk of the town for his handsome appearance, was re-ranked as a top-tier elite swordsman. The following article explained Viker's response when questioned about how he managed to defeat the A-rank ant general. The head of the Monster Research Center expressed doubt, arguing that an elite swordsman shouldn't be able to defeat such a powerful creature. Viker explained he knew the assassin ants have a fatal weak spot on their skulls. This led to the hottest article on Viker, though his photo in it wasn't exactly cheerful. Viker had revealed the secret of the assassin ants, and it was expected that the Imperial soldiers' death rate would significantly decrease. Because of this, the Emperor rewarded Viker. Finally, a more recent article appeared featuring a candid shot of Viker's serious, almost exaggeratedly long face with the eye-catching headline, "Who is Viker? Could he be this year's most charming star?" Viker angrily ripped up the newspaper in front of him. He had been hiding on the roof, sitting alone in the dark, feeling the weight of the unwanted attention and praise pressing down on him. He lowered his head in frustration, letting out a heavy sigh. The irritation from everything that had happened recently still hadn't faded. He grimaced, muttering to himself, "Who would have thought a quiet school life would turn into such a mess?" In contrast to his anger, little Madame Eight Legs was happily jumping around, barking woof, woof, which only made him more annoyed with her. "This is nothing to celebrate, little Madame," he mumbled, sighing again. "Well, at least everyone else is safe and sound." Just then, an owl flew toward Viker, making little Madame jump in fright. She panicked and quickly burrowed into his collar as the owl landed on his arm. The owl then brought Cindy Windy's daily report. He quickly read through the short, concise report she had attached to the owl. 1. The 10 most powerful demons had found some information and needed time to analyze it, about a month. 2. The Nighthound, 2 imposters had appeared. One pretended to seek recognition, while the other's motives were unclear. 3. Osiris from the Baskerville family had left the estate and was believed to be heading to the imperial capital. 4. One of the first-year students at the academy was hiding a royal lineage. After receiving the report, the owl flew off. Only then did the young lady dare to peek out from her hiding spot. Viker furrowed his brows at the new information. He murmured to himself, "Does she have a lead on the 10 most powerful demons? She wants me to wait for a month. It seems like she's being careful with this." Thinking back to his last encounter with one of the 10 most powerful demons 9 times ago at the orphanage, he whispered to himself, "The only reason I defeated him so easily last time was because I borrowed the power of the Sanctess. This month, I need to work hard on leveling up my own skills." The news about the 2 impersonators of Nighthound was starting to worry Viker. It would make it harder for his fake identity when hunting demons, especially since the Empire still hadn't figured out whether his Nighthound persona was on the side of good or evil. He frowned and muttered to himself, "I was already worried about the Nighthound issue, and now 2 fakes show up. This could get really bad if they catch the attention of the palace or if our actions overlap. I need to investigate this." As for the other news, Osiris left Baskerville. Viker's older brother had left the Baskerville family estate. Meanwhile, a member of the royal family was hiding in the academy. Both of these things confused Viker. He wondered, "I never even asked her to do a 4th thing. Why is she telling me this? This woman, Cindy Windy, always worked on impulse. If she liked something, she just added it in." Viker quietly burned the report, muttering, "Well, learning more won't hurt." He let go, and the paper ashes blew away with the wind. The ashes swirled around in front of Viker before drifting toward a girl who would quietly appear on the roof next to him. The girl spoke up, catching Viker's attention. "I didn't expect to run into the Academy's hero here at this hour." Sinclair arrived in complete silence, so much so that Viker didn't even realize she was there until she spoke. She stood confidently in the moonlight, smiling brightly and giggling as she said, "They call this destiny, right?" Suddenly, Sinclair appeared and sat down beside him. Viker quietly observed the strange girl, who seemed to flicker in and out of sight. He thought to himself, Sinclair is known for both her hard work and talent, a genius who holds the highest position in the firearms department with impressive results. Her presence here makes me cautious. He carefully studied her, wondering, why would someone like her be here at this moment? Sinclair looked up at the night sky, with thousands of stars shining above them, and broke the silence between them with an explanation to Viker. "I didn't expect to run into you here. This is my secret spot where I come to watch the Milky Way whenever I feel down." He nodded in understanding. "I see," he replied. It really was a coincidence that Sinclair ran into Viker, and she felt secretly pleased. She gave him a sly glance and wondered to herself, if I keep coming here, will I keep running into him? Viker felt uneasy again because this was the meeting spot where he was supposed to receive intelligence from Cindy Windy. He ignored Sinclair, furrowed his brow, and became lost in thought, worried, thinking, "I even changed my contact point with Cindy Windy." Noticing his silence, Sinclair eagerly tried to start a conversation. "Would you like to know what everyone at the Academy is saying about you?" Viker coldly interrupted her. "I really don't want to know," he said, but she kept speaking innocently. "Don't be shy, it's natural for great people to attract attention." She continued to look at him with interest, speaking with excitement. "Not only did you top every written exam, but you also have several research papers that have completely changed the academic world. Even though you're a commoner, your energy level during your formative years reached an elite high rank. You're an extraordinary individual, a senior expert even. The more he heard, the more Viker broke out in cold sweat. Sinclair couldn't stop praising him, saying he was on a whole different level compared to everyone else. Viker decided to cut her off there. He frowned slightly and replied, clearly displeased, grades aren't everything. They're nothing special to talk about. Sinclair didn't seem to understand what he meant. She tilted her head, looking confused, and asked, but isn't everything about grades at school? She didn't realize that for him, money, status, and honor would soon become useless. As soon as the age of destruction began, the old order would collapse. A new era of survival would begin. Sinclair suddenly smiled, then said something that made Viker freeze. You talk like you've been alive for ages, like an old man telling stories. He had to be cautious when he realized Sinclair was quite sharp. She changed the topic and asked him, by the way, what are you planning to do after the midterm exams are over? He distractedly avoided the question, giving a vague answer. Sinclair rolled her eyes, wiped the sweat off her brow, and asked, did you just turn me down? She sighed, laughing in disbelief. I can't believe this. Viker stayed silent, speaking only when absolutely necessary. He pushed up his glasses and quietly observed the mysterious girl sitting next to him. He thought to himself, come to think of it, she's just like me. She's probably hiding a lot too. Before I left, she was at the top of the class every year, all the way until graduation. Though just an ordinary person after that, she cut off all contact with the world and vanished from history. Sinclair stayed quiet, simply sitting there, enjoying the moment of being next to her crush. Meanwhile, a thought slowly formed in Viker's mind. What if her being just an ordinary student was a cover-up? Maybe the royal figure Cindy Windy had mentioned to him was actually Sinclair. The next day, the theory exam at the academy wrapped up. The whole group headed back to their dorm. Tutor stretched tiredly, sighed, and complained. I didn't expect the exam to be this long. As he relaxed and stretched his muscles, he cheerfully said to the group, but hey, after today's combat test, the exam period will finally be over. Sancho carefully reminded them, it was inevitable that the exams would be extended since we had to postpone some due to the accident during the defense exam. Thinking back to that exam, Tutor's scowl, clearly still annoyed. He grumbled, it's such a shame that my bet with Granola ended in a tie. His rival, Granola, was just as irritated. However, Tutor had also figured out who the real strong one was here. He glanced at Viker, flashed a smile, and said, but now I know who I should really consider my opponent. I've learned quite a bit from this test. Viker stayed silent, not responding. He started to sweat. His friends immediately got excited, punching Viker playfully and complimenting him. Yeah, we didn't get hurt badly because of Viker, but isn't it annoying how he hides his strength? A high-level elite is definitely cheating, hiding it from friends, that sneaky jerk. Viker quickly turned to his friends, trying to explain to Tutor. You might not remember, but I didn't take down those monsters on my own. Tutor shrugged, smiling back. You're being too modest. Then Peachy suddenly shifted the conversation with an unexpected question. By the way, did you hear about the recent terrorist attack by the Night Hounds? He immediately focused on PG. He took out a piece of paper and continued, there's news that the trainees at the Varangian Training Center were injured by a Night Hound. The paper was a carefully folded newspaper. He handed it to everyone to see and said seriously, the report says they encountered a Night Hound and were hurt while trying to stop it. The newspaper had new information. Night Hound, a sudden act of violence, the worst villain in history. Night Hound has once again revealed its deadly fangs. Yesterday morning, Varangian trainees visiting the Imperial capital were ambushed by Night Hound and severely injured. A total of 20 people were reported injured, both lightly and seriously. The Varangian Training Center has also. The rest of the details weren't as important. The three friends turned back to discuss it, even mentioning Varangian. So, Night Hound is expanding its range of operations now. I've heard there are people starting to imitate Night Hound. What's his ultimate goal? Viker stayed out of the conversation. He had already figured out it was the work of imitators. According to Cindy Windy, there were two imitators. One had recently stopped their activities, but the other was steadily increasing their crimes. The group headed back to their room. The carefree friends no longer thought about any bigger issues, but Viker couldn't stop thinking. The current problem was that people's awareness of the Night Hound might keep growing. If this continued, it could interfere with his assassination work. He blended into the group of students, making a mental note to deal with the imitator after the exams were over. At the Colossio Academy's attack test area, unlike the defense exam where students were tested on their ability to work in teams of 4, the attack exam focused more on individual skills. The matches were set up as professor versus student with scores based on both the attacks and the ability to dodge golems controlled by the professors. Since the professors were experts in combat and their golems were modeled after them, the students could gain valuable combat experience against opponents stronger than themselves. Right now, Viker was taking his test with Professor Venci. However, a major flaw of this test was that each professor could only evaluate 50 students. Professor Venci faced the students using her Earth Golem. This meant that, depending on the professor and their fighting style, the evaluation criteria for each student might differ. At that moment, Tutor had shown quite a bit of his fighting ability by landing a hit on the side of Professor Vincey's golem. Sweat was dripping down his face, but he still felt pretty satisfied with himself. He flashed a grin and thought proudly, that was easy. Professor Vincey watched him intently. He summoned sharp, thorny vines that surrounded Tutor and slowly announced, this isn't over. Tutor froze, startled. Professor Vincey declared the vines were just a distraction. Tutor quickly became alert. He focused on the golem again, noticing it was growing larger and charging toward him with incredible speed. Worried, he thought, asterisk keys faster now. Did he enhance its body? Asterisk. Professor Vincey shouted, punch. Tutor reacted instantly, raising his spear in front of him, ready to block the golem's punch. But unexpectedly, the professor added, that was a distraction too. Before Tutor could process it, the golem kicked him hard in the side, catching him completely off guard. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground, clutching his side, writhing from the sharp pain. The golem stood still, shrinking back down to its original size. Professor Vincey slowly asked, my student, do you think I wouldn't use my hands and feet just because I'm a mage? Golem stepped forward, extending his hand for Tutor to grab and help him stand up. The professor calmly advised him, the goal of a fight is simply to win. Remember, even a wizard will use everything they have, hands, feet, or teeth, to win a battle. Tutor hurriedly sat up, feeling a little embarrassed, and responded, thank you for the lesson, Professor. Professor Vincey then announced, your score has been recorded. Tutor returned to his seat with a tired sigh, sitting down next to the other students who were feeling down. His score was now announced. Weaponry Department, Class A, Student Tutor Dom Quixo, results from the evaluation. Effective hits, 12. Successful dodges, 20. Effective blocks, 3. Each point, 1 lethal blow, 0. Tutor's total score, 35 points. When Bianca heard this, she furiously screamed, what? She frowned, her eyes wide in disbelief as she complained, 35 points. How could I lose to Tutor? This is ridiculous. Bianca, from the B-Class Weaponry Department, was also evaluated by Professor Vincey Moore. Effective strikes, 7. Successful dodges, 24. Critical hits, none. Successful blocks, none. Her total score was only 31. Fuming, she jumped to her feet and pointed at Tutor, pouting as she whined, it's all because of the test format. One-on-one combat is way too unfair for archers. Tutor frowned back at her. You're throwing a tantrum. I don't remember you complaining about the unfairness when you got that score in the defense test. He shot back. From the row above them, an excited laugh suddenly rang out, causing both of them to turn around. Granola was laughing uncontrollably, clearly delighted. He sneered at Tutor, puffing up with pride as he announced, Tutor, with this score, it proves I'm superior to you. Granola de Leviathan, an A-class student, was also tested by Professor Vincey. Effective strikes, 11. Successful dodges, 22. Successful blocks, 2. Critical hits, none. But his score was also 35, tying with Tutor. He rolled his eyes and frowned at him. What are you talking about? We both got 35 points. Granola, angry, yelled, that's right. We have the same score on this test and the defense test. But then his smile turned into a twisted grin. He puffed up, opened his mouth, grinning with satisfaction, and squealed. But when you add the theory exam, my score is higher. Those words hit Tutor like a thunderclap because the theory exam was his weak spot. He lowered his head, feeling defeated, and sighed. How did I end up with a lower overall rank than Granola? Bianca moved closer and patted him on the back, offering some comfort. The bright side is our professor is Professor Vincey Moore. We got lucky. She looked a bit worried, rubbing her chin as she mumbled, because the others are being tested by Professor Suddy, that awful professor, the one who disappeared with a magic barrier key and was found drunk. She suddenly thought of the creepy top-ranked face of Professor Suddy on the server, shuddered, and then said to Tutor, from what I've heard from the upperclassmen, Professor Suddy's strange personality and terrible work ethic make her the professor we should avoid the most. This was the first time Tutor had heard of this professor. He was shocked and asked, how did someone like that even become a professor at the academy? Bianca frowned slightly and replied, deep in thought, because she's incredibly talented. Even though she's a professor here, I've heard she also helps the military catch criminals, including dangerous ones like Hound. Tutor started to feel anxious. Among his group of friends, only he and Bianca were being examined by Professor Vincey. The others, Sancho, Sinclair, PG, and Viker, were all stuck with Professor Sadi. He nervously muttered, the others should be fine, right? They're all talented. Bianca sighed and said, that's exactly why I'm even more worried. She looked up at the stars in the sky, thoughtfully replying, Maybe it's because Professor Sadi is the last member of a once noble count family that has now fallen into ruin. It seems like she feels a lot of envy towards students from prestigious families or those with talent. The problem is, I've heard that her jealousy has led her to crush talented students trying to destroy them. Just as Bianca feared, the situation with Professor Sadi was dire. She was standing over PG, who was unconscious on the ground. Confidently, she stood in the middle of the arena, causing panic among the students who hadn't been tested yet. The students were horrified by Professor Sadi's cruelty. They covered their heads in fear, screaming in terror. Another one fainted. What the hell is going on? Is this even a test? Meanwhile, a group of students, terrified, rushed to bang on the arena doors, pounding them with all their might while screaming in a panic. The door's locked. We need to call the other professors. Someone help. Professor Sadi remained completely calm in the face of the chaos, as if she were completely used to this kind of scene. She stood with her hands on her hips, staring at them thoughtfully. Without any emotion, she casually rested one foot on PG's head and muttered in disappointment. Looks like this class is just full of cowards. Poor PG had been knocked out cold by Professor Sadi, covered in blood, showing that she didn't hold back, even though she knew this was just a test. His score was absolutely terrible. Every stat of his, effective strikes, dodges, blocks, or critical hits, was 0. His total score was a big fat 0. In another corner, Sinclair was also unconscious, looking just as bad. Her body was bruised and covered in blood. Her score was also 0, just like Peaky's. Even Sancho, the strongest member of the group, was in the same state as his two friends. He had been beaten mercilessly, passed out in a pool of blood, with no points to show for it. These were the strongest students, chosen first by Professor Sadi to be tortured. She grabbed her leather whip, continuing her slow, almost casual walk across the arena as she moved toward the next lucky person to be chosen. She sighed and muttered, "At this rate, it's just a waste of time." Professor Sadi calmly walked toward Viker and called out, "All right, next." Viker stepped down into the arena. He silently watched the cruel professor approach, her cold gaze locked onto him, promising a fight that would haunt her for generations to come. The cruel professor, with a name as long as Viker's entire life, Donation Alphonse Francois Sadi de Sade, better known as Professor Sadi, stared at him with eyes full of malice and excitement. She licked her lips and let out an excited scream. "Next contestant, come up here." 30 minutes earlier, before the personal attack test and the brutal torment from Professor Sadi, Sancho was still buzzing with excitement. He had been eagerly anticipating this test for a long time. He laughed loudly, grinning ear to ear as he said, "Finally, the combat test is starting." Sitting next to Sancho were his three friends, Viker, PG, and Sinclair. Seeing Sancho's enthusiasm, Sinclair innocently asked, "Sancho, you seem really confident about this test." He grinned widely and replied with excitement, "A one-on-one fight is the true test of a warrior's skill. How could I not look forward to it?" PG nodded in agreement. Tudor had once said, "If you don't use aura, the strongest fighter in close combat is Sancho." Viker stayed silent, standing outside the conversation, but he seemed to agree as well. Suddenly, a loud, panicked voice interrupted, catching everyone's attention. "Professor, what are you doing?" It turned out that on the battlefield, a student was angrily questioning Professor Sadi after seeing her holding a bottle of alcohol. "Isn't that alcohol? How can you drink during a test that affects the future of the students?" In response to the student's criticism, Professor Sadi calmly replied, "This is not alcohol." The student, frustrated, shouted, "I can smell the alcohol from here." Professor Sadi ignored the student's protests. She tilted her head back and drank the entire bottle, muttering, "This is such a hassle." Not only did she drink it, but she also chewed the bottle in front of the stunned student. Alcohol and broken glass spilled from Professor Sadi's mouth. She licked her lips, then looked at the student with the glazed eyes of someone clearly drunk, smirking as she challenged him. "It's only 76 proof, so don't call it alcohol." The scene left Viker's group of friends in a state of panic. PG anxiously screamed, "Isn't that our Professor Sadi? It's really as strange as they say." Professor Sadi raised a list of students, looked at the crowd of pupils with a sinister grin, then pointed to a name and called out loudly, "All right, let's start the test. Sancho Barataria." When he heard his name called first, PG nervously shouted a warning, "Sancho, be careful. I've heard that many students who face Professor Sadi can't continue their studies after this." Despite the warning, Sancho remained full of confidence. With a smug grin, he strutted into the arena and replied, "Don't worry, PG." He stood tall in front of Professor Sadi's earth golem, proudly declaring, "The will of a warrior can never be broken." He raised his axe, ready for battle, and cheerfully addressed the professor. "I'm counting on you, Professor." The loudspeaker crackled to life, signaling the start of the test. Without missing a beat, Sancho leaped forward, aiming straight for the professor's golem. Professor Sadi calmly smiled. She flashed a sneering grin, showing off her sharp, pointed teeth and whispered mockingly, "So, the will of a warrior is never broken, huh?" A loud crash echoed through the arena, freezing both the group of friends and Viker in place. Sinclair and PG stared wide-eyed at the heartbreaking sight before them. The thudding sounds continued, each hit making their faces grow paler and more horrified, leaving them speechless. In the blink of an eye, Sancho was overpowered by Professor Sadi's golem. The creature had beaten him to a pulp, gripping tightly around his neck. As he lay unconscious, the students murmured in shock, "He's been defeated." Professor Sadi smirked, her lips curling into a mocking grin. "Does this mean the warrior is out of the game?" Viker frowned slightly, feeling a knot of discomfort in his chest. The golem tossed Sancho out of the arena. He was completely unconscious, never having had the chance to fight back. The group rushed forward in a panic, desperately calling out Sancho's name. Viker and PG rushed to wake Sancho up. His friend anxiously called out over and over, "Wake up, Sancho." But there was no response from him at all. Sinclair started to get frustrated with Professor Sadi's cruelty. She shouted angrily, "Professor, what are you doing?" She yelled at the professor, questioning her, "You're beating students until they pass out during a test." However, the ruthless professor interrupted her coldly, saying, "This test is meant to give students real-world experience." She gave Sinclair a haughty look, pointing at her and sneering with contempt. "That's what the Academy's first principal said. I'm sure none of you will complain like this in a real situation, right?" Just because Sinclair had stood up for Sancho, Professor Sadi decided to pick her as the next target. She pointed at Sinclair and smugly announced, "Next is you. Should I test the runner-up at the ice department?" Viker suddenly spoke up, declined Sinclair. He looked at her seriously and said, "What she's doing is unreasonable. If we report this to the Academy, we might get a chance to retake the test." He could clearly see Professor Sadi's concerns, but instead of listening to him, Sinclair coldly turned away and stubbornly refused. "Thanks for worrying," but she turned back to look at Professor Sadi and angrily declared, "I won't run away from someone who's hurt my friends." Professor Sadi chuckled at Sinclair's outrage. With a mocking tone, she sneered, "Are you planning to keep frowning like that on that pretty face of yours?" She smirked and teased, "Well, let me help you get rid of those wrinkles on your forehead." Despite that, Sinclair decided to go ahead with the test. An announcement echoed, "The test will begin now." Immediately, Sinclair channeled her anger in a burst of frustration, opened 3 magic circles at once. Professor Sadi seemed extremely excited by Sinclair's preparation. She burst out laughing and hissed, "You can use 3 third-tier spells at your age, truly worthy of being the runner-up." Her eyes gleamed with a mix of cruelty and exhilaration. She glared at Sinclair, bared her teeth in a grin, and asked, "But have you ever experienced the backflow of magic when a spell is forcibly cancelled?" As soon as she finished speaking, Sadi's golem charged straight at Sinclair, aiming for the vulnerable part of her stomach. The sudden attack startled her, and the golem delivered a brutal punch right to her midsection, shattering the magic she had just cast. Sadi's sharp, mocking laughter echoed in Sinclair's ears. That must hurt. Sinclair coughed up blood as the magic inside her body surged like an electric current, exploding through her eyes and mouth. The magic was forcibly released, flowing out along with the blood from her mouth. She collapsed to the ground, her body in so much pain that she couldn't move, trembling uncontrollably. She clutched her stomach, shaking violently. Professor Sadi laughed cruelly and asked, "How does it feel? 10 times more painful than you imagined, right?" She clicked her tongue in mock disappointment, glaring at Sinclair with a sinister grin. Her expression was filled with twisted excitement as she mocked Sinclair in her suffering. "If you're unlucky, you might never be able to use magic again. It'd be interesting if the runner-up from the ice department couldn't use magic anymore." Sadi's golem kicked Sinclair out of the arena. Her smug voice rang out again. "Pray that doesn't happen. Anyway, I've worked so hard to become runner-up because, after all, I'm just a commoner." PG rushed over, panicking and calling out to Sinclair. She had already lost consciousness. Sadie kept taunting. Next up is Viker's face darkened. His anger was reaching its breaking point. The next person to step into the ring was PG. He was shaking with fear, but still firmly gripped his sword, ready to face that terrifying professor. Sadie quickly realized that PG wasn't some outstanding student. Still, he bravely took the floor, driven by the desire to avenge his 2 beaten-up friends. Seeing the trembling boy barely able to hold his sword without shaking, Sadi sneered and mocked him. "Seriously, who is this trash who doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly?" Despite being openly ridiculed by the professor, PG kept his gaze fixed on her. Sweat poured down, soaking his forehead, but he continued to reassure himself. "I'm not a coward. I won't back down." Professor Sadi's golem slowly advanced toward PG. He was filled with anxiety, but he still tried to encourage himself. "Right, this exam is my chance to show the courage hidden beneath my weak exterior." Before he could even process the situation, his sword suddenly vibrated in his hands. The blade was knocked off and flew far away. The golem had barely tapped PG's sword, and it shattered into two pieces. PG froze, rooted to the spot. He stared at the half of the sword still in his hands, speechless and in shock. Before he could even react, Sadi's golem mercilessly kicked PG in the chin, sending him flying into the air. The golem's cold voice echoed in PG's ears, carrying the mocking words of Professor Sadi. No matter how hard trash tries, it will always be trash. By this point, Viker was so enraged that the veins on his face were clearly visible. So this professor has chosen death. Professor Sadi casually placed a foot on PG's head as he lay unconscious on the ground. That was when the students in the stands fell into chaos. They grabbed their heads, horrified, screaming out loud. Another one fainted. Is this really a test? PG had also been thrown out of the arena, landing right at Viker's feet. He looked so beaten that it was hard to even look at him. Sancho wasn't any better. He had been struck so hard that one of his eyes was swollen shut and blood from his nose hadn't even dried yet. Sinclair was unconscious after being drained of her magic. She looked just as pitiful as her two friends. A fire of rage ignited inside Viker. He was so furious that his face turned ashen, his anger so intense it was as if he had already become the villain in a story that wasn't over yet. Professor Sadi smirked at the chaos unfolding among the students. She rolled her eyes and sighed, almost in amusement. All the students this year are just cowards. All right then, bring on the next one. The next student to step onto the arena surprised Sadi a little. Viker said nothing, slinging his bow over his shoulder as he entered the arena to face Sadi and her earth golem. He responded coldly. I'm the next one. Sadi immediately recognized who Viker was, but she was surprised because she hadn't planned on confronting him so soon. She opened her mouth, laughing in surprise, and sarcastically said, "What a passionate student." Deep down, Sadi was silently telling herself that she had to deal with the main course right now. She really was rushing things. The students seemed to calm down a bit when they saw Viker take the initiative and step up to the arena. They anxiously whispered among themselves, "That's Viker. He's the famous hero of the academy. I heard he's a high-level swordsman." The whispers reached Viker's ears. They were filled with concern, but Professor Sadi is at least a graduator. There's no way a student like him could defeat her, and a bow and arrow are the worst weapons to use in a one-on-one fight. Viker heard everything but didn't react. He coldly knocked an arrow. The announcement sounded, "The test will begin now." Professor Sadi was excited, quietly laughing to herself. She thought she had victory in the bag once again and eagerly cheered herself on inwardly. Crushing talented students is really fun. Before Viker could even place the arrow on his bow, Sadi's golem charged forward immediately under her command. She was still feeling smug, thinking to herself, right now he's the top student at the academy. If I defeat the best student, just imagine how satisfying that would be. She carefully calculated her move, targeting Viker's arm as he was drawing the arrow and excitedly thought, "Let me enjoy the sound of his screams when I snap that arm." Viker waited until the golem got close enough before finally drawing his arrow. In an instant, he placed the arrow on the bow and aimed at Sadi's golem. Sadi's eyes widened as she watched Viker's arrow leave his bow just as the golem was about to reach him. The arrow flew through the air, infused with Viker's intense red energy, and slammed into the golem's shoulder. The arrow didn't pierce the golem entirely, but Viker remained calm and composed. A gust of wind swept past Sadi, sending her hair flying. Her golem halted in its tracks, just inches from Viker. A sharp, ear-piercing scream echoed across the arena. The group of students gathered at the gate froze in shock when they saw that the golem had stopped moving. They stared wide-eyed in disbelief and murmured, "Did he just stop the giant of Professor Sadi? More importantly, when did he even make his move?" At that moment, horrifying, agonized screams suddenly echoed through the air. To everyone's surprise, Viker's arrow had flown right past the golem, striking Professor Sadi in her left eye. She collapsed to the ground, and the golem staggered back before crashing down. Sadi screamed in pain, crying out, "My eye! My eye!" Viker stood still, peering at her over the golem's shoulder. Then he tilted his head and looked at Sadi, feigning confusion as he said, "I meant to shoot the giant. How did the arrow end up there?" However, when he locked eyes with Professor Sadi, his normally emotionless gaze flared with a smug, unapologetic satisfaction, clearly showing that it was a deliberate attack. He smirked and coldly asked, "Are you okay?" Sadi had noticed the smug, taunting smile on his face. She gritted her teeth to hold back the pain. Her remaining eye was bloodshot with fury, glaring intensely at Viker, wishing she could tear him into 1,000 pieces. But Viker had only asked for one of her eyes, and this battle had only just begun. After Professor Sadi deliberately injured Viker's friends during their individual combat test, he had asked for just one of her eyes as revenge for his friends. Sadi screamed in agony, her voice so loud it echoed all the way to Professor Vinci, making him jump. He spun around, startled. He thought it was the horrifying scream of some student being tortured by Sadi and cursed under his breath. A scream? No way. Could that crazy professor really be torturing a student again? Inside Professor Sadi's arena, the students who had just been pounding on the door, screaming for help, were now frozen, their mouths agape, staring down at the arena. Professor Vinci had arrived. He kicked down the locked door and charged inside. Without even seeing what was happening, he shouted angrily at the professor, Professor Sadi, "Why did you lock the door? Are you being violent with the students again?" Not only was he worried, but Tutor also rushed over frantic. He had already been anxious knowing that his friends were in trouble after meeting Professor Sadi. However, to their shock, Sadi was sitting on the ground holding his bleeding eye tightly, with an arrow still stuck in it. Professor Vinci stood frozen in disbelief, unable to imagine a day when Sadi would be injured. He gasped in shock and said, "Professor Sadi is bleeding. What on earth is happening here?" At the same time, Tutor ignored the crazy professor and hurriedly looked for his friends. What caught his eye were 3 of his friends lying unconscious in a pool of blood outside the arena. Tutor screamed in terror. Everyone immediately rushed over to the fallen friends. Professor Vinci approached Sadi, who was lying on the ground, enduring the sharp pain from his injured eye. He noticed Viker walking over with a bow in hand and quickly turned to him, asking, "What's going on here?" Viker calmly turned back to look at Sadi's giant golem and replied clearly, "During the test, I was startled when I saw a golem charging toward me, so I shot an arrow. The arrow grazed the golem and hit Professor Sadi in the eye." His explanation was logical and well-structured, which immediately convinced Professor Vinci. He turned back to look at Sadi, confused, and thought to himself, "I've seen many students injured before, but this is the first time I've seen a professor get hurt, and it's Professor Sadi, no less. Is this some kind of karmic retribution?" Sadi was seething with rage. She directed all of her anger at her uninjured eye, grinding her teeth and glaring at Viker, feeling helpless as the announcement echoed through the room. The scoring has been completed. The results for student number 256, Viker from the B class of the Ice faculty, under Professor Sadi's supervision, hits 1. Successful evasion, 1. Successful block, none. Critical hit, 10 points. Total score, 11 points. Viker was satisfied with his low score. As soon as Viker's score was announced, St. Dollars arrived and hurriedly began treating his 3 friends who had been severely injured by the golem. Even Dollars was completely stunned by the injuries these kids had. All 3 of them looked absolutely terrible, with blood dried and sticking to their bodies. As Dollars tried to treat them, she couldn't help but think in shock. Sinclair had internal injuries from the impact force. Sanko's body was badly bruised. Piggy had even broken her jaw. The Saintess was furious inside. These weren't the kind of injuries students should be suffering during a test. After giving her all to heal the 3 of them, Doll stood up. Tudo quickly asked, his voice full of worry, "Senior Dollars, will they be okay?" She turned to him, calmly reassuring him, thanks to the prompt help, they'll recover without any lasting effects. Both Tudo and Bianca let out a sigh of relief. Without even thinking, they both said at the same time, "What a relief." Dollars turned her back and began walking away. The anger simmering inside her made her lose any desire to stay and celebrate with the younger members of the club. She headed toward the professor, who was slumped over in a corner of the arena's seating. Coldly, Dollars spoke to her, "Professor Sadi, please let me see your injuries." Although the Saintess was fulfilling her healing duties, she still sternly reminded Professor Sadi, as her own wound was healing, "I will request a disciplinary meeting with the student council because you abused a student." Contrary to what the Saintess expected, Sadi suddenly asked, "Are you the Saintess of the great Quo Vadis family?" Dollars didn't respond. She was more focused on the horrific wound on Sadi's eye. She was left speechless and repeated, "Please, let me see your wound." To Dollars' shock, Sadi pulled the arrow out herself. Blood splattered onto Dollars. Sadie glared at the Saintess, biting down on the arrow that had been lodged in her eye and grinning in a twisted, sinister manner as she hissed, "I don't need your help." She continued chewing on the arrow. The students watched in a mix of disgust and disbelief. Professor Vinci, though equally disturbed, had grown so used to this that he wasn't surprised. Sadi finished chewing the arrow as a way to vent her anger at Viker. Then she stood up, turned her back, and arrogantly said to Dollars, "If I'm disciplined for this, I'll accept it. But just wait until the day I finish my punishment." Blood continued to pour from the empty eye socket of Sadi. It spilled from her mouth after she had chewed through the broken arrow earlier, but she still smiled arrogantly, muttering to herself like a madwoman. "Even one causing trouble at night in the city. Recently, so many people have made things more interesting for me." As she passed by Viker, she tilted her head back and glanced at him with one eye, smirking as she asked, "Viker, right?" He only lowered his head in silence. She leisurely walked past him, throwing him a mocking warning. "I'll remember your name. We'll meet again." He remained silent, but he realized that being disciplined at the academy wouldn't mean much to Sadi. On the contrary, it would just give her more free time to deal with whoever was causing chaos in the city. Because of this incident, the midterm exams, which had seemed endless, finally came to an end. As soon as the scores were posted, the students rushed in to check their rankings. Sinclair is still in first place. Granola Leviathan is in second, followed by Tudor and Highborough Baskerville in third and fourth, the older sibling in the triplet group. Bianca is in fifth, with her brother Middlebrow right behind her. Sancho and Lowbrow are in seventh and eighth. Viker is way down in 21st place, and Peachy is close to the bottom at 199th. The students assigned to Professor Sadi for the attack test, who lost a significant number of points, had the chance to retake the test with the professor's help. This included Sancho, PG, and Sinclair. Those whose scores were restored ended up leading the first-year students. However, instead of focusing on her, the students' attention shifted to someone else. As the Academy's rising star passed by, students nudged each other and whispered, "That's the one, right?" The main character, none other than Viker, walked through the crowd, his steps heavy amidst admiring gazes and loud whispers. He was the only one who could land a fatal blow to Professor Sadi. One person added, "That wasn't just a knockout punch. He destroyed her eye. She totally deserved it. It feels like all the fear that monster caused me is finally gone." Viker really is cool though. Considering what he did during the defense exam, shouldn't we be calling him a hero? Hero Viker sounds awesome. Viker overheard all the praise from the students surrounding him. He felt both uncomfortable and regretful about his impulsive actions that had drawn so much attention to him. He angrily thought to himself, "Is this what I get for acting on impulse?" He tried to ignore it all, but the idea that his ability to act as Night Hound might be compromised by this unwanted attention started to bother him. He lowered his head and walked away deep in thought. His life during the day was supposed to be for preparing so he could work at night. He didn't want to attract too much attention, but he had acted without thinking when he saw them being attacked. Suddenly, a girl jumped in front of Viker, blocking his path. She flipped her hair dramatically, shyly handing him a letter. "Viker, I've liked you for a long time." She hadn't even finished confessing her feelings when a figure suddenly rushed out from the shadows, charging straight toward her. Viker gasped when he realized it was Lowbrow, who had just lunged forward and snatched the love letter from the poor girl's hand. He tore the letter into several pieces like a loyal puppy, while his two triplet brothers surrounded the girl with hostile, questioning glares. "Who do you think you are blocking our way?" they sneered. Viker looked at them in panic and gasped at the Baskerville triplets. The three thugs started walking ahead of Viker, clearing a path through the crowd of students surrounding him. They acted all haughty and intimidating, growling at the other students. "You guys blocking our way to suck up to this commoner? Do you all want to get a beating? Get lost." The hair on the triplets' heads stood up like spines as if they were proudly showing off to him, "We've taken care of them all." Viker, with a smirk, sent a message through the antenna of his hair. "Nice, looks like these three are finally good for something." Viker's destination was the press club. He walked to the club room, reminding himself to be careful not to let his day be disrupted too much. He suddenly stopped right at the door, surprised, and looked up. Dollars is the only one in the common room. At that moment, she was deeply focused on a newspaper, her expression tense. Viker pulled out a chair and sat down, then asked, "What are you reading that's got you frowning like that?" Her eyes widened in shock at his question. Flustered, she stammered, "When did you get here?" Viker was momentarily confused, realizing he hadn't even noticed her presence. Calmly, before he sat down, he answered, "Just now." He glanced at the scattered newspapers spread across the table in front of the woman and asked, "Is there a new article about the Night Hound?" Dollars sighed and replied, "They're saying the Night Hound is responsible for destroying the city's iconic landmark, the central clock tower, and damaging the royal memorial. No physical evidence, but they still blame it all on him." She frowned again as she looked down at the papers, her frustration evident. It's strange how they come to perceive him. It doesn't add up. Viker was quite surprised that, even now, Dollars was still standing by him. He quietly thought to himself, "Having someone believe in me is more comforting than I expected." He also immediately realized that these actions were being carried out by one of the two people impersonating his Night Hound identity. He picked up a newspaper, skimmed through it, and thought, the clock tower is a symbol of peace and order. Everyone in the capital sees it at least once a day. If they're destroying such an iconic landmark of the city, does that mean they hold a lot of hatred towards society? Maybe this person isn't following the same path as the others. As he read about the royal memorial, Viker's mind quickly went to the intelligence he had recently received from Cindy Windy. He had gotten the information from her just the day before. She told him that her sources had been cut off, which seemed very suspicious. Viker leaned on his hand, staring intently at the articles about the imposter using his identity, and silently asked himself, "Should I go?" In the end, he decided he needed to get to the bottom of this. So that very night, he left the dorm and set out to investigate, taking on the role of the Night Hound. He arrived at the memorial, but only stood from a distance, looking at it from the rooftop. He observed the towering statue in the distance and muttered, "The Royal Memorial is a shared graveyard where the heroes of the Empire rest." Suddenly, he realized that the memorial wasn't far from the Indulgentia orphanage. From where he stood, he could even see the orphanage just behind it. He reminded himself, come to think of it, the 9th of the 10 most powerful demons, Dantalion, was hiding near the Indulgentia orphanage. When I check it out, I'll be able to confirm whether this is just a coincidence. At the entrance of the memorial, a stone cross hung above the gate. Viker seemed deep in thought. He was calculating his next move and deciding what to do next. He had descended into the cemetery inside the memorial, hiding behind a grave, carefully observing his surroundings, and whispered to himself, I can figure out right away why Cindy Windy's sources disappeared. Inside the cemetery, a few zombies were aimlessly wandering around. They were classified as C-rank monsters, about 5'7" tall, and were found all over the continent. They were also known as the Rotten Ones. These were common corpses, often seen in places like cemeteries, battlefields, abandoned houses, sewage systems, and similar locations. Viker was watching the zombies closely, muttering to himself, I'm not sure what these people did when they were alive to end up like this, but I do know one of them is a spy for Cindy Windy. He sat up after confirming the target he'd been waiting for. He shrugged off his cloak, pulled a weapon from his side, and sighed, It's been a while since I used Anubis. Should I use it tonight? Anubis was a bow that Aeon held in high regard. She had given it to him the day he left the Black Tribe. The bow could be taken apart, and now he skillfully put it back together. He muttered, This weapon's great because it's convenient and easy to carry, but I still can't believe Aeon gave me something like this. Before long, Anubis was fully reassembled in his hands. Viker jumped to the top of a grave, knocked his arrow, which glowed with a fiery red energy, and aimed at his target. Each arrow he shot pierced through the heads of the zombies with cold precision, tearing apart their skulls, only 3 of them. Once the last zombie fell, he slowly walked forward, admiring his work and muttered to himself, This is on a whole different level compared to the arrows they gave me during the qualification exam. If anyone says masters don't care about their weapons, they're lying. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted around Viker, causing his pupils to dilate. He immediately turned around, searching for the source of the smell. It was a mixture of something both familiar and unfamiliar, leaving him feeling uneasy. This has to be the scent of a monster. But compared to the usual monsters, this smell was much lighter, almost as if the usual putrid stench was being diluted by something else. Viker quickly realized the scent was coming from the direction of the Indulgentia orphanage. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward it, sensing that something was off over there. Inside the orphanage, there was indeed someone, a girl, who was activating a strange magical array in the hallway of the dormitory. Dark mist swirled up from the magic she was casting. In the middle of the battle, strands of red hair slowly floated upwards. The mysterious woman had summoned a girl with bright red hair. That girl, with her striking red locks, was one of the 4 guardians of the 9th corpse of the 10 most powerful demons, Dantalion, known by the codename Geronto. Now she could not be revived. Her eyes remained blank and lifeless, just as they had been the last time Viker decapitated her. Seeing Geronto in this state, the mysterious woman grew frustrated and sighed. Just think about it. That cowardly thief dared to steal you away again. The magic circle disappeared, leaving Geronto's lifeless body, drifting like a soulless zombie. The mysterious woman stepped forward, wrapped her arms tightly around Geronto, and whispered into her ear, I'm sorry, Rose. I've lost you again. I promise you. Her red eyes flicked to Geronto's zombie-like form. Though her voice remained cold and emotionless, there was a hint of regret in her eyes as she declared, I won't let anyone I love be stolen away again. The mysterious woman was none other than the 8th corpse of the 10 most powerful demons, Seer. At the Indulgentia orphanage, where Viker sent the 9th corpse of the 10 most powerful demons, Dantalion, back to the dust, the next of the 10 most powerful demons had appeared and resurrected one of Dantalion's guardians, the only female among them, named Geronto. The demon named Seer looked at the newly resurrected Geronto with some interest, whispering softly in her ear. Seer's ability to locate anyone she's searching for was incredibly useful. The demon's gaze towards Geronto seemed full of sadness and regret. She quietly murmured, I finally found you, Rose, but no matter what I do, I can't find the others. The demon gently ran her hand through Geronto's hair, gazing into her lifeless eyes as she spoke. To control all the power I gained from the demon pact, do I have to fully step into the realm of death? I only carry half the bloodline after all. I need to quickly master all of Seer's strength. At that moment, someone stepped out from the shadows. Viker had followed the demon to this place. Coldly, he ordered the demon, Don't move. The demon flinched when she suddenly felt a fiery, intense gaze from the darkness ahead. Instantly, she rushed forward, positioning herself in front of Geronto's lifeless body, her mind racing with a single thought: asterisk, is someone watching me? They're so strong I didn't even notice they were getting close. Asterisk. Viker stood in the shadows, his bow raised, aiming an arrow at the demon. He didn't bother hiding his murderous intent. In a cold, commanding voice, he warned, "Answer my question. Move even a little, and you're dead. If your answer is off topic, you'll die as well." He aimed the tip of his arrow at the two non-human figures in front of him and addressed Seer. "You have the scent of both humans and demons. Who are you?" Seer answered calmly, "I'm both." Viker immediately shifted his focus to Geronto's newly revived form and asked the demon, who had brought him back to life. She was a subordinate of Dantalion, named Geronto. She should have been dead. Why is she still alive? Seer responded without hesitation, "She's not a subordinate of Dantalion. It was Dantalion who took her from me." Viker glared at Seer with intense hatred and coldly asked, "One last thing. Seer, is that the name of the demon you made a pact with?" The demon didn't understand why he was here, but she could clearly feel the deep hostility he had towards her from the start. Without hesitation, she locked eyes with him and responded indifferently. "And if I say yes?" Viker didn't answer, but his arrow shot toward the demon's eye in a split second. The demon was caught off guard by the sudden attack. She quickly tilted her head to the side, narrowly avoiding the arrow, which whizzed past her and sliced the air, blowing her long red hair around. Viker's aura flared up fiercely. He stared at the demon, his voice dripping with hatred as he replied, "Then I'll kill the demon." The force of Viker's attack made it clear he wasn't here with good intentions. Seer immediately began to cast a series of spells, summoning dozens of skeletons from the dead. Frustrated, she shouted, "Try it if you can." The summoned skeletons were small in size, resembling the remains of children. Seer realized she had summoned the children from the orphanage, the ones who had died at Dantalion's hands. She panicked for a moment, feeling guilty, thinking to herself, "Oh no, I've turned their bodies into zombies." Her actions triggered an immediate reaction from Viker. He too realized that the skeletons she had summoned belonged to the children who had perished at the orphanage, including Piri. Anger surged within him. Viker drew his bow and muttered, "I'm sorry." His arrow shot out from the bow in an instant. The skeletons charged forward all at once. The orphanage building took a heavy blow, shaking the very earth. The skeletons shattered into pieces from the force of Viker's arrow. Taking advantage of the chaos, Seer grabbed Geronto and fled the battlefield. Viker pursued closely behind. His next arrow was aimed straight at the demon. He snarled, "Don't think you'll die peacefully." Seer held Geronto tightly in her arms, quickly preparing a defensive move. She shouted to Geronto's lifeless body, "Hold on tight, Rose." The clash between Viker's attack and Seer's defense caused a massive explosion in the air. Both of them landed softly on the ground, seemingly unharmed. Although Seer's outfit was torn, she didn't seem affected by the recent attack. She stood firmly in front of Geronto, looking furious. She demanded of Viker, "That bow. What's your connection to the Black Tribe?" Viker sensed that this half-demon woman was knowledgeable enough to recognize the distinctive bow of Aeon, the leader of the Black Tribe. He replied bluntly, "I'm one of their hunters." Learning that he was tied to the tribe only fueled Seer's rage. She suddenly snapped, her voice filled with fury. "Then you must have been in there that night." Her anger unleashed, Seer's power surged, and the killing intent around her became sharper, more intense than before. It was the complete opposite of her earlier retreat. Now she radiated bloodlust, ready to consume Viker. She began forming a sphere of energy and roared, "I'll kill you, barbarian." Viker quickly dodged the magical sphere Seer had hurled toward him. He glanced at the racist demon cautiously, thinking to himself. The closer he got, the more he realized she smelled like a living person. Seer noticed that her previous attack had missed and immediately prepared to strike again. Viker continued to carefully watch the demon, silently wondering, Asterisk, aren't the 10 most powerful demons on the same level as the Demon King, using human bodies as vessels? Asterisk. He didn't have time to question her identity further. Seer unleashed a series of rapid attacks on him, forcing him to dodge constantly. The demon's strikes were relentless, but they couldn't match Viker's smooth, snake-like ability to avoid them. He managed to land safely without a scratch, leaving the building behind him to take all the damage. However, he couldn't expect that just as he touched down, sharp spikes shot up from the ground and pierced through his body. Seer looked at Viker's bloodied body hanging from the sharp tips and sneered with bitter contempt. "You lowly barbarian." The previous attack had caused blood to pour from the demon's eyes, but she was satisfied, thinking she had finally defeated Viker. She smirked, feeling triumphant, and mockingly said, "You sure talk big, but look at you now." She never expected that just as she finished speaking, her crossbow would be instantly snapped in half. Seeing the broken pieces of her weapon scatter on the ground, her eyes widened in shock and embarrassment. Viker had suddenly come back to life, his body fully restored, standing tall in front of her as if he'd risen from the dead. This left Seer completely stunned. She gasped, "He's not human, is he?" Viker gripped his bow again, tightening his hold on it as he spoke through clenched teeth. "After fighting you for a while, I realize you're much weaker than the other demons, because you're only a half demon." This time, Viker decided not to attack from a distance with his bow anymore. He tucked the two halves of his bow away, coldly glaring at her as he said, "No more talking." He glared at the demon, his voice low and filled with anger as he hissed, "Die." The demon wasn't about to back down. She quickly cast a new magic circle, summoning a giant golem while shouting an extremely hateful slur, "You're the one who should die, barbarian." The golem Frankenstein summoned by Seer has an A+ danger level and stands a massive 8 meters tall. It was found in a place called the Otherworld Grave. It's also affectionately known as the giant lump of meat. This golem was made from countless body parts of the dead. The pieces of flesh were stacked together to form a humanoid shape. However, the original form of the lump of meat wasn't preserved. Its filthy, all-powerful existence is surprisingly strong. As soon as the massive lump of meat was brought to life, it let out a growl and angrily charged toward Viker with a clenched fist. Although the lump of meat was held back, Seer didn't intend to use it to attack Viker. She had another goal in mind. The golem was just a distraction. "I'll defeat him with my fire magic," she thought. Viker, however, had his own plan. Without hesitation, he swung his sword Beelzebub. In a single strike, he tore the giant lump of meat in half. He stared directly at Seer, as if her actions were nothing more than an annoyance to him. But just as Viker used the Beelzebub sword, Seer suddenly noticed the bright red energy radiating from the tip of his blade. She glared at him, frozen in place. In her mind, she thought, asterisk, that red energy. It belongs to the Baskerville family, asterisk. Viker charged straight into the attack that Seer was about to launch. But just then, she suddenly shouted, "Wait!" He didn't pay any attention, though, and got ready to unleash the 7th technique of the Baskerville family to show her just how terrifying he could be. His eyes burned with pure hatred as he stared at her, but it seemed like there was a trace of embarrassment in the demon's gaze when she met his eyes. Viker's sword collided violently with Seer's magical orb. The explosion that followed was so powerful, it seemed like it could blow the entire orphanage camp away, emitting a blinding flash of light. The air was filled with dust and debris, obscuring everything. As the smoke gradually cleared, only Viker and Seer remained, standing in the massive crater left by the blast. The Indulgentia orphanage grounds were now in ruins, destroyed by Viker's relentless effort to defeat the demon 8th corpse of the 10 most powerful demons. 8th corpse, Seer. Viker had also been affected by the explosion. His clothes were torn and part of his mask was shattered, revealing his face. He clutched his attacking arm and growled at Seer. The demon's mask had been shattered, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Viker looked down at the weak demon curled up at his feet and sneered. "Maybe it's because you're a half-demon, but it seems like the mana backlash hit you hard after you failed to cast your spell." Viker recalled the moment he charged into attack. He had noticed that the demon hesitated, as if something was holding her back. He coldly asked, "Were you distracted at that moment?" Seer lowered her head, letting her red hair fall over her face, hiding the features that had been revealed after the mask broke. She suddenly whispered, "Please don't abandon me." Viker felt something was off. He paused for a moment, then asked bluntly, "Why did you make a pact with a demon?" In truth, he had already raised his Beelzebub sword high, ready to strike and end her life as soon as she answered. He coldly continued, "Every death has a story behind it." The Beelzebub sword in his hand glowed red, its blade poised, ready to tear through every drop of blood from the demoness known as the Death Queen. The demon in front of him, for some reason, had fallen into deep, hopeless depression. She knelt there at his feet, head bowed, completely still, refusing to answer any of his questions. The tip of his sword still glowed a bright red high above them. He hadn't gotten any response from the demon. After a long moment of silence, Viker swung his arm. It was then that Viker decided to strike, and the blade of his sword aimed straight at the demon's throat. Suddenly, a burst of red hair flew through the air. The lifeless body of Geronto, the one Seer had revived and kept calling by the name Josie, rushed forward, blocking the path of Viker's sword and protecting Seer. This surprised him. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Geronto confused. He wondered zombies and night demons usually tear living humans apart blindly, driven by intense jealousy of what they don't have. Even though she's being controlled by a powerful will, zombies typically can't be controlled and continue their rampage if their master loses consciousness. That's the theory anyway. But Geronto's zombie in front of him seemed to have a will of its own, hidden behind the emotionless face of a dead person. This made him instinctively become more cautious. There was something very different about her. He looked down at Seer's defeated posture. She was clearly still collapsed and had no intention of fighting him anymore. However, Geronto's zombie still moved on its own, without Seer needing to control it. Once again, he wondered why both she and Death Queen, Seer, had lost their will to fight so easily. In the midst of this, a bright light shone directly toward Viker. The maniacal laughter of Professor Sadi echoed, followed by her excited shout from far away. This way. Viker quickly turned his head, realizing the mad professor had shown up. He exclaimed, "That's Professor Sadie's voice, the patrol team here." Taking advantage of Viker's distraction, Geronto grabbed Seer, opened a barrier, and prepared to flee. Viker immediately snapped back to focus. His eyes burned with anger as he glared at the two demon women, silently hissing no. He swung his sword, determined to end Seer's life quickly. The tip of his sword was aimed straight at her. The demon seemed like it didn't care about life or death anymore. But unexpectedly, Geronto once again threw himself in front of Seer, taking the blow for her. She held the demon tightly in her arms. In the blink of an eye, Viker's sword pierced straight into her back. Geronto coughed up blood, taking the full force of the attack, but her face remained blank, no longer showing any signs of pain. Her protective barrier sealed itself. Geronto had successfully helped Seer escape right under Viker's nose. He had already taken down two of the female demons, but all he could do was click his tongue in frustration. Sadi had arrived at the scene. She stood happily striking a pose by the dormitory building's window, looking down at the yard, excitedly shouting, "Now, let the Nighthound show itself." But Viker was already gone. By the time the patrol team arrived, all that remained on the yard was a deep, empty hole with no trace of him. Professor Sadi, hands on her hips, muttered, "No one's here." She grumbled under her breath, cursing, "That pig." In a fit of irritation, Sadi took out her anger on one of the nearby guards. She kicked him into the hole, shouting in a bad mood, "We're late because you were too slow." Suddenly, the sharp eyes of the mad Professor Sadi spotted something in the pit. It was Viker's shattered mask. He had left it for her. Sadi muttered irritably, lost his trail. What she didn't know was that the Nighthound she was searching for had already turned into a real dog and successfully escaped from the battlefield. The next morning at the academy, Viker and his friends gathered in the clubroom of the journalism club. Anna, the vice president of the club, was full of energy as she announced, "After the exams, it's time for the academy's big event, the upcoming festival." She looked around at the key members of the club, excitedly continuing, "Our idea for this event is the themed food stall, a haunted house." As she spoke, Anna eagerly gestured toward the costume rack behind her. Sinclair chimed in, his enthusiasm matching hers. "Halloween's almost here, and we just wrapped up the exams. This is going to be the perfect way to switch things up." Beside them, Dolores, though trying to keep her emotions in check, couldn't help but think excitedly to herself, "Asterisk-based spooky costume theme? This is going to be so much fun, asterisk." Bianca didn't seem as excited as her two friends. She frowned slightly, lost in thought, and muttered, "But doesn't this academy have that tradition, even when it comes to the festivals?" Two glanced at her, confused, and asked, "Oh, that?" PG quickly explained, "It's an ancient tradition that even the professors can't get rid of." Sancho seemed to get it. He clenched his fists together, grinning as he added, "Traditions are really important." Anna seemed way too excited about the idea. She pulled out two boxes, one red and one green, and holding them up to her nose, declared, "All right then, let's draw lots to see who gets which outfit." The girls started chatting excitedly. Meanwhile, Viker sat quietly in a corner by himself, showing little enthusiasm for the event compared to everyone else. He was still lost in his own thoughts about the encounter he had the night before with the Eighth Corpse, Death Queen Seer. As he thought about how he had missed the chance to eliminate Seer and instead struck Geronto, he felt frustrated and muttered to himself, "That was a fatal mistake, letting go of an Eighth Corpse that was only half powerful." The strength of the 10 most powerful demons was immense. In the previous two battles, Viker had been able to defeat the demons thanks to help from others. Like when he fought Andromalius, he had borrowed the strength of the Baskerville Knights. It was Hugo, however, who had been the one to actually finish off the demon. With Dantalion, the Saintess dollars had helped him temporarily gain the 7th fang just long enough to kill the demon. So, in this case, against a Seer who had already been weakened to half strength and still had a bit of her human side left, he could have easily taken her down on his own the previous night. But now he worried that if she regained her full strength, a high-rank graduator like him wouldn't know how to fight her. Viker had come to a conclusion: to be able to hunt a demon on my own, I need to learn the 7th fang of the Baskerville sword technique to reach the level of a master swordsman. The lurking ambush calling the 6th and 7th fangs is known as the ambush horizontal twin wisdom teeth. This is the ultimate hidden technique, and I can only learn it if I understand the deep secret between the 6th and 7th fangs. That's the theory behind it, written in the swordsmanship book. To overcome the wall of the 6th fang, Viker needed to abandon all human emotions. To reach the seventh fang, he had to regain those emotions. Thinking about this, Viker anxiously wondered why he still couldn't understand why he had to revive feelings he had already given up. I have to approach this differently, like the technique of training the hunting dogs that must suppress their emotions. Right now, there was only one person at Baskerville who had reached the level of Master Swordsman and used the seventh fang, Hugo Baskerville. Viker rubbed his chin, bowed his head, and pondered, wondering how Hugo could have reached the level of Master Swordsman. Suddenly, Dolores spoke, pulling Viker out of his thoughts and back to the present. He curiously glanced at the Saintess. She was looking intently at the clothing lottery slip. She stared at the paper, bowed her head, and murmured, "Hound." Anna jumped, realizing a mistake with a shock. Oh no, the Quo Vadis orphanage just got attacked by the Hounds. She nervously covered her mouth, embarrassed, and said to Dolores, "Sorry, Dolores, I got it wrong." The Saintess unexpectedly spoke up, "No, I'll do it." The Saintess held the draw ticket tightly, her cheeks flushed pink. How often did she get to play the role of someone's crush? Finally, it was Viker's turn. Anna excitedly brought the green draw box in front of him and cheerfully called out, "All right, it's Viker's turn now. Go ahead, reach in and draw. You're the highlight of our group today." Viker scratched his head, feeling awkward. He really didn't have much of a choice. He reached into the box, thinking to himself, they're so excited about this. They must still be kids. But when he saw the result, his face immediately fell. His eyes widened as he stared at the paper. In shock, he muttered, "How did this happen?" The girls crowded around him, curious about his reaction. They shoved each other to grab the paper from his hand, all of them shouting, "What's going on? What did you get?" Viker felt helpless. He had forgotten one small detail from his past, a tradition passed down through generations at the Academy's festivals. On festival day, all the students were required to do one thing. The festival night had arrived, and the Academy grounds were beautifully lit by the bright moon and shimmering lanterns. A lively crowd of students bustled back and forth between the booths. The press club's food stall was the busiest, filled with excited students cheering for the unique costumes worn by the club members. Tudor played the role of a charming Viking warrior. With a rose in his mouth, he proudly showed off his handsome appearance and invited other students, saying, "Oh, beautiful lady, why don't you join me for wine and poetry at Lucian?" Stancho took on the role of a scarred chef. He eagerly called out to students with a fragrant bowl of soup and a hearty laugh, saying, "Come to Lucian. We'll serve you a bubbling stew, as hot as the blood of warriors, free of charge." Sinclair transformed into a handsome vampire, stealing the hearts of young girls. With a polite smile, she graciously invited, "You are the ones who will bring light to our shop. Come, I'll be waiting." Meanwhile, Pidgey was unfortunate enough to draw the role of the forest fairy Tinkerbell. Dressed in a cute little dress, he awkwardly handed out flyers to students passing by, stammering in embarrassment, "Please take one." The Bruckle boys didn't realize that the fairy they were staring at was Pidgey. They blushed, staring at her in a daze, then one of them exclaimed, "Is there someone this cute at Lucian?" One boy hesitantly spoke up, "Okay, well, what's your name?" Just then, Bianca appeared, dressed in a Frankenstein monster costume. She threw her arm around two of the boys, then shouted, "Soup, bro? You better not be hitting on our members, got it?" The boys shrank back, pulling their necks in, stammering, "W, we're sorry." Suddenly, the group froze when a figure in a red dress breezed past them. Her graceful legs and red high heels, she made her way to the vendor booth, heading toward Dolores. A voice called out, and Dolores heard her name. The saint turned around to see the person who had called her. It was someone dressed as a hound, covering only part of their face. Dolores felt a little confused when she saw the red-dressed figure. The person in the red dress wasn't just anyone, it was Professor Venci. Dolores was still getting used to seeing him in a chumsum, and she stammered a bit. Professor Venci rolled his eyes at the saint, crossed his arms, and sternly asked when he noticed her costume, "What's with that outfit?" He sternly reminded her, "I know this is a festival, but do you have any idea what the consequences would be if you wear that outfit? How could you possibly dress up as such an evil and unmanageable criminal?" Dolores didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed about choosing to dress as a hound. She looked him straight in the eye and answered honestly, "I like this costume." Professor Venci fell silent, furrowing his brow as he stared at Dolores. He sighed, grabbed his bag, and walked toward the food stall, muttering helplessly, "Fine, you're responsible for it. Even though I'm your advisor, I don't have the authority to stop students from doing whatever they want." The boys stared in surprise when they saw Professor Venci choose the stall from their club. Tudor exclaimed, "Professor Venci is here?" Tudor quickly replied, "Don't you know? During the festival, the professors visit each club's booth and classroom to boost sales." The boys chuckled as they saw the professors in costume too. Professor Venci knew exactly what the boys were whispering about him. He shot them a playful glare and muttered under his breath, "If it weren't for tradition, I wouldn't have bothered showing up. The prices of the dishes aren't even that great." Just then, Dolores brought over the dish. She politely introduced it. This is the chicken stew with potatoes that the professor ordered. Professor Vinci frowned as he looked at the plates of food in front of him. He muttered to himself, the ingredients are from workers who aren't certified for quality control, the hygiene doesn't meet standards, and the food is loaded with chili. All evening, I've been eating cheap, low-quality food. He reluctantly scooped a spoonful of soup, barely thinking about it, just assuming it's probably going to taste as bad as the other places. The professor chewed slowly, while St. Guller stood there, waiting for his feedback. Stunnedly, the professor froze, staring wide-eyed at the plates as if he couldn't believe his own taste buds. He was stunned, sweating profusely, and then exclaimed, "Ha! How could this taste so good?" The food he'd just eaten made him unable to stop praising it, marveling at the perfect balance of temperature and texture of the chicken, as well as the delicate flavor of the potatoes, which came from the Morg family, melting in his mouth. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and hurriedly shouted, "Who did this? Who cooked this dish? Did you invite a professional chef from outside?" Dolores innocently pointed toward the kitchen and replied, "No, sir. One of the members of our club is cooking. You know him, actually." The member the Saintess was referring to was a small petite witch working in the kitchen, her magic sparking flames as she moved. Her bright red lipstick was as sharp as the crispy fried chicken outside. That witch was Viker. He was smoothly stirring the food, just like he had stirred the hearts of beautiful women, showing himself to be a man with 4 key qualities: kind, practical, refined, and perfectly spiced in every dish.